All right. We are live. Let's see if it synchronizes. And of course, as always, crashing a little bit. It was, of course, a holiday today that most people are unaware of, Transgender Parents Day. Both transgender people who are parents and both people like myself who are the parents of transgendered individuals. So it was with my son starting late in the evening, and he was feeling a little impish at around about 9:30 p.m. in the morning. No, 9:30 a.m. in the morning, California time. We were outside. We were in an area that was neutral to use the net, so that no traces would be left towards sensitive addresses. So he dispatched a link through my account, which he has access to Peter concerning dancing biofeximilacra. I don't know if Peter ever had a chance to review that, but he can review that at his leisure. So we are now going to take a look at live streaming. And Marky Milk says, loud and clear. Douglas sounds fantastic. Goddess bless you, Mark H. Always a gentleman, always very gracious. Let's see if you can hear Peter and Aristides. Both of you gentlemen, please.
My voice, if you can hear me.
Excellent.
All right. I hope everybody can hear me too. I was ready to go an hour ago, but I forget. Are we on World War II time or not on World War II? I think which one? I never know which is which.
We have gone off wartime for the season. For all too short a period of time. We are off wartime. And that's its, of course, original name, as Peter Moon will attest. Okay, Mark H. says, loud and clear, Peter and Aristides. We are set. The only thing to do now is to... he says, blessed be, gentlemen. Blessed be, dear Mark H. Our adoration to such a gentleman. And I hope T-Tank Barry will join us sometime soon. He's usually here around this time. Prayerfully, he's all right. And before I forget, I do want to remind everyone to maintain John Warrington in your thoughts and prayers. After... basically some probing, both Brendan Zogit and I have kind of pasted together what we think has happened with John Warrington. Basically, John Warrington was in a fairly precarious position that seemed relatively stable. This is the problem with most people in life. Case in point, with a person that I have no sympathy for whatsoever, would be someone like Daniel Arola, who, once he had settled in with a sugar mama, felt that he was settled for life, that his life was set. And it just doesn't work like that. Nothing good lasts forever. Even with my situation that I have with the estates and the arrangement that I have where I am working for food in a very real sense, as well as a few other benefits or amenities. I do want everyone to know I'm always planning for in case this comes to an abrupt end for whatever reason. T-Tank Barry, by the way, says loud and clear from Shasta County. God bless these authentic transmissions. Bless you, T-Tank. And adoration in return for your joining us and being with us in times like these. But when it came to someone like John Warrington, he is a person who has done everything he could to help over the years, always uploading my videos onto his own private Odyssey channel, in particular as a backup. What happened was when his brother was released, or basically escaped from the insane asylum and murdered both their parents, then somehow the house went into escrow of some sort, and was basically the income that he had as manager of that property, he lost. And he basically had to move to some like god-awful little hole in the wall somewhere in England, and he is basically on the dole. The job that he had forever, which was in a factory that produced hinges for like doors or windows, basically put him on a leave during COVID. So at this point, that has become permanent. So he is basically on the dole, and whatever place he's in has no access to the internet, or their access to the internet is so sporadic that it is only hours during the day, and it takes literally maybe by the process he was using 6 to 8 hours of a long period of time to download and re-upload one of our programs, which is why he has not been doing so. So basically what happened was that he the only access he has to the internet now, as far as Brendan and I can see based on what he's doing with his Facebook timeline, which is basically just reposting memories again and again. It's all he's been doing as of late. He probably has used to a facility like an internet cafe. He probably goes there for only like literally a few minutes a day, does what he does, and that's maybe every other day, and then goes home to a place where he has no internet. Or so this was what he was kind of alluding to and giving me hints of while he was beginning to sever communications through no willingness of his own, through the situations I described. So everyone, being aware of those circumstances, maintained him in thought and prayer. Aside from that, he was himself very concerned that the jury would ultimately let his brother go. I could understand why he had that fear, considering everything else his brother had gotten away with, to the point where he had killed both their parents, because his brother literally walked out of the insane asylum at least a dozen times in his life, to the point where a very famous supermodel in Germany had to get an international restraining order on his brother. So Heidi Klum, I believe it was. And so we're talking about a person who seemed to have the ability to not only leave the insane asylum, but fly all the way to Germany repeatedly, at least a dozen times. So the insane asylum was letting him get away literally with murder, ultimately. And this is the insanity of England. Of course, that we've always suspected, with Rishi Sunak in charge at this point. I'm not even caring if I pronounce that name correctly. Obviously, the lunatics are running the asylum. So John Warrington's concern that his brother might ultimately be set free by a jury is not unwarranted. With that, do admonish everyone, hit those upvotes. We, of course, are hit by automated bots every time we initiate transmission, and these bots basically hit us with dozens of downvotes, and the objective is, of course, to keep us off of searches, because YouTube operates on a retarded aggregate where it's a popularity contest, and whoever is the most popular gets the most distribution. And so when you're basically getting a lot of downvotes, they say, well, then it's not worthy of dissemination in terms of distribution on searches and the like. So if you want us to appear on search engines so that people can hear what we have to say, then it's all up to you. It all comes down to you. It's your war, and you have to fight it. And the enemy fights as dirty as hell, as far dirtier than you could ever imagine. You don't even think like that in your wildest dreams. They swim through the sewers of dirty tricks, and this is all they live for. They're sewer worms. They're basically toxic, glow-in-the-dark intestinal worms that swim in the sewer of shit. That is their life, their existence, and their entire purpose is simply to drag others down into the sewage with them. That's what they live for. That's all they exist for. They're creatures of entropy, agents of chaos. And specifically, we're talking about Stephen Outram. So he's the person who basically sold short, made himself millions of dollars on inside dope that was given to him by Michael Aquino. And he basically sends Autobots to vote us down. Fortunately, he's cheap as hell. And they can be filtered out by YouTube in a matter of hours, but by that time they've done their damage. So to counter that, use every IP address you've got, your PC, your laptop, your tablet, and your cell phone, and hit an upvote. And it's the only way that we can tread water and ultimately, of course, survive to win. Okay, with that, I turn it over to our dear Peter Moon. And we look forward to all he has to share. And I, of course, will participate with him and try to articulate a few of the things that I wasn't able to last time when I was in a very fragile condition, much more frail than I am tonight, even. Dear Peter, stage is yours.
Okay, thank you. Synchronicity is an interesting thing, and as you were opening the show and talking about John Warrington, something caught my eye in my email. I get different feeds on Taoism. I am always interested, but I very seldom have time to open them and study them. As I was looking through my email, I was a little stunned, surprised, and enlightened. And it's so interesting. I was going to bring it up, but then you talked about worms.
Yeah.
Well, I have I'm going to read an abstract, at least an abstract, and a little bit here. It's Taoist Journal, articles on a Taoist Journal, and the author, her name is Shishan Susan Huang, Huang. And it says Taoist Imagery of Body and Cosmos, Part 2. Body, Worms, and Internal Alchemy. Body worms.
Wow.
Fascinating, because now, for those of you who are not attuned, and it's not a very pleasant thing to think of, people are loaded with parasites and worms, and especially sick people. And I've heard so many accounts of, worms coming out of somebody, especially when they go through anti-parasite protocols. You'd be surprised what worms can exist.
Wow.
Abstract by Shishan Susan Wang. This article presents Taoist visual representations of body and cosmos, drawing extensively on illustrations and diagrams from texts preserved in the Ming Dynasty Taoist canon. To examine how the Taoist perception of body and cosmos unfolded over time, I discuss images of 4 types: body gods, imaginary journeys to stars, body souls / worms, and the body transformed in internal alchemy. The first 2 in Journal 3, 2010, the next 2 here. The current work hopes to contribute to interdisciplinary studies of Chinese art, religion, and science. From the visual perspective, it hopes to add to the ongoing examination of charts or maps, and to enrich our understanding of the representation and perception of what body means in Chinese visual culture. In terms of Taoist studies, my dominantly visual approach aims to complement the many textual approaches on this topic. This study also adds to the growing scholarship of Taoist art, which has so far focused more on public devotional paintings and statuary and less on private imagery associated with meditation and visualization. Now here, I'm going to read a little bit. This is what I'm getting to. That was the abstract. Souls and worms. From the Taoist perspective, the human body contains not only body gods, but also souls and worms, many of which cause sickness or death. This concept has ancient roots. It makes reference to the ancient dualistic notion of Hun, which means spirit or soul, and Po, material soul, which designate the yang and yin souls in the body, one connecting to heaven and the other linking with earth. Furthermore, it relates to the Han Dynasty notion of the physical 3 worms, which are leech-like worms and gnaw through the intestines of people. By the Tang and Song periods, Taoists expanded the concept of yin and yang, Hun and Po, and the 3 worms to a more complicated microsystem of body gods, spirits, and worms. New members include the 3 spirit souls and 7 material souls, the 3 death bringers, and the 9 worms. By visualizing such bodily spirits in their concrete form, one can control or expel them, a feature that led to the creation and proliferation of the images of such body entities. While the three spirit souls reflect the wonderful manifestation of the yang forces in the body and are often illustrated as gentlemen, the others represent the yin counterparts of evil forces. Their appearance ranges from the demonic and abnormal to microorganic parasites and earthworms. Examined as a group, these harmful souls and worms exhibit a unique subcategory of Taoist visual culture, which also converges with little studied visuality of Chinese demonology and disease. Wow. The seven material souls are basically the internal demons. I mean, this is so intricate and extensive as Taoism is. There are so many branches of Taoism, and it's very ancient. And when you begin to read this stuff, if you're a Westerner, you're going to be entering an area of like, what the hell is all this about? This is thought for so long, but it's very enlightened. It's very enlightened, and I can't help. It was funny what you were saying about worms, and then this is right on the heels of talking about the Naga.
Yes,
and it's just so fascinating. And of course, Scientology was attacking parasites. It would attack parasites with the body, and it was a what can I say? A way of getting at them. Unfortunately, as I've said before, Scientology became a parasite in itself.
Yes.
So, this is the nature of parasites. So let's have a drink to worms and parasites. I got my water here. I toasted.
Excellent.
So yeah, I mean, this is fascinating, and just the depth of Chinese thought is this is like, wow. I could look at this from so many different ways, and right now I'm sitting on a very healthy platform, because every week and month that goes by, I'll be turning 71 in January. Wow. And I'm like, okay, I've lost a little in football, but then again, I did some good things today, got a lot of accolades. I did some things that weren't so good. I dropped a few balls, maybe one, maybe two, but I still made some catches. I did well. And I noticed I was able to keep up with this very tall, big, fast player because he was getting tired.
Wow.
I was able, and my legs are really good because I wish they were fast. I mean, they're very respectable, but it's, what I say, I do this standing on the, slant board. I do this 15 minutes a day. I didn't do it today because I played. I try to do it, and I was busy as hell today. When I got home, usually I sleep. I was busy getting the yard prepared for winter and boxing up all sorts of stuff because of the, I'm putting in the new kitchen, so I had thousands of dollars worth of boxes to put up. Get ready, and then the garbage from all the, it's a progress in action. So I get very busy today, but feel very healthy, very, very fortunate. And I started taking, I'm going to recommend this, and I used to sell this. I used to buy it at a very big discount and sell it. I did it for the Montauk Indians at our meetings. I'm not selling it now, so I have no, but I'm taking it. And Paul is going to take it too. It's called Ageless Extra. I think they don't call it Extra. God, from Univera, the purple juice. I started taking it again. Wow, it's it's just incredible energy. I was introduced to it by the medicine man. Univera products, the highly concentrated fruit juice. It makes such a difference. And I've only been taking it. I had actually a bunch of old packets that I took, and I said, God, I don't know, these things so good. They're like 10 years old. They were good. Boy, so I started buying the stuff again.
Excellent.
Not to sell, but I recommend this to people because it's like one of my old friends who's doing astrology full time. I haven't talked to him in 20 years, but he did the chart of one of my friends, Bill Stickovers. He's really into anti-aging. Mm-hmm. He's a half a generation or a generation younger than me. I don't remember which, but he's these people are doing everything they can. I don't think they're into what Sugar Daddy's into. And that has its drawbacks. We're going to have an interesting night tonight. This is just kind of coming in from an odd angle with the Taoism and the health platform.
Yes.
And so I'm very, but I'm working on a lot of things. If you don't fight the worms, so to speak,
yes,
they will slowly take root and rule your host.
Yes.
So I like to encourage people. Now, I'm very sorry to hear about John Warrington.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say.
It's Peter was with us the night that murder took place. So was Jojo Mikolasik. It was the night that he was able to come on at that time. Obviously, he all I can say is that he's still relatively young. We can only hope that different developments happen in his life, and but it's like Peter says, all we can do is hope the best for people, and they've got to take it upon themselves to try and improve their situation as well. There's only so much we can do from this side of the Atlantic, right, Peter? Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's I don't know what to say. I just wish him well.
Yeah.
There's not much we can do.
Yeah. And but that being said, certainly you're doing great with, as always, maintaining yourself. I want you to know, with everything that came up, of course, I wasn't able to get that email out to you with some extra writing, but I'll tend to that soon. Yeah.
I haven't had time to work.
Understood.
I did work on the book a little bit since we talked.
Great.
But I had the guy. What's today? Sunday. He showed up Saturday on time.
Yeah.
At Home Depot, and we just were. He was working his ass off for 10 hours straight.
Wow.
And he does incredible work. Just boom, 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 boom. And I'm not really doing much, but I have to be, on call. And besides doing what I'm doing, and it's emotionally and mentally exhausting to sit there and have all this renovation going on.
Yeah.
But it was very successful. I mean, he has to come back tomorrow or the next day and finish it. He's got most of it done, and it's very exciting to. Life is rapidly moving and changing. And I don't know if I mentioned this on the air,
mm-hmm.
but I had my toilet downstairs was giving me a lot of issues. When the plumber looked at it, he says, you need a bigger basin down there. I said, okay. So I was thinking of replacing the toilet. I have the identical toilet upstairs. It works just fine. And Then when I actually completed the renovation of the bathroom, which I did myself, and all the energy was straight, the toilet started behaving properly.
Wow.
This was like feng shui. This is like the spirit of the toilet.
Yeah.
In other words, it would constantly clog up, and it doesn't do that anymore because I cleaned up the energy. I mean, this was the most clear example of feng shui I've ever seen. Yeah. And it's not that I was like feng shuiing the the inside of the room. No, it was just like putting things in order, complete order, getting everything done. And you might appreciate I have a yin yang shower curtain.
Wow. Oh, I love it. Yeah.
Beautiful. It's beautiful. So, wow. I mean, that's feng shui in action, and just I think one of the main things you can do for feng shui is just cleaning up all the clutter and getting things shipshape and whatnot, which I am in the process of doing. But it takes, I go from one project to another, and it's blah 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 blah. Maria DeAndrea will probably join us a week from Wednesday.
Oh, wonderful.
She said she wants to, so we'll see. I'll probably see her in a couple days. But she said she wants, and that was very nice. She's going to be appearing 3 times on Long Island. If anybody's on Long Island listening to this, I don't know if we have any Long Island listeners, but Maria DeAndrea, D''Andrea is appearing 3 times on Long Island in libraries, so it's free if anybody wants to go. Yes, interesting night tonight. So prayers for John Warrington. And I had mentioned this Courts of Heaven. That might help him. I haven't even watched enough to inject myself into the Courts of Heaven. This guy, Robert Henderson, if you want to look anybody, he talks about not praying, but appealing to the courts of heaven. It's just the hierarchical structure of the universe, how to get things, get in communication so you can get what you need. It's different than prayer, perhaps more effective. You're not trying to convince anybody of anything. And of course, I recommended this to a friend who was in need and helped. I'm not in particularly, need. I'm just very busy, and the busier you are, the easier things are to handle. So, good luck to John. Now, tonight, I didn't even have time to notify everybody. So how are the numbers compared to typical days? Because they might be a little less. I did send one out while you were delivering the introduction. I did send out the email saying, sorry, I forgot. We're on the air now.
Yeah. We have concurrently 250 viewers, so it's going to be several times that. The numbers are good.
What I'm asking is this what we've been doing, or is it a little less, or the same?
It's we've been doing a little better than this lately because you've been able to notify your base ahead of time. But this is good. This is good considering, and I have no doubt it'll build up later. It built up real fast. It built up fast while we were talking, so it'll continue to do so. It's been high the last few episodes. Matter of fact, last few episodes.
That's why I asked. So it sounds like it's a little bit down because I didn't send out the message in time. But
a little, but it's good. Yeah, a little, but it's good.
And Clarice Claudette has a comment and a question. Yes. On the movie Dune, the worm was connected to the spice, the life force, chi, and mining it. Yes, the movie Dune, and from the novel Dune. I will comment. Does it also address mind parasites? The article, yes, it does, because it's talking about soul and worms, but it's going to address mind parasites because you can't separate them. Wasn't speaking of mind, but I'm answering on behalf because, the mind is part and parcel of the body and soul. But in the movie Dune, in the book Dune by Frank Herbert, they would take this drug, melange, and it would give super, psi powers to the individual taking it. And there were these really weird beings that were called members of the guild, and they were the ones who had the monopoly on being able to control space-time and could navigate spaceships. They could take you through space and time to get from one point to another through using the spice, which came from a worm, a giant sandworm. It was, and there were different gradations or variations of what they called the spice. It made your eyes blue, and it was, it was an augmentation of your ability to see. It was the most valuable substance in the world. I'm thinking of Teclet Blue because
yes.
It made your eyes blue. And of course, there was something very off about that whole world. It was exciting and interesting to read. I had to read it in high school for science fiction class. I had a science fiction class. I remember we read The Time Machine, Anthem by Ayn Rand. That's the only book of hers I've ever read, because we had to. It was okay. I mean, it wasn't like her classic works. It was science fiction. I remember when we read The Time Machine, we read Dune, we read Anthem. We probably read The Martian Chronicle. We probably read some other books. I just don't remember, but I remember reading those three. And that in those times, it was mentioned in Scientology, or people who criticized Scientology or observed it, not as criticizing it in a negative way, but and even I remember one of the professors who was a Scientologist. He says he was describing the Sea Org members aboard L. Ron Hubbard's ship Apollo, and he says these people are just come right off of a science fiction bookshelf. He meant that as a compliment, but there was such a affinity for science fiction in those days to project yourself into another world, a world that was different, better, arguably better, more exciting. I don't think we realized how good the world of the 1960s was.
Right.
And it wasn't all that great.
Right.
There was a lot of pollution. Lake Erie was and the Hudson River were just far horrible. It was amazing how much has been done to clean up those and other bodies of water. Los Angeles was not safe to live in because of the high smog content. Most of my time, at least in the 70s, was in LA Harbor, which was much better air. But I grew up within the smog belt, and some days would be very heavy, and it was not healthy. It was horrible. And because of the restrictions that have been put on exhaust, LA is like, God, it's incredible. I mean, you don't even appreciate it. What is hard in LA is all the traffic. The traffic is worse than it's ever been. It was never good. But the air quality is just supreme compared to what it was in the 1960s. And when you would come over the Ridge Route, which we called it, from the north, and you would look down upon the basin of LA, it was just smog. Now it's generally clear and beautiful. So 1960s had some positives. There was a lot of dissatisfaction because it was very easy to make a living in those days and survive in an apartment. You could pump gas and have an apartment.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be a great apartment, but it would be livable. This doesn't work in so many areas today.
Too true.
You know, pumping gas isn't going to get you an apartment probably anywhere now. A job.
No doubt, sadly, yes. Numbers are continuing to go up, by the way. Just saying.
Yeah, well, good, because I'll get more into the heart of what we're going to talk about tonight. I'm talking about science fiction right now in response to Clarice's comment. But it was like this vicarious desire to project yourself into one of these worlds. I was no different because I was a fan of science fiction. You'd read a book, and I really liked and respected the work of Arthur C. Clarke. His story, it was Earthlight, where he projected an early colony on the moon, and you're going in, it's kind of like a mall. The world is like a mall. It's not a shopping mall, but it's like everything's indoors and you're on the moon. Of course, the concept of Earthlight, instead of seeing moonlight, you see Earthlight. And he projected it with such reality. He was considered weak for his characterizations of people. They said he didn't know how to characterize people. But he was very good at describing the nuts and bolts of how you could live on the moon, what the systems were, what it would take. And it was like projecting yourself into another reality. And all of that, and you could go read Stranger in a Strange Land, which was a sort of a idyllic do what thou wilt paradise based on love. That was written before the hippie movement and was said to be a seminal influence on what became the hippie movement. That book, and there are some others that have been given that attribute to precipitating. It was very popular with the hippie culture. It was very different for Heinlein too. It was very sort of different. But these books think, okay, we want another reality. This reality isn't working for us. And of course, this was post JFK assassination, even post RFK assassination, where and Martin Luther King. It was like this was, it was a lot wrong with the world, and there's a lot of dissatisfaction. The dissatisfaction. I'm trying to compare the dissatisfaction of the world then vis-a-vis today, whereas people were unhappy with the social conditions, with the way black people were treated, with the way young people were treated, with the phony morality of the time period. And to many people, MAGA Republicans not accepted. Those moral values represent the good old, not necessarily against the blacks, but the no gambling and the Christian morality represents the good old days. because even though people were rebelling against Christian morality, sexual morality, and now it's this, we have this anything goes type of culture right now, but there's so much. Suicides is a big problem. Depression is a huge problem. And Douglas, I don't, you heard this. My former cop neighbor verified it for me today, although, I mean, I had heard it independently. There are now shootings taking place outside of the United States. It's caught on. It's in Germany, per se. In other words, the madness has crossed international borders.
Right. There was somebody who went on a mass shooting a number of years ago in Germany, kind of shot maybe a few people. It was, I think it was an anti-Jewish attack taking place near a synagogue. More recently, the latest thing I heard of was a hostage situation at the airport where some German guy was holding his daughter hostage. I don't know if there were any other...
That's the hostage, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard a little. I mean, I haven't been getting a lot of news much at all. But yes, so whatever. I'm just mentioning that because...
Understood. Yeah.
The shooting is...
I've always wondered why it hadn't caught on a long time ago, to tell you the truth. Not that I'm...
Because I don't... Weapons are as readily and easily available.
Point well taken, of course.
Yeah. But nevertheless, they're always available, and I'm sure you got people who can provide them.
Yeah.
If not encourage them.
Right.
Now, so anyway, yeah, that was the world of yesteryear. Was people wanted to escape into a science fiction scenario, and why? It's because you're not happy with this world, and I wasn't happy with this world. But what I learned from Scientology, and in Scientology, when I went through it, you're learning about yourself, or you should be, and how to interface and harmonize with the world and come at peace with this world. This world is not amenable to the human spirit. Generally speaking, you people are, you get up, and somebody described it, I heard today, an astrologer, Adam and Eve is the symbol of, okay, the first thing is you're born into the world, and Adam learns he's got to toil for agriculture to survive. And Eve's got to menstruate and have kids and the pain of childbirth and so on and so forth. And said that they really didn't spend a lot of time complaining about it. They just endured it and did it. So this world makes you have to work. You have to be a participant. These are the lessons of Saturn. Toil. Responsibility. Rather than, just sitting and pushing a button and having your servants do whatever you need. This is, this is what existence is, for better or for worse. So science fiction was an escape, but it was not only escape, it offered a hope. I think even a book like Brave New World, and I didn't really like that book. It wasn't easy to read, but it gave one, I suppose, one could relate to the protagonist by engaging in the hero's journey. And in a book, you could engage in the hero's journey and identify in some way with being a hero, having a life, having an adventure. And that's and I think one of the most challenging things psychologically for me perhaps in my lifetime, if I think about it, I really haven't thought about it in a long time, was getting to a certain point when you're kind of completed the first stage of puberty and you're in high school, and it comes upon my consciousness that I have to go out and earn a living. And I'm not really going to get any help from my father. I mean, a certain amount of help, yeah, but I'm saying there's no, he doesn't have a company I can work in. I can't work at his company. There's no visible job runway unless I want to go out. And so anyway, anything I'm going to have to do is going to be on my own in terms of, do I want to become a lawyer or a doctor or whatever? And the idea that, when you're being taken care of, your needs are provided for, it's a big psychological change. And I think if someone is in a position where it can be kind of seamless, like say they're a natural at being a mechanic and they just kind of groove into working at the local mechanic place and they can see that they can make a good living doing that or something, that's less of a, psychological shock. I don't know. I was never in that position. But everything seemed like, wow, there's no friendly person. There's no school. I mean, there is a school. You can go to continuation school and learn how to be a mechanic. And maybe you'll be good at it. But I wasn't going to continuation school. It didn't fit my profile or whatever. I wouldn't have fit in there. But the thing is, that whole, it's like, wow, what is one going to do? And then my big issue there was a bigger issue than that, because that's a shock. You have to support yourself. The bigger issue for me is that had I taken any of those pathways, which basically meant going to college, I don't know, it was so obvious to me that I viewed everybody who was matriculating, which means to go to college, matriculating to higher learning, were like lemmings following the other lemmings and going off a cliff. This was very clear to me. And I said, I don't want to go with all those lemmings. Very clear. This was just my perception of things. I had to be different. I didn't have to be, I wanted to be different, because if I went like that, I was going absolutely nowhere. And of course, what does one do? One has to survive one way or another. Many people during that period were living, hippie-esque lifestyles, which was smoking dope and going to see the Grateful Dead and that sort of thing, and learning how to play the guitar, whatever. And of course, what came into my life that fit the picture was Scientology, because it offered a spiritual path, it offered a career path, and it was like it checked all the boxes. There were, I guess, what you call flags here and there. Definitely flags, but nevertheless, it fit the box. It wasn't Christianity. It was like becoming a monk, but it wasn't like becoming a monk. It just seemed to check all the boxes. and it was very appealing in that regard. So appealing. I don't know if I ever told you this, Douglas, but the first time I was only in Scientology. Now, I wasn't really in Scientology. I was taking a communications course. I must have been on the course but a couple weeks, maybe a few weeks, and this guy came, a couple guys came, and they started describing the Sea Organization. I didn't even know there was a Sea Organization. I kind of knew the overall paradigm of Scientology from an introductory standpoint of what it was. I said, wow. He says, wait till you meet Ron. He's fantastic. He's joking around all the time, having fun. Wait till you meet Ron. I said, God, I didn't know you could meet Ron. I didn't know he's on a ship. I didn't even know. And I said, wow, I was sold. I wanted to go. And it was like, that was destiny. Of course, I was too young to go. My parents wouldn't let me go. I was interested. I would write to the recruiters, but I was too young. And it was only a year later, after I had extensive auditing, extensive experience in Dianetics in particular, that they changed the laws in California. That when an 18-year-old was now an adult, the only thing an 18-year-old couldn't do was drink.
Interesting.
But drink. And I was then 19. So I needed that year. I really needed that year. The law was kind to me in that regard. I needed that year of Scientology, Dianetics, to which really served me well. I needed the year of work experience, which I did have. And Scientology got me my first real job, other than officiating sports games, which was, dishwasher, and then I worked my way up to cook. So I kind of figured out the career path through Scientology real fast. Oh, wow, I could make a living. I could make a living. And I always knew that if worst push came to shove, I could walk into the back of a kitchen and say, hey, I need work. What can you do? And it's not, at least in those times, it probably still isn't, especially today, because, carpenter who helped me, he says, I can't get any help. You're supposed to have a helper. He says, my helper didn't come. So, I was, we were moving the boxes together into his truck. I was the helper. He says, I should pay you. It's like, I said, no, it's not necessary. But and it really, really helps. So, but it's like, yeah, it's hard to get help. But you can walk, if you're a good worker, which I was always called a good worker, you go back in the back of a kitchen and they're going to need you. Dishwasher, cook better yet. Wow. My favorite story, Doug, was these crazy ass people they would hire, because that's where I learned I could be a cook. I said, these guys were so malfeasant in their behavior. Yeah. And this one guy, he wasn't qualified. He had been a cook in the Army. And he came in, he was a young guy. Yeah. And they order a grilled cheese. And he's over there, and he's, instead, a grilled cheese, the way he's making a grilled cheese, he's putting toast in the toaster, and he's putting a slab of cheese on the grill. Oh my God. And I go over there and I say, this isn't the way you do it. And I start showing him how to make a grilled cheese, which I knew from my mother, right. I hadn't learned it. And I said, what kind of, if they're hiring people like this, I can do this. So I talked to the manager, and, she took my suggestion and started training me.
There we are.
So that's how I became a cook, because it was like, wow, this is this is the type of people. And most of the problems where people were not like that, it was just that they wouldn't show up, or just, I guess what you call low.
It's just It's hard to get anybody who has any work ethic or even quality ability to perform once if they do show up at all. It's
Well, yeah, and then one of my friends in San Francisco got a job as a cook. He walked into a kitchen, got a job. They hired him as a cook, and I'm sitting there he says, "What do I do?" And I started telling him what to do, but I mean, it's like it's long distance. It's like, he got fired. He didn't know how to be a cook. He couldn't fake it. He tried to fake it, but it didn't work.
oh God.
But in other words, it wasn't that hard to get a job. The question is, do you know what the hell you're doing?
Yeah.
So, in fact, my Qigong teacher really started getting a good job, and it was all because of what he learned in Qigong. He was a steel worker, and I think he was doing rivets, and it was like he just kind of walked in and faked it. And I think he was like the first black person to be a member of this union, because I think maybe they had to hire a black person. But he because of what he learned in Qigong, he could make these, like, it was a sort of a strength thing, and he could like connect these rivets, or I don't know what, he explained it, but it was like, wow, he got a job, and he was making really, really good money. So it's interesting how one can find work. But be that as it may. So projecting oneself into a different reality is, and I think that's what, of course, when you hear about Montauk Project, people get excited. Wow. And then some of the super soldier types are like either living and or pretending to live a reality whereby they are much greater than they are in ordinary life. Duncan Cameron once said that. He says, well, we did all these great things, but we can't do them now. He was very honest about it.
Yeah.
Healing animals, healing things, doing this. Yeah, and you hear of these super soldiers with these great abilities. But could they fix your car? Well, because nobody can fix a car these days. Even the mechanics have a hard time.
Yeah, it's true. It's
because they're so peculiar.
Yeah.
They're not ordinary. You don't even want to deal with it. So, I mean, I learned this guy. It was a long time ago. I maybe 20 years ago, when I went to go change the tail light. Oh, you got to take apart this, that. You used to just go replace the tail light. They got to take apart the rear bumper to get at the tail light, or something. It was like crazy. And they say, this is the way they do it now.
Yeah, no, the whole frame has to be dismantled because they're. Anyhow, go on.
It's just that things are not so do it yourself.
Yeah.
On the positive, my carpenter said, he says it's Home Depot was so good because it's open all the time. He says, back in the old days, I'm doing a job on the weekend. If I need a part, I say, sorry, the hardware store closed. I got to come back on Monday.
Jeez, that sucks.
Yeah, I mean, that's the old days. So, I mean, some things are good, some things are not. But this whole idea of projecting yourself into another reality, this is what Radu Cinemar's work is. Wow, what if I could go into the inner earth and go through all these incredible crystal confabulation gates and go into another reality where I am talking to beings of higher consciousness that are guiding me into a hero's journey indeed, into the inner earth, making sacred contacts with consciousnesses, even getting to the city where he can see the fabled Shambhala, He's not ready to go to Shambhala, but he sees it. And he learns that his mentors, Eleanor and Cesar, have been to Shambhala. And they are. Now, what's interesting about that, vis-a-vis the worms we're talking about, or the Naga, they're connecting with the beings of the inner earth. And we know enough about reality, spirituality, or even aliens, if you want to ratchet back to the situation to aliens or the Martian Chronicles, they will appear to you in such a way that will not overwhelm your perceptions. So they might appear to you as a friendly teddy bear rather than a, Naga serpent might scare the shit out of you. So we've heard this, in spirituality and in science fiction. And what was it? This really gets this tired old saw, and Preston would refer to it. It's like, well, we can't tell people the truth about aliens. The government can't tell the truth about aliens because it would just send such a shock to, the religions of the world. The religious, and they couldn't handle it. Well, while it's true that the people that are religiously devout in any of the Western religions for certain couldn't handle it. These religions have been devoured. The culture. I mean, look at the assault on Christianity that we've seen in recent times. Judaism has always had I don't know that there's ever been an assault against a religion. There's been an assault against the people and the culture. Not so much the religion. Islam has, you don't see a lot of people picking it apart because they don't understand enough about it to pick it apart. Not on a wholesale basis. Certainly it does have its critics, but it's just something that people are so ignorant about. And wow. So this ontological shock people would have if you told them there are really aliens and they're controlling the Pentagon. Or whatever you're going to tell them, and they're visiting. They're here. They're here. People have been watching Ancient Aliens for 20 years. You think they're ready?
Oh, God. Yeah, it's such a joke. Yeah.
But it's like I said, the best strategy for Hamas is to have the Israelis go into the tunnels and basically find nobody because they've escaped. There's nobody here.
Yeah.
Well, that's the problem with the Ancient Aliens. You're going to have to drum them up. It's like, it's like somebody who has the, the marquee act in a show. The headliner gets sick or can't appear. So, you're canvassing the alleys looking for hobos. Hey, can you come up and do the two-step, It's like, what can we get for aliens out here? We got to do this. You got to, get that old creature from the Black Lagoon uniform out here and get somebody dancing on stage. Can he dance? Get the creature dancing, It's like, this is a problem. What are they going to bring out? And all they can really bring out are these tired out stories, which they give us through Hollywood.
Yes.
This is what they give us. And people going, oh, neat, neat, neat. So Wow. And I think disciplines, practices, religions, whatever different practices, whether it be Qigong, Taoism, Buddhism, or any number of other disciplines, the real key is to balancing you in this world and finding the joys in this world and balancing the joys in this world. And if you can correlate them with other worlds and other dimensions, that's all the better. But people have severe issues of avoidance with the way things are in this world. And that's the super soldier paradigm. They're talking about all sorts of stuff that happens this way, elsewhere, and this reality. I think this reality is much more endurable and pleasant if you can accept it. That's the first step, is to accept it and acknowledge it. But it's like somebody who eats an expensive dinner and he's ordering all the accoutrements, including the massage on your feet they give you under the table while you're eating. And then he gets a bill, and he's in ontological shock. Oh, I didn't know I was going to have to pay for this. And he's freaking out because it's like, a few weeks worth of pay to him. And he should have known. Or like going into a restaurant with no prices on the menu and saying, against your better judgment, well, I'll just eat here. And then you just can't digest the bill. Like observation. I've heard about people in living situations where they're older, and it's tragic because they're being aced out of their living environment because they didn't know how or couldn't be responsible for the fact that they were living on the largesse of somebody or in some situation where they got aced out of it, and they were just coasting along because they weren't cognizant of the fact that nobody was paying the taxes or something like that. So, like, being aware of your environment. As they say, owning a home in Long Island gives you the right, to pay, about 10 grand in taxes a year. It's like on your property taxes. It's like, well, okay. That's not rent. That's taxes. Gives you the right to pay rent after you pay your mortgage. You're paying the, so it's like, wow, people have to be aware of their environment. That's the first step. And I think if everybody who was struggling in life were to list all of their responsibilities, and then once they listed all their responsibilities, then say, okay, what responsibilities don't I know about? It's like a new person who goes into business probably doesn't understand the different taxes or different certificates they're going to need to do business legally or to get a bank account, whatever it is. I've also heard something, I read something today that was quite disturbing. And I've heard this before, where bank accounts are just being canceled. Mm-hmm. And I usually, when I hear that, I think it's propaganda from conspiracy. And in other words, if people told me you can't transfer $5,000, $10,000, you can't do this. And I had transferred a huge sum, I think, to Radu or to his publisher.
Mm-hmm.
That was above the amount one would expect, and I had no problem. That was a foreign transaction. But I've read where if you have a series of transactions with countries that are on a red flag list, and they're certain, or just sizable transactions, and it fits a certain profile, that they'll just cancel your account. And they don't tell you. At first they'll be apologetic. They'll look into it. Oh, sorry, your agreement says we can cancel your account anytime. So people end up with, they can't pay their bills. They eventually get their money from the institution, but it might take weeks. So imagine if you couldn't pay any bills for 6 weeks because your bank account, you don't have funds.
Oh.
And your credit cards with that bank are canceled too.
Mm-hmm.
This tells you it would be good to have at least 2 bank accounts if you can swing that.
Right.
And this happens arbitrarily, so on and so forth. But now we're going to get into the heart of tonight. And this has everything to do with living in today's world. It has to do with Israel.
Yeah.
And I want to preface it again by saying I haven't really spoken. I've spoken to my friend Clara, I think twice since our trip to Romania. And I called another one of my friends that was on the trip. And she told me she's going to Egypt. And I said, I said, be careful. What do you mean? What do you mean? I said, World War III has begun, I said.
Thank you.
And Egypt is right on the border of Gaza. I said, this stuff could spill into Egypt very fast.
Yes.
And she seemed completely oblivious to that prospect. Oh, but I love pyramids. I want to see the pyramids. And I'm going with this Egyptian guide, this beautiful pyramid conference we had. He was so inspiring. I said, well, yes, but it's not going to be until March. And I said, well, March things could change for the better or for the worse. She says, well, if war broke out, we get our money back, won't we? Yeah, right.
Oh my God! How does someone?
Yeah, yeah, well, yeah, oh, sure. It's like, this is like, Hitler sending or not Goebbels, who's it? Oh, like Martin Bormann or somebody, or going around and during the purge of Jews in Germany, going around to make sure everybody got properly compensated for their home being taken. It's like people don't realize that there are nasty people out there. My neighbor was telling me that people are routinely being shaken down at the Roosevelt Field Mall, which is the biggest mall in Long Island, the most prestigious.
Mm-hmm.
And they're being shaken down in the parking lot by people.
Good God.
I hadn't heard that. They certainly don't put it on the news. I mean, they did have some issues at malls and whatnot, and they shut one down. But I'm saying, like, okay, I don't go to the mall enough to be a high percentage vulnerable person, and I'm usually not walking out with anything of significance. I mean, there have been occasions when I walked out with a computer, but
for our listeners, clarify the term "shaken down." Mugged, as in
yeah, taken, yeah, having your stuff taken, robbed, and this is not Yeah, so it's just put your alerts up. And of course, because he has been a cop and he works in security now, he's very tuned into all that stuff. You know, he knows people. He can always tell you what's going on. You know, you might think the neighborhood's a very safe place, and for all appearances it is, but he'll know every grimy thing that happened just because of where, you know, where his career communication lines are. So anyway, you know, when people think of, like, they don't see that there's a real war going on in the Mideast. And Egypt is there. They've always been considered soft in terms of the Arab world.
Yeah.
Softer.
Yeah.
However, there have been instances where there have been shootings of tourists on the Nile.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so I told her, I said, you know, my take on Egypt is I don't go anywhere. I said I don't look at travel as a vacation. I always view travel in the sense of work, almost always. And it's just the way I am. Mercury in the 4th house. My home is where I work, where I travel. When I travel, it's my home, so to speak. But I said, I don't go any place unless I really feel I belong there. And I've never felt any belonging to Egypt. I have no impetus to go to Egypt.
Yeah.
I said, if you do, that's fine. I just don't. And I people think I travel a lot. Well, I only travel to Romania. And occasionally I went to Shasta, you know, but I don't travel a lot. So anyway, this is the big thing. And I'm going to refer to Whitney Webb. Got a beautiful name for today's culture. She's a cyber sleuth. I suppose you could call her a cyber sleuth. She, I wouldn't degrade her by calling her a conspiracy theorist. She is somebody with a very high IQ. If she was in one of your classes in school, everybody would consider her a genius because of the way she processes data, very intelligent. And she has written books, and she does a lot of, she researches, and she collects a lot of data. She is sort of a human imitation of an art-elect in her own right. I don't want to pump her up too much. But she's very intelligent, and she presents a lot of facts. Anyway, I didn't know this, but she had studied, I think, theology, religious. She studied a lot of religion. That's what her background was, because she sounds like a tech geek sort of way. She's got a lot of tech mindset. But this is and I'm going to just break this whole thing down. Or not break it down. I'm going to say, she said one thing it's like the big thing of what's going on in the Mideast. And this is based upon hundreds of years of Christian-backed Zionism. And the Zionists, of course, are obsessed with this. And we haven't, not while I've been on the air, we haven't addressed this specific agenda that I'm about to state. We have maybe alluded to it. I think I did allude to it. And this is the agenda, is the rebuilding of Solomon's temple, the third temple it would be called. Now, because it's been determined historically, and I've read refutations of this that saying we really don't know what I'm about to say is true. They go into cogent arguments about it, but it is just like the press believes that all these babies had their heads cut off.
Right.
And this is, people use this, it's like outrageous that they've cut all these heads off. Of course, we don't see pictures of this. Of course, it's too ghoulish. It's to show, so we can't show you. But they did cut it, so everybody believes it. I don't believe it. I don't know it. It might be true, but I don't know it. And I don't trust the media. So I can't say that all these babies had their heads cut off. It's, if you were a crazy terrorist, there might be better targets.
One would think. Yeah.
Yeah, it just. So anyway, if you're a crazy asshole, I think there might be more joy in cutting off other people's heads than babies. I just, but in any case,
I mean, if we wanted to get, shall we say, morbidly obsessive about the detail, it just strikes me as a lot of effort with very little payoff. Trying to get the, trying to get the exact dotted line on a child's neck. It's like, maybe it's not that hard. I've never tried it myself, but just imagining taking a baby and then trying to lop the head off. It's a fairly small target. So you'd have to really be applying yourself. It's one of these things you'd have to kind of saw as opposed to a single chop, unless you've been doing this all your life.
There's a lot wrong with it, and they just tell you these things, and it's basically like being told about Santa Claus. Yes. You're told that Santa Claus does this or Jesus does this, and you just have to accept it on faith of the, integrity of the news media, which is an oxymoron. It's ridiculous. So, but anyway, the agenda in order to build Solomon's third temple, you have to destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which is the third holiest site in Islam. It must be razed to the ground, destroyed. And because that's the foundation upon which Solomon's temple must be built. Why does it need to be built in the same spot? Well, we'll talk a little bit about that. But this action has been wanted by the Zionists, or the Zionists, Christian Zionists, who are not Jews per se, but they believe that this is something that must be done. Because the purpose is to gate in Armageddon, or not the apocalypse, not Armageddon, the apocalypse. And that this must be done because these people, and this is what Whitney Webb said, they're obsessed with it. Well, the first thing you need to know is if this were done, it would ignite the Muslim world and ignite and unite the Muslim world in a way that it has never been ignited or united. It would bring such ill will that it could actually create a incredibly strong motivation for a second Holocaust. I'm not saying it would, and it wouldn't be from the Germans. It would be from the Muslims, yes, who traditionally do not hate Jewish people.
Thank you.
Because they are from the same stock, from Abraham, who had two sons, Ishmael and Isaac. And those who were born of Isaac became the Jews, and those who were born of Ishmael became the, what are they called? There's a name for them.
You mean the Ishmaelites?
Ishmaelites, but they eventually became the Muslims.
Yeah.
And separate, the same father, different mothers. One was, I think, Rebecca, or no, Sarah with an H. She was originally Sarah with no H, and then she became Sarah with an H. And then when she was Sarah with an H, she could have children. She was an old lady, and she had Isaac. And Ishmael was the son of Hagar, the servant of Abraham.
Mm-hmm.
So, two different genetic lines. But this would just, it would be such, it's like if the Muslims went in and blew up the Vatican. Imagine. And all of this goes back to recapturing the Holy Land, the Crusades. And you know,
Yes.
they captured the Holy Land long enough to learn from the Hashishans how to become Templars. And there were Moors involved there. Taught them how to become Knights Templars. And that's the legacy we have when they captured the Holy Land for a short time. And then and the Muslims have held it ever since. At least the Al-Aqsa Mosque. So that is this geographical location was a centerpiece of my book, Synchronicity in the Seventh Seal. Synchronicity in the Seventh Seal, which that land is known as Mount Moriah. And it's been identified with the very stone, the location of the stone where Jacob slept and had his dreams. Climbed Jacob's ladder to heaven. It's the place where he wrestled with the angel Israel. It's even been identified with Adam, where Adam first lived, was his headquarters, so to speak, his reference point. It's got a lot of, it's a focal point, what can I say, in terms of Jewish history. And that's where Muhammad mounted Al-Barak, the magnificent steed, the Baroque psychedelic steed that had many different aspects to it, that he rode to heaven with. So it is considered a gateway, a stairway to heaven. Now, it's interesting that if it is indeed a stairway to heaven, or people think it is, it's going to precipitate a massive blood sacrifice of everybody who's involved in the war over it. And there you build your temple. It's said that when a temple is built by long tradition, it will exact a sacrifice. In this case, it's many. the role of sacrifice in the Aztec civilization. The ancient Romanian civilizations were loaded with human sacrifice. People are revolted by this subject. And those who aren't revolted by it are, suspect in themselves. And the what is considered to be in the Christian religion the greatest, most positive act towards humanity is a sacrifice of God sacrificing his son, or Christ sacrificing himself. This is a blood sacrifice. All rather disgusting from a normal human, what we call a normal human point of view.
Yes.
Sacrifice was viewed very differently in ancient times, not necessarily for the better. And I think if you look at it, you can say, what is wrong? It's not what is wrong with this culture. What is wrong with this world? Where is we've got, in spite of all the tragedy in the world today, we've got more consciousness of warm, fuzzy humanity than we've ever had in the world. Because there are a lot of people in this world. We've got more people than we've ever had, at least in recorded history. And there's a lot of people with the capacity for warm, fuzzy friendliness and humanity. And of course, none of this is that. Like when we take our trip together, everybody's, for the most part, warm and fuzzy with each other. There are exceptions now and then. But for the most part, that's what it is. And none of this is warm or fuzzy. So, yeah, the taking of the mosque, the leveling of the mosque, I don't know if they can take it to this level. But she pointed out that Whitney Webb did, that the Zionist Christians were the ones that originally motivated. What was the guy's name? Is it Herzog or
Herzl.
Herzl, whose grandson is the president of Israel today. Herzl was the one who actually recognized that the cuttlefish was not the true helazon, meaning was not the sea creature which could produce techelet blue, as per the Bible, which was the secret dye for the formula. He said it's not, it's more likely the Murex trunculus snail. But he changed his position, and because of Christian Zionists who were fanatical about building the Solomon's Temple. Now, if you're going to build Solomon's Temple, you're going to need the Ark. Maybe if you do that old maxim from the movie Field of Dreams, if you build it, he will come. If you build it, or maybe the Ark will show up. But you can't, like the second temple was not a true temple because it didn't have the Ark of the Covenant in it. How can you have you can call it the temple, but it's a substitute. If you build a third temple, it's not only going to have a proper Holy of Holies, which would include the Ark of the Covenant, because if you don't have the Ark of the Covenant, you have no Shekinah. No glory of the Shekinah, the female dwelling space. This is per the Jewish religion. It's not me asserting this. You just have to look at the facts. It's like, what if you had a Super Bowl, but you didn't have any footballs? What's it going to do? You can't play the game. So you can build your temple, but where's the ark? Is it in Henry Kissinger's basement? Are they going to bring it out from the CIA warehouse in the Indiana Jones movie? Or are they going to find it off some old Hollywood set? There might be some old Hollywood sets that have replicas of the Ark of the Covenant that go back into the silent movie days. Who the hell knows?
Yes.
They've got a lot of interesting artilica, so to speak, in those Hollywood.
It's true. Yes.
Yeah, studios. But so once you have the temple, but as part of that temple, you also have to have Teklet blue and all your blue dye, which they stored outside as part of the temple structure. You're going to have the Murex trunculus snail, or at least your cuttlefish, whatever they think. They're going to have something there. and I don't think, the zealots probably, but really all of that is really window dressing to what they really want, is the apocalypse.
Yes.
And the reason they want the apocalypse is because it will create chaos. And these are your Edomites.
Yes.
Now, I don't know what the Bible says about rebuilding the third temple. She did state, Whitney Webb stated, that the rapture was not in the Bible. It's an invention by religious fanatics that taught it, and it was
yes, quite so
assimilated by many Christians. But so here, when we get to so basically what I'm saying to you is, now Whitney Webb is a very good researcher, but she's missing, she goes on to talk about AI, but she's missing the whole dialogue, the whole information stream on the Artilect.
Of course.
And she doesn't mention the Teklet blue. She doesn't mention the Helazon, because these things are obscure. They're not unknown by certain Christians. Zealous Christians, I wouldn't say that the ones I saw on YouTube were Zionists. I don't know. They just talked about the Teklet blue. They didn't talk about building the third temple. But they seem more fundamentalist oriented. But these Christians are, as she portrays, are really a problem. So if you have looked at the Republican Party as a saving grace by reason of keeping the economy together and saving us from Bidenomics, which is most probably would do, or at least perhaps reverse some of the ill effects of Bidenomics. Not all of them for the better if they started doing fracking. But the real danger of the Republican Party is all of these Zionist Christians who want to rebuild the third temple, and they
exactly
are ready to wipe out. So you can see in both parties there's a lot of negativity. Might find some points of light in either one. You might. But this is a big problem. And what they're going to do is they want to gate in the apocalypse because they have some crazy ass idea this is gonna, project them into heaven or something. They're crazy. They're operating, as L. Ron Hubbard would say, out of an implant. There's some sort of implant. That's another aspect we could perhaps address, but there's also the agenda of the Edomites, which is to create chaos. Now, this is very interesting, and this is where I'm going to turn it over to Douglas, is that, see, the Vox Arca was the ancient voice, the device he had procured so much of the material for under his job duties at the Presidio in the Department of Defense. The Vox Arca was basically to gate in the apocalypse, if Aquino had it, or to control the apocalypse.
Yes.
Generate enough of it to, terrify everybody and keep everybody in control, send them to hell or whatever.
Yes.
But so anyway, see, this is where this device was created by Aquino under the orders of Aquino to unleash havoc on humanity. And then, because of his own malfeasance, it ended up in the hands of Douglas.
Yes.
And it is what protects Douglas in his. So this is where I've taken this thread to. So I want to hand it over to you for a bit while I go pour some water. I will be able to hear you.
Sure.
Go ahead and comment now and take it over from here.
Sure. What I'll do is I'll just let people understand that what Peter said about the Third World War already being underway. I do want everyone to know that he's absolutely right. I'm not really, shall I say, in the mood necessarily to speak about the Vox Arca, but what I can speak about is the overwhelming gravity of the situation. I do want people to know, of course, that our dear friend Aristides was waiting for an hour for us to call, because I don't know whether he's joking about that or not. I assume Aristides is telling the truth, that it's not a joke. He probably seriously wasted an hour waiting for us to call because he forgot to set his clock back. But yes, it's...
No, I was kind of joking.
Oh, thank God. Thank God. I'd hate to think of you doing that.
But I felt ready. I felt ready at 8 o'clock.
Interesting. Okay, thank you. No, I appreciate that. And I want people to know, of course, that our dear friend George Knight is one of the people who's taken this subject, and tried to educate people about it, and it's very difficult. People really don't get it. They've taken it for granted. It's like somebody who's grown up in a certain environment, and if you grow up on a desert island, it's hard for you to imagine a world where there's an endless amount of landscape. You have a finite landscape. Your horizon is basically infinite only in terms of the sea, but your landscape in terms of, even if you're an island person growing up on Hawaii, one of the Hawaiian islands, for any of us mainlanders, you're on an island. You feel it while you're there. That would be the same if we went to Puerto Rico or any of the Caribbean islands. After a while, you'd be stir crazy just because you're not used to this kind of confined environment with a limited horizon in terms of your options for wandering. Even if you're a mainlander who spends a great deal of your life not wandering at all and probably indoors and homebound, which is the case for the majority of us these days, certainly since COVID. And, well, what had happened is, of course, with daylight saving time going into remission, and we're back on standard time, the interesting thing that I see about this is, obviously, many people would want this torture to end, want us to be out of this suffering of daylight savings, but the only solution that's provided by the 19 states that have been advocating for trying to end this torture is that they simply make daylight savings last all year round. And nobody is advocating simply not to have it at all. The only state that has been sane about this has been Arizona, which was the only state in the union never to institute wartime, never to institute daylight saving. And that's always been a minor miracle. It's something akin to if the Mormons had maintained the right to have multiple wives. So when I take a look at the arc of narrative for when daylight savings is discussed at all everyone ever talks about is extending it permanently rather than abolishing it, because that would bring up effectively addressing the fact that we're still at war, which no one dares to touch. It's a third rail. So that's one thing I'd like to bring up. It sounds like Peter's back, but I'll continue with a few other things.
I am back,
Yeah.
and
I mean, I'll continue with a few other things before I hand it back.
the thing about Arizona is, I think Arizona became a state after World War I started.
Excellent. So that makes sense.
I think that's the case. I mean, so it's one of the later states to become a state, so that might have something to do with it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Also, Hawaii, the state of Hawaii does not.
That was 1960, 1959. Alaska, 1959. Hawaii, 1960. That's way later.
Yeah.
But I think they're on daylight time, aren't they?
No, they're not. No, they're not.
Oh,
So
this becomes a real weird legal technicality.
Yeah. It's for people who don't understand. Hawaii most definitely has never taken on wartime. They have never taken on wartime. Alaska, it's a bit more weird because the Aleutian Islands was invaded by Japan. So either the Aleutian Islands or Alaska or both do the daylight saving time thing. I think Alaska just stays on standard time. As a matter of fact, we can just look it up. Does Alaska do daylight savings? Does Alaska do daylight saving? Okay, so let's see. It says the Alaska does participate. So Alaska does, but Hawaii does not. The Aleutian Islands, it's they maintain standard time along with Hawaii, and they were invaded by Japan. So there you have that. That being said, of course, that brings us into nuances that we don't need to overdwell on. Simply by making a point of it is enough. Now, the other thing that I want to bring up that is trivial in a sense, but again, I'm reminded of it by our dear friend George Knight, and we'll bring it up later to kind of provoke him with, see how he follows up on it as time moves on. But Elon Musk is now going to name he's the biological father to a set of twins. He's got this son named Strider and a daughter named Azure, but he's now claiming that he's going to name one of his sons after Chandrasekhar. So Chandrasekhar is the Indian physicist who the Nazis took his science seriously, and because of that, they wound up 100 years ahead in terms of technology and physics and applied science and theoreticals.
I've been listening to you, Douglas.
That's the only thing I could think of. That's the only thing I could think of. So he's Elon Musk shared that his son has a middle name now that he's given him, Chandrasekhar. And this comes out of nowhere. It's like he's just suddenly giving his son this middle name. And where does this come from? Why would he do this? And it's obviously somebody's been listening to us and been bringing this up to him. Another rather trivial thing before we get back to the gravity of World War III. It's rather trivial, but it's directly connected to the war, from war to war. We've got this National World War II Museum, that opened up for some reason in New Orleans. I have no idea why New Orleans, but
Because voodoo, that's why.
Thank you. Thank you. That's the only thing I could think of. It's enormous. It's 3 stories, and they've taken the trouble to, of course, rebuild an entire Nazi concentration camp bunk room. They couldn't do the entire camp, so they had to do a bunk room. And so this is called the Liberation Pavilion. And basically they had the opening ceremonies on the 3rd of November, or Friday, September 29th, I think it was, into like the 3rd of November, that weekend. And they started it on Friday into the weekend with these ceremonies that had about 40 surviving World War II veterans, 33,000 square feet, just commemorating the fact that our entire world is created by World War II. So they basically recreated as well the secret room where Anne Frank and her family hid from the Nazis in Amsterdam.
Excuse me, this is very negative to do.
Yeah.
This is like sympathetic magic of the worst kind.
Thank you.
This is not a healthy thing to do.
Thank you.
This is madness, and it is very. It's like somebody's trying to apply their own form of voodoo. It's almost like they're hiring voodoo practitioners to tell them what to do, and they're not honorable voodoo practitioners.
Thank you.
God, this is insanity.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. This is something that is it is something that, especially at this time, at this moment now, is essentially, as Peter said, there's no better way to express it. But let's get to the gravity of the situation right now. Now, for anyone who's listened to me knows that war in space is nothing new. They know that the Americans were engaged in war in space with the Third Reich in exile, with the Soviets, but something has taken place that is rather significant nonetheless. Of course, they're going to make more of it in terms of its historical significance than it rates, but it nevertheless is historically significant, albeit not in the sense that it's a first. But Israel this week used its Arrow missile defense system to shoot down a ballistic missile outside of Earth's atmosphere. And this is being touted as the first combat ever to take place in space. It's bullshit. Absolute bullshit. I've expressed before the amount of combat that's taken place in space, and there's been quite a bit, and so this is just crap, what they're claiming. But Israel did shoot down a ballistic missile in space for the first time. So it was fired over 1,000 kilometers away from Yemen by the Iranian-backed Houthi tribe. So the Houthis are, of course, a tribe that was once South Yemen, which was just north of Yemen. It was, they called it, it was either called North Yemen or South Yemen. I was always confused about that. I'd have to look at a map to exactly remember, because my biggest problem was always trying to understand which one won the goddamn war of unification, because one was communist, the other was not communist, and at some point they united by force. And whenever I asked a Yemeni, say I was in a cab one time with a Yemeni cab driver, and I said, well, when they united, who won? Was it the communists or the anti-communists? And he had no answer. And eventually they split up anyway, so it's splitting up exactly along the same lines. Only it's divided ethnically. So the people who were in what I think was the non-communist side, the Houthis, or they might have been the communists, I never had enough interest to really investigate that particular conflict. I only know that ultimately the Egyptians got involved with Gamal Abdel Nasser, and that became Nasser's Vietnam. So it was a serious situation. And it's serious now, because the Houthis fired a missile into space, and this is where the neutron bombs come in. which leads to the potential for a zombie apocalypse. So in other words, in order to obviate or preempt, the use of a neutron bomb, which would have been deployed had the missile broken through the atmosphere, came back into, the Earth atmosphere proper, then the only way they would have been able to have stopped it would be with the neutron bomb, at which point they would have triggered the zombie apocalypse last week. But they took it out in space with the Arrow missile defense system. I could get into the technology of that, but it took place outside of the Earth's atmosphere. It's space combat, and this is something that is important, needs to be noted. It's not the first, which is what these fuckers are going to claim, but even though space war has been real for a while, this is basically this war, this Third World War, this Fourth World War, because the Cold War was really the Third World War already in effect, and America fought and won that, defeated the Greater Soviet Union. This is World War IV, and we've just entered the space front. It's already got a spatial front. Now, this brings us to the apocalyptic nature of this war. What I want everyone to know is all of those Jewish people who were targeted were the enemies of Netanyahu. These were the most liberal, progressive Jews who were advocating for peaceful coexistence with the Palestinians. These were the people who were the primary targets of the terrorist attack. This is how we know it was orchestrated by Netanyahu. Now, Netanyahu, with Peter privately, jokingly referred to him as Nyarlathotep. However, there's a distressing similarity between the name Nyarlathotep and Netanyahu. There's kind of a real euphonic resonance with those names, with good reason. The Jews at this point are very Molochian. When I think of all of the people who died in Israel at the deaths of the Netanyahu regime's orchestrated Hamas attack, it is a tragedy. Each one of those personal deaths is a tragedy. There are reporters who swear to God up and down that they were there and they saw babies' heads being chopped off. At which point you do have to ask, where does your journalist, shall we say, detachment kind of like drop and you kick into action? You would think that if you were personally witness to somebody chopping a baby's head off, you would intervene. But
how could you be in that? How could you even be in that place? They'd kill you too.
You would think.
Yes, and you got to keep in mind, journalists are embedded reporters.
Thank you.
Therefore, they're obligated to report what they're told.
Yes.
So they would have to. And they might be willing accomplices, but it's an oxymoron.
The very fact that they survived showed that the Hamas had orders not to kill them. It had to be. There's no other way.
If it's even true at all, I mean, it's ridiculous.
Thank you.
I didn't know it was reporters who swore by this.
There's several that are making that claim. They're swearing up and down, and they're like, staking their lives and reputations on, quote unquote. Well, if you're staking your life on it, why didn't you do something to try and save a baby while somebody's chopping their head off? You would think all journalistic, detachment goes out the window at that point.
Well, I had heard this, and it's patently absurd.
Thank you. It is on the face of it. It is self-evidently ridiculous, but such being expressed just for the sake of getting it out of the way, I do want people to understand that if that did happen, just positing that it did happen, of course that's reprehensible, of course that's tragic, it's beyond words. It's bad enough with what already happened with adults that were taken hostage and people that were killed. Such being said, acknowledging that, and not even acknowledging it obligatorily, but sincerely, that because, and I say sincerely because these were, for lack of a better word, as horrible as it sounds, and there's no better way to express it, these were good Jews. These were Jews that were basically preaching coexistence for the most part. These were the people that you would not want to have that happen to. That being said, none of that justifies what Israel has done ever since. What Israel has done ever since, and this is a fact, this is not claim. This is not somebody saying, I was there, I saw it. Of course, I have not been there, but I can tell you one thing, that it is simply unbelievable were it not true, simply because of the extent that I know of to which the Israelis have been attacking Gaza. They have dropped more bombs on Gaza than America did during the shock and awe campaign on Iraq. And we're talking about in a significantly smaller area. With that concentrated amount of destruction, there's no way this could not be true. So I do want people to know that the United Nations has reported that the Jews are killing over 400 children every day. These are all children who are
mostly. Excuse me. I think Whitney Webb said that it's almost. It's like over half the population there are children in Gaza.
That's true. That is true. Just to show you why this is inevitable, over half the population in Gaza are children. What Peter Moon said is correct. This is demographically a statistics that the United Nations has always acknowledged. This is the case with impoverished nations. They have many more children. And so the overwhelming amount of the population in Gaza were impoverished children. If you're going to be bombarding it so heavily, the majority of people who are going to be killed are going to be children. That's inevitable. So when you've got over 400 children being killed every day since this war started, this is already just orders of magnitude beyond any kind of balance. If the Jews are saying an eye for an eye, how many children under the age of 9, which is what they're averaging, the 400 children dying every day are under the age of 9. How many of them do you have to kill before you satiate your bloodlust or your feeling of your thirst for vengeance? So this ongoing bombardment is obviously a war crime. This is a war crime, but we're supposed to support it simply because the people committing it are Jewish. Look, I need to state this now. The entire world cannot revolve around the psychosis of a neurotic minority that is almost insignificant in number compared to the rest of humanity. This neurotic minority has a persecution complex where they go into the United Nations and their representatives are wearing yellow stars. And their claim is that the Holocaust entitles them to do this. This is Molochian. This is, of course, a sacrifice of children on a mass scale. This is Edomic. This is Edomite. This is exactly why my father, Adolf Hitler, had to do what he did. This is why my biological sire, Adolf Hitler, was right. So understand that when it comes to the gravity of the situation now, we have barely, forget this city-sized asteroid that the scientists missed until days after it swung right by the Earth. I don't know how many people are aware of that. People who aren't can look it up. But, that was a near miss with a potential apocalyptic strike. Such being said, we just had another near miss last week with the Israelis shooting down this missile fired by the Houthis above the Earth's atmosphere so that they could evade the use of a neutron bomb to scramble its circuitry before it reached them otherwise. So we're missing these apocalypses just by a hair's breadth. We are missing them until the point will come where we can't miss them anymore. We can't allow this psychotic minority, this population of persecution complex afflicted lunatics, to condemn us all to a zombie apocalypse, which I've articulated is not only something that is historically been prefaced, that it has been preluded by various outbreaks based on the quote-unquote testing of neutron energy weapons, but something that is now almost becoming inevitable. We cannot tolerate the existence of Israel. It has to be either subsumed into a body that is more responsible, a different national identity. As I said, the British could have it within their legal authority to coronate Baron Rothschild, who is an English baron, as the King of Israel. They can do this. It would create a united kingdom of Britain and Israel that would at least subsume Israel into Britain and therefore reign it under a form of civilized control where it's no longer a rogue state. That would, of course, save the Palestinians. It would bring them as well under English suzerainty, where they could attend to the problem of their many humanitarian needs and see to it that there's a far more equitable justice to be distributed in the future. Another solution would be the division of Israel, as I've said, perhaps even more preferable, into the far more liberal, progressive, and heavily Russified North, and the far more reactionary and far more Hasidic, if you will, or Sephardic South. And that's has historical precedent as well. There were two Israels historically, an Israel in the north and a Judea in the south. Once again, we could have that. This is like something that would at least create a demilitarized zone that would enable the Palestinians to unite between Gaza and the West Bank. All of this these are the only two viable solutions. So when people are saying, oh, the two-state solution is not tenable, they don't even know what they're talking about. What the fuck do you mean by a two-state solution in the Middle East between Israel and Palestine? What does that mean? Has anyone ever defined that? I can render definable everything I've just articulated, but nobody can articulate this two-state solution, and no one ever has. So when it comes to what I'm positing, this is why ultimately, as I've said before, and this is why I welcome the world war that's coming, it will lead to a civil war here. There are people here who worship the Jews, who feel that we owe everything to them, who are building Holocaust memorials in their name for no goddamn good reason. No one's building a goddamn Nakba memorial for all the Palestinians who were murdered by the Israelis, ethnically cleansed in the number of 1 million, mass murdered in the number of 1 million more, and the many more that have been murdered ever since and are being murdered now. This is a situation that is simply untenable. You cannot say the Israelis are a higher quality of people than the Palestinians simply because they're a better place to vacation in. Of course they're a better place to vacation in. They have stolen all the good land, and of course have endless amounts of money being poured into their economy by us to develop their tourist sites. If the Palestinians had those advantages, they'd be just as attractive, I assure you. Now on the U.S. nuclear submarine, breaking news, that was the noise, got a breaking news alert now, U.S. nuclear submarine entered the Middle East, and this is to counteract any more missiles being fired by the Iran's proxies. So this is, of course, part of the escalation of the situation, which will lead to a civil war here, hopefully providing myself some opportunity for secular power in ultimately the ability to realize my objectives concerning Israel and elsewhere. But this is the only solution. Indeed, in a sense, I would call it a stable solution as opposed to a final solution, but it is a solution that would provide a equilibrium, a state of equilibrium, which is what I seek. With that, we turn it back to Peter. That's the gravity of the situation.
Well, there's a website here, World Population Review, Gaza population. Gaza's population is now an estimated, this is this year, 778,000. In 1950, the population was 63,000. Gaza has grown by 22,104 in the last year. The population estimates and projections come from the latest revision of the UN World Urbanization Prospects. It says here that Gaza or Gaza City is a Palestinian city in the Gaza Strip. Gaza has been controlled by many empires and people throughout its long history, which dates back to at least the 15th century BC. Gaza is the largest city of the state of Palestine, with an estimated population of 750,000 in 2015. The Gaza Strip is often called one of the most densely populated areas on Earth.
There you are.
That's something. Gaza City itself is likely the 40th most densely populated urban area globally. While it may not be the most densely populated, it is a tiny geographical area of just 17 square miles. This means there are 42,600 people per square mile, compared to 83,800 in Mumbai, which has 12 times more area. The city of Gaza has a total surface area of approximately 17 square miles. One of Gaza's most celebrated landmarks is the Great Mosque in the Old City. The mosque was originally a pagan temple. Although it was consecrated as a Greek Orthodox church by the Byzantines, then turned into a mosque in the 8th century, Crusaders turned it into a church. But it was once more established as a mosque after the Muslims conquered Gaza. It's the largest and oldest mosque in the Gaza Strip. Most people in Gaza are Muslim, most of whom follow Sunni Islam. Gaza has about 3,500 Palestinian Christians who live in the Zaytun quarter of the Old City. Most belong to Roman Catholic, Baptist, and Greek Orthodox denominations. Gaza once had a sizable Jewish community with a history going back 3,000 years. Most Jewish people in Gaza fled following the 1929 Palestine riots, and by 1945 there were 80 Jews in the city. No Jews are living in Gaza today. This is 2023, what it's saying, by the UN. Gaza has a very high percentage of young people. About 75% of Gaza's population is under the age of 25. According to demographers, there are several reasons for this. One is the fact that a low percentage of Palestinian women have jobs. It's the region of the world where the fewest number of women work outside the home. Gaza has a very high fertility rate of 4.4 children per woman, in part because women are usually housebound and men earn more money when their families grow larger. I would also comment that in Islam you can have up to 4 wives. The earliest record of Gaza's population shows 6,000 people living in the city in 1596, which made it the 3rd largest city of Ottoman Palestine at the time after Jerusalem. In 1938, it surpassed Jerusalem's population with about 15,500 people. The population swelled to 42,000 before World War I, although battles in 1917 caused the population to plummet to 17,000. Trying to think. Okay, that's basically an overview of what we're dealing with. It's basically saying there are no Jews there. Now, I don't know. Obviously, there were Jews at a festival there. I don't know if they lived there. But if this is predominantly an Islamic area, the ostensible reason for going in and bombing the place is to get at Hamas, who resides there, allegedly. So this is just an overview of, it's like if you were doing a cancer surgery to remove a tumor, and you're taking the person's liver and spleen out. It's kind of ugly,
to say the least.
Yeah, and this is what's being done, and it seems to me that there's and the news now. It's been pointed out that the Jews who are traditionally Democrat, American Jews, are finding solace with Fox News because Fox News is, conservative Republican, but now they're fine, because Fox is reporting on the, and they're taking a very pro-Israeli stance. And if you don't listen, if you don't understand that Hamas is evil, and you just don't get it. And furthermore, all these people protesting the Palestinians at universities are just misguided fools. This is what you're supposed to believe. What this is telling me is that the consciousness of killing people just really upsets people. It upsets people on a level that it's just wrong to do all this killing. It doesn't even mean Hamas is good, that you're protesting. This killing is really bad. I don't know what else to say.
Thank you.
It's like how Barack Obama has even come out and condemned the oppression against the Palestinians. But he speaks with a forked tongue. At least he does speak against the abuse of the Palestinians, but then he turns it back and he tries to politically, save himself. But he's come out against the Palestinian atrocities. At the same time trying to say he supports Israel, which he doesn't. Well, I guess he has to say that. It says, here's an article 1 hour ago, as Gaza deaths mount, U.S. Jews divided in support of Israel. U.S. Jews say ceasefire. It says, God, this article's out of Palo Alto. The Z3 conference in Palo Alto was meant to foster a closer relationship between American Jews and Israel. God, right in Palo Alto. Wow. They're coming down the peninsula. After what happened on October 7th, the agenda for Sunday's conference changed. Speakers addressed several hundred Jewish supporters of Israel, but the most emotional moment came when those with kidnapped family members spoke. One man's daughter was abducted by Hamas at the Israeli Music Festival and is still being held. She and all the hostages deserve to be free, he told the audience, and I ask you here to support the families, support Israel, and make sure that they're free. As the battle for public support rages on, Israel has been pilloried by Palestinians in the U.S. who accuse the state of wantonly killing civilians in Gaza in their pursuit of Hamas. Weekly demonstrations in San Francisco are drawing many American Jews like Sarah Norman who disagree with what they see happening in Gaza. Israel is not Judaism, she said. I'm a Jew and I have my faith. It is not a state. Israel is not a state. Is a state. Religion is not a state. Israel is a state. Those are two different things, and that is often lost. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. It is that message often seen and heard at the rallies that convinces Israel supporters that the true desire is not just the end of bloodshed in Gaza, but the elimination of Jews and the state of Israel. You can make an argument, and a very cogent one, if not 100% accurate one, that the elimination of the Palestinians is the agenda of the Zionists.
Of course.
And this one woman is saying there's an undercurrent of Jewish hatred in recent protests. She said it's not socially acceptable to say, I don't like Jews. It's very socially acceptable to say, I'm against Israel. And if Israel is able to be that proxy for Jew, anti-Semitism can be anti-Zionism, and we as a society can be too comfortable with that distinction. Now, the problem for Jews is that they don't own their religion. They don't own it. It's been infiltrated.
Yes.
So they're in a very compromised position. It's hard to be a Jew that you know, because your religion is compromised, but they don't even understand the fine points of it. So all of a sudden this goes back, and what people too often forget, if you look over the history of the world, there's long history of anti-Semitism. I mean, Middle Ages, the Inquisitions. It was so and Europe is so anti-Semitic. It has a history of anti-Semitism. It's built, the religious culture is built upon anti-Semitism. So, it's a very tough position to be in if you're a Jewish person who doesn't like the Zionists and can't undermine them. And where does this go? It's like recycling old wounds. It's this Holocaust museum, or not museum, what is it? Replica.
Yeah. Thank you.
Of the what is it? The concentration camp or the death camp? Did they make
it's just a concentration camp bunker. It's, you know, where you could see the bunk beds. That it's like a bunker room where they you know, had the bunks that the inmates would sleep in. They made a replica of that.
You have to make a distinction between concentration camps and death camps. Two different things. So I'm saying, okay, you can make a concentration camp. What about a death camp?
Yes, thank you.
Like, how long did they sleep in the death camps? Because I've read this. And Himmler had problems. You know, he said that the infection rates and sick rates were too high in the concentration camps, which were different than death camps. In other words, he didn't want people dying in the concentration camps. Right. They were different.
Yes.
And the death camps were, I don't think any of the death camps were on German soil.
No, none of them were. It's
so yeah, there's a lot of fine tuning that needs to be done to understand these things. But this reminds me of I once read an article that they took the Texas Book Depository and they had this, I don't know if it was the same floor where the sniper's nest was. I think it was.
Jesus, that would be fitting.
But they turned it into a cafeteria.
Oh, that's nice.
Or at least one of the floors of the building. Mm-hmm. No, but it was a tribute. They had a whole tribute to the assassination, and they had a big statue of Lee Harvey Oswald with a gun, you know. And, of course, nobody came. It was disgusting. They had to shut it down. So, in other words, are people actually going to go to this thing?
I would hope not.
I mean, it's like, it's disgusting.
Thank you.
I don't know that people want to see it. Oh, Daddy, can I go see the Holocaust Museum? Can I go see the bunk beds? Now, I can understand Jews going to memorials and stuff just to, you know, communicate with their genetics or something. I can understand that.
Commune.
Yeah, in other words, like, God, this is like, we don't ever want this to happen again. What can we do to prevent it? This from their mindset.
Yes.
Like, my father never told me that, they wanted to wipe out you, your ancestors, my ancestors, son. They wanted to wipe us out. That was never told to me. I don't have that karmic stigma in my genetic lineage. At least I've not been told that. And I'm glad I don't have that.
Thank you. Yes.
So, I mean, it's not a pleasant thing. I remember one of our Chinese interns had, it talked about the fact that he had a whole bunch of his ancestors wiped out in China.
Yes.
It's horrible. Just a annihilation of his ancestors. When he talked about it, you could just feel the pain.
Yes.
It was not something he could talk about. I mean, it's like, wow, God, what a horrible thing. So, I think everybody agrees the world has become a crazier place.
Yes.
Wow. And I appreciate the fact that you aren't ready to go into the Vox Arca. Perhaps we'll catch that later as we do the book where this is all headed.
Yes.
And the book is very timely. And I think if you presented this book to certain key people, just go in one ear and out the other.
Right.
The fact that it's written is its own magic in itself, makes an imprint. But these people, they are not necessarily going to catch on that quick because they're stuck in the squirrel cage.
Yes.
This is why it's so important to focus on your own salvation.
Yes.
This is what I was talking earlier about the health aspects, and we're talking about the worms inside the body, the parasites inside the body, to rid oneself or to improve oneself. And that makes the whole world a better place. First off, it makes your world a better place.
Yes.
Because these people who perpetrate this horror and the media who endorses them, these are really sick people.
Thank you. Yes, indeed.
And they're not portrayed as sick. They're portrayed as the leaders of the narrative.
Yes.
And narrative is a very interesting concept. Like, what is the narrative? There's so much power in the narrative. For example, when these people, whether it be Fox News or CNN or whoever, they're all echoing the same sentiments. And they are controlling the narrative of the United States of America, which does transfer out to a significant extent across the world. They're controlling the narrative by saying this is the way it is. Now, they do have to respond to these protests because they can't not. In other words, they can't completely destroy the truth. It's not possible.
Right.
So they say, okay, but they're controlling the narrative. And the narrative is that these Palestinians, protesters, are misguided by professors who are going to lose their tenure. But it's even beyond that. It's not just professors who are doing this. People are, even the Jews, are tired of it. So it's like, it's more than they can, more rebellion. I heard a lawyer for Trump who misadvised, he was on 60 Minutes. He misadvised Trump by telling him certain things about the election and the vice president's right to refuse the election. They were completely controlling the narrative. And, well, the guy was an extremist in his own right. They were, the more they talked, the more they were skirting the issue of, like for example, what the guy said. He said, well, we had notified, I think, 15 states that there were questions in the election and they had to be looked into before they should be certified. But none of the states accepted them. And then the 60 Minutes interview said there were, okay, you said there were, what was it, so many dead people that voted. The Secretary of State said there were 4 people who were dead that voted. And he said, you said there were so many people that voted, whatever it was, twice or whatever. Secretary of State said there were only 4. So you were wrong. And he turns back and he says, we have asked the Secretary of State to give us that information so we can look at the data, and he refuses. Now that was very interesting. But the narrative of the 60 Minutes was, no, the Secretary of State's right. It's just like saying the media, the embedded reporters who saw 10 kids with their heads cut off are right. It's like there's not only no inspection of the data, there's no acknowledgement that there's no inspection of the data and that this is a flagrant red flag. This tells you that the narrative is being controlled and that they're lying. If they weren't lying, they'd show you the data. I had a friend in Georgia who had a friend in Georgia who received 3 ballots in the mail. I mean, the fact that somebody could receive 3 ballots is insane. Hillary Clinton has stated boldly that Donald Trump knows he wasn't a valid president because he wasn't elected legally. She's not an election denier. But I'm just saying, what I'm saying here, the way the media behaves is it controls the narrative. It controls the narrative. So when you control the narrative, you control the culture. They have to stay on top of it because they have to acknowledge the protesters to some extent. And if they bring up points that they can't be denied, they have to acknowledge those. But they only do it forcibly. And this is but it's the narrative. If they were to change their narrative into an anti-Semitic narrative, that would change the sentiment of everything. I'm not saying they should do that, but that's the power they have. This narrative is just a whole game plan. In Germany, the Third Reich Germany, they had a very anti-Semitic narrative, which had its own problems. But this whole narrative business is so powerful. And people just, so then you have, what's the word, ramifications.
Yes.
The ramifications are alternative narratives, but those get just as skewed as well. It's like playing telephone tag. Things get skewed, and people ride their own hobby horses. And I guess the main thing we're trying to do with this new book and in the talks we've given here are to discuss the most important tenets of Judaism and Christianity, for that matter, which people are woefully ignorant of. And there's a spirit behind all of it. And none of it has to do with this insane warmongering. Over to you.
Oh, well, I can only agree with you. I would say that when it comes to where we're at right now, the situation's very serious. We certainly want to ride the wave, so to speak. And of course, it's a cliche by now. The Chinese word for crises means both danger and opportunity. It has a dual meaning. And that's because these situations present both danger and opportunity. As I said, ultimately, I'm hoping that opportunities can be presented by this crisis. Aside from that, Peter and I are going to try and, in a sense, present through these books my own Mein Kampf. It's not really meant in the sense of expressing what Mein Kampf did. I really don't think Mein Kampf expressed all that much, to tell you the truth. It's more of a personal journey story, whereas what Peter and I are writing, albeit it concerns certainly my own personal journey, also concerns so many other things that are relevant to the world in a strategic sense, a cultural sense. I'm losing my voice. So as a matter of fact, it reminds me right now to just resend to Peter, see that he gets it right now, the photographs that I had sent him, because they had come with a, shall we say, a footnotes. And so here we are. This would be the, I'll resend this. And let's see if Peter gets it. Let's see now. Here we are, forward. Let me, maybe I'll have to just reissue the photographs. I have to reattach them. So while I'm doing that, Peter, in terms of, anything that comes to mind based on what I just said, go ahead, share it.
Well, I have not gotten a chance to look at any of the things you sent me, including the biofax simulagra dancing.
Okay.
Where I would go, is what Whitney Webb talks about AI. And she goes into a diatribe of how AI is basically dangerous, exploitive, and that now she's talking about what Douglas would call expert systems.
Yes.
To clarify,
because
AI does not, as spoken as they use it, the term is not true cognitive intelligence.
Thank you.
It's just taking data and throwing it back at you.
Yes.
I've never done dating websites, and these things go back to the 60s. But you throw a bunch of data in. You put your data, your age, your interests, And one of the guys I used to play football with, he found a wife through this.
Wow, that's rare, I think.
Well, she had an interest in, she loves to watch football.
Uh-huh.
She's a voracious reader.
Okay.
I met her a few times.
Uh-huh.
And they just get along splendidly.
Wonderful.
His son didn't like her. But then I understand, because he was a widow. But I understand that, from what I've heard, is that children seldom like their spouse's new spouse.
Yeah, that tends to be the norm. Yeah.
But in any case, you basically feed a bunch of data in with your interests, preferences, etc., and you get back whatever mimics that.
Thank you. I mean, I can rave a little bit about AI while you just check to see if you've received those photographs. I think it's the subtitles I put under the photographs that really are important. I'm sure you'll appreciate them. I do want people to know there's nothing to lose sleep over with this so-called AI. These expert systems is all they really are, of course. These bots can write a best man speeches and thank you letters, but have you ever read those speeches and letters? I mean, really, it's it's ridiculous to think that this is some kind of threat.
Well, I don't have anything from. Is this, you sent it in Skype or in email?
Email.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's why I don't have it.
Yeah, and so when it comes to one of the things that Peter Moon was recommending was a Stephen King wrote something which was probably the most brilliant thing he ever wrote on writing, where he warns against working anywhere overly scenic, the death knell of creativity, romantic. Basically what he said is, if there's a window, draw the curtains or pull down the shades, unless it looks out at a blank wall. So when it comes to these expert systems, they just don't have the ability to shut out anything, and the end result is that what they produce is recognizably inhuman. It's not something that matches a person's personality. They cannot masquerade as someone else. They can't do that because they don't have these abilities to comprehend human nuance that would enable an imposter to succeed. So if they can't do that, well, then they're not really a threat. So that's the best thing to say about that. It's the same old argument can be brought up again and again, where everybody out there like Elon Musk is pushing the fear porn, and you got to wonder if they're listening to me, how come Elon Musk doesn't get any smarter? Yet you realize he must be listening to come up with something so obtuse and obscure as Chandrasekhar, and realize that he's important enough to integrate his name into the name of his son. When you take a look at people who are just basically trying to, shall we say, act as if they're talking about something serious, there's plenty of other things to worry about.
Well, I could tell you what the thing is.
Yeah.
He's imitating either being smart or being cool.
Thank you.
From his reference. And see, this is what, if you're not smart or cool, you pretend to be.
Yes.
I want to wear what that kid's wearing. And this, in other words, he's an imitator. And man, see, from the get-go, he's somebody who pretends to be uh, a modern genius when it comes to tech and all this stuff. Like not only from tech, but aerospace, and I mean, just people should just look at the Tesla, to the car, to see how inept he is.
Thank you. Yes.
Like, it's a monstrosity.
Thank you. Yes. Yes.
It just doesn't make any sense.
Yes.
But, I mean, I suppose from a luxury standpoint, it might make sense if you're, but it's almost like a status symbol to have a Tesla.
Yeah, and just about that only. It's like it's like somehow I'm able to afford this indulgence that is basically a statement. You're making a social statement that you are trying to be ecologically hip, that you're trying to be environmentally conscious, and at the same time you have something that is useless. It can't be used because our entire infrastructure is not set up to use it. By the way, we're at high numbers. I do want you to know it's been that way for quite some time now. The numbers ultimately came close to equaling, what they've been the past few days. The highest, of course, was the day that you sent the notifications out that we would be talking about what we did. I do want people to know that one of the things that I had pointed out that I was speaking to Peter about privately was the start of this war. Again, I want people to know all the evidence points towards Netanyahu orchestrating this Hamas attack. We've gone into the fact that Hamas is a creature of Israel, which was the words of Yasser Arafat himself. But when it comes to the reality of the situation, the gravity is also something that was intentional. Netanyahu realized, think of it this way, what they tried to imbue upon the Axis powers, the Allies, in their own desperation to rationalize their complete and total failure, their abject failure to exterminate the Germans and Japanese in particular, which was their officially stated objective in World War II. The Morgenthau Plan, which they had every intention of putting into effect, would have annihilated the German people. And of course, it was orchestrated or articulated, ultimately planned by a Jew. The Jewish people had every extent of exterminating the German people. Adolf Hitler had to do what he did in self-defense for the German people. This was a racial war, and one race was dedicated to annihilating the other. The Jews were dedicated to annihilating the Germans, if the Germans didn't kill them first. Understand that is the state of struggle that Hitler was facing. This was an existential conflict. The very fact that the Axis won the war is the reason that the German race still exists. As an ethnos, they would be entirely annihilated if the Nazis had not won, to the extent where they could force the Allies into negotiation, such as, of course, the Marshall Plan, in which was essentially the Allies paying reparations. There is no historical precedent for what the Americans did. They'll try and make it sound as if they did this because they're simply good people, the quote-unquote the good guys. If you read their official statements, their policy throughout the war was one of genocide, one of annihilation, which of course would have been carried out if they had succeeded. They would not have succeeded if Roosevelt had survived or not. But you can see that my mother succeeded in her mission by the fact that Henry Wallace returned home to the United States in complete disgrace. He was completely defeated, or at least defeated almost completely in his objectives in Outer Mongolia. And as a result, Roosevelt allowed him to be mustered out of office. He was the heir apparent, would have taken over had he brought the Christ child back to cure Roosevelt's polio, had he brought back at least the Nyagas to reverse engineer their Nyaga milk, as it's known, their venom. As a result of his failure, thanks to my mother's intervention, he came back and was mustered out of office, and quietly Truman was put in to take his place, so that Roosevelt could die with at least that vengeance having being wrought upon his failure of a vice president. Then with Truman in charge, he was stuck on a railroad that he couldn't stop or control. People credit him with giving the orders to go ahead and drop the bombs as if he had a choice. All the effort being put into those bombs to get them from the Germans, which he was a part of, sending, recalling Charles Lindbergh from the Pacific Front, sending him to Germany, where Roosevelt vowed he would never allow Charles Lindbergh to go to, all to retrieve the bomb for the Americans to use. And then the Americans building their own version, the plutonium bomb. The deployment of that, with all the effort that had gone into it, was inescapable. It's not like Truman had a choice in any of this. He's truly a victim of history. And we outline how much of a victim in our book, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II, which we cannot over-recommend. You really have to buy several copies to pass out to your friends, and as I said, also your enemies. Now, that being stated, when we speak about the war and its aftermath and the failure of the Allies in the destruction of the Axis, which was their ultimate intent in the ethnic exterminatory sense, the genocidal sense, you take a look at the other things that I wanted to bring up with the final culmination of this apocalyptic obsession with Nyarlathotep, as we can call Netanyahu at this point, certainly a personification or embodiment thereof, the crawling chaos as he's known. It's known, the Adamic force, the anti-god known as Nyarlathotep. You have Netanyahu has basically launched the attack on Sukkot. Now, Sukkot was when the attack took place of Hamas that killed 1,400 Israelis, and the timing of that attack, when it came to the original Yom Kippur War half 100 years ago, the Yom Kippur War bled into the holiday of Sukkot. But this Hamas attack, half 100 years after the Yom Kippur War, took place on the closing day, the culmination of the Sukkot holiday. If you were
Explain that for people so it's very clear.
Yes.
The holiday and the fact that it's, it's not Yom Kippur, it's different.
Yes, thank you. Very different. The Yom Kippur holiday, as was explained by Peter Moon, goes back to the Jewish war with the Greeks, and of course the Jews surviving that conflict, whereas the Sukkot is a apocalyptic holiday. It is a holiday that is has everyone every man build a little hut in which to sequester himself, and the hut is just something very simple. It's completely symbolic, has nothing to do with a real, genuine protective artifice. But you're supposed to leave it vulnerable on the roof. With certainly, it's roofless in essence, but has basically strings or something put over the opening over your head. So you have the symbolic roof, but it's supposed to be completely open to the air otherwise, so that rain could fall through upon your head. Your head is essentially left bare because you are to survive the apocalypse through your faith. That's the message. You're supposed to look up at the heavens through that hole in the roof, or that hole which is the roof, the rooflessness, at God, the face of God. and hold your faith in He to carry you through the apocalypse. So if you look up Sukkot, Sukkot, you'll find that it represents the Gog-Magog war, the war of the apocalypse, the war of the culminating convergence of the forces of evil, Gog and Magog, and their attack on humanity. And so by orchestrating Hamas to attack on Sukkot, Netanyahu was trying to emphasize that Israel is on the front lines of the Gog-Magog war, and therefore justify not only the separation wall that separates the eventual hordes of zombies the Israelis themselves will produce with potentially the next intercontinental ballistic missile attack, which they deflected this time above the Earth's atmosphere, outside of the Earth's atmosphere, without resorting to such. But it will eventually get to the point, if this war continues, where that deployment will become increasingly inescapable as missiles will get closer to Israel, and there will probably be more than one. Some salvo will force them to trigger their neutron arsenal to scramble the electronic brains of incoming missiles. That will, of course, create the very zombie apocalypse which they portray in World War Z as their separation wall saving them from. And this, of course, is what Netanyahu was preparing for, was the apocalypse. Now, notice that when the Allies propagandize against the Axis, the Allies will consistently, aside from ever and always resorting to propagandizing the Holocaust so that the Allies can look like the deliverers of the Jews. What the Allies will always fantasize about and propound, indoctrinate into their mass audience is the concept of Axis desperation, that the Axis was desperate, that this resulted in suicide attacks and banzai charges, which we deconstruct as being of a completely different effort in the book, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. Again, it needs to be at some point revised or expanded in the future for more technical details to be added about aspects of kamikaze warfare or the like, but the primary message, the most important aspects are there in the book, and it's even the better for it as an introduction. It's even the better for not having that expanded material in it, because most people would be lost with that. So there needs to be two versions, one for the average reader and one for the techno geek or the histo freak, so to speak. But when it comes to the act of propagandizing the Axis as desperate and saying what they say, they'll say that the Axis did things out of desperation, that things were done out of desperation, that all of this is part of some force that's in its final throes of agony and defeat. When you take a look at the Allied position, where they're at today, and their position of Gog-Magog, this kind of war of desperation now, this culmination in apocalypse, that is the very reason why the Hamas attack took place upon Sukkot, what you see is the need to take the world down in flames. You know, one of the quotes the Allies will emphasize to promote the air of desperation about the Axis, by taking everything out of context, as they always do, will be Goebbels when he said, "We shall drag a world down with us, a world in flames." This would be taken out of context by the Allies and saying, see, the Nazis were suicidal. If they had developed the bomb, they would have taken us all down with them. If they had some means to do so, they would have taken everything with them. All of this, of course, is projecting their own mania upon the other. When it comes to the Allies, they want to take the world down with them, the world in flames. They want to take the world to hell and have hell arise on earth. This is why Netanyahu orchestrated the Hamas attack on Sukkot. This way he could claim this is the end times and drag everyone into the war, which is exactly what he's attempting to do. When you see the tragedies that evolve out of this, one of the things that I pointed out was the Aryan nature of Buddhism. The reason why Buddhism is one of the primal sources of Nazi spirituality. Magda Goebbels, First Lady of the Reich, being a Buddhist. When I explained that the Aryan roots of Buddhism and the Aryan exodus based on overpopulation to different parts of the world, such as ultimately Europe, one of the primary settlement ranges of the Aryan migrations was in Ukraine. One of the reasons why they were such ardent supporters of the Third Reich. Yet, because of their political cosmopolitan modernity, because of their progressive nature as a nation state, as a culture today, they elected a Jewish president. This was very pragmatic. This was politically shrewd. By electing a Jewish president, they were interacting with the West, and the very fact that their president was Jewish, they got instant support from the West. They received unconditional support to a degree. In other words, it was very conditional, but it was with an almost infinite amount of enthusiasm. There was at least moral support, even though the physical support could have been, well, infinitely better than it was a lot sooner. Such being said, the weakness in that was that a Jew is a Jew. And when it came to Vladimir Zelensky, despite the fact that Israel has done nothing to help the Ukraine, has never done anything for it diplomatically, never did anything for it financially or materially, because Israel is on the side of the fucking Russians, and a third of their population is fucking Russian. Nevertheless, simply because he's a Jew, Volodymyr Zelensky, the moment that this went down, said, "I stand with Israel unequivocally," and completely alienated the Arab world that until that point had been supportive of him. This is the insanity of someone who is Jewish. This is the insane nature of someone who is Jewish, because there's no rationality to what Zelensky did. He owes Israel nothing. If anything, he should have stood by the Palestinians. He would have been a hero in the Arab world. And it really wouldn't have stopped American support or the support of the West. He could have at least remained neutral and said, "I have nothing to say about the subject," and avoided all controversy other than the controversy of people demanding he take a stand. And all he had to say was, "I'm too involved with the current crises, my own crises, and I don't want people's eyes to be taken away." By saying what he did, standing with Israel, he lessened support for the Ukraine, because that gave the West carte blanche to, well, let's give all our support to Israel. Even the president of Ukraine says so, fucking up his own war. This is the insanity of the Jewish genetics. So what started off as a pragmatic, politically shrewd election to give themselves a Jewish president in Ukraine has now worked against them. This is why you cannot give the Jew a chance. You cannot operate as if thinking that, well, look, we elect this guy, he'll stand by us, he's going to do good by us. He can't be so stupid, so self-destructive as to betray us. It would be against his own interest. Well, it happened. And that's the reason why my father, Adolf Hitler, my biological father, took the stance he did. That you cannot say, we're going to compromise. You have to be hardline about this. There's no other choice. You're not given a choice. And certainly the Israelis have given the world no choice. They want everyone in on this war. They want the lines to be drawn. They want this to be the end of the world. They want to take the world down with them, and they want to take it down in flames. This was the satanic inversion of the wall, as opposed to Alexander the Great's wall, which in Islam is recognized as Iskander. They call Alexander Iskander, and they say Iskander built the Great Wall of China. In Dwar al-Islam, the traditional history is that Alexander the Great built the Great Wall of China. Well, that's not true. It is by Muslim history, because what they do know is that Alexander the Great connected the Wall of Gorgan, the Wolf Wall, the so-called Great Red Serpent Wall of Iran, to the Great Wall of China. He physically accomplished this in his lifetime. He slaughtered many actual monsters along the way, which he personally reported to his teacher Aristotle in his letters. Monsters the size of elephants that flew and attacked his troops, that he treated as road obstacles and dispatched with explosives. This was Alexander's successes that are dismissed by the West as romance on the part of the Muslims. Oh, if the Muslims said this, it can't be real history. This is the kind of perverse prejudice, the cognitive dissonance, the Islamophobia that led to Western ignorance. And it's insanity. As one great theologian said, that I quoted, man contended with flying dragons throughout the majority of his written history, and we recognize them now as pterodactyls, which existed well into the period and still exists today of man's modernization. But once we established a certain level of jadedness, so-called sophistication, in other words, a state of delusion, we began to deny their existence. We simply give them another name, pterodactyls, instead of flying dragons. But that doesn't mean that humans were not dealing with their threat throughout a great part of their written history, their recorded history. So we misinterpret them now. We mistranslate them. And as a result, we don't understand ourselves, our history. This is the problem with ignoring what the Muslims have to offer. And as well, as I explained to Peter Moon, one of the aspects of Buddhism is its apocalypticism. We address this in the book, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. But the Kala Chakra, or the Kala Chakra Tantra, they predict that in the future a great Buddhist army will sweep down from the Himalayas to defeat the barbarians who had driven the Dharma from India long ago. And these barbarians are the followers of someone called Madhumati. That's an Indian attempt to render into Sanskrit the name Muhammad. So in apocalyptic Buddhism, a great Aryan Buddhist army will sweep out from the Himalayas in the future in war with Islam. This is, of course, the Unterland, the thousand-year Reich in exile, re-emerging from not only Antarctica, but their egress points, their access points to the surface world in Tibet. This is something that is predicted and may yet come to pass. What would trigger it? What the Israelis are doing now. So back to Peter with that before he goes into the gentle night. Yes, take your time with it, Peter.
For that, the whole Alexander and the wall is very important stuff. Douglas has talked about it. It's something I'm familiar with from past talks. There's a lot to grasp in the whole coherency of history. David Anderson has, and I'm going to, I think what we'll go into next transmission, it's, and I'm going to give a Preston Nichols reference here. It's a very interesting one of his. But David Anderson has said history may well be an experiment. because he's talking about actually going into time and, it's an experiment. Well, certainly if you think of the misery that ensues with existing in this physical world, whether it be the suffering that Christians talk about, or that Hindus talk about, or that is very experiential, it's as if history has got some problems associated with it that can lead to PTSD and various nuances. Somebody who has succeeded in attaining harmony, like Buddha or even Christ, they have had to deal with the suffering. The suffering is there, whether you've conquered it or not. So history is, and of course history is misunderstood. But this is something I'm going to leave with what Preston Nichols said. He was always told. Now, when he says he was told, the implication is by people he respected and knew, that knew more than him, or as much as him. But he said he was consistently told that World War II was a war in time. And if that's the case, the more I think about it now, well, what does that mean? And this was right out of the movie, The Philadelphia Experiment, too, which I might like to review, because it goes into Nazi Germany. But it's as if World War II was an effort to go back in time by the Allies to change World War II so that they won.
Yes.
But it didn't work, or hasn't worked yet. So that's a heavy subject. And it could tie into all this apocalypse. I mean, you could make a lot of interesting storylines here, but
Yes.
So be it. So I'll be back with everybody Wednesday night. And remember to donate to Douglas. It's Thanksgiving month.
Bless you.
Veterans Day. He is a veteran.
Yes. Thank you.
Not of World War I, but Veterans Day now celebrates all veterans.
Yes.
That's why they used to call it Armistice Day.
Yes.
Now it's Veterans Day. It's interesting that they have a holiday to celebrate veterans, yet they've traditionally treated them so poorly. But be that as it may. So donate to Douglas, douglasdietrich.com, upper right-hand corner, yellow button, and we'll be back on Wednesday.
Bless you so much. Thank you. I do want you to know before you go that we had a contribution already of 40 United States dollars from the lovely Lady Brooke Hagberg, and that's just one of our latest contributors, I believe. I'll check into some of the others, but all of it helps, and this is thanks to Peter Moon's promotion, and without him I would be literally much the poorer. So bless you so much, Peter. Thank you so much, and you have a blessed slumber, sweet be thy dreams, and awaken good health.
Yes, and I did get the photos. Thank you.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Good night, and good night, everybody.
Yes, blessed be. Okay, that is Peter Moon's GuidebooksUSA.com. We will now begin to call a number of people, the usual, everybody that I can think of, and then they can jump in at their convenience. So we're actually starting a little earlier tonight than we often do. Let's add in people that I normally tend to forget. This is, of course, because a lot of times they simply don't show up on my list, even though they're in my favorites. So we're going to make sure to add them first, and then we'll check into everybody else here. All of this is my talking to myself while I attend this. But while I do that, let's see if our man, Mr. Aristides, has a voice. How are we, Aristides? You holding up there? I pray.
I'm here. I'm trying. Yeah.
That's adorable. Well, soon enough you should be able to retreat into slumber while the rest of us hack into the night. Let's see who can join us so that we can ultimately allow you to kind of retreat into your rest, which of course you've earned. So yeah, anything to bring up in particular? Let's
see. Want to wish Stuart Swerdlow a happy birthday.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Is that ironic?
I just saw on Facebook it was his birthday, so I thought it.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I don't personally have anything against Stuart Swerdlow. I do think, and I certainly feel it needs to be emphasized, I truly believe, I am convinced he is partly responsible for the murder of Max Spears, but you know,
yeah.
it's he never did. Yeah, never did anything personally to me. So you know, and it's not like you know, I do miss Max Spears to a degree, but I never really, you know, how do I say it? I was not emotionally invested in him as many other people were. Stuart Swerdlow is just a all-around weird kind of guy. He's just kind of what he is. He is what he is. So his birthday is today, November 5th.
Correct.
Yeah. Wonder how old. So has Brendan joined us. Yes.
Remember the 5th of November.
There we are. Yes, that's right. A day which will live in infamy. Yeah. Thank you for that, Aristides, and thank you, dear Brendan, for joining us. Now, certainly you can add to everything that I've brought up, of course, and I'm sure you can expound upon it. As a matter of fact, what was I going to say? There was so many things that made me think of your contributions. And I, just definitely know that Victoria appreciates you. She was bringing you up the other day in the private conversation I had with her before you and I were talking. And it looks like
I appreciate that.
Yeah, nobody is immediately responding to our call other than Brendan. So Aristides, can you mobilize yourself enough where you can hold a conversation with Brendan for a good 10 minutes while I refresh myself?
Yeah, I think so.
Wonderful. So, Brendan, did you hear what I said earlier about the missile interception by the Israelis and the children being killed in Gaza? And Peter Moon...
No, actually, I haven't been listening.
Oh,
I was
okay.
busy today. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I want you to know now that one of the things that I covered was that you know the general situation with Israel maintaining an arsenal of neutron weapons, why they would deploy them. So what happened was last week, the Iranian-sponsored Houthis, who are basically what used to be, let me look it up, North Yemen, I believe. And
it's in Yemen, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely in Yemen, but in the old days, there used to be a North Yemen and a South Yemen, and I never understood, which one was communist. I think it was South Yemen was communist and North Yemen was not, now that I think I remember. But North Yemen is where the Houthis are. When both Yemens united, I never knew which side had won. I never knew which side had conquered, the communists or the anti-communists. When I would talk to cab drivers about it who were Yemeni, they never had an answer. So, whatever it is, it's in what is now North Yemen yet again, but they don't call it that. It's basically Houthistan. They fired a missile into the stratosphere And it was definitely outside of the Earth's atmosphere, and before it could redescend into the Earth's atmosphere to land on Israel, the Israelis intercepted it with their Arrow missile system, which they're claiming is, this is the first space combat in recorded human history. Now, that's a bold-faced, brazen lie.
Yeah.
But such being said, it's the first spatial combat of this war.
So it would be South Yemen was formerly the People's Democratic Republic of Yemen.
So they were definitely
1967 to 1990.
Thank you. They were definitely commie. And for those who don't know, Gamal Abdel Nasser invaded to do something counter that communism, I presume, and this became his Vietnam. It's one of the struggles that dogged him till the end of his regime, till he died, basically. And the other thing I emphasized was that over 400 children are being killed a day in Gaza, very Molochian. And what happened was that Peter Moon was reading these United Nations statistics, and the United Nations was claiming there are no Jews in Gaza. Please correct this. Tell people the truth and what happened at the church where there were Jewish children.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that according to that report, they basically insinuated that there were children of all three faiths in that church.
Yes.
So for them, I mean, of course they're going to cover it up if that is true.
Thank you.
So I don't know why they would report it like that and then, say otherwise, but that just, I'm sure. Let me see if I can find the article and I'll give you exact stats here.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And I'll with our man Aristides, do join in. Let us know a little bit about. By the way,
Aristides, and apparently it's also the 84th anniversary of the Polish invasion, September 1st. Must be an old article.
No worries. Yeah, this happens all the time. Believe me, this is the problem with looking things up. Then the problem is articles will come up and then something
they push. Yeah, they advertise it after.
Dude, the other day I almost said it was
okay. And now, according to the AP, the church was not destroyed by Israel. So they're just totally going. You can't believe anything. They're just going back and forth.
Thank you.
Probably to cover up who was inside.
No, they're covering up the fact that the Israelis destroyed the church because we know the Israelis destroyed the church because the Israelis were claiming that a Hamas attack was emerging out of the church.
Right.
This
article's so short, it's obviously fake.
Thank you.
Or whatever.
I remember distinctly the Israelis coming out and saying we destroyed the church because there was a Hamas attack that was emerging out of the church. And
so AP is just a echo chamber rag. Now,
thank you.
Which it always has been. But.
Thank you. But it's worse.
Now it's clear.
Now it's brazen.
Here, Al Jazeera.
Yeah, Gormless.
War knows no religion, in quotes.
Thank you.
Shelters Muslims, Christians, and then in one of the original ones they said of all three faiths.
Okay.
So I don't know how true that is, but it was hush hush really quickly.
But we do know children died in that church, at least 100, in one strike.
Which it doesn't make it good. Muslim and Christian children were. That's enough,
Yes, thank you.
That's plenty.
Yeah. So. You see, you don't need Jews in there to make it bad. Anybody dying.
That's the point.
Yeah, is.
But it just proves that they don't care who's there.
Thank you.
It could be Jews.
Thank you. Believe me, if Jews were there, and I'm certain they probably were a few, I don't believe what they're saying about there's no Jews in Gaza. There's no Jews in Gaza.
Right.
We know that
there's a synagogue there.
Thank you.
Let's see if I can even pull it up.
Yeah. Yeah, bullshit. It's the stuff you hear is just it blows.
Because actually, the Gaza synagogue, 500 CE in the Byzantine times.
Thank you. So that being said, I'm going to go mute for about 10 minutes. I'll be back probably sooner even. And But, you know, I'll refresh myself a little bit and just kind of prepare myself for the rest of the night. And we have these wonderful gentlemen here, and they're going to hold the stage. And you guys are up to this, right?
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, excellent. So, aside from that, Brendan, I told people about, Elon Musk and the shit he was pulling with Chandrasekhar. And, it turns out he's got these twins, biological twins, a girl and a boy, and he's going to make that the son's middle name. And as for the other thing that I brought up, of course, was the... that stupid World War II museum they've opened in New Orleans, which they, made certain to put in a recreation of the secret rooms where Anne Frank and her family hid from the Nazis in Amsterdam, and as well.
Yeah, why do they always do that?
Thank you. It's like even Peter said it's just fucking voodoo. That's why they're doing it in New Orleans. He said it's a big voodoo, like a big stuffed voodoo doll and shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they're just poking needles in everybody's psyche, and
right.
I forgot to mention while Peter was here, they're gonna populate all this with life-size holographic images of Jewish walking skeletons, the emaciated survivors of Nazi camps.
That's gross. Why do they have to do that? It's an offensive to the people that died.
Thank you.
Like, that's just awful. Like,
thank you.
Like, they have no shame. That's what's happening.
Thank you. It's disgusting.
Like, the dead can't rest in peace. Like, now, you know.
Thank you. They're exploiting it. It. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
It's just like it's you just shake your head. You're left without words. It's like Peter said, who the hell would want to see that? Other than some Jewish person communing and just reinforcing their own sense of victimization. Peter even went so far as to imitate a kid saying, "Oh, Daddy, take me to the museum where I could see the walking skeletons, and where Anne Frank."
I mean, they do that in Germany where like they force the kids to go to Dachau and all these places.
I know. Yeah, and they make them wear the names of dead victims around their necks and shit on the way there. Yes, I know. It's it's child abuse. It's child abuse. It's just sickening. When I talked to some German guy once, and this was years ago, I'm talking like 20 years ago by now. I remember meeting a German guy in an American restaurant and saying, Germans really don't get to learn history very much. They really don't get a very, profound historical education. He said, "I beg your pardon? I know all about Dachau and Treblinka."
So here's an old world fact book.
Yeah.
Israel Census Bureau of Statistics 2017. This is from Wikipedia.
Yeah.
As of in the Palestinian territories, 86% of the population is Sunni Islam. 13% Jewish.
Yeah, yes.
So how can in 5 years it's gone to zero? That's very highly unlikely.
Yeah, thank you.
Statistically impossible.
Yeah, thank you.
Probability zero.
Yeah, I mean, if Jews were being ethnically cleansed that aggressively, you would hear about it. Because
exactly.
Yeah, the Jews would be bitching. They wouldn't let that go. They'd say, right. "Look, they're ethnically cleansing us." Yes, I mean, They
so in other words, they are bombing their own people, and they just won't admit it.
Yes, thank you. They are bombing other Jews who are coexisting with the Palestinians,
who are basically sympathetic to.
But guess what it comes down to? Those Jews that are coexisting with the Palestinians peacefully are what the Israelis consider.
They're the two-state ones. They're the ones that want the two-state solution.
Thank you. And
why not get rid of them at the same time?
Thank you. That's the Israeli reckoning. That they're race traitors. The Israelis view them as race traitors and want them dead. It's there we have it.
That makes sense.
See, Brendan Zoge and Douglas Dietrich have just articulated for all of you reality. Right. This is something that why do you need to watch CNN or Fox News? Just change the channel. Stop watching that shit. Yes, that make this the source of your news. and you'll finally.
What did the Houthis do exactly? You said the Houthis did something. Like, I didn't even know they still had money. Like,
no, well, basically everybody in Yemen is starving to death. I mean, we got to get that out of the way first.
There was a bad famine. They still haven't recovered.
No, it's horrific.
And actually, the whole peninsula got hit with a plague of locusts as well.
Oh my God!
That moved into India.
Oh my God!
So that's not on the news, but
oh my God! Thank you for bringing that up. Well, basically, what happened was that the Houthis, through Iranian sponsorship, launched a ballistic missile, and it flew almost 1,000 miles over the Arabian Peninsula on the way to its target, the Israeli port city of Eilat. And so what happened was...
That's on the Red Sea, yeah? Oh.
I believe so, yes. And so what happened was that when it was outside of the Earth's atmosphere, then the Israelis launched a Arrow missile defense system projectile that took out the ballistic missile over 1,000 kilometers away from where it was launched, and certainly above the Earth's atmosphere. So that negated or preempted their need to use the neutron defense system, and thereby averted the zombie apocalypse by, shall we say, a hair's breadth or the like. And basically, just so people understand, the Israeli Air Force is known to operate several batteries of the Arrow 2 system. It uses a hypersonic interceptor to take out incoming missiles in space. So this is basically, there is video released by
this has been going on since mid-October as well, by the way.
Thank you.
The U.S. said in mid-October it had downed several missiles and drones apparently headed for Israel and Beit Saud.
Okay, so just so people understand that this is real, Yemen's Houthis also released footage showing the missile being launched as part of a barrage of drones and other long-range weapons that were...
Nuweiba is going to be... Yeah, it looks like it's on the Red Sea here.
Thank you. I believe...
Yeah, it's Sinai, al-Sinai.
Okay. Yeah. Well, the target was spelled E-I-L-A-T? Eilat.
Eilat, yeah. It's in the crevice of... the very top part of the Red Sea, near Aqaba.
Thank you. Yeah.
It's basically bordering Jordan.
Okay. Well, I got an email.
Jordan.
Thank you. I've got an email just now asking me about, well, what do the Houthis call their missile? Okay, the ballistic missile the Houthis launched is called a Qadar, Q-A-D-E, or a Qadar.
Al-Qadar, yeah.
Qadar. Thank you. Tell us about the significance of this.
Al-Qadar is like, it's like a thunder. Like the thunder, it's just like thunder,
Thank you. So it's an improved version of the Iranian-designed Shahab 3. It's over 100 feet long, high explosive warhead, so it has a range that puts all of Israel within striking distance of the Houthis, who've now declared war on Israel.
Al-Qadar means power, divine ordinance, predestination, divine decree.
Cool.
Basically, they're trying to say it's an Astra or something, like a divine weapon.
Okay.
But it's, that's compared to like a Vishnu Astra, like that's nothing. That's
of course. Well, we're talking about, it's basically like somebody.
It's
has
like
a
MacGyver. It's like a MacGyver bubblegum.
Yeah, thank
Iranian.
Thank you.
Missile.
Thank you.
It's basically Soviet, in other words.
Yeah. Thank you. It's just like what they'd call, Slavo rig. Slavo rig. Yeah.
Right.
It's so this
something that I can't say that I heard growing up.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Well, in my dad's day, as my late sainted father.
Okay, you can say it.
Yeah, my legal sire, the man who raised and guided me, would say, back in the day before we all became race conscious, they used to call it nigger rig. There you go. But it's Slavo rig, Yeah, so basically this stuff is they try to imbue it with a sense of inspiration, but yeah, basically the Houthis have declared war against Israel. So this is significant because it means the war is expanding.
Well, the reason is because the main Shia mosque raised the black flag.
Thank you.
The black flag means that it's total, it's all out. It's the army, it's the final battle.
What the challenge is, it's calling, it's that signifies.
They want to usher in the Mahdi.
Yes,
So when the Mahdi's here, like, they can't just be sitting on their laurels, like.
Thank you. The Muslim Messiah. And so what it is, basically what they're doing is they're calling people out and they're saying, if you are a true Muslim and you truly believe, then you've got to answer the call. That's the calling out. And what they're saying is, whoever doesn't answer the call, well, then you're just a chicken shit Muslim who's just a cultural Muslim. You're like a cultural. You can bow towards Mecca 3 to 5 times a day, but if you don't answer the call, it don't mean shit.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. And the funny part about this El Hat place, it's like, it looks like it's just a resort town on the border with, like, there's just like this giant area next to the marina that just says hotel. Like hotel area. It's like this giant area. So
why would
it's basically just a resort town. It's not even a military target.
Yeah. Why would they target that? Yeah, that's bizarre. That's bizarre. That's yeah. Okay. Yeah. There are some.
Well, we know that the targeting system is going to be like a gyroscope.
Yeah. Thank you.
With like what's that movie? It's like the one with Dr. Strangelove type technology.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Where they just type in the coordinates and it just goes.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Basically. Yes.
It's basically set to like when that place was actually a military like
Navy
base.
Thank you. That's
in the
what
Soviet
I was just thinking.
Union base.
Thank you. I was just thinking that. That was back when the Soviets had advisors there and shit. Yeah. And it's still locked onto that. Yeah. And by the way, so what Aristides...
It's like a first strike, like a remnant or something.
Yeah. Thank you. That's right. Okay, I'm going to do some lines. Aristides, while I'm away, come on and explain this new link that you shared. Israeli police beat up ultra-Orthodox Jews. To reinforce all our points, I'll go mute, and these two gentlemen will take the stage.
I think that's all the news you need to know. All right. So that's it.
Yeah, I am seeing. So there's this video floating around of the police beating up these Orthodox-looking, types. But I'm also seeing that it might be they've actually recycled video from something in the past. Yeah, and they're saying it's common these days. Yeah. So this is happening all the time now, where they just pull some other video and
at this point you can't believe anything you see. No, like it could all be computer generated, wholly computer generated. So
I mean, this started with the Ukraine thing, and they've been literally taking stuff from video games and being like, look, that's what's going on. Yep. So precisely. I mean, it certainly looks like it happened, but it could have been another incident, and now it's just being shared around saying, oh, look, this is happening now.
Right. Precisely.
Yeah. I think even Newsweek here has a debunking or something about it. Like, oh no, this happened earlier this year. I mean, it doesn't make it good, but could be misrepresented.
Definitely.
Yeah. So how are you doing?
I'm doing well. Everything is going good. Everything's going well so far.
All right.
And
you working? You work on
No, I didn't work today.
Okay.
I'm off on the weekends, but
right. Okay.
But I was doing some statistics homework, stuff like that. Okay. Dealing with probabilities and hypothesis testing and all this shenanigans.
Statistics.
Yeah.
Not my favorite.
Everyone says that. That's like the most common reply.
No, they used to stress in like problem solving and like engineering. It's like feel like, well, actually, there's usually not one answer. There's actually you have to do a statistical analysis of all your calculations. I'm like, nah, one answer is good enough for me. I'm just
yeah. I mean, at least you're not a structural engineer. They don't even like statistics because like if you don't have exact numbers, like there's no point in building a building that's like plus or minus, there's no variance when you're building a building.
Right.
Like, it's not how that works.
Yeah.
They're only concerned with precise items.
No, I like, as long as all your calculations are 90% correct. And then you just use a factor of safety of 2 and just,
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, factor safety.
That sounds pretty broad, but I don't know. I've never done that kind of calculation.
It's just, like, just estimate and then make it twice as strong as you think it needs to be.
So, I mean, that might work with, like, if you're building, like, out of concrete or steel or something.
Right.
That might be true.
Yeah.
Maybe not for tolerances, but everything else, like... Because I think when they get into, like, structural engineering, or what would be, like, mechanical engineering, like for cars or whatever, like, 0.002 of like a millimeter is necessary. It's almost like what would be the word? Some of the tolerances are really that small, like for like high-end equipment or cars.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, there's times it matters, and there's times that just an approximation is good. It all depends.
Right.
I'm still trying to look up different versions of this video footage to see what the real deal is. I don't know.
Let's see here. Yeah, I wasn't really prepared with any content, so it might just be
that's all right.
Bit here.
That's all right. I think
lose all of Douglas's viewers, but we'll come back.
No, you the other time you came out with some really good insight on Buddha, and then he I think was it later in the monologue he went into a whole bit about it. It was actually really interesting. I don't think a lot of people would have that insight. They just have your standard canned view of it all.
Right.
I found it interesting.
Of the Buddha, you're saying?
Yeah.
I mean, that was just like a basic.
Right.
Like if you take art history, they give you that lesson of the different imagery of the Buddha.
Yeah.
I think. But
yeah.
I'm trying to find something here. If you could.
Yeah. Well, as usual, there's a lot they leave out with history.
Yeah. No. Of course. That's like goes without saying at this point.
Right.
I mean, there's some people that are even saying if you calculate, like somehow, make all these calculations with historical events, that it's literally like provable that they're all orchestrated, and or it might be a simulation. Which I don't agree with the simulation part, but the fact that it all can be charted mathematically means that it's all done deliberately. So there's like a lot of let's just say shenanigans with history these days. Like who wrote the history? How did they, who are these people? Were these people even there? That's what I was trying to say about the Buddha is like,
right.
Is it really as it's claimed, or is it more of a metaphorical story?
Right.
Same thing with, you could say that with the Jesus story. You could say that with all of that.
Oh gosh, yeah.
But things are definitely heating up. That's a fact, as we can see. Let me see if I can pull up something interesting here. Douglas is the slowest cocaine user of all of history. Let's see. Okay, what do we got? We got some articles here. Oh, someone did send me something interesting that would be valid to bring up. So I don't know if you guys know about Catalina Island in California. So
not offhand. Like
so Catalina Island is off the coast of Los Angeles. It's like that big island out there. You can visit it. Like people can go there. There's like, I think there's even a college there. But it's called Santa Catalina Island. And it's, they've actually found evidence of giants there when the Spanish came. And it got suppressed rather quickly. Giant bones have been found. So, these 8 remote islands, also called the Channel Islands. So they're, they've been continuously lived in the last 13,000 years. So there's been humans living there for a long time. And some historical claims that a man named Ralph Glidden, who was an archaeologist in the 20th century, excavated more than 800 grave sites from various locations around the island, including thousands of artifacts, 4,000 plus human skeletons. And he claimed that there were giant, fair-haired, meaning light-haired, ancient adults measuring 7 to 9 feet in height that once inhabited Santa Catalina and its adjacent islands. And then this is the modern day reply by these guys that run the museum. With the regards of the giants, these reports are apocryphal at best. As far as I have been determined, there is a historical photo of Gideon in the background and the burial foreground, quote unquote, creating an illusion that the skeleton is giant. So that's their claim. But if you actually look at the photo, it's like the skeleton's pretty big, whether he's in front of it or not. It's kind of clear. There's like tools around it. It's definitely not his size. So there were giants there, basically, in other words.
Do you have that up now? Is there a link you could put in the text? Yeah. I mean, definitely. You hear that's not the only place you hear a lot of those stories, and
right. And, all over the West, like Nevada.
And here, the Smithsonian came and they snatched up all the stuff, and it was never seen again. And then to make it worse, there's these there's a lot of really obvious garbage like photoshops and stuff out there that people pass around. They're like, look, there were giants.
And they doctored photos back then too.
Right.
Very much so. But the point is, I mean,
so there's fakes too, which doesn't help. Right. And of course they do that a lot. They make
a lot of this came from like the 14 conjectures. I don't know if you've ever heard of Charles Fort.
I don't think so.
So Charles Fort was this guy in the in the early 1900s, maybe even into the 1800s, late 1800s. And he would write, so he was alive 1874 to 1932. This guy's he's an American, like they call him science fiction, but he's basically a researcher who specialized in anomalous phenomena. That's what they call it. So they call it Fortean or Fortiana, which characterize his like style of writing. And some of his writing has even influenced science fiction, but some of his main titles were Book of the Damned, Fortean Times, which is like some kind of later publication that republished his stuff. But he would just write about, like, he would gather all these reports together and news stories and evidence and of anomalous phenomena, quote unquote. And a lot of it had to do with like giants, different craft, different civilizations that were lost, things falling from the sky like frogs and like gelatin raining from the sky, like, which was reported during those times. Like he even reported on like when I think certain volcanoes blew up and created auroras in the sky. So people have actually gone back and looked in the soil record and the fossil record and have proven some of his reporting. So there's some truth to it. But the other stuff that hasn't been proven is kind of like people don't believe it because it's so crazy. So his his book, his not discography. What would it be like? His book, his anthology would be like Book of the Damned, 1919, New Lands, 1923, Low, L-O exclamation point, 1931, Wild Talents, 1932. And then he wrote another book, but they ended up publishing it together with these two last books. But yeah, his writing style was definitely unique. I for a while I was renting them from their library. He was basically like the Ripley's Believe It or Not of his time. Essentially, that's the best way to put it.
Right.
He would give these outlandish stories, and then people would like either believe it or not. Like, that's the best way to put it.
Was that the intention, or that's just how it ended up?
He actually, in his book, Book of the Damned, he actually writes it as a contrarian to science. But later people like put him in a different light, more like a entertainer and a satirist or a skeptic.
What was
that's what these later writers talk about him being.
What was some of the crazier stuff that was?
Oh, here's a list that they give you. It's like his odd phenomena in all of his books, including occult references, supernatural, paranormal, teleportation, which is a term that Charles Fort himself is credited with inventing, falling of frogs, fishes, and inorganic material from the sky, spontaneous human combustion, ball lightning, also a term coined by Charles Fort, poltergeist type events, unaccountable noises, explosions. So the stuff we hear about today, like the mysterious noises that people are hearing. He was the first people to report this stuff. Levitation, unidentified flying objects. He was also the first person to talk about this stuff. Giant wheels of light in the ocean, animals found outside their normal ranges, many reports of UPARTs, which are out of place artifacts.
Yeah, those are crazy.
Yeah, he was the first person to explain strange human appearances, disappearances, and also alien abduction hypotheses. He was an early proponent of extraterrestrial hypotheses because he specifically suggested that strange lights or objects in the skies might be spacecraft. And this is before, this was even popular. This was like in the early turn of the century, So he was definitely a unique writer. That's why he's so like scrubbed from history. Like that's how he probably was telling the truth, because no one ever learns about him, right?
What was the guy's name again?
Charles Fort, Fort. I think he may have lived out here in California at one point.
Let's try to look him up. Yeah.
Let's see, where's he from? He was Irish? Was he Irish? No. So there's a fort in Ireland called Charles Fort, but that's not a person. Born in Albany, New York. Okay, he's from upstate New York. There you go. Back when it was like full of, occultists. So he traveled all over the U.S. for sure. Yeah, let's see.
Fort.
He was a consultant to the archives of the British Museum. 1924. So he definitely knew some stuff. Let's put it that way.
So a lot of older stuff just wasn't as, stuff slipped through that wouldn't fly these days.
Right.
And
he's credited as the first ufologist, stuff like that. Some people call him the man who invented the supernatural, because he really did have this kind of, he created this mythos of the supernaturalism.
I mean, for sure there was supernatural stuff, and he just made it one of the first modern guys to write about it. Really collected.
Like he made it for the public, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Somebody to compile the stories.
Right. And a lot of it was like definitely like some of it had like compelling evidence.
Mm-hmm.
To the point where like even now they can't really argue with them.
Right. Yeah, well, it's always a mixed bag, and then of course some things turn out to not be true, and that's why everybody says, "Look, it's all bullshit." Like,
yeah, exactly. And especially when you're compiling all these different stories, it's like not all of them. Like he acknowledged that not all of them were probably like 100%, because especially during those times, you're just relying on people's words most of the time.
Yeah, suffering near the end. Near the end, he was pleasantly surprised to find himself the subject of a cult following.
Right. Yeah, I don't think he got famous till after he died, which is typical of these kind of things.
Yes, he was starting to gain a following when he
died.
Yeah. I never heard of the guy.
Yeah, he's very important in this kind of world that we're talking about.
Yeah.
He was one of the first people to report as like a cryptozoologist. Let me see if I can find his book. You can actually find these books. They're public domain now. You can find them on these kind of Project Gutenberg type things where they just publish books online for free. Let's see if I can open it here. Like, you don't even have to buy it. First edition. Oh, here's a first edition for 2G. So if you look, yeah, they have the link, but the link doesn't work, which is odd. So I can't really pull it up right now for whatever reason. Oh, here it is. Okay. So Book of the Damned. Yeah, his first kind of part is about, but and a lot of the stuff he actually has like sources of, like what magazine it comes from, what publication, what book. These different things. Like here's one example, one snippet. Black rain, black snow, rains as black as a deluge of ink, jet black snowflakes. Such rain as that which fell in Ireland May 14th, 1849, described in the Annals of Scientific Discovery 1850 and the Annual Register 1849. It fell upon a district of 400 square miles and was the color of ink, a fetid odor, a very disagreeable taste. So there you go.
They tasted it. That's good.
Yeah, that's right. Doesn't sound nice. Yeah. It was a distance away from manufacturing centers, so it was definitely anomalous. What they're saying. Black rain in Switzerland, 1911. Switzerland is very remote and ill at ease of the conventional explanation. This rain, that in certain weather conditions the snow takes upon appearances of blackness, dark enough that the snow may look black. This is simply denying that black rain fell in Switzerland. Yeah. So there's just, he takes all these stories and puts them together in this kind of way, and then you believe it or not kind of thing. That's kind of how. That's where the Guinness people got their idea from. Is like you get all these stories together, and then it's up to the audience whether they want to go with it or not.
You know, like the Ripley's Believe It or Not.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I used to watch that.
Yeah, those kind of people. So that's where it all comes from. This kind of vibe. Let's see. Yeah, so he has like entire chapters on this black rain stuff that's happening. New Zealand, let's see. Iron and stones that fall from the sky. atmospheric disturbance. Many things. I think he was one of the first people that described like the Tortska, that Russian explosion.
Tunguska.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Thunderstones. So thunderstones falling in London, weighing about 8 pounds, basically like meteorites. Different things like that. A meteorite that's fallen in Norway. The turf was torn up. Very peculiar stone was located. Its shape and size was a fourth of the part of a Stilton cheese. Yeah. More about thunderstones, some in Burma, some in, So these are what he does. He compiles all these stories, whether they're true or not.
Right.
And he just lets people decide. And it became really popular. Like, I think it's still cool to read them. Especially if you get into some of the deeper stuff he brings up. Like, he talks about Mount Shasta here in California and the things about that and many things. So, like here, example, Carlson, Nevada, he said, footprints in sandstone near Carson, Nevada, each print 18 to 20 inches long.
Cool. I just got back.
Footprints are clear and well-defined. Yeah. We're talking about Charles Fort.
Okay, go on. Yeah, wonderful. Excellent.
Yeah.
Go on.
So originally I brought up there were reports of giants on Catalina Island.
Yes.
And so that's why I sent that into the chat, and then it brought up Charles Fort. So that's why I'm just,
excellent,
going through this.
Wonderful. And go on. Yes, the footprints. So the first thing I thought of was those footprints in Texas that were side by side with dinosaur footprints, the human footprints. Yes, but go on. Yes.
Yeah, he also talks about like the OO parts, out of place artifacts.
Mm-hmm. Is someone chewing?
Yeah, I've been trying to eat this whole time.
Oh my god! Oh my god! How did our numbers hold up? They must like the sound of your masticating, your teeth grinding or something. At any rate, you both seem to be doing well. Otherwise, Charles Fort, who introduced the topic, Aristides, you brought this up, I presume. Like Charles Fort was investigating a lot of paranormal phenomena. And
Brendan brought him up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And what led to
kind of started? Yeah. We kind of started talking about how he talked about the giants on that, what is it, Catalina Island, and started saying that there's a mixture of true and unbelievable stuff out there, and sometimes it's hard to separate, but for sure some of it's true.
Yeah. Well, a lot more than people suspect.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And
the Catalina giants are definitely true because they have photos, but the modern people were saying, oh, these are apocryphal reports, and you can tell by the way he took the photo that it's just he's creating like illusions with perspective illusion. And
where can we find these photos on the net?
Yeah. You can just type in Catalina Giants, but I sent in the chat. There's the article and the photos in there.
Okay, excellent.
And it's like clearly not perspective shifting.
Thank you. Now you put this in our. Let me see if I can find it in the chat. Maybe it didn't enter. Let me reset the page, see if it shows up. And hopefully it went through.
Yeah, truth or myth, the giant bones.
Okay, I'm not seeing it. You're talking about you put it in our text box in Skype.
Yeah.
In the call. Okay. We'll put it in the chat as well for our listeners.
If I can get to
it. Yeah. Dude, you're a moderator. You can get to it. Yes. We are joined by Jennifer Hawkins. Oh my God. Jennifer, I beg you on bended knee. Yes, honey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
Excellent, excellent. I beg you on bended knee to try and obviously you have Skype downloaded. So is it possible we can do our interview on Skype? I simply would. I would be so much more comfortable with that.
That's what we'll do then.
Okay.
That's exactly what we'll do.
Oh, bless you. Thank you so much for acquiescing.
And let me just, I will have to talk to Brendan about how, like, I transfer it over to do it. I'll figure it out myself, but if I run into any type of hitch, I'll get a hold of Brendan and make sure that we can transfer it right over to YouTube. No problem.
Now, the two of you have each other's Skype contacts, yes?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's totally possible, and it's quite easy. So.
Excellent.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Excellent.
That's what y'all are doing. So that's what, and that's exactly what I will do too. And actually, it's kind of good to do this because other people, if in the future I ever try to interview other people, it'll come in handy.
Oh, believe me, you won't regret it because I know.
I don't think so.
Yeah, several people that I convinced to use Skype, and they said how much easier it was than anything else they were using. So hopefully you have that same experience. Hopefully it's
I think it will be that way.
By the way,
Sure.
I am of course very heartened that you appear with us tonight because you were sorely missed the last episode.
I was, Halloween.
Yes, of course. Of course.
It's kind of a big thing.
It is.
I like to celebrate it, and it's hard to. I just wasn't able to make it. There were several things, going on right then over that window.
Oh,
and
yeah,
so
I understand it. Yeah.
But yeah, I'm glad to be able to sit with you guys tonight, and I just popped in, so.
Yeah. Well,
I'm just I just now am listening. I don't know what you guys are talking about right now, but
oh, they were grasping. Don't worry, they were laboring while I was gone. They were just grasping at straws and just came up with
I doubt it.
the same stuff people always revert back to is like
the same old thing.
Yeah, stuff like hey, people are seeing giants.
Except
on
I
Catalina.
I went back to the oldest ufology I can think of, Charles Fort.
Yeah.
The original ufologist.
Yes. Well, actually, to give him credit, paranormal investigator, he really wasn't so much a UFO chaser as a investigator of, shall we say, he was probably, what made him so outstanding was that he was very wide spectrum. He was just he was trying to see patterns in many unusual things, and so he amassed enormous amounts of information. So he was way ahead of his time, and if we had someone like that around today, it would be so helpful. The problem, of course, is that we don't have thinkers like that anymore. He would have cringed at ancient aliens. He would have just he would have.
Well, we don't do that today.
Yeah. I mean, no, he would have cringed at the show. I mean to say, not necessarily the idea, but
no, but the show.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, the show is it can be interesting. I haven't seen it in a long time. But
you ain't missing shit, honey. But
I know that.
It's like they, with all their multi-million dollars worth of, production, they always end on a question, which is always offensive. It's always offensive, in that way.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Because they do know. I mean, they do. I mean, they're trying to pretend.
Yeah.
Like people aren't going to figure it out, or they don't know already, or I know exactly. I know what you mean. Yeah, it's hard to explain it.
They're trying to present themselves as they know the answer, but they end with the question anyway. Go on.
Yeah, but it's clearly just they present it as entertainment.
Thank you. Because that's all it is.
That's another thing that made my dad go crazy. He was watching Ancient Aliens and Stargate and shit.
Thank you. There you go. But by the way, just so you know, Jennifer, I can't resist this. Brendan Zogia emerges from this cesspit of assholery. It's just like I know barely a member of his family that's redeemable. It's like he's got all these assholes that just his dad. Of course, the tragedy of his dad was his dad had this incredible talent. He was literally from the old days when you could take a car apart and put it back together again as a working model. His dad could do that. And his dad had a collection of cars that would have left Brendan a millionaire had his dad bequeathed that legacy upon him.
It goes like that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, not to mention the house.
Yes,
which was totally destroyed.
Right.
Yeah. Instead, his dad, and this was because his dad worked with this again. It was the industrial toxicity of the shit he was working with. Eventually, it afflicted him. That and his asshole work environment. All the guys were crackheads or something. They got him on the shit, the crack,
or it's like everyone in that kind of the classic car field is always like, I don't know. They're almost like they're like the precursor to Andrew Tate. They're like these like terrible guys, you know, and then all they do is drink and shit.
In a way.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like they have the Grease Monkey Garage kind of vibe.
Yeah.
And then over the years, he just got more and more, like, you know, into drinking and stuff. And then to the point where he was an easy target for some of these other more advanced criminal groups.
Yeah, and
But
then
just took
advantage of that.
The mind of other people really having their way.
Yeah,
exactly.
I understand that.
Yep.
Yeah, and they basically got him on crack, and then when Brendan tried to tell the family, you know, look, I took a photo, here's Dad's crack pipe, I want you to know how bad he's spiraling, and then they would just say, that's your crack pipe!
Yeah, literally.
Oh my God.
Quite literally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just so sad. And then, of course, but then when he died...
It's people constantly throwing away.
Yes.
Because the whole idea of the United States, and probably, I mean, I can only speak for my experience here in the United States and what I've seen. But, you know, that people, their ideas were, these families were that they were going to build and grow a foundation. Yeah. And then the next generation would come and the first one would bequeath it to them. And they would grow from there. Right. And then they would grow.
Which is where the wealth of Europe came from.
Exactly.
Originally.
And then, but the American idealism convinced many people to take that wealth of generations and to exploit it for a certain amount of money, not a long-term investment, but a certain amount of money at that time that would set them up just enough for themselves and then leave nothing for the generations after. And that is kind of what it sounds like to me that you also experienced. That's an American conundrum.
Yes,
that we are going through for a lot of Americans today.
Beautifully put.
Well, I would only qualify it by saying that what happened with many Americans was that no matter how badly the original, shall we say, basically it was like this for many years. American families, you were expected at a certain age that you were going to get out of the house, you were going to get married, and you were going to raise a family of your own. But the ties with the original family were never really fully severed. So everyone kind of extended and grew that way and branched out. If you didn't leave the family, leave the nest, so to speak, and were staying home with your parents, you were considered some kind of failure.
It's an American idea.
To
throw the children out of the nest.
Yeah, and that stopped at essentially the point of the last few generations, simply because people could no longer afford that. But it stopped so quickly because in the days right after what Americans feel was the end of World War II, what Americans perceive as the end of World War II, in the days right after that, a man and a woman could literally be completely severed from their family, effectively get together, and the woman could stay at home and raise the kids while the man went out, got a job, and they could still afford a suburban home, get the car, get everything going with all the American dream. And then
the old Weber grill.
But definitely
the Weber.
Yeah, at the time of the Vietnam War, it was still going strong, and the Vietnam War was really, really good for the economy. I mean, putting all the moral aspects aside momentarily, with respect, of course, basically the amount of industry producing for the Vietnam War, it may as well have been World War II. People don't know this, but the fact is, things like little refrigerators in Vietnam, of course, they drink warm beer. Americans cannot abide by warm beer. They can't suffer it. And so they had to import all these refrigerators. When the Americans withdrew out of Vietnam, they abandoned millions of refrigerators. It was incredible. I mean, just one aspect of what I'm talking about.
Well, we don't have quality beer in America.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to drink it cold so you don't taste it. Thank you. Yes, I mean,
no Reinheitsgebot.
That, thank you. Point well taken. I mean, but when it came to the, what it was like back then, you could quit a job, go across the street and get a job, across the street. I mean, people could do this back in the era of Vietnam. You had a bit of a problem if you were a young man of draft age, because people would say, I'm not going to hire you because you're going to be drafted. At which point, you might just join because you had no other options. You might just join the military out of no other options, which is why a lot of young men did join the military. This is why I pointed out what people don't realize is that 2/3 of the people in Vietnam were volunteers. Only 1/3 were drafted. Something totally unknown to Americans today, as opposed to World War II.
In Vietnam.
Yeah, in Vietnam.
Volunteers.
As opposed to World War II, where it was 2/3 draftees and only 1/3 volunteered. But when it comes to the Vietnam War era, once they retreated from Vietnam, everything in industry really began to die. And after that, you could no longer support the family, and kids began to stay at home more and more and never leave the nest, and everything began to dry up. But the fact remains that most of the time, with your average white person, there is usually still enough left over from the family before, where they still have an advantage that most other people in America do not have. This is what makes Brendan's case so outstandingly tragic, is that
not as nearly well as it should be.
Or could have been, or was. It could have been or was. I mean, obviously that's beginning to fade with time.
From pure intelligence. I mean, that's not a racial issue. I mean, people across the spectrum of familial relations, of taking intensity, but a lot of people can't abide with each other. A lot of families that came to a point where but that comes from a deeper problem with families not being able to be with each other. But across the spectrum, no matter where in the plant, no matter where you are in the culture, what the parents do and should be thinking that they're doing it because they are going to die, and they want to leave it to the future generation if they have one, or to dear people who are left, dear friends perhaps, or somebody, that they can leave that behind as a part of what their story was of who they were, should leave it. But if a selfishness sets in, and say one person does, say a certain generation does do that, or one individual does do that, and they leave it to another, but they are convinced, in the case of the United States, convinced through media and through, in the case of television, proposing to farmers, for example, out of the entire country, of people who were inheritors of a great deal of land. That's across the entire United States, not in a particular area. That's a wonderful idea to move to the city. And so that big era of migration of people who were raised on, not necessarily raised on farms, very sophisticated people who owned land. And then that was worth a great deal of money, that provided the trade within the United States, but they gave it in to people who offered, say, $1 million, for this much land in that area. And they give it over, take that $1 million, which is nothing. And at the time, it seemed like a great deal, but they'll blow it within that entire lifetime of that one individual, and they'll sell it, and they'll go move off into the city. And then which has nothing it doesn't matter one way or the other, because the value of life has nothing to do with that. But it causes a continual cycle of feeling uprooted, and people not being seated in any way in a tradition or in any type of something of their own from their own families, from where they come from. So then the fact that they don't know what they're coming from, they'll grab on to any kind of concept. Well, those concepts were readily made. So the government and the the society created concepts for people to cling on to, and they did.
Yes.
And they marketed to them these concepts about who they could be if they couldn't be what they came from, whatever that was. And they grabbed onto it, even though it wasn't who they were, but, you know, fake it till you make it type of thing. And many people did. And then you have a nation of orphans because people were following something that had no roots in anything whatsoever.
You. Wonderful. That's well said. Very well articulated. I like it. I like that a lot. Thank you.
I hope so. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but I think that's true.
But definitely, yeah. When it comes to Brendan Zogit's particular case, it was definitely a blowout. It was like, his dad left him fucking nothing. So, and the tragedy is that he could have left him quite a bit more than he did, but he was left with nothing. I mean, that's rare. Believe me, even in this day and age, in context of what you're describing, it's still rare. And that's
it is terrible.
No. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's a type. Yeah. No, go ahead.
No. Go on. Before I go on.
Just as a type of selfishness for the whatever generation was there. It's a type of selfishness.
Yeah.
In that they knew it suited them then, even though what the young blood beneath them that was going to go on beyond them.
Yeah.
See, they didn't think to support that in any way. That's all I mean.
Yes.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I two things I want to bring up. I want to ask what you may have dressed as at Halloween.
Oh, I played dead basically. So just did my face out in I had white glow.
Yeah.
I'll have to actually post a picture or something, but I had white glow and I hollowed out my eyes and pretended like I was dead, and I do that every year.
Okay.
I am really good at dead girl, basically.
That's cool.
So
I would love a photograph if you could put that here in the text.
Yeah, I need to find. Oh, I have some. I'll post. I don't know. Well, if there was a platform.
Yeah. I mean, here in the Skype text box is fine. I mean, you don't. We don't. I mean,
of course,
I've been barred off Facebook, so that.
I did take a couple of pictures, but they're just like portraits over like a jack-o'-lantern, being all creepy.
That's cute. No, that's adorable. Like that. No, that's fabulous. When it comes to the other thing I'd like to express was what I had. This was my negative fantasy and what I was worried about. When it comes to what happens with me a lot is that because of my background in what I did at the Presidio in terms of my liaison with Michael Aquino, who of course often affiliated with interrogators, there are of course many levels of interrogation, but being exposed to such people, I couldn't help but pick up some of their skills. And it's something that I wind up applying myself quite subconsciously. And then it was exacerbated or reinforced by my work in security and my time with the police department. And with the San Francisco Police Department, ultimately because I contracted chickenpox as an adult. I had never had it as a child. I contracted it in the academy from this asshole cadet who happened to be Jewish. It goes without saying, very openly so. And they allowed him back in with a full case of full-blown chickenpox, just completely symptomatic, open running sores, just hideous, like something out of a zombie film. And he, of course, infected me because I had never been exposed to it as a child, coming from Taiwan. And it was just awful. Of course, one of the other cadets who contracted it died because all the pox got into his trachea, and he basically suffocated to death. That's how it went down for him ultimately. In my case, it did what it did to many adult males. It makes them deaf in one ear, and I was, had one ear basically ruined by that. I couldn't serve in the police department after that, and went into what was called a patrol special, kind of like a reserve force that exists in San Francisco. It's very unique. It's a legacy of their Barbary Coast days. But I ultimately left out of that and went through private security. But with all the training that I had in questioning, One of the phenomena that I run into in terms of personal relations, or rather just interaction with people in general, is that, as was pointed out by Mark H., he'll say, "Oh, Douglas, he has this curiosity that's burning. He has to find out. He has to know." Well, what there is there's kind of like an element of my personality where I fall into this interrogative mode, and I wind up asking a lot of questions, oftentimes casually, that are usually posited in such a manner, casual enough or non-invasively enough at first, where most people simply wind up responding. And this has probably been even rendered worse by my position in communications where I'm at now, where I kind of am in this pseudo interview mode at times. And so when I ask a lot of questions, oftentimes people personally will relate to me things that they never even relate to their family members, often start sharing secrets simply because they are kind of seduced by the inane or casual way in which I'm asking questions. And then after a while, like literally within 24 hours, they regret ever having spoken to me and never speak to me again. It's happened quite a few times in my life, to the point where I had to rein in
terrible, though.
and control.
I think it's very nice.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Questions and stuff like that. I think people need to be honest with themselves, unless they're hiding something.
Well, most
sometimes people do want to hide something.
Well, most everybody has something to hide, and you'd be surprised at what people. It's not necessarily that everybody's a murderer or some kind of criminal or something, but people always have things to hide, and there's usually things that they don't normally share, but usually simply because of the background that I have, I wind up getting things out of people, and because I am a naturally curious person, and then they regret it. I mean, good example was my cosmetologist V, who there was a period of time I was just trying to get to know her better, and so just out of interest, I was asking her about her family background and stuff. And of course, with someone like Brendan, for instance, I bring up stuff about his family because I know he doesn't mind my sharing it. He doesn't mind my sharing the fact that his family's a bunch of neurotic or even pathological assholes. When it comes to
I'm pretty open about it in general.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, our only.
And it's not for any kind of sympathy. It's just like, it's just context, really.
Yeah, it's context.
So my family is completely. I mean, I can completely relate. I don't think I could reveal. I mean, a lot of things I have not revealed about, like out in the open, on the internet, about my own personal experience, my own.
Douglas is a
family.
Good therapist platform. Therapy platform.
Yeah, because there's no. I mean, there's not really a reason not to. My family's actually not very active on any type of social media. I have a very small family now. A lot of them have passed away. But there's a lot about like secrets. People do have secrets with their family. Like people do. I mean, I'm not adverse. I have revealed secrets about my family. I guess people air out their skeletons in the closet, so to speak. But it's not really that interesting. I mean, it kind of, I guess it is a little bit.
Well, honey, your situation is completely, extraordinarily whacked. You have wound up off the grid. You've wound up on property that was expansive in acreage, where you're like going to the attic for Wi-Fi. It's you can't say your background is uninteresting. It's obviously bizarre, to say the least.
Even more, it's actually a little bit more bizarre than that. Even, I mean, I don't reveal it. I don't think it's a problem.
Yeah, I'm not trying to probe it right now, but just again to put it.
Now it's not probably the best time.
Yeah, but just to put it into perspective, like I said, when I was speaking to my cosmetologist V, just over the years, and I remember there was a period of time when I was just trying to get to know her better, and literally was asking her about her family, her background, and then later on she came back at me convinced that I was probing for security information so that I could basically hack into her bank account and her credit account. And she became convinced that I was doing this, that was my ultimate intent.
Oh,
wow. And I was like, you know, I told her, honey, with the work that would go into that, I might as well go out and get an honest job. I really, you know, I didn't even, most of the time when I was asking her questions and she was responding, I was not even retaining what she was responding with consciously. You know, I wasn't really retaining the information, you know, when I was just asking about her grandmother, you know, her father and whatnot, because, you know, one thing leads into another. You know, you ask about somebody's parents and then, oh, okay, well, what about their parents? That sort of thing. And then, you know, and I just, you know, it was detailed enough where, you know, even though I didn't even consciously retain the majority of what she was saying, yeah, she was convinced I was taking notes. So, you know, the questions, of course, in these credit cards and whatnot, what was your favorite grandfather's pet name or something, you know, that sort of shit. She just thought I was going there. You know, it's people, you know, they, again, so this is what my negative fantasy was. My negative fantasy was that you didn't show up on the last episode because we had talked about your dogs. And because we had talked about...
Yes. It was Halloween and I wore myself out and I was busy and then...
No, that's fine.
It's
fine.
And then I had to work on Halloween too, partially. And then I went to a haunted house. There were so many things.
No. By the way, was this a theme haunted house or was this a real haunted house?
Oh no, it was one of an amusement park type of haunted house, but it was actually so severe that it was well done. But anyway,
wow.
I did that and then
Did you regret going there? Or apparently not, or what?
No, I don't regret it. It was well done. It was very artistically done and everything. And no, just doing Halloween stuff. And so I had nothing to do whatsoever. No, I can see how you might think because I did talk a lot about myself personally.
Right.
The last time we talked, but no, not at all.
Thank God.
That was not the case. It didn't even come across my mind at all.
Thank God.
Except that I was like, except that I thought, my gosh, you know, I talked a lot about myself. I felt like, you know, it felt that way.
Right. And believe me, that's what I was concerned about. I was concerned that maybe you regretted it and then, but thank God you didn't. Thank God. Okay. Wonderful. Wonderful. Yeah. By the way, Brendan, Jennifer, I don't know if both of you have noticed Aristides' new icon. You can see he's redesigned himself to look at how he really looks when he's working with us at night, in bed, looking at his cell phone.
He looks relaxed.
Yes.
Yeah, I was about to mention that. That's exactly what I imagine him looking like when he's talking because it's so like chilled out.
Yeah. He always sounds like he's half asleep anyway.
So it's like perfect.
Yeah. Not to mention, like I say, he has the perfect terrorist composite. He's got the neo-Nazi skinhead up above, and down at chin level, he's got the Taliban beard. I mean, like I said, I don't see how they'll.
For everybody.
What's that?
I said there's something for everybody there.
Yeah, something for everybody. Like I said, I can't believe they ever allow him on an airplane. That's when he told me he doesn't go anywhere near airports. And I said, good for you. The TSA would stop you immediately. You've got all the bases covered for all their profiles of your ultimate bad guy. But there we have that with Aristides. And I don't know if you heard any of that, Aristides. Or if you're already...
Thank you, yeah. I just thought it'd be more accurate there with the profile picture.
Yes, thank you. That's delightful. And I don't know if I should share this, but of course, you know, the other day when I was so... This is what happened on Halloween. This was the Halloween episode for me, Jennifer. I came back and I crashed and burned on air. There was a precursor episode that kind of echoed that, except the other episode was much worse. The other episode I had to call the ambulance. That was an episode. I could find out which episode it was. It wasn't all that long ago, maybe about a year and a half ago by now. But I had come home from partying and I was just dying. I felt like I was dying. And what happens is I'll suffer from, I don't need to go into all the details right now, but the condition's called vasodepressor syncope. And it's not like, it's not something to worry about. It's not something that's, you know, horrible or like life-threatening per se, but it can be. But nevertheless, it's something that I have to deal with because I basically, it's part of my vampirism. It's part of my vampirism in the sense that vampirism, I always emphasize, is not a condition. Muscular sclerosis is a condition. It's not something degenerative. But the problem is I really shouldn't eat all that much solid food. And the reason why is because as a person who's hematophagic, I should generally be drinking blood. And when I do eat a lot of solid food or too much of it, my body's really not processing any of it. And it just, just sits there. Then what happens is at some point...
There is so much I cannot wait to ask you when we do our interview about all of it. I mean, I actually need to write a list down, but I don't think I need to. I feel like I don't need to.
You don't need to.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think when we get there.
So what happened with one episode was when I was going through what's called a vasodepressor syncopal collapse. You become all pale, sweaty, diaphoretic. You just you feel like you're dying. You honestly. And I had this horrible individual named Joe Tai who said he would hold the stage for me. And he began shouting all these Judeophobic... He went into a Judeophobic rant. It was just disgusting. It was just awful. He was obviously the enemy and was trying to get me banned off air, off bandwidth. And I had to keep intervening and trying to qualify what he was saying until I finally threw up. No doubt.
Well, side note, Douglas.
Yeah.
Just sorry to interrupt, but it reminded me before I forget.
Sure.
YouTube's offering this thing where you can wipe your previous channel strikes if you just watch their training video. You can get your account reinstated to its full capabilities. So we should definitely do that, thereby undoing what that guy did.
Oh, well, luckily, I don't know if that'll wipe away that warning. Nothing seems, but all my strikes have been wiped away. You knew that, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But supposedly you can get that warning even removed if you watch their training video or something.
Oh, give me the link.
Basically,
well, I'd almost like to see this to see what even happened. You just have morbid curiosity.
Oh, you mean would you like the link to that particular episode where I vomited and then called the ambulance? I mean, I could give it to you.
No, not that. I mean, that's terrible. But what would lead up to it, I suppose.
So you could listen
are
to
you serious? That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Of what even happened. I mean, the premise isn't. That's incredible.
So Brendan, give Jennifer and myself, everybody, you put it here in the text box, the link to that if you can find it.
Okay, I gotta find it. Just give me a second.
Yeah, sure. Take your time. No rush.
So you had an interview. Someone interviewed you. What were they interviewing you about?
No. I mean, what had happened was there was this jerk who just was affiliated with me through the show and was showing up, and so I was stupid enough to be kind to him and let him on the show, and it was just obviously he was just here to do everything he could to damage me. But what happened was that that one episode is 45 minutes long. It's still up there. I never took it down. Because no strikes were ever brought against me because of that, bizarrely enough. But what happened was that I just bring that up as a precursor to what happened on Halloween night. So on Halloween night, I was feeling almost that bad. So when I came back, I was crashing. It was just too much food that I should not have eaten. And obviously for anyone who sees me physically, people who have met me and anybody who's seen me, they know I'm not overweight. I don't retain any of it as fat. So it's basically I just shouldn't eat solid food very much. And so, of course, it tastes good, and that's the seductive part of it. And you're at parties, and you take advantage of that. It's because I don't get food like that in the crypt where I live at home. So at any rate, so what happened was that when I came back and I was all sick, the only people here were Aristides and Pete the Moon Man. And so then Moonrock starts saying, well, I'll review what Doug said with our last episode because it was, it really was popular. And so he says, I'll hold the stage with Aristides. And of course, Aristides at that point, basically, I hope he doesn't mind my saying this, had basically 4 puppies come in and was completely distracted by that and constantly on mute and having to go on and off mute to respond to Peter Moon. I don't even know how he handled it. How did you handle that, Aristides?
Pretty well.
Okay.
I'm used to it.
Oh, okay. So
but what happened?
Just basically they handled it until I basically spent that episode in the Aristides position. We'll call it the Aristides pose from this point forward. I was basically set myself up like on a stretcher and just pillow talked everybody for the rest of that 12 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what I did.
Well, so, yeah. That's amazing though that you're like, I'm going to show up even though I'd rather just rest. That's really, I think that's really quite something.
Thank
because
you.
A lot of people would just be like, I'm so sorry, but it's Halloween. So most people would, and so I think that's really upstanding.
Oh, thank you.
That you even showed up for people.
Well,
even showed up for people, and you have so many people that.
Well, enough. I mean, I delivered. I did the whole. I did this whole historical lecture about Alexander the Great and the wall of Gog and Magog, which he built to hold off the ghouls, which is all historical, and the monsters that he killed along the way. He personally wrote back to his teacher Aristotle about the monsters he killed on the way, describing creatures the size of elephants that flew through the sky and attacked his troops, and how they dispatched them with explosives. I mean, all of this is historical. And
that's actually that's incredible.
Yeah.
See, I've heard that,
Go on.
Not to that extent.
Yeah.
Already what you've said, but it's just unbelievable to hear anybody say. Like, people read things. Like, I've read that they had, that is a type of, that the magic, a lot of people are talking about, that it was the mastery over black powder and different types of, and fire, and, beyond that, as far as what they were using with different types of chemicals that would have basically like bombs, like a Molotov, being able to make bombs basically, and to attack these different types in warfare. But the idea of them using that against, which I am certain, at least it seems certain, that they were facing different species at that time that we are not, that are no longer, or they are still around, but people are no longer having to be troubled with them as much as they were.
Yes.
Or it's being kept from us to be worried about it. But that's incredible, and so I will have to listen back.
Thank you. Yes. So. Please do. I would appreciate your review. I mean, I brought up, of course, the English clergyman, Charles Kingsley, in the 19th century, who said that flying dragons were always part of man's recorded history. And of course, now, at his time, the 19th century, he was pointing out there were hundreds of skeletons of them in museums all over England that people called pterodactyls. We're ashamed to call them flying dragons anymore. But he said that that they were still around and that people would cite them, but they're no longer attacking people with the ferocity or the numbers that they once did when we called them dragons. This is exactly what the phenomena we're contending with when Alexander is writing back to Aristotle about the monsters that his army slew while building the wall to connect the wall of Gorgan, the Wolf Wall of Iran, the second longest wall in the world after the Great Wall of China. He built a wall connecting that to the Great Wall of China, which is why in Islam they consider him the builder of the Great Wall of China. He built the Gog-Magog wall. All of this is quite historical, and yet the West now dismisses it and says this is the Alexandrian romance. They'll say that this is the Alexandrian myth, but this is part of a pathology in the West. Because it basically it forces them to contend with something that the West will no longer, what the West refuses to uphold in its paradigm anymore at this point of what they call the Age of Reason. So we've entered an age of...
that you mentioned that, because the other day I was saying to a friend of mine, the Age of Reason, and the big difference there, why they call it that, that there's a significant reason that they considered people, but prior to the Age of Reason, that there was something unreasonable going on.
Thank you.
And yeah, and something probably that we're not really wrapping our mind around. And of course, it's very anesthetized in a way, the way that we're looking at history in general, that there may be a great deal more there that we're not willing to accept as being possibly true, even though we see it all the time. We can see it through our fictions, so-called fictions of our pop culture, but a great deal of that must be rooted in something, I assume. And more than that, though, when they look at history, and people don't want to look at history, but it's unbelievable that with history there is so much, and people get bored with it, but there's actually so much that says the terrifying truth and the amazing truth. I don't mean terrifying in a bad way. I mean terrifying in a way it should leave people baffled and really wondering about their lives and about reality, but they don't accept history and that they consider to be fictional, a lot of it, or they're detached from it in some way, it seems.
Thank you.
Even though it's written as being true. A lot of
Thank you. Yes, it's a form of denial. It's basically a form of mass denial and actually it's not so much the population, it's the population's elected intelligentsia or the intelligentsia which has been established by their particular culture. And of course, when the West entered this industrial age and entered this age of reason after the age of the Renaissance, it was a time where they began to explore many things, and at the same time began to enter this state of mass denial about many things. It's a very bizarre state of affairs. A great example, for instance, is evolution. Charles Darwin, of course, had really presented an ideology without necessarily much evidence. He was amassing evidence of a sort, certainly circumstantial evidence, but when it came to, say, solid hardcore evidence of a connection between certain skeletons of the primates and the human beings, he really presented something that was theoretical. It was theoretical, and yet the elite, the intelligentsia, said, well, we're going to make this our paradigm. And they took that and they ran with it. It's something that is not necessarily a bad thing. And I certainly do believe that there's evolution, but it was one of the things that they do to render him acceptable is they completely will hide from the public his
I actually have a question for you.
Sure, his occult background. But go on. Yeah, sure, go on with your question.
Okay, Pythagoras.
Yes.
And what is the connection? And I think that maybe there is one, is what I'm speculating. Uh-huh. I speculate that there's a connection between Pythagoras, the Pythagorean theory, and the followers of Pythagoras with current day individuals to such an extreme that's not really being pointed out. I mean, it is being pointed out to some extent, but like Richard Ramirez.
Uh-huh. Yes.
When I came across that, of course they believe that there's some type of connection with God and the numbers, and there's that God might be a number. And Richard Ramirez, famously, the photograph of him with the pentagram on his hand, the star on his hand.
Yes.
And that's actually a Pythagorean symbol, and that they would also, if Pythagoras was a real person, if it's to be believed, is what I mean. Because some people say that Pythagoras didn't exist, but in the case with this, that Richard Ramirez himself may have been related into possibly a follower of Pythagoras, or that many individuals actually within these certain circles throughout the military or throughout these secret sects that they may be very deeply engulfed in Pythagorean theory. And do you think that there's anything to that?
Yes, of course.
May I say something on it?
Please.
So, when it comes to Pythagoras, is like he's very much revered in the Rosicrucian sect and these other sects that consider him to be their god of reason. So it kind of corresponds to this kind of occult magical connection with these guys. That's what I would say. And then even like the statue that they have at the Rosicrucian Museum is Pythagoras, and his hand is facing up and his left hand's facing down, just like Baphomet. Right. You know, as above, so below. So all these sects are connected in that way.
But the why is what really the why for the murders, you know, that entranced that people were just like, what was the motivation for the murders? It's the Pythagorean. Is it just so happens that he was a Pythagorean, or if he was, or is there a connection between, because Son of Sam even, and with the family out of New York in that area, and the Plymouth Brethren with Aleister Crowley, and they're done under a certain deity or a certain, you know, time, or a certain cult is involved. These are different cults from the ancient world that are still manifest. Right. And Douglas can go into this, but it's like each time you see something like that, they may not be referencing the person, like whether it's Crowley or Pythagoras, but it's the being that they represented, or the being that they were connected to, or the god, or whatever it is. Does that make sense? That's how I see it. So you're saying that...
Oh, go ahead.
So you're saying like well, no, I'm not I'm trying to understand it, because I think that it is
like the Pythagorean the pentagram of Pythagoras.
Yes.
Is actually, that's Venus. That's a Venusian symbol. Right. And he, you know, so he meant it as a Venusian symbol, and then when they're using it, they're giving that energy up to Venus, or a certain aspect of Venus.
But why would he know that and then be pursuing to be a murderer? It's so strange.
They're just like, this is where Douglas can take over, because there is a big reason for it, and Douglas knows the reason.
Well, you know, I mean, you'll have to tell me, as you know, because elementary, like I don't know why, you know, that because Pythagoras is, you know, they were these vegetarians, they were kind of Stoics in a way, and how does that tie to mass murder any way whatsoever? I can't draw. I don't understand what the connection would be, but there obviously is one. And trying to understand what Pythagoras has to do with serial killers.
They're using Pythagoras as like a placeholder, because later on, the Pythagoreans, after they died, there was another sect called the Neo-Pythagoreans, and they were actually lumped in with the Neoplatonists. And so if you trace this up, it eventually will lead to this kind of deistic thought. This kind of, like, it goes beyond, it's more philosophical is what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. Like, where that's why they think the way they think.
When I was looking at the Rosicrucians, I mean, I can see what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. It has nothing to do with the original Pythagoras. That's all.
Mm-hmm. I wonder about that. Yeah. But I mean, if it's a neo-belief, but like with the Rosicrucians, for example, they hold this belief that the natural world is actually like a type of paradise or heaven. Mm-hmm. It's what we were cast out of, and so they see nature, like the world of trees and sunshine and stars and the forest and animals, as being heaven, that we in a garden or a paradise that we are cast out of. The Rosicrucians say this in their writings, and that the world of mankind is one unto itself. The psyche of mankind is like a world unto itself in a way.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And they are trying to return, at least to gaze upon paradise or to become a part of it again.
Right.
And their view is that imitating God, as they're meant to do, or they think that they should, from what they see from nature, it results in perhaps murder. And
that's their justification, is like, if this is created by God as a paradise and the human psyche
if God acts
is
this way in
disturbed,
nature, if this is the expression and I express it myself,
it's like,
am I
modern
not
day
like unto
people
God?
say it.
Yes. Go on, please.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Sorry, there's a bit of a delay. Yeah. It's like, the modern day people say, oh, well, humanity's like a cancer, and so what do you do with the cancer? You exterminate it. That's their Gnostic ideology. It also leads to Gnosticism as well, the kind of nefarious version. So
I just can't understand, though. Like, I still can't. It's gonna have to be explained to me, like, really, like somebody holding my hand.
I don't think anyone has the answer, pretty much, but Douglas kind of can get you on track there.
About why Pythagoras has to do with why Pythagoras, why Richard Ramirez? What does he come from?
You have to, shall we say, give me a chance to rev up. As you may know or may not know, I go into a zone. And I got that from my biological father, Adolf Hitler, that talent. It's one of those things where I've described before at great length that Hitler would fall into a kind of almost hypnagogic state when he would conduct his speeches. And I kind of fall into that zone where I'm able to recall a lot more. And this is something that is very much necessary to address a topic like this. Obviously, I can tell you about Aquino's involvement with the cult of the kings of Edom. And, of course, there are other cults that, shall we say, crossed paths with the Edomites and were absorbed. So what you need to do is be patient with me for a minute while I breathe and try and get myself into the zone. But what I can tell you is that when it comes to what I remember about Greek history, if we're going to go back to the bottom of it all, Neisarchus was a Greek jeweler, and his wife, Parthenis, a housewife. They were affluent, a wealthy couple, worshippers of Apollo, the sun god, which would be, of course, the normal thing. They lived on the Greek Isle of Samos, if I remember. A quiet existence, a young couple, one of the less bustling regions of ancient Greece. That peace of theirs would change soon enough, because on a visit to the town of Delphi, according to Lamlicus, a great historian of the day, the 4th century Syrian philosopher, who spraketh in Syriac, the language that was the language of the revelation of the Magi, that spoke of my ancestors, the Mage Kings, who consecrated Christ, rendered him his title. Otherwise, he historically would be known as nothing but Joshua, son of Joseph. But they rendered him the King of Kings, a title so important that it's illegal to name your child Christ. You can't name your child Adolf Hitler either, which shows that they're on a parallel. That's something most people would fall into instant revulsion at, but it happens to be a legal fact. Adolf Hitler's name is held on a parallel with that of Jesus Christ. You can't legally name your child either one. When it came to the 4th century Syrian philosopher who spoke the language that was akin to that of Aramaic spraketh by Christ, Lamlicus, he says this young couple consulted one of Greece's most famous religious authorities, a priestess called the Pythian Oracle, who was able to see the future, and she told the young couple they would have a son who would change the world. Now, perhaps Nasarchus had visions of a Greek Cal Ripken or Joe Montana, because Delphi was the site of a major athletic festival, the Pythian Games. And the Greeks are, of course, our source of the Olympics. They were sports fanatics. I mean, with all that shit going on with the Patriots today, I was going to render that on-running joke with our man Mark H., who said he had enough about hearing about that shit, but if you went back to ancient Greece, it really wasn't all that different. But at any rate, the Pythian Games were held every 4 years, like the Olympic Games. Nasarchus promptly renamed his wife Pythias. Then the 12 lovers dutifully followed the seer's instructions to visit Phoenicia. It's in what is now Syria, Suraya, for the baby's birth. In, 582 years before Christ walked the earth, at Sidon, Nasarchus and Pythias, they had a son, and they named him in the Pythian tradition. He was Pythagoras, and the family moved to Samos, which some sources list as Pythagoras' birthplace. Well, when he was 18 years of age, Pythagoras left Samos. He studied in Miletus, a Greek-occupied seaport on the coast of modern-day Anatolia, Turkey, with Thales, the legendary naturalist, and explored his roots in Phoenicia. And then he went to Memphis in Egypt to study for more than 20 years with the Egyptian religious mystics. It wasn't until Pythagoras turned 60 years of age that he finally settled down, and his thoughts on aging were not even typical senior citizen thoughts. Bear in mind, in those days, on average, a person wouldn't live past the age of 20. This man was 3 times the lifespan of your average man. Obviously, people would think him magical. According to Diogenes Laertius, a 3rd century biographer, one of the many ancient writers who burnished the legends of Pythagoras, the great man saw life in 4 stages. Pythagoras is quoted as having said, 20 years a boy, 20 years a youth, 20 years a young man, and 20 years an old man. Well, having completed the first 3 of those epochs, which most people never got past the first, Pythagoras decided to nest. His travels brought him to Croton, a city in southern Italy that was inhabited mostly by Greeks at that time. Historians disagree about what he did there, but there's general agreement that Pythagoras combined a radiant charisma with a shaman's magnetic charm. He was a teacher of many things. An uptown mystic in a backwater town. The Crotonians, they flocked to bask in his glamour, soak up his wisdom. Pythagoras also had a golden thigh, according to all the ancient writers, who soberly reported this curious characteristic as if the man's leg was literally made of metal. This led Crotonians to what they considered a natural conclusion. Pythagoras was either the god Apollo himself or the son of Apollo. There was no one the great man wouldn't teach. Children, the poor, the city elders. You see, he was Christ-like in that, a radical in being populist. To all, he disseminated his beliefs on faith and diet and morality. He even spraketh to woman, whom he treated as equals. In those days, the Greeks believed women to be imperfect men, basically animals, that existed for you simply to breed with, not to love. Love was between men. So this was highly atypical behavior for a man in those days that led some historians a few centuries later to discuss parallels between stories about Pythagoras and those about Jesus Christ. Exempli Gratiae. Lamlicus claims that within a few days after Pythagoras arrived at Croton, the teacher saw fishermen pulling in a large haul of fish, and Pythagoras told them how many fish they had, and when they tallied the catch, they were stunned to learn that he was correct numerically. Lamlichus says that when Pythagoras ordered the men to return the fish to the sea, well, they thought it best to comply, and as if by a further miracle, not a single fish had died. And with all these flourishes, Pythagoras spread his doctrine of strict vegetarianism, and according to legends, he had long performed these odd, magical feats, exempli gratiae. Traveling as a youth, Pythagoras he'd been seized by pirates, hoping to sell him on the slave market. Oddly, as a boy, he didn't even seem to mind. He sat in a corner of the ship in a trance. He didn't eat. He didn't drink. In fact, he didn't move for 3 days. The pirates became concerned. But when opportune winds blew the ship well ahead of schedule, they concluded that the boy was no mere waif, but a god. When the ship reached Egypt, the crew members carried him ashore. They erected an altar to him, surrounded him with food and fruits, and departed. They didn't even wait to see if he would eat any of it. Pythagoras had that kind of luck, and his good fortune continued in Croton, whose citizens had built him a school and a temple honoring his patron god, Apollo. So his burgeoning coterie of followers became a state within a state. And according to the modern scholar, Peter Gorman, in the book that he wrote titled Pythagoras, predictably enough, subtitled A Life, really original, well, the faithful were divided into 2 ranks: disciples who lived in a commune, sharing all possessions, and a larger group called acousmatics, whose dedication was less consuming. The disciples lived faithfully in step with their guru, and like Pythagoras himself, they ate lightly, taking neither meat nor fish. They slept sparingly. They drank no alcohol. By the way, if you heard that noise now, I just got a news, what they call a bulletin. They said that a U.S. shopper has been shocked after discovering a real human skull on display for Halloween. There you go. Well, what do you expect? It's, talk about a good scare. By the way, can anybody hear me?
Yeah, that's classic.
Thank you. At any rate, so when it came to what else I remember about
sorry, just listening.
Yeah.
Man.
Honey?
No, it's incredible.
I'll go on. Let me continue.
Okay.
So understand that these people, they insisted on monogamy. And now that I think more about the dietary habits, they never ate beans because Pythagoras thought men's souls were inside the beans. Personally, I don't think he enjoyed the flatulence thereafter and just had to think up of a rationale. But that's my own take on it. They never traveled the high road, never touched white roosters. Lamlichus saith that they received from Pythagoras laws as if they were divine precepts, without which they did nothing. But of course, we need to come to the cult of numbers. The Pythagorean community's ranks eventually swelled to more than 2,500 folk in Croton. Many citizens, particularly the old guard gentry, were threatened. Formation of the community, according to the book by the historian Gorman, the modern historian, was gradual. This community, it gradually built up because a sudden conversion of this magnitude would have disturbed the council of leaders immediately. Now, cults were feared. They were distrusted then as they are now, and as much in vogue as today, because this was an age in which old, stable social orders and their trusted religions were breaking down. Society was in a ferment. Many people were seeking new values and an updated moral guidepost. Pythagoras' cult had a lot in common with the Orphic cults sweeping Greece at the time. These were named for Orpheus, the tragic mythological lover. The Orphics preached and practiced a potpourri of science and mysticism and monastic self-control. Angry Greek men and women were seeking the same salvation through Orphics and Pythagoras' cult that today's malcontents seek in such modern movements as militias and New Age religions. Life in that time, well, at least according to the modern historian J.B. Bury in his History of Greece, that's the title of his book, the closest one available to me within reach, he says it wasn't like that of the good old days. Basically, all the secure nuclear households of the Homeric age, 3 centuries earlier, were gone. So in this tumultuous era of increasing political democracy, which many saw as promoting mob rule and social debauchery, new cults such as Pythagoreans, the Pythagoreans as some called them depending on your dialect, and the Orphics, they offered new creeds by which to live, preaching temperance, communal living, and oligarchy, government by an enlightened few. Many people in Pythagoras' day were drawn by hushed whispers about life after death in some kind of netherworld, a concept that reached Greeks from Egyptian and Eastern cultures. Secrecy and mystical traditions were part of the cult's appeal. It gave them an air of enlightenment and revolution. Each group had its own spin, of course. The Orphics emphasized transmigration of souls after death into new bodies. The cults dedicated to the god Dionysus. Dionysius was, of course, the god of, well, many pleasures. They preferred frenzied channeling rituals. Pythagoras' angle was numbers. He was, after all, a mathematician. Some consider him the world's first, though certainly not in our sense of the word. To him, numbers were divine, the primary elements of all existence. Individual numbers had magical powers. Numbers, as Pythagoras would articulate it, are the cause of gods and demons. Pythagoras started counting with the number 3. 1 and 2 he considered building blocks for all other numbers, not numbers themselves. Numbers were thereafter the building blocks of everything else. Now, according to the modern scholar Ward Rutherford, in his account of the Pythagoreans' linkage of numbers with even the most abstract notions, opportunity was 7, justice is 4, masculinity an odd number, femininity an even number. Oh, by the way, I got an email just now. That's the noise you heard. Where was the skull? The Halloween skull was in Florida. Where else? Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, where else would it be? That's like, probably Ian West put it up. At any rate, that was before your time, Jennifer. Another story there, another time. Oh. But back to where we were. The number 2 embodied the female principle. The number 3, the male. And so marriage was number 5. Odd as such thinking may seem today, Pythagoreans developed key concepts that influenced the development of modern science. One, for example, was that nature, or reality, at its deepest level, is mathematical. Pythagoras himself taught, all is number, using a formulation surprisingly close to views expressed by Albert Einstein and others. God is mathematician. God is a mathematician. Now, this trust in mathematics has been among the most powerful tools of modern science, especially physics. But Pythagoreans went a bit further. They claimed that their numerical mysticism could lead to spiritual purification, ultimately uniting souls of individuals with the divine. Still, an emphasis, or the emphasis, on math led to practical advances. In Croton, for example, Pythagoras established one of the world's first laboratories, where he tested acoustics by hammering bells of different weights and measuring the pitch of tones that they produced. He discovered that musical pitch is related to vibration in string and varies with the string's length. He found musical harmony results from waves in vibrating strings that are precise multiples of one another, one wave in the vibrating string being exactly twice or 3 times the length of another with which it harmonizes. So he measured the stars and plotted an Earth-centered solar system. In fact, he argued that movements of stars and planets produced a form of musical harmony beyond human comprehension, the source of the expression, the music of the spheres. But the Pythagoreans did not share the knowledge. Secrecy was maintained with fervor, including knowledge of various geometric forms considered to have divine properties. Now, these forms included the sphere, the cube, and the tetrahedron, a solid with 4 equilateral triangles, if I remember, as faces. Now, according to Gorman, a disciple named Heliopassos revealed the properties of the dodecahedron and was promptly expelled from the community. Who knew, after all, what could happen if the secret plans of this solid form with 12 pentagons as sides were to fall into the wrong hands? For all of his geometric accomplishments, Pythagoras may not have devised the theorem bearing his name. His writings are lost, and almost everything attributed to him stems from writings of his community. Many scholars have concluded that others in his group produced that theorem. Then there was a day of reckoning. This is where it gets, shall we say, difficult. When you think of that mystical triangle, you think back to geometry class. Maybe you can dredge up a sleepy memory of Pythagoras credited with discovering that the square of the longest side of a right-angled triangle, the hypotenuse, that it's equal to the sum of the squares of the other 2 sides. That factoid is Pythagoras' most visible legacy. You may know it as the Pythagorean theorem. A2 plus B2 equals C2. But nobody, and I mean no fucking buddy, other than Douglas Dietrich, because of my liaison with Michael Aquino and his training of Richard Ramirez, knows that the formula, that mathematician of ancient Greece, who helped so many of us navigate right triangles and solve a host of practical problems in the real world, led a bizarre religious cult and died in a fiery blaze when the forces of democracy rallied against him and his mystic band. The fire is very reminiscent. It anticipated the one in which David Koresh and many of his Branch Davidian followers died near Waco, Texas in 1994. Imagine that if David Koresh, in his spare time, had been a world-famous philosopher and scientist, and also a good friend and personal, spiritual, and dietary advisor to, say, Bruce Jenner, before he became Caitlyn, the former Olympic decathlon champion. Imagine that the twain had been hanging out with other Branch Davidians at Jenner's house, when he was still a man and not looked on as a freak show, when federal agents swarmed the joint. That would be the picture, because via the actual history, that's how Pythagoras died, at the house of his disciple Milo, a famous Olympic wrestler. They were attacked by community leaders who thought that Pythagoras' personality cult had gone far enough. So, when I try to dredge out of my memory what I know about that incident, those last days, well, like Chicago, Croton became a 1-star town. Like Michael Jordan, Pythagoras had become omnipotent. He was above direct involvement in political frays, but many in his cult were not. So, as Bury writes in his book, his adherents turned order into an instrument of political power. Now, occasionally, every leader needs a crisis to rally flagging supporters, and Pythagoras found one right around the corner in Sybaris. The neighboring city-state was a perfect foil. The name of its citizens, Sybarites, is our synonym, well, it's our synonym now, for libertine. Even in those heady days, Sybarites were known for their love of excess and their military power, which far exceeded that of Croton. When Thales, the Sybarite dictator, demanded return of refugees who had fled to Croton, many Crotonians wanted to comply. They had suffered in recent conflicts with other city-states and were not confident about their own power. But Pythagoras was defiant, and he rallied Croton. His disciple, Milo the wrestler, raised an army and attacked Sybaris. Though outnumbered, Milo's troops crushed Sybaris so completely that it virtually disappeared. Suddenly, Croton was a major power in the region. Yet even in victory, bitter dissension remained. Lingering problems with cults festered across the Greek world. Problems for Pythagoras came to a head after he had been in Croton about 20 years. That magic cycle. A nobleman named Cylon, whom they named the race of robots after in Battlestar Galactica, quite literally, asked to join the Pythagoreans. But he had a reputation as a partier, so Pythagoras balked. And spurned as he was, Cylon rallied the population against Pythagoras and ambushed him at Milo's house. And in that clash, the house was burned, and most local Pythagoreans were killed. The Pythagorean school, however, never faded. While the Orphic movement was largely repudiated after the 6th century BC, the Pythagoreans lasted another 300 years, spreading as far as the Middle East and spawning many thinkers. If I remember correctly, I'll try to recall some of them, but I guess the most important point of what I'm relating right now is that Pythagoras turned out to be one of the fathers of Western philosophical tradition. His easy blend of science and freewheeling spiritualism and philosophy laid the groundwork for a heady wave of all the other ancient Greek philosophers. His biggest fan would be Plato. The demise of Pythagoras has never been clear. Diogenes Laertius reports that he escaped the fire at Milos, only to come to a bean field, sacred ground. When he refused to cross it, pursuers from Croton caught him and slit his throat, and said, "Let the blood fertilize the souls within your beans." Other reports say he escaped to Metapontum, a Greek-Italian city-state, and died there shortly afterward. Some reports place him last in Delos, consoling a dying teacher. So sightings of Pythagoras, they're Elvis-like. They were reported for hundreds of years thereafter. Whatever his fate, Pythagoras' legacies thrive today, not least in the simple formula that reminds us the real world does, after all, have an intimate fundamental basis in numbers. A2 plus B2 equals C2. But a lot of people don't know about, well, the cult of the kings of Edom. When it came to Michael Aquino on my birthday Eve day, back in 1982, he performed a left-handed magical ritual in the crypt of Wewelsburg Castle, formerly the castle of the Schutzstaffel, the SS, the secret service of Adolf Hitler. This was nothing pro-Nazi. It was to dispel, suppress Nazism. The U.S. Army was concerned about neo-Nazism in Germany, a Nazi resistance movement that would overthrow the Americans and the West. As a result, Michael Aquino was asked to suppress the movement via the magical ritual. Michael Aquino, knowing myself to be the son of Adolf Hitler, held that ritual on my birthday eve day, October 19th, all through the night until the day of my birthday, October 20th, and therefore tried to bind myself to him, unto his power. In doing so, he dedicated my soul, through his ritual, to the Order of the Trapezoid, as a full-fledged dark order under the Temple of Set. All of this was based on Pythagorean calculus. His calculus also was to create a number of murderers to spill the blood upon the ground in order to feed the ritual. When I worked at the Presidio military base as a librarian, there was a scumbag by the name of Michael Ramirez. Like Michael Aquino, a serviceman in the U.S. Army Special Forces, a Green Beret. Like Michael Aquino, he was a monster. He had a shoebox full of memories of little Vietnamese girls who he killed while raping. He had photographs of himself cutting off their tits with his bayonet, blowing their brains out while they were giving him a blowjob, blowing their brains out at the moment that he orgasmed, as his ultimate culmination. He would always try to go into the children's room to share these photographs with the kids. I, of course, when I was on duty, would always prevent him from doing so, but that forced me to distract him by talking to him. That's how I found out his story. I said, "How'd you wind up on Presidio military base?" He was there for his methadone treatments at the Letterman Army Medical Center, where they trained a quarter of the U.S. Army's medical doctors. In fact, all of them. A quarter of all service doctors, but certainly all U.S. Army doctors, were trained at Medical Army Letterman Center. When it came to what he had done to be sentenced to that chore, he had blown his wife's brains out. Said, most of the time you guys do that, you get away with it scot-free. Somebody must have seen you do it. Said, yeah, my nephew. He was the one who loved this shoebox full of memories. He'd take it with him to the graveyard to jack off every night under the moonlight on top of various graves. I said, "Who was your nephew?" He said, "Richard Ramirez." So I was speaking with the uncle of the Night Stalker. They were all members of the Temple of Set, the cult of the Order of the Trapezoid.
That's incredible.
A Pythagorean cult. A Pythagorean cult that was feeding the ground of California with blood. That's why Michael Aquino dispatched Richard Ramirez to do the killing. Now understand how I became a liaison to Michael Aquino. He requested it because I was working at the Presidio Military Base Library as a librarian's aide originally, and then ultimately a Department of Defense research librarian. In between that time, I was a military reference technician. How I got that job was as a summer job through an Albanian lady named Leanne Prifty. Leanne Prifty used to work for the United States State Department. Rather, she worked for Radio Liberty, Radio Free Europe. Radio Free Europe would broadcast behind what was then the Iron Curtain to the darkest of all the nations on Earth, the most hidden and the most suppressed, Albania. That was her ethnic background. Prifty is an Albanian name. She spoke the language of Shqiptari, the Illyrian language of the Albanians. When she would broadcast behind the Iron Curtain with the power of Radio Free Europe, sponsored by the United States State Department, she was speaking to the people under the dictatorship of Enver Hoxha, who at that time was allied with communist China under Mao Zedong, the most radical government on earth, and Albania was the most radical government in Europe. When she was working at the Department of State, it was like a night job. That's when she conducted her broadcasts. In the daytime, she worked for the mayor of San Francisco, George Moscone. Now, at the time, Michael Aquino had been cooperating with the CIA in a mass sacrifice at Jonestown. Shortly after that, Dan White, who was a Irish Catholic police officer, he came into the mayor's office and he pushed Leanne Prifty to the ground. She was essentially the Mayor Moscone's lap secretary. She would give him blowjobs under the table. When she stood up to block the path of Dan White, he pushed her to the ground and said, "I'm too much of a gentleman to kill a lady." And he proceeded to blow the brains out of Mayor Moscone and Harvey Milk, the so-called mayor of Castro Street, the supervisor who had taken his job, a gay child molester, now on government stamps, federally issued United States Postal Service stamps, honoring him, as well as having a United States naval ship named after him because he was one of the fathers of the U.S. Navy SEALs. And Harvey Milk, when he died, Moscone, when he died, it automatically made Dianne Feinstein mayoress of San Francisco. She was never elected. She became mayoress simply by dint of being in secession, line of secession, when Dan White blew out our mayor's brains. At that time, Dan White was never punished. He never spent a day in jail. He went on trial and they freed him because they said he was too sugarized, ate too many Twinkies. It was the infamous Twinkie defense. Got him off. He stayed at home, enjoyed the rest of his life until finally he got an order from Michael Aquino and blew his brains out to hide all the evidence. He was that mind-controlled. How does this tie in? Well, basically, Leanne Prifty, who had been pushed to the ground, well, when Dianne Feinstein took Mayor Moscone's place, she said, "The rumor is I'm a lesbian. Having you around won't help that. I don't need no lap secretary eating out my cunt under the table, so you're fired." That's how Leanne Prifty wound up working at John O'Connell Vocational Institute, where I attended school. She's the one who got me the summer job at the Presidio Military Base Library. That's where Michael Aquino said, "I want this man as a liaison to myself." Michael Aquino later explained to me he had the mayor's brains blown out just so he could have me assigned as liaison to him. He said, "That's how I used Dianne Feinstein." Get this shit. When Richard Ramirez was going around killing people, the San Francisco Police Department was hot on his trail. They identified the firearm he was using, caliber, make. They were down to tracing its serial number. They were this close to catching Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker. That's when Dianne Feinstein got on national television and said, "Watch out, Richard! They're coming to get you! Change your firearm! Change your firearm!" And that's when he stopped using the same firearm and began switching firearms with every kill. Dianne Feinstein was put in place by Michael Aquino to expedite the work of mass murderers. That's the kind of world we live in.
Yeah.
So, all of this is on record. Nothing is something I'm making up. People can look up what Dianne Feinstein did.
Right.
This is something that she did on national television, after all. So understand
I heard
that
she had her driver was a Chinese spy. Yeah, there was all kinds of stuff flying around about that recently, which is interesting.
Yeah, well, she's just a human piece of shit. I don't even know whether she's dead or not yet, but she may as well be.
They say she must be.
Yeah, well, she's got full-blown Alzheimer's, whether she's dead or not. So, karma, all I can say.
That's rough. That is.
Well, she deserves a lot worse. All I can say is that... I'm sorry, honey. Go on. I'm sorry. Did our man Brendan, he took off. Hope he's all right.
I don't know. But, no, that's... It is the order. Okay, so it makes sense to me that there would be an order of angles. There'd be an order of understanding the angles aspect, that the mathematics that it's stolen from Pythagoras in a way. Yes. Not stolen. There might be something to it. There could still, maybe there is. But what they gleaned.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Go on. No, go on. Go on.
If I'm not mistaken, from what I'm understanding and from what you've said, what I'm taking from it is that there were orders around him. Perhaps they were, perhaps they were wowed themselves, throughout time, and individuals were influenced, obviously, like Einstein and Tesla and many other people were really wowed, and they come from some other order within themselves that through their studies of the angles of these numbers and the system he is talking about, it gave them an understanding about the nature of reality, but they made contact in some way within themselves, in their minds. Something came out of their subconscious or something about the angles of reality, or that, I can't even begin to fathom, but that there is something about something. It's really beyond me. It really is. It's so far beyond me.
But you can intuit that they've gleaned.
I can understand
yes.
that there is something to do about the whole of the way that we are taking in our perception of existence, and that it has to do with these angles on the plane, and that reality is being reflected through that prism in a way, and they are not necessarily worshiping it, but I don't know how it ties into murder, but I'm going to think about it, because I think there's some type of, not murder, but
sacrifice.
I don't think they think of it that way, but I'm going to have to think about it a great deal. I wouldn't have even thought of it, not even thought about this, had you not said what you've said. So I'm glad that I brought it up, because it has been bothering me trying to figure out, but this has been the first lead, even worth, that it makes, it's beyond, what I expect. Well, I'm not surprised to hear from you, but at the same time, it's like, oh my gosh. Yeah. It may not be a Pythagorean, philosophy that there's any of this to do with the exchange, but there's something about the exchange, possibly from another group, or people, the same people perhaps who say that he was never alive to begin with, that he never existed. Right. So there's a possibility that's repeated over and over again with many different figures.
Yes.
Who try to change the story about it, but I can't stay very, very long, okay, which is horrible, but because I have to work a double tomorrow.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yes. Oh, no, it's okay. Well, it's okay.
I'm so glad you were
off the day after tomorrow.
Okay, good.
But yeah, so it's cool.
Maybe you'll be able to join us on Wednesday night. So the day after tomorrow will be, let me check the calendar here.
The day after tomorrow will be Tuesday,
okay,
and I'm off that day. And then Wednesday I will work, but it won't be so rough. And then I'll be off on Thursday as well.
Okay.
So that's
okay, excellent. Well, I'm so glad you were able to spend some time with us. If Brendan Zogit were here, he would help to verify and testify that I am, people claim I'm not alive either. Literally claim I don't exist. That many of my gang stalkers...
You are absolutely, that's incredible. Really incredible. And what you...
well, darling, you're incredible. You really have an enormous patience.
Well, that's very nice. But I was actually I was totally at a dead spot from where I was going with trying to understand about what I was talking about, and then you were talking about all of this, and then I'm going to have to sit with this for probably sleep on it, wake up tomorrow, think about it off and on, the next day think about it off and on, to think about where I'm going to go from there, even from what you've just said.
Well, Brendan has rejoined us, so before our dear Jennifer departs for the night, Brendan, do testify the fact that many people claim I don't exist either. They claim Douglas Dietrich isn't Douglas Dietrich. Yes, Brendan.
Right.
Yeah, you've experienced this.
It's a false name of a Taiwanese, or not Taiwanese, a Thai soldier who's also a Vietnamese scout.
Is that floating around? That concept?
Well, this is just some conjecture they put forward, but then at the same time they look up Douglas's name under FOIA as Douglas Dietrich.
That is
so
fantastic.
It's like they can't even pick. If it's a fake name, then why are they using it to look up his military?
Mr. Dietrich, you should be proud about that. That's pretty cool.
Oh, thank you. What that's based on, Jennifer, is the fact that there is a dossier that was produced for an alter ego because I was seriously considering becoming a field agent. And I went through some training to become a field agent to ultimately try and infiltrate communist Vietnam. So there was a cover story that was made for me, and it is in a dossier where I'm 10 years older and served as what was called a Kit Carson Scout. These were communists who changed or defected to the American side, and they called them Kit Carson Scouts. There's a actual dossier created for that alter ego, a paper person, where I'm Vietnamese and a Kit Carson Scout. This is what they're trying to say is the real Douglas Dietrich, as opposed to Douglas Dietrich. Yeah, that's the situation there. But Brendan, thank you for coming back. Jennifer, do say goodnight to our listeners. I certainly don't want to usher you out. I would love for you to stay as long as you could.
No, have a great night. And Mr. Dietrich, I'm going to think about, I'm up to think about this. A lot of it. I mean, because it's just, it's too much. I mean, I think, you think you have, like me, I'm like, I think I have something, but I'm going to have to sit with it actually for hours.
Well, dear lady,
thank you so very much.
Thank you. What I'm going to do right now is inside of your private, this is just necessary in case something happens, like when we're trying to do the show or something, or the interview, and something might happen where we get disconnected or something happens where one of us has to cancel or something, which hopefully never happens. But this is my phone number, just so you have it. And that way you can take your time and perhaps...
I won't abuse that.
Yeah, I understand that. Honey, that's written on bathroom walls all over the United States anyway. There's no need to worry about that. When you get a chance, you can send me a text message with your own, so in the event that something happens, which hopefully, like I said, nothing does, then I could call you in case the Skype doesn't work, because there's times in the past where we've tried to conduct interviews and then the Skype will die or something. So, in case that happens, the phone helps immensely. I will not abuse that number. Other than that, bless you. Blessed be thy slumber and sweet be thy dreams. Oh, Brendan, do say goodnight to her as well. And Aristides, if you're still with us.
Have a good night, Brendan and Mr. Aristides.
Yeah.
Gute Nacht, Fraulein.
Yes.
Have a good evening. I mean that in a respectful way. So.
Yes. All right.
Thank you.
Blessed be, dear Jennifer. Bye for now.
You guys have a great night.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Dietrich. That was pretty good. That's pretty incredible.
Oh, you flatter me. Thank you.
No, I'm serious. Okay. Have a good night. Thank you.
Bye for now. Bye. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so that was Jennifer Hawkins, wonderful lady involved with the Arcane Observer. I love the way she pronounced Aristides' name. It sounded like STDs. At any rate. So, dear Brendan, you had to drop off for a while. What happened?
I was still here. I was just charging my phone. I was listening through the YouTube.
Oh, thank goodness. Yes.
I was monitoring the YouTube live stream.
Oh, great. Great. So, share with us what, I'm sure you have much that you could contextualize in terms of what I said. You can contextualize it further. Please do.
Yeah, no, that was it was well done, and that's what I was trying to tell her about. But you need the full story from you to understand it, and I understand her, or I feel for her, like sentiments that like you do need a simmer on it. Like it took me years of listening to you to even get the full picture, because it's like that's a lot of stuff to go through,
Thank you.
And But yeah, the point was, to summarize, is that just because they're using the Pythagorean symbols doesn't mean that's the cult involved.
Thank you. Not the Pythagorean cult. Go on. Yes.
That's what I was trying to clarify. Yeah. That just because they're using Pythagorean symbols and, sigils, that doesn't mean, and you clarified it. The reason they were doing such things is because they were under the order of the trapezoid, which is, a subsect of the Rosicrucians and these people, and even worse, like you said, the Edomites. Yes. So that's the clarity that we needed in that situation.
Yes. And
just some funny things about Pythagoras, he didn't allow his followers to eat fava beans because he considered them to look like, there's many stories, like one, that they look like fetuses, or two, like they were the shape of like a human embryo, or two, that they were associated with Tartarus. They're considered like the fruit of Tartarus. So it'd be like eating the, so it'd be like the bean of death, basically.
Right.
Like eating, but yeah, I liked your interpretation of that. It's probably just has to do with like the heavy flatulence.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's my own take on it.
But there's also this thing called, let me look it up. Basically, the fava bean for some people, especially of Greek origin, there's like a tenth of the population, 10 percentile of the population, 10th of a percentile. So we're talking like maybe 1% of the population. They have a genetic disorder that if they were to eat fava beans, it actually can damage the kidneys.
Holy shit.
And make people sick.
Jesus.
So perhaps he knew about this, or they somehow knew about that.
That's believable. That's yeah.
It's called acute hemolytic anemia. In G6PD deficient people can develop after eating fava beans. It is a disease known as favism.
Jesus.
Yeah. So it's a genetic condition, and it's very extremely rare, but basically even inhaling pollen from the fava plant can induce this in some people. So
yeah, that's
let me see some of the symptoms, because they're pretty gnarly. Like
ooh, yeah.
Yeah, jaundice, prostration, pallor, dark urine, destruction of red blood cells, triggered by certain glucosides present in high concentrations in the fava beans. Favism only occurs in people who have the G6PD deficiency, and it is more common and life-threatening in children, usually boys, more so than adults. So his cult was mainly men, so that's another reason why.
Yeah.
Or just the Greeks in general were more male-centric, like you said.
Yeah. No, that makes sense, and he probably had seen someone die of that. And
right.
That's I got it. Wow.
So it could have even been psychological, where he just had like a phobia of it from seeing someone just literally bleed to death, their bloody urine, and died from eating fava.
Yeah. There you go. I mean, so that's an important point. It's something that should be integrated into historical understanding. Well, our numbers are very high right now, and so want you to take advantage of this with me and help educate our listening public in aspects of various things that you think the public should know about, whatever you feel to be important, before I go into current affairs. I mean, God knows, once I go into that, it's almost like a downer. It's not nearly as, current affairs are not necessarily as captivating as much of history, really. But you could explain what apocalyptic times we're living in, that we basically have a situation where our, certainly I feel that what Netanyahu, and I've been saying that his name is very eerily similar or resonant of Nyarlathotep. I think Netanyahu and Nyarlathotep, he's kind of like an embodiment of that entity, really, at this point in history, that he's trying to take the world down. And this is a kind of apocalyptic. I think there's this feeling that they just want to climax the end times. So share with us what your own understanding of these end times.
I like the Cthulhu connection though.
Yeah.
The child of Azazel.
Yeah.
Azathoth. Yeah. That's. I mean, I don't know what else. There's nothing much else to say, other than I guess like what I told you was brought up to me about the connection between Gaza and the Samson story from the Bible.
Please.
Yeah. So the story of Samson actually takes place in Gaza. So if anyone is familiar with the Old Testament, that, you know, pardon me here for a second. Here.
Take your time.
Yeah.
And there's a bit of a...
Samson...
Yeah, go on.
What's going on?
I was just pointing out to people that there's a bit of a delay in what you hear, so that's why there's kind of like a glitch in when you respond to either Jennifer or myself. There's kind of a delay in terms of your reception. But go on, yeah.
Yeah. So Samson is a Hebrew Zimson, meaning man of the sun. He was one of the judges of the ancient Israelites mentioned in the book of Judges, and he's basically this folk hero that embodied aspects of Gilgamesh, Enkidu, Heracles, this kind of like amalgam of these mythological creatures. Mythological heroes.
Yeah.
Mythological heroes. But he's a Nazarite that was, he was basically in this situation where the biblical Philistines had destroyed his village or attacked the Israelites, pushed him out, and he was weakened inside of like a prison, basically, or something like this. And because he was an Israelite and he had a pact with Jehovah, he was actually given an immense strength where he brought down the pillars of the jail or the temple he was being held in by his bare hands. And this temple or whatever place he was at was actually Gaza, the actual place where they have the Palestinians now. So they see this as this kind of full circle from the time of the Israelites till now, that they have this immense strength that was given by God to fight these other beings that were the Philistines. Because the story of Samson is he was given immense strength, which aids him against his enemies, meaning the Philistines, and allows him to perform literal superhuman feats like slaying a lion with his bare hands, massacring an army of Philistines with a jawbone, as like a club. But if Samson's long hair were to be cut, then his Nazirite vow would have been violated, and he would lose his strength. Yeah. And then later on, he's betrayed by his lover Delilah, who is sent by the Philistines officials to entice him, which orders the servant to cut his hair while he's sleeping, and then turns him over to the Philistine enemies, where they gouge out his eyes and grind him to grain in a mill at Gaza, where his hair begins to grow again. When the Philistines take Samson to the temple of Dagon, Samson asks to rest against one of the pillars. After being granted permission, he prays to God and miraculously recovers his strength, allowing him to bring down the columns, collapsing the temple, and killing himself, as well as the other Philistines. In some other Jewish traditions, Samson is believed to have been buried in Zorah, in Israel, overlooking the Sorek Valley, also considered his birthplace. So that's the story of Samson. They're basically all in Samson style.
Yes.
Like they're gonna destroy all of them if they have to kill themselves.
Thank you.
That's what my one of my family members was bringing up to me.
Now this sounds like a family member with some degree of intelligence and even wisdom.
Yeah.
Are they one of the assholes, or is this some kind of...
No, it was my grandpa. He was the educated one. He's very articulate. He's from He's from a village outside of Damascus, so he lived this kind of biblical, like he went all over that area. So he walked in the footsteps of these beings.
He's the one in the rest home who you visit.
Yes.
Okay. So when it comes to everything you've just shared with us, I think people need to understand that Palestine is simply an anglicization of Philistine, and that the ancient rivalry between and enmity between Philistines and the Jews is what the Israelis are carrying out to this day. And just as our friend Brendan has expressed with the legend of Samson, or the history of Samson, you have this individual who destroys himself while taking down the enemy with him. We can see the parallel immediately. In the opening hours before Brendan came on, I was expressing how the Allies project upon the Axis a desperation, and they will take out of context quotes from Axis individuals such as Reichspropaganda Minister Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels when he said, "We shall drag a world down with us, a world in flames." And the Americans will point to this and say, oh, this is an example of the danger the Nazis represented. And yet it's the Israel today that...
The classic critical omission.
Thank you. Israel today wants to drag us all down with them in the entire world in flames in there. So I pointed out that the Americans dispatched a nuclear submarine now to lurk in area, supposedly as a deterrent against Iran or any of the proxies such as the Houthis. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Is that about right? Houthis or Houthis? How should I say it? Houthi. And so when it comes to our situation today, it is apocalyptic, and Israel has every intention of, toppling the pillars. And when I think of the pillars being toppled, 2 in a row that Samson pushed on either side, I think of the Twin Towers. And so there is a constant analogy they're making between the attack on Israel and 9/11. And this is all becoming a blur. It's blurring into a...
So the Houthi means basically... Houthi means the glory of God or something. They're claiming this. That's what it means, but it's actually a family name. Mm-hmm. So this family or this lineage was set up by Iran, and they have these signs that they spray paint everywhere that says Allah is great, death to America, death to Israel, curse upon the Jews, victory to Islam. That's their motto. So that's why they're so gung-ho about all this stuff. We're talking about the Houthis in Yemen, which is a subsidiary of the Shia, so the Iranian version of Islam, or the sect that rules Iran.
Incredible. Thank you. No, that's important, profoundly important. And in terms
it means supporters of God, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
It's officially called Ansar Allah. Al-Huttiyun Al-Ansar Allah. That's what's there. That's their full name, but no one ever talks about them like that.
Wow. Thank you. I'm glad that you did. So when it comes to your own background in the Levantine, your family's background, they were Christian. They were Christian Lebanese?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us a bit about that. Whatever you.
Well, yeah, we come from like the oldest Christian lineage in that region. Mm-hmm. So we're talking like the first church, like the original, like, because Damascus is where, also on the road to Damascus, which my grandpa mentioned that his village was there. That was where the temple was built, right outside of his village. The church, the first church of Christianity, where St. Paul had his vision and of Christ, right? Mm-hmm. Or he had this vision of like God, of the angels, was on the road to Damascus. Mm-hmm. So my grandpa physically saw the church, the very first church of all of Christendom was built there by Paul himself. So that's a very important aspect to it. And and there's like Mount Ararat is nearby where Noah's Ark had landed, and Mount Hermon where the fallen angels came down. So that area is very charged, and that's where my lineage partially comes from.
Wonderful. That's wonderful.
And just some background on Dagon.
Yes, please.
So Romanized, it's a Sumerian word, Dagon or Dachan.
Yes.
Romanized Dagan, or Phoenician Dagan or Dagon, is a god worshipped in ancient Syria across the middle of the Euphrates, with temples located in Tutul, Turka, and many attestations of this cult comes from cities as Mari and Emar, all the way through the Euphrates. He was similar to Enlil or the Hurrian Kumarbi, as the lord of the land, a god of prosperity, a source of royal legitimacy. And he had many theorphic names, both masculine and feminine qualities, and he was worshipped even further east. But the point is, he's the chief god of the Philistines in the Bible, and the Canaanites, which is why they didn't really, some claim he was a demon, but I mean, there's many things.
Well, what they've done is they always demonize the elder gods, and of course, so you share with us your understanding of how he became affiliated through H.P. Lovecraft with the anti-gods. He's not really an anti-god. He's obviously a very different god. But certainly many people have confused him with the anti-gods due to H.P. Lovecraft's story by the title of his name. You may not know much about the story, but you could give us your own intuition about that whole situation.
It's like they basically conflated. They took that and they conflated it. This is how I see it. They conflated it with Baal. That's how I see it.
Okay.
Because Baal was actually like an actual anti-god.
Thank you.
Like Moloch and Baal. They basically just lumped him in, just like they do with other deities, like they did with the Thorsian, Udenic beings. They just kind of lump them into these like forces. The same thing Islam did with the jinn. They just said, oh, everyone's shaitan now. There's like, instead of having this gray area of good and bad jinn and, more powerful, less powerful jinn or ghouls, they just said it's all shaitan. It's all the devil, So it's kind of like that's how I think it got confused over time, in my opinion. I don't have the evidence for it at the moment, but that's what I would say. What happened here?
Thank you.
He was, because also Baal was a Canaanite Phoenician god of fertility and rain. So they kind of conflate it because according to the story or the mythology, Dagon was also a being that was ruling over agriculture and the earth. So you can see how close those two things were associated.
Thank you. No, very good, very good. And aside from that, when you see this kind of thing happen, this kind of just to lump everybody together, tell us a bit more about Moloch, Baal. Is that kind of a conflation, or are they kind of like the same entity that's recognized with a different name by different cultures?
Well, so they're different beings. Like, let's see, there's some different things. There's Baal, there's Ashtoreth, right? There's Molech. But the point was Moloch and Baal both allowed child sacrifice. And some people even say that Moloch was the same as Baal. So is Moloch or Molech the same as Baal? According to the Bible, there's like things that can be linked. like let's see here. Let me see. I have some evidence here. I just need to pull it out.
Sure.
Moloch can be identified with him from the fact that pagan altars in the valley of Ben Hinnom, where children were sacrificed, were described as altars by the prophet Jeremiah to Baal. So, they were also Assyrian equivalents to the god Hadad, and many Assyrian texts also associate these sacrifices with their gods.
No.
Yeah, so it has to do with Ben Hinnom in the Bible.
Right.
The Judites and the Israelites were witness to these practices. And they kind of just like spread it around. They mentioned, all the way in Carthage. That's how the Romans justified their actions as well.
Mm-hmm.
They said the Carthaginians were a cult of Moloch, and they were.
This is how they justified their genocide of the Carthaginians. Tell us a bit about that. What further do you know about that?
Well, of course, the Punic Wars, it's called, when the Romans amassed, an entire army to wage war against Carthage, and they crossed the Mediterranean a few times. There were many phases to this war, and it actually culminated in Hannibal coming up through the Alps, through France, over with war elephants, and down into the panhandle of Italy. And he ended up making it almost to Rome and destroyed many towns, many villages in response to the Roman invasion. And then after that, one of the Roman generals through Sicily invades Carthage one last time through the infernal aid of Ares himself. Mars.
Yes, go on.
And they which is ironic because they're the ones who did the sacrifices, the Romans.
Yes.
They did child sacrifice or whatever they had to do to get the favor of Mars himself, or the wrath of Mars, and then they used that power to raise Carthage to the ground. And
how did you know of this? It was the only way that I learned of this was through Michael Aquino. How did you learn of this?
I mean, listening to you. What do you think?
Oh, okay. Thank you. Oh, holy shit. Okay. God damn, you do it well. Yeah. Holy shit. Just so people know, since that time, Roma was cursed to be eternally at war. This is why the state of Rome became a warfare state, and was, of course, cursed with involvement with war all the way through Benito Mussolini and that time. Not that this was it was just the curse of war through the sacrifices made to Ares, and therefore that was how they triumphed over Carthage. Yes. Oh my God, you retained it so well. Thank you. I'm impressed.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's actually important because my researches actually validate all of that and how they went about it. And yes, exactly, why Rome is still at war to this day, or whatever you want to call it.
Yes.
They've never fully recovered.
Yes.
From what they did to Carthage.
Yes.
And neither has Tunis. Tunis has never recovered to this day. Like, it's still, like, the stain of that event is still plaguing that region.
Yes, yeah. I'm definitely want to also tell the people about how the Israelis today are Molochian. Tell them about the attempt to gather all the religions together at the place of Baal, the place of Moloch.
Yeah, so in
Baal.
2017 they had an interfaith quote unquote meeting where they gathered Christianity, representatives thereof of Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. And they had this interfaith meeting where they declared, the future of humanity, and they were basically, in a veiled statement, ushering in like the final end times together as one, under one, banner. Whoever these people were, they were supposedly representing the three faiths, but the venue they chose was in that valley of Ben Hinnom itself, where this, the whole Moloch thing was taking place. during the events of what's in the Old Testament. So they did it basically at the Temple of Moloch, in the same exact location as the Bible states. And then there are other people who have conjectured that during the those subsequent meetings, these like world leaders came there and various things happened, and they may or may not have had to do, they did certain rituals which involve sacrifice to actually empower that kind of changing. And then ever since then, you can see the world's not gotten any nicer place to be. It's only gotten more eschatological in reality terms. Here's an interesting piece here. Yeah. It says, it's clear from biblical and Near Eastern sources that Moloch was probably a title. So Baal was the being itself, but Moloch was like the title of it.
Interesting. Thank
was
you.
A prominent Canaanite deity whom children were at least occasionally sacrificed. But this deity is either a foreign deity from Babylon, or, which is when they say or, this is basically the truth here, he has been misnamed as a characterization of Yahweh himself.
Thank you.
Thank you. The biblical Yahweh is Moloch and is Baal.
So the Jews have always worshipped Moloch Baal.
Right. Exactly.
Yes. Thank you.
And then, but the original god of the Canaanites was Dagon. So they basically, it's the old bait and switch, right? Mm-hmm. You get the enemy, you put on this like, okay, they're infidels or whatever we want to call them. I don't want to use Muslim terms too much, but you get the point.
Yes.
Like they're blasphemous, right? And then you just, whatever group you're against, you say, oh, they're worshiping this Babylonian deity, or you say they're worshiping, this other Dagon, this other deity. But in fact, the sacrifices were happening. It's almost like what's going on now, where they were paying these priests to sacrifice children under the name of Yahweh itself. Mm-hmm. In other words, if that makes sense.
Right.
Like,
this is very profound. It's profound. It's profound, not controversial. It's profound. I don't think it's something that is arguable. Everyone should know that the Jewish culture obviously basically jacked or appropriated the gods of the people they annihilated. Is this not the case?
Say that again?
That the Jewish culture appropriated the gods, the pantheon of the people that they annihilated, and simply merged it into one godhead.
Precisely. Right. Yes. Here's some other interesting things. It says, some scholars, as well as ancient rabbis, which means historical rabbis, suggest that, quote unquote, passing through fire, which is what the meaning of Moloch is, basically, or that's what they've, of the would be the ritual. The ritual of Moloch was called to pass through fire. Was actually an initiation rite which they also called the abomination of Moloch, which allowed Jewish children to be initiated into paganism. So the conjecture would be that the children weren't actually sacrificed, and it was just the ceremony that they were embellishing, So perhaps these kids were getting converted into another religion and they didn't like that. So that's when they created this mythos of, child sacrifice. But the more likely story is that they were the ones doing it.
Yes.
Under a false name. And it was actually Yahweh himself, which
makes perfect sense because he was demanding the sacrifice of firstborn sons and shit.
Oh yeah, so there you go. There's the connection in their own book, even.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. This is incredible.
Yeah, and even the whole spiel with Isaac and all that stuff. Like he wasn't nice. Like Yahweh wasn't so chill.
Yeah. No, not at all. give me a break. He's a mass murderous, genocidal asshole who demands the unspeakable, really. The destruction of entire populations in sacrifice unto him. So this is something that is profound. Thank you so much for helping to expose this. And aside from all of that,
okay, here's the kicker here, and this is just straight up from Wikipedia here. It says the early Israelites were polytheistic and worshipped Yahweh along with a variety of Canaanite goddesses, including Asherah, Baal, El Shaddai, and then later, when El Shaddai became applied to Yahweh alone, the other gods and the goddesses such as Baal and Asherah were absorbed into the Yahwist religion. Towards the end of the Babylonian captivity, the existence of the other gods were formally denied, and Yahweh was proclaimed as the sole creator to be worshipped. Yahweh became, speaking in the name of Yahweh in public became regarded as taboo, and they instead used different words such as Adonai, which means my lords, plural. Following the siege of Jerusalem, the original pronunciation of God's name was forgotten entirely. There you go.
Incredible.
So it is the same group anyways.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. And this is a critical omission from history and culture. Thanks to you, we're helping to educate our listeners in the reality of all of this, so that they understand more about how they've been infected with an alien meme, so to speak. And this meme has polluted their entire perception. No wonder. Well, what do you recommend for all the kids who are turning away from formal faith? The majority of kids these days are turning away from formal faith, and but I don't think that they are finding anything. They certainly are seeking spirituality, but they certainly. Where would you turn them? Where would you guide them to?
I mean, of course, the best thing is to be practical. You know you want to search what your well-being is, and basically you want to find something that ensures that your future is taken care of, because no matter what happens here, you're a spirit, and your spirit is going to suffer if you don't do the right thing now. So the point is you find the essence of that in your local area, whatever it is. Do you want to align with the multiversal laws or the laws of the universe itself? And that sounds pretty heady, but it's actually very simple. You just, you ground with nature, and then you start learning what the right thing is. So nature becomes the teacher. That's the simplest way. It's not even animistic or anything. It's just straight practicality. Like you see a flower, it's nice. You say that's a nice flower. You see a sunset, it's beautiful. You say that sunset's beautiful. You appreciate earth, like it grows all your food, everything. The house is made out of wood, and it's made out of stuff from the earth. So you start at a very practical, basic level, and that's where true joy will come in time. Is like the more you learn about your environment, and the more right you do in that, the correct actions you do in that, the more you'll get knowledge. So I say look for it in your immediate area and be as practical as possible. Be as Saturnian as possible. Like, that's the best way to put it. It's the only way you can find a solution in this kind of situation we're in.
Thank you.
So I hope that makes sense.
Absolutely.
Ground level. Start at the ground level and work your way up to that. You don't even need to start at spirituality. You just need to take care of your situation practically first, and then move from there up.
Wonderful.
Evolution is a process, You have to evolve. The only job for anyone out here is to evolve in the spiritual sense. Is to take your spirit and increase it.
Yes.
Because the whole purpose of living is actually to die successfully. So it's like everyone prepares for a journey. Like when you're going to an airport, you pack your bags or whatever. But no one prepares for the big journey, which is what the Egyptians, what the ancient, Greeks, what the ancient Romans, they all prepared for the big journey that was death. This life was just a preparation for the next life. And the point was to, even the Egyptians, like they had the pyramids pointed at Orion. Like you want your spirit to leave and go out of the reincarnation cycle. There's no point in getting stuck here. So they live their life practically correctly to have enough energy to leave the cycle. That's what they meant by evolution, not some Charles Darwin monkey, And then the whole space travel is a total moot point. It's like, just like, even if 3D space travel is real, it's like, you don't want to do that. Like, you're busy trying to get to higher realms beyond, heaven and beyond. So that's why all these beings, Pythagoras and all these people, they always focused on living correctly now, because your behavior would allow you into the higher dimensions. It's really about behavior and practicality. Nothing to do with any of this magic or anything,
Incredible. Yes, thank you. I mean, this is profound, and our numbers are high. We've done well. Honestly, it's I'm impressed with the people who are staying with us through this weekend. I appreciate all of you being here. And this is all thanks to good questions.
Here's another little tidbit here.
Please.
From the time of Amenhotep III, which is the successor to Akhenaten.
Yeah.
It's an inscription from Amenhotep III. He says, "The Shasu, being nomads from Midan and Edom in northern Arabia." The dominant view of this text is that, therefore, that Yahweh was a divine warrior from the southern region associated with Seir, Edom, Paran, and Teman. Although there is not universal support for this view, but they also raise questions of how Yahweh made his way up north. So it's basically Yahweh came from the Edomite regions.
Yes.
Yeah.
There we are.
And it says that Canaan itself seemed to have a strange absence of Yahweh, but yet it has links with Edom and Midan in the biblical stories. So they basically mixed up the whole storyline to hide the fact that this so-called Yahweh is actually an Edomic entity.
Incredible.
So that's how it got all mixed up, where Dagon becomes an anti-god, when in reality it was Baal and Moloch, which were actually just veiled. They were appropriated under the Yahwistic thing. So if this is starting to make sense, I mean,
yes,
if anyone's following, that's what kind of how it goes.
Oh, anyone with any sense of interest in cosmology or theology would be following. And so we're doing well by our listeners. We're serving them well. We're providing information they can get.
It's actually quite shocking from my perspective. It's like, I knew this, but it's like when you really get some of the details, it's like, wow, Yahweh, this is the one of the earliest quotes here. Yahweh, when you went out of Seir, when you marched out of the fields of Edom, the earth trembled, the sky dropped, the clouds dropped water, the mountains quaked at Yahweh's presence, even Sinai, at the presence of Yahweh, the God of Israel. From the stars, the sky fought their courses. They fought against Sisera. This is the book of Judges. So it doesn't sound like it's very nice when he comes around. Like the entire sky changes, and that doesn't sound fun.
To say the least.
Aside from their common territorial origins, various common characteristics between the Yahwistic cult and the Edomic cult of Klus hint at a shared connection. Deog, the Edomite, for example, is depicted as having no problem in worshipping Yahweh, and is shown to be at home in Jewish sanctuaries. Unlike the chief god of the Ammonites and Moabites, the Tanakh refrains from explicitly naming the Edomite Klus. Some scholars explain that the omission was assuming that the level of similarity between Yahweh and Klus would have made a rejection of the latter difficult. Other scholars hold that Yahweh and Klus were different deities from different origins, but the tensions between Judeans and Edomites during the Second Temple period may lie behind this omission of Klus in the Bible. And then they even have this late Iron Age painting of Arud under the inscription of Yahweh of Samaria and his Asherah. So there's like archaeological evidence of this, in other words.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
Kos, it says Kos, the god of the Edomites, and Yahweh of Israel, along with Chemosh and Milcom of the Ammonites and the Moabites, were all, basically they were shown as on the same level in this kind of painting on a jar that they found.
Wow.
So they were all being worshipped at the same time.
Holy shit. Yeah, so he was part of a pantheon. The Jewish monotheistic God of Abraham was part of a pantheon.
Of the Edomites.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Edomites, no less. Yeah. Which renders him an anti-god.
Yes. There we go. Perfect.
Yes. And this is, of course, something to bear in mind. This has, so we are disambiguating, I would say, this is how I would say it, we're disambiguating the Christian God from the anti-God of the Israelites or the Jews. We'll say when I say Israelites, we don't mean the Israelites that fled after the destruction and wound up settling in Japan, for instance, where that's the true Israelite heritage.
Right.
Yeah, when you take a look at what's in Israel now, this is just a melange, a soup. This is a mashup of basically Eastern European, Slavs, a bunch of Sephardim and some other types came in later. But the majority of them are fucking like Central Europeans that were descended from the Khazar, who are inheriting the Edomite tradition and the Edomite curse of the anti-god that has dogged them, plagued them, took them through tribulation after tribulation, and now they're thoroughly neurotic.
It kind of fits the modus operandi where it tricks them, into sacrificing themselves, basically.
Thank you. Thank you.
It kind of fits. It fits.
Thank you. Like Coyote, it's like a trickster god, in a sense, almost.
Exactly.
It's up worse.
Yeah.
Yes. It's not impish. It's malevolent.
Right.
And seeks total destruction. Yes. And hello to Trillion Phoenix, who's in the chat room, and as well as everybody else who is working with us tonight. This is, of course, very deep, very traumatic. I'm certain people must be traumatized, and whoever listens to this in the morning when it uploads will be thoroughly traumatized. Many people by this. What we're exposing here. Incredible. And I'm just rather disappointed that, we're nothing disappointing about what we've done to this point. I'm just rather disappointed George Knight hasn't shown up yet. Hopefully he will later, because I would like to share with him the bit about Elon Musk and why it's so puzzling. This is what's so puzzling to me. I mean, there's several things that are puzzling here. I'll share it with Brendan now while he's with us, but I want to make certain that we've felt satisfied that we've covered what we could with this subject. Do you feel the subject, of course, is so profound that we could conduct entire episodes, 12 hours long, dedicated to nothing but this? But do you feel I think we've covered pretty much what people can stand for tonight.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. of course it can be entire dissertations, but it would require, mm-hmm. research and articulation beyond what we've done, which we've done enough.
Yeah. Now, by the way, what I'm going to do is look at this photograph that people are talking about. So when you're talking about the giants on Catalina Island that we spoke of earlier, this is something that. So were people trying to claim that the skeleton is somehow? They're just saying that this looks oversized because of some kind of angle? Is this what they're claiming?
Yeah, they were saying that guy was taking photos like behind and in front of it to create a perspective shift. But you can see in the photo that the tools are like human-sized tools, and the skeleton's clearly larger.
Thank you.
There's items for scale. Let's put it that way.
Thank you. So it's bullshit. It's incredible what people do.
Which the guy deliberately left them in there.
Thank you for that very reason. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. How is it that people make me sick? It's just the stupidity of 4,000 human skeletons, 800 grave sites. This is incredible.
Most of them were like giant Caucasoids.
Yes.
Like blonde hair, blue eyed.
Incredible.
Giants.
Incredible.
Just like they found in Asia, just like they found in the Gobi Desert. Yeah.
Thank you.
The race of, the elder race.
The elder race of true Aryans.
Right.
Yes. And this is the
Lemurians or who knows what these beings were.
Lemurians or Atlans.
The Atlans.
Yeah. Exactly. Atlans, the people of Atlantis. Thank you. This is profound. Again, more profundity to be had here. I believe that you put this link in the chat room for our people. Yes?
Yeah.
Yes. Excellent.
Yeah, I believe so. I can check.
Yeah, we did. Vril did. Vril 618. He was our man, Aristides. So aside from that, yes, what I'd like to, because George didn't show up so far, at least, I'll share this now. And by the way, before you came on, I shared with Peter the situation with our man John Warrington, and he was profoundly moved. He was profoundly saddened, that's the first time I've ever really heard him, not just say that there's nothing we can do about it, kind of like adapt and roll. He really felt sorry that we couldn't do anything for John. Well,
I tried to talk to him, and stuff, but it's hard. It's difficult to get through to him.
Yeah, and definitely we've concluded that I told everybody what we concluded, that he has access to the internet only from like an internet cafe or something like that, for only whenever he shows up there, which may be only a few times a week, and that he's basically only using that time to share a couple of memories on Facebook, really, and whatever else he might do. But that he's on the dole now, is probably living in some hole in the wall with no internet service, and that but he's still relatively young. I mean, even though he was COVID, they put him on the dole at the time. What they I forgot what the term the British had for it, for the people they were putting on like paid leave, so to speak.
Yeah, like COVID pay or something.
Yeah, and like I said, he worked at the company just producing hinges for doors and windows throughout his life, and that once he was put on that, and then at this point when he lost the position as the manager of that property, that, like you said, likely went into escrow or something. Once his brother, it's pretty much what he said. That's right. He was warning me of the fact that he was moving to a place with very few hours of internet service, that he was like going to be moved out of the property. But he's still relatively young. Hopefully he can rally himself and, do something a little different. But most British people just lay on the dole the rest of their lives and kind of wither away.
Right. It's like a Pink Floyd song. It's like the doldrums, they call it.
Yeah, there you go. At DOLE-drums. Yeah, the doldrums. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah. By the way, for those of you who don't know where that comes from, that's a nautical term, and it referred to the lack of winds in the Sargasso Sea in particular, but anywhere at sea where certain areas where the winds would die down, and the sailors called that the doldrums, because you could die in the doldrums. When you're in the doldrums, the wind is no longer blowing your sails. In the day when ships depended on wind to sail, they didn't have an engine.
It basically spells death because your rations start dwindling.
Thank you.
Your water, you don't have fresh water.
Yeah.
And it's considered basically the worst thing that could happen when you're sailing, in other words.
Yeah, yes. If you wind up in the doldrums and you pray for wind to blow and start up, it's just awful. Being a sailor in the age of sail sucks.
Yeah. For centuries, sailors dreaded the aptly named doldrums, the band of windless, hot, and humid weather near the equator that could stall the ships for weeks, leaving the crew driving themselves to distraction with the monotony and sometimes even leading to the onset of scurvy as fresh supplies ran out.
Yes, thank you. Or cannibalism in the worst case scenario. This is like
I can't imagine like if you're like stuck there for like months, you're fucked basically.
Yeah. Oh God, yes.
Yeah,
yes. I'm sure there was suicide.
You have to like pray for a tropical storm, the like last thing they'd ever want to happen, but it has to happen,
Yes. Oh, it's awful. Yes. Oh my God. I can't even begin to imagine. The horror would be if some poor lady was stuck with them as transit, a passenger of some sort, and just the nightmare of her fate would be unspeakable. Of course,
that's why they were considered bad luck, maybe.
Yes, absolutely. Well, because the sailors would start murdering each other over her. That goes without saying. There's always that.
True.
Yeah, that's what would happen. And it's the even the cabin boy, I'm sure, would be worn to the point of death by just everybody butt fucking him at that point. Or something, unless he was kept under guard, lock and guard by the captain. Probably the captain would be fucking him daily. That's almost certain. It goes on and on. Bad times, but because our man George Knight has not shown up yet, here's what I want to share with everybody. Basically, Elon Musk is trying to claim a Chandrasekhar connection. And basically what's going on is, I'm going to tell you what disturbs me about this. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to, just let everybody know that they've just concluded the Artificial Intelligence Safety Summit in London. And there was an encounter between the Indian Prime Minister, Rajiv Chandrasekhar, and the billionaire tech magnate Elon Musk that ended up underscoring the Chandrasekhar connection that, quote unquote, that Musk's family shares with India. Well, there is none. But in November of 2021, it was revealed for the first time that Elon Musk is a biological father to a set of twins, a son named Strider and a daughter named Azure, with the acclaimed Indian origin venture capitalist famed for her investments in the field of artificial intelligence, Siobhan Zilis, the directress of neurotechnology, or a neurotechnology company named Neuralink, who herself was born to a Punjabi Indian mother and a Canadian father in Canada's Ontario. Now, they maintain that the twins, whom she shares the parenthood of, were born via in vitro fertilization. Did you know this?
I mean, they're almost certainly enhanced clones.
Okay, thank you.
Enhanced, in vitro babies.
Thank you. So
most certainly.
Yeah, so while sharing an image of himself with Musk at the summit, the minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar, who also holds electronics and technology ministerial portfolio in Prime Minister Narendra Modi's administration, he wrote on X, formerly Twitter, Elon Musk shared that his son with Siobhan Zilis has a middle name, Chandrasekhar, named after 1983 Nobel physicist Professor S. Chandrasekhar. And responding to Rajiv Chandrasekhar, Siobhan Zillis said, "Ha ha! Yes, that's true. We call him Sekar for short, but the name was chosen in honor of our children's heritage and the amazing Subramanian Chandrasekhar." I'm so fucking proud of myself that I can fucking pronounce his name at all. Anyhow, for those of you who don't know, the Indian origin names Chandrasekhar are, or Chandrasekhar, depending on regional semantics, really, quite literally means on top of the moon. Now, the way that I'll probably describe it for beginners, so I don't get all locked up in, the Nazi angle, is that Subramanian Chandrasekhar was an Indian-American theoretical physicist who shared the 1983 Nobel Prize for Physics for theoretical studies of the physical processes of importance to the structure and evolution of the stars.
Stellar structure, stellar dynamics.
Thank you.
Radiative transfer, quantum theory.
Thank you.
Hydrogen anion, hydromagnetic stability, among other things. Mathematical theory of black holes and the theory of colliding gravitational waves.
Incredible. Thank you.
At the University of Cambridge, he developed a theoretical model explaining the structure of white dwarf stars, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah, he was born in Lahore.
He even has a theorem named after him called the Chandrasekhar limit, that a white dwarf cannot exceed 1.44 the mass of our sun.
Incredible. Thank you. Very important. He was born in Lahore in British India in 1910.
Yeah, before
it was independent, right?
Yeah. Before it was Pakistan. Yeah.
Before it was Pakistan. Oh, thank you. That's right. Oh, fuck, that's right.
The capital of Pakistan. Yeah.
Shit, that's right. No, isn't it Islamabad now? It's Islamabad now.
Well, they're very close. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it should be. I mean.
No, I think Lahore is the cap. 1 second.
Yeah.
Capital.
I'm certain it's Islamabad now.
Pakistan.
It probably was Lahore. I'm sure it was Lahore.
Yeah, at some point.
Yeah. Anyhow, his work became the source that yielded
the two capitals. There's a couple capitals. Karachi, that's the other one. Yeah.
Yeah. What's
Karachi and Islamabad? Yeah. Okay.
Shit, what's Karachi the capital of? Is that their is that their vice capital or something? That's a smut capital or something like that.
Basically, when Islamabad gets nuked.
Yeah. Thank you.
They default to Karachi.
Yeah. Thank you. That's cool. I like that. Perfect. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
But Lahore is basically the financial center.
Thank you.
Karachi is the largest city financial center, followed by Lahore and Faisalabad.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, thank you. And they need to move their capital anyway, but whatever. They're all fucked up. Pakistan's all fucked. It's a Frankensteinian patchwork of tribes and shit. That's
right.
All. But yeah,
Islami Jamhuriya Pakistan. That's its full name.
Thank you. That. Thank you. Yeah, the Islamic something of republic. Yeah,
Jamhuriya is a republic.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, basically,
it's the world's largest Muslim population as of 2023. 241.5 million people. Holy shit!
Isn't Indonesia bigger? Give me the demographics for Indonesia. Compare the two.
Well, they're claiming this. Yeah. Indonesia population. 273 million as of 2021.
Okay, so which one's bigger?
245 million is Pakistan. So they're just lying.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so 20 million difference, which is quite a lot.
Yeah, thank you enough.
And the Indonesian stat is like 2 years old. So
thank you.
Unless a bunch of people died in Indonesia, we don't know about.
20 million we didn't hear about. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is almost believable, but I
doubt. But this is there's several things that disturb me about this. Now, I want you to look up Siobhan Zillis. So I want you to see her face, and she's obviously half white.
Who's this?
This is the chick who had enhanced clone babies with Elon Musk. So
how do you spell her name?
Her surname, her last name is Zilis, like some kind of energy drink or something. Zilis or alcohol, like Zima. It used to be a drink. Siobhan is her first name. Like Shiv, like what you stab people with in prison. SHIV.
Siobhan
Zilis. Yeah.
she's a Neuralink executive.
Yeah. She's fucking runs the company.
So these babies are cyborgs. Like that's why he named him after that.
Yeah. So
that guy.
Yeah. No, Siobhan Zillis doesn't look half bad. She's half white. She's half Asian Indian. She looks okay. She looks fuckable. I don't understand why is
she's a rich Canadian. Born to venture capitalists, etc.
Yeah, they call her a venture capitalist when she's just inherited a bunch of money from rich parents.
She went to Yale. I mean, she went to Yale.
Yeah, come on. Yeah.
And she only has a BA, so it's not. He's not.
Thank you.
He's not tapping her for the brain.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. And yet she's considered the instant expert. She's considered the expert on artificial intelligence.
Right. Machine intelligence, quote unquote.
Yeah, and so, but what is... Okay, I mean, obviously, I would...
She's the director of operations and special projects, which is basically just fucking Elon, at Neuralink.
Thank you!
Who reports directly to Elon Musk.
But I don't get it.
Yeah, no shit she reports to him.
If she's fucking Elon, why aren't they having babies? Why are they doing this in vitro shit?
Because he doesn't actually...
He doesn't fuck because he's impotent. He's fucking impotent. So,
or he's just like, he's so bizarre, like he's so autistic, he like doesn't even do it.
There you go. He can.
Or supposedly he was on the roster at Epstein's Island. So there you go.
Well, if he's at Epstein's Island, he's probably just a voyeur who's getting off vicariously watching kids get tortured and shit. But he can't get it up. I mean, you know what they have to do? They have to go up his rectum and get the sperm from his prostate because he can't get it erect long enough to ejaculate. I mean,
probably.
Otherwise he'd be fucking this chick and they'd have regular kids. Have you seen the kids? They don't look Asian Indian. They look like they're blonde.
Right. Yeah. And I haven't seen the kids, but where is this? They're like in some weird Canadian city called Markham. I've never even heard of it. It sounds like Arkham.
Yeah. I love it. Perfect.
Like they're from fucking Arkham.
Yeah, they're fucking perfect.
30 kilometers away from Toronto. Yeah. So, yeah. That's probably why he dated her, because she's from Arkham.
Yeah.
There
you go. He's anti-God shit. It's Edomite. Right. Yeah. And so it's like, so you got this fucker, and he's got these kids that were in vitro. They're born out of a test tube. She didn't even carry them. And it's like, so they're not fucking. But like I said, she doesn't look half bad, but she's obviously with him only for the money. So it's weird. But beyond, it's all weird. But then beyond that, he's pushing fear porn about fear AI.
Yeah, these kids are definitely like engineered. Like they're
Thank you.
No hate on the kids, but they're definitely not like baseline human.
Yeah, thank you.
If they're twins, how come one looks like it's 6 months old and the other one looks like it's a toddler?
Well, not only that, one's a boy and one's a girl.
Right. So this is all very strange.
They just happen to be.
Oh, I see. They were born in 2021, so it's been a while.
Yeah. A little while, but one's a boy and one's a girl. So they had to engineer that. You can't just say, I want a pair of twins that, one's a boy and one's a girl. That's so rare. And then, for it to come out like that, they had to engineer it. And then but they're claiming their DNA is in there, but they don't look like the parents. They don't look.
And it's like these people, like he claims it's just like a avant-garde name, but one of the names is Exadark Sidereal.
Yeah, thank you.
So it's like, they're like summoning beings into these children.
Thank you.
Because sidereal is like the star signs, right?
Yeah, thank you.
So they're trying to get like what is it called?
Dark sidereal.
The Moonchild. They're trying to do like Moonchild shit with these kids.
It's Moonchild shit. Thank you. Thank you. It's appalling. Appalling. And she's definitely it's awful. It's awful. The relationship is like sick.
considering who his father is, it's like not surprising.
Thank you. There we are. Thank you. And definitely, and they do not look like the parents. They don't look like Elon Musk at all. Elon Musk looks like a wad of tofu. He looks like somebody took Play-Doh and just shaped something. And so
he's very South African.
Yeah. Oh God, I think that's an insult to South Africans. Really. Thank you. And by that I mean the Dutch South Africans. Please. It's like no. He looks like shit. He looks like a piece of shit, and because that's what he is. But at any rate. So there we go. I was going to go off on that while George was here. I should have gone off on that while Pete was here, but it's like one of these things that it really, I don't think I can do the story justice. There's Brendan has said it all. They're summoning entities into these kids. I mean, the very name, Exo Dark Sidereal or something. What is it's like he's fuck me.
Extra dark sidereal.
Extra dark. Extra dark
or Exa EXA.
Exa dark. It's fucking
Exa dark sidereal with an AE as in Daemon.
Yes. Yes. Oh my God. So they're fucking holy shit. It's like you might as well name him Moloch Baal. Moloch Baal. Yeah, that's it's a spell. He gave his son the name of a spell. He basically gave him a spell, the name of a spell as the son's name.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. So.
Okay, my phone's about to die.
Okay, we love you. We love you.
Great. So many blessings, everybody.
Thank you.
Good night.
And blessed be thy slumber and sweet be thy dreams. We love you dearly. Stay safe and be well.
Yes.
Okay.
Indeed.
Hugs.
Much appreciation.
Okay. So that's our dear friend and
Gute Nacht.
Yes, thank you. Our brother in struggle. Hopefully we won't be struggling forever. It will be some stabilization at some point. Brendan Zoget, and of course he helped to make so much clear tonight. And with that, I'll probably have to go into current events soon. I regret that. I really just want to do conversation all night long. Holy shit. Wouldn't say I'm exhausted, but of course, like I said, we're celebrating with my son on the estates earlier, and then came here in time. I think we delivered, really. I think we delivered quite a bit tonight. I really shouldn't feel guilty about ending transmission now. Honestly, I shouldn't feel guilty about that. However, certainly, if what do you think? Everybody, you want me to go on, start talking about current events? It is Transgender Parent Day. I'll be rejoining my son after this transmission's over anyway, and we'll continue, closing off these celebrations, and then have some responsibilities, all too many to take care of. I guess what we'll do is talk a bit more about current events, which is like how do I say it? You're kind of where can you go? I think we've said it all. We've given you the context of the current events. We're in apocalypse. I mean, everything else is just detail. It's kind of trivia. We've given kind of the real elements of the apocalypse. We've given you elements of it. We've got how many of you want me to go on with just conventional shit? Oh God. I mean, we can go on with a more conventional approach to geopolitics. Obviously, that's my specialty. But it takes a certain level of emotional investment that I think I've expended tonight. I blew my wad. in what was the equivalent of a kind of intellectual phone sex with Jennifer Hawkins. All right. Fuck. Jesus. Okay. Again, holding a vote out there. Who wants me to go on? Y'all gonna be merciful? Can't spell champ without the pain. Adorable. Thank you, Trillion Phoenix. Yeah, that's good man. I get it. I'll try and go on. Okay. It's like okay. The Israel-Hamas war has already started to reshape geopolitics. Qatar has become an indispensable mediator in the region. Some Latin American countries have recalled their ambassadors from Israel or even cut ties with it completely. Attention has been diverted from Ukraine to the Middle East in Washington and the United Nations. This brings us to Israel's endgame, which we've already explained in great depth in the spiritual, metaphysical sense. The Israel-Hamas war will define America's global role. President Joe Biden has sent 12 hulking aerocraft carriers to support Israel, along with a nuclear submarine to lurk under the waves. They are a 200,000-ton show on the surface of the waves alone, a show of strength at a time when much of the world believes that American power is in the decline. The war and its aftermath will test that perception against reality. In past wars against Hamas, Israel moved quickly to invade Gaza, seeking to degrade the militant group's ability to fire rockets into the country. Now, Tel Aviv's stated aim is Hamas's destruction. In the 3 weeks since the group killed 1,400 people in Israel, it has staged several limited ground incursions into Gaza, the latest on Friday night into the weekend. The stakes are high for Israel, from the lives of some 200 plus hostages to worries about triggering a regional war. While U.S. President Joe Biden has expressed strong support for Israel's professed goals, he's advised a delay of any full-scale invasion as he seeks to win release of the hostages and ensure the flow of much-needed humanitarian assistance to Palestinians. The Pentagon is also scrambling to put defensive measures in place for American assets that may come under attack. Iran has warned of such escalation, and skirmishes between the twain are increasing. At the same time, global outrage has been rising at the massive number of Palestinian casualties inflicted by Israel, with more than, 9,000 dead at this point, including thousands of children. As the Israel Defense Forces lay waste to large swaths of the Gaza Strip, Biden has urged Israel to consider America's mistakes after the 9/11 attacks and to have a clear plan for the aftermath. To quote his T, anything that could lower risks and collateral damage while still attaining the goal of crippling Hamas is worth consideration. But Israel has not expressed interest in following the advice of world leaders that it revive the two-state solution for Israelis and Palestinians. As for the stakes in Gaza, well, American power. Is it indispensable or ineffective? How Joe Biden manages this war between Israel and Hamas will define America's global role. And, oh boy, have you seen this new House Speaker? Just when you think Republicans can't get worse, they dredge up something like Mike Johnson to be their public face. He's so bad. It's impossible for any summary to do him justice, but in short, he literally does not believe in democracy, saying, to quote his T, "You know, we don't live in a democracy, but a biblical republic." He views LGBTQIA+ people as a deviant group. Johnson believes that Christians have an exclusive right to rule these United States. When it comes to same-sex marriage and other rights, he doesn't want to drag us back decades. He wants to drag us back centuries. Johnson is a zealot, and he falters where party leaders usually excel. He doesn't even know how to raise money. Since 2016, ousted Speaker Kevin McCarthy raised 77 million United States dollars for House campaign committees, funding Republican efforts nationwide. Johnson, he's only raised $4 million in that period, and it was all money for himself. In a tough cycle for Republican House incumbents, 18 of whom represent districts carried by President Joe Biden in 2020, the lack of McCarthy's money spigot will become a real hindrance to their efforts to retain the majority. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is taking all the credit for Johnson and celebrating the pick, like a prick. This ensures more future pain for those Republican moderates in Biden's district, no matter how much they hysterically pretend to be a stabilizing force in their caucus. This brings us to the Aeroport mob, which revealed 3 problems facing Putin's regime, which is, in essence, a Republican regime, as in American Republicans, red Republicans. The inaction of the security forces and the paralysis of the state apparatus was striking. Now, in terms of losing their religion back here on this side of the Atlantic, the Republican Party no longer believes in American power. The Russo-collaborationist Red Republican insurgency went from isolationism to internationalism and back again. The Republican Party no longer believes America is the essential nation. As for the Russians, who would fill that power vacuum, their authorities failed to stop pogroms in the Caucasus. Both the Prigozhin mutiny earlier this year and now the pogroms in the North Caucasus show that no matter how brutal and impenetrable the Russian regime may seem, it is weak and indecisive when confronted with any non-anti-Putin unrest. And this side of the Atlantic again. How many wars can America fight at the same time? America could face wars in the Middle East, Ukraine, and my Taiwan. The empire's adversaries around the world may sense Washington is stretched too thin. But since we're effectively under a Republican dictatorship, no matter the Democratic president, let me try and start with Russia, which effectively through the Republicans runs, or at least ruins, the United States. By the way, Cochise says, and by the way, I don't take this as any trolling whatsoever. I take this as, I enjoy this. Cochise says, I don't think Elon is going anywhere soon. Perhaps Douglas could try to date May Musk, and they could have a union, and Elon could help with the Dietrich artifact. I like it. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that, and that's appreciated. I always enjoy participation in the chat, and this is something that I find actually it's constructive in its own way. So that being said, let me see if I can get back into the train of thought I had. Geopolitics, of course. I'm still I don't know if I can get into it. Cochise says I wish. Yes. Thank you, Cochise. Let me give him a thumbs up there for that. Anything to distract me from getting back into the thread of geopolitical talk right now. I really spent myself tonight. I blew my wad in the opening hours, and with with our dear Jennifer. As obscene as that sounds, energy-wise, it's what happened, and I don't know now if I can carry through the rest of the night. If anybody wants to join me out there, Jesus Christ, jump on now. Where's our man George Knight when he said he would be here? If he could come on, I could just leave it to him to go on about, what he specializes in. Instead, I'm left here talking conventional geopolitics. Our numbers are maintaining. I don't know how that's possible. Anyhow, when an angry mob in Russia's mostly Muslim Republic of Dagestan stormed the regional capital of Makhachkala's airport, hunting for Jews arriving on a flight from Israel, the Russian authorities' reaction, or lack thereof, was shocking. The National Guard, Russia's internal military force, notorious for its harsh dispersal of opposition rallies, only showed up several hours after the rioters had overrun all areas of the airport, including the runway, and even then exercised uncharacteristic restraint. The pogrom at Makhachkala airport was preceded by other Judeophobic protests in Russia's North Caucasus. Over the weekend, another crowd of people searched a hotel in the Dagestani city of Khazavyurt, again hunting for Jews, while several hundred kilometers away, a partially built Jewish center was set on fire in the city of Nalchik, capital of the Russian Republic of Kabardino-Balkaria. None of these unlawful events elicited much reaction from the authorities. On the contrary, the inaction of the Siloviki, or security forces, and the paralysis of the state apparatus was striking. Like the armed mutiny led by the now deceased mercenary boss Yevgeny Prigozhin a few months earlier, Vladimir Putin's regime that prevent it from responding promptly to such challenges indicate that the Russian government is effectively paralyzed in the face of impending and clearly visible political danger. The first problem is the system's critical bias. It only fights those who do not agree with the geopolitical course plotted by the regime. While repressive mechanisms are constantly being improved, successfully nipping in the bud any form of anti-Putin sentiment, no thought is apparently being given to anything that lies outside of that focus. Regional officials know perfectly well who the enemies of the regime are. Putin's critics, supporters of the jailed opposition leader Alexei Navalny, liberals, and anti-war activists. They also know exactly what tools they have to fight them. But when an emergency like the one at Makhachkala airport arises, the rules are unclear, including whether to view the lawbreakers as enemies or supporters of the regime. After all, Russian officials are as aggressively critical of the West and Israel in public and on television as the people who stormed the airport. In the eyes of a typical regional official, therefore, the mob of people surrounding the planes on the runway are representatives of the real people. Russia's version of real Americans, who, far from opposing the Putin regime, are actually, in their own lawless way, trying to express their support thereof. At any rate, this problem was particularly noticeable when the disgruntled mercenary boss, Prigozhin, led his Wagner troops in a march for justice on Moscow back in June. Confused security officials and regional authorities did not know whether to see the fighters rapidly approaching the capital as criminal insurgents or war heroes seeking justice. This is one of the most dangerous vulnerabilities of the Russian regime. The carefully constructed vertical of repression is only effective in certain specific cases, but it is far from universal. When crimes are being committed not by political enemies, but by supporters of the regime, it is rendered useless. The second problem is the crisis of political responsibility. When faced with threatening situations for which the system has not provided instructions, the authorities prefer to simply do nothing. Of course, in theory, those instructions should simply be the law, applied equally, regardless of the political context, but the Russian regime has long abandoned even any pretense of that approach. The second problem was also evident during the Prigozhin mutiny. What many interpreted as the refusal of the security forces to shoot at the Wagner mercenaries was, in fact, more likely hesitation due to a lack of coherent orders. In the case of the airport program, brutally suppressing the unrest might have incurred the wrath of the federal center, not so much because of the riot itself, but because of the regional authorities' inability to resolve the issue quickly or quietly. Using force against the mob could have elevated the problem to the federal level, and Putin has made it clear that he does not wish to be bothered with mundane regional issues. The regional leaders' fear of using force stems not from an inability to quash unrest, but from a lack of political will to take decisive action. The Dagestani leadership's initial response was to send 12 regional ministers for youth affairs and national policy to talk to the mob. Neither of them ultimately achieved anything, and several hours later, the National Guard was dispatched. The head of Dagestan, Sergei Melikov, a tough and experienced security official who served in the First Chechen War, only made some toothless comments on the situation later that night via his Telegram channel. A few hours earlier, Melikov had been equally mild in his condemnation of the other Judeophobic incidents in Makhachkala and Khazavyurt, coming close to expressing solidarity with the rioters and merely reproaching some hotheads for creating a misunderstanding, as he described the witch hunt for Jews in the Khazavyurt hotel. Finally, the morning after the airport riot, Melikov proposed that those who had taken part of the disorder could wash away the shame by going to fight in Russia's special military operation against Ukraine, but promised not to take any special measures against those detained in the rioting. In other words, choose your own punishment or none at all. This paralysis of the authorities when making a decision that should have been blindingly obvious is also caused by the state apparatus's desire to constantly emphasize complete and universal support for Putin. All the decisions made at the regional level are built around this desire to prove the loyalty of the local elites and population, which in terms of political survival is now far more important than preventing something as serious as a Judeophobic pogrom. The third and final problem is Putin himself, when there is no system of coordinates for decision-making and regional authorities are paralyzed by a crisis of responsibility. Everyone is waiting for a reaction from one person, the president. But in the case of the Makhachkala airport, there was no reaction until the next day, when first the president's spokesman, Dmitry Peskov, and then Putin himself blamed outside interference for the incident, while providing no evidence, of course. All of this is very instructive in terms of political forecasting. Both the Prigozhin mutiny and the pogroms in the North Caucasus show that no matter how brutal and impenetrable the Russian regime may seem, it is weak and indecisive as soon as it is confronted with any non-anti-Putin unrest. For regional authorities, will look to Moscow. Moscow will expect responsible behavior from regional leaders, and Putin and the senior leadership, if you could call it that, will withdraw on the basis that they consider such routine matters beneath them. Like Prigozhin's mutiny, the authorities will not learn any lessons from the pogrom at Makhachkala airport. That means that in the event of truly violent unrest on a massive scale, the reaction of both regional and federal authorities will again be belated, indecisive, and indulgent. And one day, that will inevitably work against the regime itself. Now, The other regional power in area, Iran, cannot afford a regional war. Leaders in Tehran, the capital of Iran, can either seize the diplomatic opportunity or face a potential threat to their own power. Iran has thus far treaded cautiously in response to Azerbaijan's takeover of Nagorno-Karabakh. This was the Judeo-Turkish sponsored genocide of Artsakh, or Eastern Armenia. This is something that the Israelis, well, the Jews in general, have wanted to accomplish for millennia. The total annihilation of one of the original Christian peoples. Now, Iranian officials have engaged regularly with their Armenian and Azerbaijani counterparts after Aliyev advisor Kalafov and Armenian National Security Advisor Armen Grigoryan visited Tehran last week. Iranian officials called for an Armenian-Azerbaijani normalization and the expulsion of foreign forces from the region. Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman Nazir Kanani voiced support for Nagorno-Karabakh's integration with Azerbaijan, while the Chief of Staff of the Iranian Armed Forces, Mohammad Bagheri, demanded equal rights for the few minorities remaining in Nagorno-Karabakh. Despite its neutral to positive reaction to Nagorno-Karabakh's integration with Azerbaijan, Iran views the new status quo in the South Caucasus with consternation. The empowerment of Azerbaijan is concerning for Iran, as relations between the two countries have deteriorated sharply since Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi took office in 2021. Israel supplied Azerbaijan with an estimated 70%, or nearly 70%, of all of its arms between 2016 and 2020, which was strikingly higher than Turkey's 2.9% export share from 2011, the year of my late and sainted Cyrus's, my womb matrons, my mother's death, to 2020. Iranian officials view this close security partnership between the Jews and the Azeris with deep suspicion. Provocative maneuvers, such as Iran's holding of large-scale drills near its border with Azerbaijan in October of 2021, and Azerbaijan's periodic arrests of alleged Iranian spies, have escalated tensions. While Raisi told Kalafov that he wanted improved relations with Baku, the capital of Azerbaijan, and Iranian-Azeri relations did flourish from 2014 and 2016, mistrust between the two countries remains high. Now, despite Turkey dictator Recep Tayyip Erdogan's questionable claims of a shift in Tehran's position, Iran is steadfastly opposed to the Zangezur corridor as it is currently envisioned, which is Turkey's plan to basically create a runway between Turkey and Azerbaijan through Armenian territory. Something, no doubt, that will expedite their intended genocide of the Armenian peoples in the near future. All of this, of course, supported by the Jews, who want to exterminate the Armenians. They view them as the greatest enemy on earth, above the Nazis, because the Armenians suffered a Holocaust proportionate to their own, and they want no competitors in the field of victimization. The Jews want a monopoly on victimization on planet Earth. And, of course, they'll wipe out an entire population, an entire race, to monopolize their victimization. In this case, they're Armenians, just as soon as they would the Philistines' descendants, the Palestinians. Yet, well, in theory, Iran should welcome the corridor's new road and railway networks. Enhanced regional connectivity would link Iranian exporters to markets in the South Caucasus and reverse the economic damage caused by Iran's severed access from the Greater Soviet's railway networks in 1990. Yet even with these commercial interests, which Erdogan of Turkey, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, has cited in his appeals to Tehran, the capital of Iran, Iranian officials view the project with deep suspicion. Iran fears that the Zangezur corridor will block its ability to trade across its shared border with Armenia, and recently warned Azerbaijani officials against an invasion of Syunik. The Strategic Council on Foreign Relations in Tehran, which is headed by former Iranian Foreign Minister Kamal Karazi, has expressed fears that the corridor could allow Azerbaijan, Israel, and Turkey to foment instability in northern Iran's own Azeri regions. Their entire north is populated by Azeris of the race that is, of course, in the nation of Azerbaijan. Iranian hardliners view these destabilizing plans of the Zionists as part of a broader NATO strategy of encircling Iran and the Sino-Slavic synaxis. While the strategic picture is relatively optimistic for Turkey and potentially problematic for Iran, the implications of Azerbaijan's takeover of Nagorno-Karabakh for Russia are less clear. Russia's security guarantees, which date back to a 1997 treaty with Armenia, only apply to Armenia's internationally recognized territory. Even though Russia's passive response to Azerbaijan's May 2021 incursions into Syunik undermined these security guarantees, the security pact categorically does not extend to Nagorno-Karabakh, which is legally, as internationally recognized, part of Azerbaijan. But Pashinyan, the Armenian prime minister, still denounced Moscow's inaction. Pashinyan publicly criticized Russia's unreliability as an ally and highlighted the degradation of Russia's military capabilities in Ukraine. The relationship has continued to decline after the deaths of 5 Russian peacekeepers in an accidental clash with Azerbaijani armed forces. Russia dismantled its observation posts in Nagorno-Karabakh on the 5th of October. Despite these setbacks, Russia is not necessarily a completely spent force in the South Caucasus. As Russian-Armenian relations soured, its partnership with Azerbaijan has strengthened. Russia's trade with Azerbaijan increased by 55.3% during the first quarter of 2023 compared to the previous year. Under a November 2022 agreement, Gazprom agreed to ship up to 1 billion cubic meters of gas to Azerbaijan's Sokar, a state-owned oil company, which fueled speculation that Azerbaijan was repackaging Russian gas and selling it to European markets. Leonid Slutsky, the chairman of the Russian State Duma's Foreign Affairs Committee, recently described Azerbaijan and Belarus as Russia's two most reliable partners in the post-Soviet space. Russia has also expanded its presence in Georgia. While the ruling Georgian Dream Party is not explicitly pro-Russian, it has spearheaded Georgia's European Union candidacy and broadly complies with American secondary sanctions on Russia. It maintains a candidacy and broadly complies with U.S. secondary sanctions on Russia while maintaining a working relationship with the Kremlin. Russia's naval presence on Georgia's Black Sea coast is also set to expand as it constructs a base in the separatist region of Abkhazia. While its South Caucasus strategy will likely pivot towards Azerbaijan and Georgia, Russia will play the long game to rebuild its alliance with Armenia, which I certainly want to prevent. Through information campaigns highlighting Pashinyan's futile forays toward the West and his passivity regarding the plight of ethnic Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh, Russia can foment anti-government unrest and boost Kremlin-friendly alternative candidates ahead of Armenia's 2026 parliamentary elections. For its part, the Communist Chinese Empire has taken an ambiguous stance toward the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. This ambiguity should not be confused with impartiality. Although Red China has historically exported weapon systems to Armenia, such as 130-kilometer radius AR-1A multiple launch rocket systems, and viewed pan-Turkism with suspicion due to its fears of Uyghur unrest in Xinjiang, Uyghurria, that is, of course, East Turkestan, and the Uyghurs are a Caucasoid Turkic population, it has strengthened its relationship with Azerbaijan in recent years nonetheless. Since 2005, Red China's trade with Azerbaijan has increased by a staggering 2,070%. This far outstrips the 380% increase in Sino-Armenian trade during the same time horizon. Chinese telecommunications company Huawei has expanded its digital footprint in Azerbaijan, and Red China has exported weapon systems to the Azerbaijani military, such as Polonej multiple rocket systems and Kashyrga T-300 missile systems. Due to Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping's courtship of Baku, capital of Azerbaijan, Red China is well positioned to benefit from Azerbaijan's takeover of Nagorno-Karabakh, as the Belt and Road Initiative already has developed a transit route from Georgia to Europa. The Zangezur corridor could give Red China a second access point from the South Caucasus to European markets. Shortly after the fall 2020 war in Nagorno-Karabakh, Red Chinese ambassador to Azerbaijan, Guamin, controversially stated that the Zangezur corridor would contribute to Red China's One Belt, One Road, One World transport project. Azerbaijan's own aspirations of becoming a trans-Eurasian telecommunications hub also dovetail with Red China's so-called Digital Silk Road Initiative. The new status quo in the South Caucasus could help Turkey market its Middle Corridor project to Red China. Like Beijing, Erdogan wishes to outflank, Erdogan being the dictator of Turkey, he wishes to outflank the proposed India-Middle East-European corridor that was announced by multiple nations on September 10th and would pass through the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Israel, and Greece. Shifting power balances in the South Caucasus present quandaries for Western powers. Tensions between Armenia and Russia create opportunities for closer Western ties with Yerevan, the capital of Armenia. The European Union mission in Armenia, which was established in February 2023 without Azerbaijan's acquiescence, and the United States joint military exercises with Armenia reflect Pashinyan's Western pivot. While France is poised to send military gear to Armenia, many Western officials acknowledge their inability to rein in Azerbaijan's alleged ethnic cleansing policy in Nagorno-Karabakh, their extermination campaign sponsored by the Jews against my son's peoples. Hungary, Magyarország, vetoed a European Union joint statement condemning Azerbaijan's conduct because, of course, they're under the reign of a bastard, which prevented the Eurobloc, from pushing back against Baku's, that's ours, Azerbaijan's, Turkic narrative that it wants Armenians to stay in Nagorno-Karabakh. And Azerbaijan's 18% increase in gas exports to Europe in 2022, which included a 41.2% uptick in sales to Italy, as well as its critical role in the recently completed Greece-Bulgaria natural gas pipeline, limit the West's ability to influence Baku's conduct. Aside from providing emergency humanitarian assistance to help Armenia's resettlement of refugees from Nagorno-Karabakh, the United States and EU will likely be bystanders to Aliyev's next maneuvers against my son's Armenia. Despite the mood of euphoria in Baku and despondence in Yerevan, the capital of my son's people, the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict's resolution could benefit faraway powers even more than regional stakeholders. As external powers scramble to capitalize on new transport infrastructure projects and court and empowered Azerbaijan, human rights are likely to be put on the back burner. That is a tragic outcome for the more than 100,000 ethnic Armenians who saw their lives upended by Azerbaijan's rapid-fire offensive in Nagorno-Karabakh, as orchestrated by the Jews. Now, in the past 12 decades, Iran has taken advantage of American imperial missteps in the Middle East. The American invasion of Iraq eliminated Sunni dominance in the country, allowing Shiite parties with ties to Tehran to seize power. Successive administrations, starting with Barack Obama's, disengaged from the region. As Obama told the Fourth Estate in a 2016 interview, the competition between the Saudis and the Iranians, which has helped to feed proxy wars and chaos in Syria and Iraq and Yemen, requires us to say our friends as well as to the Iranians that they need to find an effective way to share the neighborhood and institute some sort of cold peace. I think I missed a word there, reading his quote. Requires us to say to our friends as well as to the Iranians that they need to find an effective way to share the neighborhood and institute some sort of cold peace. As he saw it, the ensuing equilibrium would allow the United States to refocus on regions more vital to our interests. Obama's music, well, his words must have been music to Iranian ears. A U.S. president acknowledging Tehran's stakes in the Middle East while downgrading the American role there. The Iranians took advantage of American disengagement to develop their regional alliances. At the head of this effort was Qasem Soleimani, the leader of the Quds Force of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, whom the United States assassinated in January of 2020. In Iraq, he cemented ties with militias in the Popular Mobilization Forces, formed in 2014 to fight the Islamic State. I think it was, well, last week or the week before last, a leading PMF militia, Kataib Hezbollah, whose leader was assassinated alongside Soleimani, announced that it had joined Hamas's Al-Aqsa flood operation against Israel and would increase efforts to target these United States. Similarly, the conflict in Yemen, which began in 2014, allowed the Iranians to develop relations with Ansar Allah, better known as the Houthis, whom they supported in order to put pressure on Saudi Arabia and other Gulf states. The Houthis are not, strictly speaking, an Iranian proxy force, but they are part of Iran's regional network of militias and have close ties with Hezbollah. The Houthis launched cruise missiles and drones either at Israel or at American ships in the Red Sea last week or the week before, demonstrating that they are part of the coalition of forces Iran can call on if the Gaza war does spread. Okay, I'm checking around into the live stream. Okay, no activity per se. And in Syria, the Iranians also retain the option to strike Israel from across the Golan Heights. Haydar Hadur, a scholar of Syria at the Carnegie Middle East Center, has gone on record to say that, in his words, Iran is redeploying pro-Iranian militias from northern Syria, including Aleppo, to the country's south, for a possible conflict there. Israel has bombed the Damascus and Aleppo aeroports, almost certainly because it anticipates that Iran will open a Golan front in a wider war and use the aeroports to ferry in weapons. The Axis of Resistance, as they call themselves, has shown that Israel is vulnerable, and that if Washington can be made to fear becoming embroiled in a regional war, it will press Israel not to attack Axis members. A week after the October 7th operation, the Israeli journalist Barak Ravid revealed that Iran had warned Israel that, although it did not seek a regional conflict, any land invasion of Gaza would bring about an Iranian intervention. The Biden administration is conducting back-channel talks with Iran, suggesting that the message reached Washington too. Okay, so let me catch my breath here, decide if I want to go on or break for the night, because, you know, basically we got 4 hours left till morning. And, you know, I think I contributed quite a bit already, and I do want to thank everyone who has contributed. Of course, further contributions are indeed welcome. I'm going to try and credit some of these people. Let's read out their names, and then maybe I'll consider closing transmission for the night. Everybody, of course, I want you to put your feed back in. Tell me whether you want that. You want me to stay on. If I get enough people pleading for that, I may well do so. However, tonight's one of those nights where I'm ready to check in because, you know, I feel we did a lot tonight, a lot more than would normally be expected. Wait, someone's joining us. It's George Knight. George, thank you.
Sorry, I'm late to the party.
Well, the party's yours as far as I'm concerned. You're here to hold the stage. I'm ready to check out. I mean, I'll hang on now that you showed up. But, yeah, I want to share did you catch any of the earlier transmission?
I have, Douglas, thankfully, yeah, when Brendan Zoga was here. And then I did hear you say, I wish George was here, but I was thinking, I am here, Douglas, I can listen. I was just walking into town to do my duties, and I wanted to get all my duties out of the way in the morning so I could come on and spend the remainder of the show for as long as you can cope with it, Douglas, as long as, you know, for as long as you can, you know, deal with the with the constraint of time. So, yeah, I'm more than happy to continue with you as long as you can hold, you know, stay on stage with me. So, yeah. Okay. And I did hear, I catched everything with, about Elon Musk and his children.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Excellent.
Yes.
Excellent. So I want you to comment on that, and I want you to take it from there. I mean, it's a good place to start. So, yeah, I'll hang with you. I mean, I may take a few breaks and leave you completely alone for a few minutes at a time while I go grab, you know, some refreshment, probably start drinking beers and just inebriate myself slowly towards dawn.
Yes.
But, you know, in terms of now that you're here, by God, yes, by all means, take over and welcome aboard. Love you dearly.
Thank you.
Sorry we didn't get a chance. Did you get my note left to you? I was trying to contact you the day that I had some time available to catch up on communications. I don't know if you've checked your Skype.
Oh, let me just... No, I haven't, Douglas. It's just that last message, Ice Station Zebra. That was the last message I received, I believe. So, yeah, I don't think I've received it yet.
Did you get the one?
So, yeah,
I entered after
that.
Emails. I entered after that another one. So, yeah, if you take a look at that, it basically said that, you know, today's the only day rendered available by my schedule that was left on Saturday at 8:50 a.m. Did you see that? Or can you see that?
I haven't. No, I haven't, Douglas. So no, I've only just logged into Skype myself today. I've been off for the last 3 days myself from any
So do me a favor and just try to check it more often in the future. I mean, the only reason I bring it up is that you know, sometimes when I do have an opportunity to reach out, I try to do so. But what I'm also concerned about is you might not be getting my messages. So you did get the message, right? Just to confirm that you're getting my messages.
I'm sure, yes.
Okay.
I've just logged in now onto Skype, obviously, before I joined the call, and the last message that was entered by yourself was Ice Station Zebra, but then I got a range of other messages just pop in. It was deposited into my inbox, so I'm sure yours is there as well, Douglas.
Okay.
So I do, thank you for that. Yes, okay. I will review that. But no, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Wonderful. So let's get started. And by all means, my good man. So I don't know if you heard much earlier when I was talking about John Warrington's situation. So basically, this is what Brendan Zogate and I concluded by probing with what we could. He reviewed the Facebook page of John Warrington and noticed that all he's doing is every once in a while just basically sharing his memories, like Facebook memories. He'll just like repost them when they give you the opportunity to repost them, share your memories. This is basically all he's been doing. So what we figured out based on what he had shared with me before he kind of faded out is that John Warrington basically had been working at a hinge producing factory, producing hinges for windows and doors. He had it been kind of mustered out on that COVID kind of pay, on leave but paid. I forget what the British term was for that, where they were And this then eventually, of course, was unemployed after that. They probably halved, just downsized. And he had, of course, his position as manager of that property. And when his brother came out of the insane asylum and killed both their parents, then he essentially, the property went into escrow and he lost that income as the manager of that property. So he basically is now completely on the dole and has moved into some hole in the wall where he has no internet. So he basically every once in a while will be going to an internet cafe, and that's the only time he has is to basically share some Facebook memories, and then basically go home. It took like 6 to so many hours, maybe half a dozen hours, maybe longer, for him to download each episode. So he doesn't have that internet access for that amount of time to do that anymore, which is why he stopped uploading. So, just do us a favor, and if you can do so, check into it from your side and see what you can find out, and let him know that he's in our thoughts and prayers, and we do speak of him, and we appreciate everything he did while he was able to do that, and we're hoping that since he's still young, he can recover and not necessarily wither away for the rest of his life on the toll.
Yes. No, we hope not. Yes. It was the furlough scheme. Yeah, that he was receiving payments from the government at 80% of the wages. So that was going back to it, because I was on that as well from my hospitality background from my previous employment. So it was so detrimental afterwards. I mean, the government were receiving that government payment. So the employer, the person that employed John Warrington, would have been receiving also a cut and a payment of that. But also the scheme was, if you keep hold after the furlough scheme was ended, if the employer kept hold of the employee, they would also receive another government grant. So another payment would come in. It's like an extra, it was anywhere between 1,000 to maybe 2,000 English sterling pounds that they would receive afterwards for every employee that the employer kept hold of under their establishment. So that was, and what I have noted myself is Christine Joanna Hart, she published a post about this. I think it's through Instagram. She received a friend request from one of these just what are they called? These are fake accounts of an Andrew Tate fake account. Yeah. And she was saying if this was the real Andrew Tate, I would, obviously something to do about being seduced or seduced by him or something like those things. And he liked it. I noticed John Warrington liked it. Because whoever your mutual friends is on Facebook, you can see the first entry of the like is from someone of your friends. You'll come up with the name tag. And I saw John Warrington like that. But he's only reviewed one of my private messages. But the second one, he's not even read. It's just marked as unread on my private messages with him. So thoughts and prayers with John. And I hope he does come around. And overcome this. God, it's awful, really.
Yeah, and as for what's happening with Christine Joanna Hart, do maintain an eye on her. I'm not quite sure what's going on. I don't feel that there's anything particularly negative. She had sent me a message asking me, to jump on with herself and some guests that she had. I didn't even open it till days later. Didn't have a chance to. She said basically, this is Brooke Gibson. I'm opening up her messages. Let me see if I can find Christine Joanna Hart. Here we are. Douglas, will you jump on my podcast with Brian to talk about Palestine, etc.? And she had also sent me earlier about, someone sent me the Aquino death certificate. It says cause of death, gunshot to head. Apparently. But that was so long after we had covered the topic. That was on October 2nd. She said that. I didn't even bother to respond. It was then on October 23rd. My father's birthday. That was the day I had that paratransit hearing to get my taxi privileges. She said, Douglas, will you jump onto my podcast with Brian to talk about Palestine, etc. So I by the time I opened the message was days later, so I didn't bother to respond. Hopefully she hasn't taken offense, but I do feel that she obviously hangs out with a crowd that's not necessarily, shall we say, that they're not necessarily people who favor myself. One is Sarah Rachel Adams, who hates my guts. And the other is another person who hates my guts. Apparently, Penny Bradley has joined that crowd. I don't know if that's only on like a few posts or whether they're actually like starting to talk to each other on podcasts or something. I don't know. So
no idea.
Not that I'm asking you to investigate that. It's not necessarily. But you can always relate whatever you happen to come across. Other than that, somebody had asked her if she was going to do some interviews with me, and she said no or something. I don't think she's saying that she won't do interviews with me. I just think she was feeling that none were going to be happening in the near future because of I've just been distant from her simply because I've been so busy with so many other things. So hopefully that's still copacetic, that intercourse, so to speak. But other than that, and has she? Don't forget to continue your communications with her, because I think it would be great if you could do an interview with her someday, like I said, or have her interview yourself. So that having been stated, so you heard what I had said about Elon Musk, and of course we spoke about Chandrasekhar. By all means, if you heard what we said, take it from there. Speak about what you know about Chandrasekhar, but of course, start with your own impressions of the muskrat and what the fuck you think is going on with that. What do you think is going on there? And
well, Douglas, yes, and to go on, sorry, but I didn't catch the bit about Sundramoorthy and Chandrasekhar. I didn't catch any of that earlier, but we can talk about that in a while. But with Elon Musk, it was when I was listening to Brendan Zogat, he was referring to all the names. He was given all the biblical names. I mean, it was of Baal.
So let me catch you up. Let me catch you up. Yeah, I'll catch you up on what was said about Chandrasekhar. So basically, obviously, I want people like Peter Moon said. Peter Moon concluded that basically Elon Musk is he's almost certainly listening to me. He's almost certainly listening to me. Not that he's following my advice, mind you. If he followed my advice, he'd probably blow his brains out, because that would be my advice to him. But aside from that, before I forget, there's this new World War II museum opening up in New Orleans, Peter Moon said, for the voodoo. Obviously, it's a giant voodoo exercise in voodoo as far as he's concerned. But it's just enormous in scope. I'll go into that if you wish, but it might be kind of a starting point. But honestly, the important thing right now, I think, is to go into Subramanian Chandrasekhar, and I'll explain why. So in case you didn't hear it, just so you know, and this will be kind of a refresher for our listeners, basically the Artificial Intelligence Safety Summit in London concluded. There was an encounter there in London between the Indian minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar, obviously a relative of Subramanian, and the billionaire tech magnate Elon Musk. And it ended up underscoring the so-called Chandrasekhar connection between Musk's family and India. And of course, there isn't any. But basically, in November of 2021, it was revealed for the first time that Elon Musk is the biological father of a set of twins, a son named Strider and a daughter named Azure. And with these are basically, they share their genes with the acclaimed Indian origin venture capitalist famed for her investments in the field of artificial intelligence, Siobhan Gillies, or Zilis. She's the directress of a neurotechnology company named Neuralink, who was herself born to a Punjabi Indian mother and a Canadian father in Canada's Ontario. And they maintain that the twins whom she shares the parenthood of were born via in vitro fertilization. And so while sharing an image of himself with Musk at the summit, the minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar, who also holds, basically a portfolio in technology for India. He's kind of like their tech man in India for basically trade and shit. He's a guy who kind of like is their technological ambassador. In fact, he holds the electronics and technology ministerial portfolio in Prime Minister Narendra Modi's administration. So he wrote on X, formerly Twitter, Elon Musk shared that his son Siobhan Gillies has a middle name Chandrasekhar, named after 1983 Nobel physicist Professor S. Chandrasekhar. And so responding to Rajiv Chandrasekhar, Siobhan Gillies said, haha, yes, that's true. We call him Sekhar for short, but the name was chosen in honor of our children's heritage and the amazing Subramanian Chandrasekhar. Now, I explained that the Indian origin name Chandrasekhar or Chandrasekhar, depending on the regional semantics, quite literally means on top of the moon. Now, Subramanian Chandrasekhar was, of course, this Indian-American theoretical physicist who shared the 1983 Nobel Prize for Physics for theoretical studies in the physical processes of importance to the structure and evolution of the stars. And as I went in with Brendan, he was born in Lahore in British India in 1910, what's now Pakistan. But Chandrasekhar's work became the source that yielded many of the current theoretical models of the later evolutionary stages of massive stars and black holes. The concept of the Chandrasekhar limit, the maximum mass possible for a stable white dwarf star, is named after him. And of course, his work on black holes is what led to his, the Nazis taking his work very seriously, because it was the scientific proof or validation, the vindication for the schwarzen Sonne, the black sun, around which our entire galaxy and every galaxy spins around a black sun. So this individual enabled the Nazis to attain a half a 100-year leap in technology ahead of the Allies. Now, it's obviously because of this, Elon Musk decided he was going to name his son as a middle name Chandrasekhar. But of course, aside from that, that's just bracketed by all this demonic shit that Brendan was explaining. And in essence, I was pointing out, you might have heard me say this, his wife, Siobhan Gillies, she's a looker. I mean, she looks decent, she looks fuckable, but they're not fucking. I mean, why not just fuck her and produce kids? But no, they in vitro, without sex, decided they were going to have kids that don't even look like them. It doesn't even look like their genes really have contributed to these kids. It's not because Siobhan Gillies is unattractive. Certainly Elon Musk is ugly as shit and looks like a turd. Yeah. But when it comes to the kids, they look Nordic Aryan. To me, they look white. I mean, now they're young and things might change as they age. but it's Brendan is convinced that they're genetically cloned and probably cybernetic as well. But there you go. That the whole thing is very odd. So take it from there, and you could talk about both Musk and what you might think is going on with this Indian lady, and as well what you know about the physics, Subramanian Chandrasekhar, and just take it all from there. The history after talking about all this. Thank you.
Oh no. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, no, you elaborated that very, very well, actually, about Subramanian Chandrasekhar's the historical narrative of the individual. Of course, I always conflate the two other physicists, the other scientists, Sir Thomas Edison, or I conflate the two that he was that stole or played.
Oh shit, he's glitching. Oh my god, you're glitching. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, you just glitched. They glitched you out the moment.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. So,
yes.
Yeah, they glitched you out. So you were starting to talk about the other physicists who might have plagiarized his work, or Thomas Edison, or are you talking about...
Yes, it was Thomas... Yes, was it Thomas Edison, or was it I get the
Sir Arthur Eddington. Sir Arthur Eddington.
It is Sir Arthur Eddington. Thank you.
Yeah, he was the man who shut down. He was the man who tried to suppress the work of Subramanian. Actually, did succeed in suppressing him for the Allies. Yes.
Yeah. Yes. No. Thank you. During the during the time that he was recognised as his equations by certainly by the SS, when they recognised the equations, the mathematical equations that around the center of every galaxy there is a super sun, a super black sun,
a supermassive black hole. Yeah, supermassive
which,
black
hole. Binds and hold, which all the surrounding stars are orbiting around the center of the galaxy. So that is that's how they were developing. That's how they were able to achieve their half a century leap in physics, their technological advancements. So dramatically or so drastically at such a short space of time, which is what most scholars, or most certainly any form of researcher or journalist determines in their outside conclusion that they somehow got a lot of influence or support from extraterrestrial intelligences, which is truly absurd, which is the fallacy of that whole narrative. And so thank you for elaborating onto that, Douglas. But to go with the children of Elon Musk, I am not really acquainted with any form of, I don't know the names, or I've not seen pictures, so I cannot comment on that. But it was just interesting when yourself and Brendan were talking earlier about the moon child, mentioned about the Babylon ritual, the Babylon working of now this is where my brain just blocks everything out, all the information. Her name was Marjorie Cameron.
Yes.
And Jack Whiteside Parsons.
Yes. You got it.
Yes, and of course with and the other individual, L. Ron Hubbard. Of course, there's a whole historical background to that which we can go into. But yeah, that's what these were sex rituals that they were conducting. So there possibly could be, certainly with Elon Musk. The thing that really, the thing that's been I've been contemplating over recently, the last few days, is the true last. He is.
Oh God, they're glitching him. Jesus
Hell
Christ.
Issue.
They glitched you.
Sorry, my glitching.
Yeah.
Yes.
They glitched you just as soon as you started talking about what you were thinking of the past several days. So by all means, repeat yourself. Yes.
Yes, I've been playing. Certainly been. It's been in my how detrimental Musk his whole his, what do you want to call it? It's not even like an empire. It's just his whole. What he's leaving behind, not his legacy, but it's what he's doing to the environment. It's so an enemy of Right, I do. Let me.
Good God, what's with the what are they really hitting you? We can't hear anything you're saying. They're glitching everything you're saying. So try again. Repeat everything that you said. Basically, you were talking about somebody's not an empire or legacy, but they're impacting the environment. Who are we talking about? Talk about it again from the beginning, please. Yeah.
For reestablish?
Yeah. So, okay.
Oh, brilliant.
I don't
I'm
think.
gonna just relocate.
Are you trying to get into a good cell spot or something? Where are you operating off of your cell phone or a computer? Or?
Yes, off the the 5th generation network. Yeah.
Oh Jesus! Yeah. Well, it's I think all they're doing is they're hitting you with glitches. They're like really impacting your ability to communicate. It's so
yes.
Like I said, what we were able to hear was that you were talking about somebody not having necessarily an empire or a legacy, but they're impacting the environment. So please go on with who you were talking about and what you're trying to say, please.
Oh yes, with Elon Musk. So yeah, what I'm doing right now, Douglas, I'm just relocating myself, hopefully to a better
well,
spot.
at least we're hearing you. At least we're hearing you now.
Yes.
Hopefully.
So wonderful. No, so let me just continue because I do just have to retrieve all the rest of my my things in a moment. But but what I've been contemplating recently is just how detrimental he is just impacting the environment around us. And this is something that the National Socialists, certainly where they were the first ones to pioneer or to recognize environmental laws or to establish or institute environmental laws, where this individual and along with Jeff Bezos, they are creating these very primitive rockets which are very, very detrimental to the environment by their carbon footprint that they produce or they contribute to the obviously with the Earth, it has an atmosphere. It has a natural barrier that protects us from the solar rays from the sun, and yet these individuals are impacting the world where it is causing the climate to temperature to rise astronomically just because of what they're contributing to the environment, such as these Tesla cars and these rockets from. Excuse me, I don't even know the name of the company he's called it. It's like Elon Musk.
SpaceX or something. Isn't it just SpaceX?
That's the one. Yeah, I've even purged that information from my memory.
I don't blame you. Go on.
Yes. And so that is what truly. And I've also been contemplating recently about capitalism itself and just how what people don't realize as a form of like. Capitalism is a form of how do you want to call it? A construct, a system, where an economic system, where it is devastating to humanity, where it equates to billions of lives lost over the past several centuries. And this is what it is. It's where people choose profit over lives, and it impacts so detrimentally. It equates, very similarly to how communism, through collectivization, how it truly equates to genocide, equates to millions of lives lost. It's a godless ideology. It's a godless cosmology. And thinking about Ayn Rand and Karl Marx, all these other individuals that have promoted communism, capitalism. And just like this, Elon Musk, he is, he talks about profits, making money, and it impacts the lives of people around you. So I don't know why these people even look like people who I work with, why they even look up to these people, these individuals.
Because they're completely naive. They're utterly they're either naive or completely stupid or downright evil. Go on. Yes.
Yes. Yeah, truly diabolical. And so this is just me having a little about it all, Douglas, because it's just me.
You've earned it. Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, yes. That's just then recently, just through. I've been just skimming and just looking over some of the research I've been doing recently about capitalism itself. It's just like under the British rule, the British Raj, just how over over 100 million, and you're talking about 200 million Asian Indians under British rule were deprived. They deprived them of any resource or any sources of sustainability, and it equated to millions of lives lost under the rule of capitalism. So this is what these individuals are doing. They're true enemies, and it's amazing how people just look up to them as some form of what do you want to call it, ideological, or someone to worship or to look upon as their pantheon, their god-like figure. So sorry, I'm just doing multiple things at once, Douglas. So hopefully my connection doesn't glitch out anymore.
Seems like it's okay. Yeah, seems like it's.
Thank you. Yes. So yeah, beg your pardon. So that's why I'm not sounding very coherent at the moment, but I will once I've settled down, and I'll be able to go into some form.
Yes. So they're glitching you again, or you're being glitched by your relocation. Yeah. So as soon as you find yourself settled there, let us know when you're settled down. Okay.
Yes, Douglas. Yes.
Okay.
And sorry, any comments on that? Any comments?
I think you've described it well enough. You've articulated it well enough. I've got nothing to argue about. I encourage you to continue. It sounds like you're in a better place. Let's hear the quality of your sound. Oh shit.
Hello, Douglas.
Okay. You now.
Tested.
Okay, let's
testing 1 2 3. It's just all these wires and everything. Yes, I am actually just relocating a lot of wires.
Really?
So I do not. His battery died. I don't want that to happen to myself.
Yeah.
So I am just making sure everything's plugged in to power. So beg your pardon. 2 minutes. Yeah, just 1 more minute.
Sure. Okay. So what I'll do? Yes, take your time. What I'll do is I'll. Just kind of hold the stage by rambling, which is I'm fine with rambling. Honestly, I'm it's one of these things that let's check into what Trillion Phoenix has to say in the chat. I can't believe we're still holding numbers. This is fucking incredible. Trillion Phoenix says, AG going to back up what I missed. Moonchild novel by Aleister Crowley. There we are. Yeah, cool. How do I respond to that? Oh, I know what to give him. Give me a second here, and I'll click on that. Here we are. Okay, enter that for our man.
Wonderful.
Okay, how are we? Okay.
And it's very, very hot today. Okay, after we've had that horrible Storm Cayenne, which was in the off coast of the shores, so into Devon, Somerset, and Cornwall, and you're looking at the Channel Islands like Guernsey and Jersey. They're receiving 145 mile per hour headlight.
Holy shit! And what was the damage? It must have been. People must have died.
And died. Yeah, lives lost. I've not even looked into the details, the nuance of it. I have not looked into any of that because, it's just it was so detrimental. The storm that we've encountered. It's all along the south region, and we were the so-called epicenter. So we were the what they call the eye of the storm. We're the location that we're situated, more central. It's basically the center. If you look at Southampton, you go slightly north, and that's the center point that we're at, and that was the eye of the storm, so to speak. But it was the coastline and the Channel Islands, like Guernsey and Jersey. They really encountered such detrimental storms and headwinds and gusts, and it was just so bad. Yeah, so thank God I was more inland than out on the coastline, so to speak, because they really did get it hard. But now it's just really, really hot. It's just got. I'm sitting with no top on because I'm literally sweating. And the problem is, like I've had before, is if I am really, really hot and sweaty, I can't seem to contemplate I can't think straight, and that's where I struggle. So I'm trying to find a location where it's cool and I get a good hot reception. So yeah, it's horrible. But no, please carry on, Douglas. I know you responded to,
No, you're doing great. I mean, yeah, I think in general your audio. I'm sorry. Oh shit.
Oh yes, no, I was hoping that now we can have a more constructive conversation now. Douglas, to go into some lubricative.
Yeah.
Hopefully, yes. Sorry, I hope I'm not glitching again. Yes.
Yeah, it sounds like you're not glitching as much, and hopefully that holds. There's still a fair amount of glitching, but I think we can hear most of it. So, by all means, I take it that you're physically comfortable, that you're at least able to. Like you said, lubricate yourself. I think it's the term you use. So you've got and so by all means, continue. Grab the lead, the initiative, and by all means take it from here. And feel free to start with anything you wish. I mean, honestly, I'm just kind of here to support you at this point. Yeah.
Oh, bless, Douglas. No, thank you. I've been looking forward to coming on and having a conversation. It's amazing there's nobody else on with us either. There's usually, I think it's just that time of the, because of the time difference across the Atlantic with ourselves. But it must be because most of the people that arrive on, they're probably asleep right now. It's probably, with because I'm not sure about the geolocation of most people that come on, like Mark or anyone else, or what's his name? Nemo?
Yeah, Nemo from Australia. Yes,
Nemo
Albano. Yes. I have no idea what is going on.
Where they are.
All I can tell you is that, if anything, we should theoretically have more people with us, because daylight savings ended and people theoretically got an hour more of sleep. I think these people have just all kind of checked out. I mean, we had the privilege of the company of Jennifer Hawkins earlier. And that, like I said, when she was with us, I pretty much blew my wad in what I called kind of like an intellectual phone sex. So I'm finished. I'm through. So I'm just here to kind of support you, but I'll certainly talk with you. I'll certainly interact with you by all means. However, just drone on however you want. It's yours. Just take it anywhere, right?
No, thank you, Douglas. No, absolutely, wonderful. The other thing I want to get into is I've got some, obviously I've got some reading material here as well in case we ever need to, in case you need a break, Douglas, or anything. But we'll just carry on talking, just rambling on. When it comes down to the what Brendan mentioned earlier, he referred to the Babylon ritual, the sex magic rituals that these individuals were conducting, and people can reference this. This is going back into 9 months prior to Michael Aquino's birth. So Michael Aquino was obviously born on October 16th, 1946, and these sex magic rituals were being conducted in of January of 1946, and so that's obviously a massive tie-in connection to draw parallels to the correlation between these two events happening. And of course, we've gone into as well. I remember we talked to Brooke Gibson about this, about the inception of the arbiter, Michael Aquino. We mentioned, of course, the military high command were trying to usher in or incept, bring forth the new age of Antichrist, and their way of doing so, they obviously needed 12 prominent figures of. Then they chose the prominent echelons of the military high command from the Nazi Germany. They under the Nuremberg trials, the investigation. And I remember, we went into an in-depth conversation once, Douglas, going on to about the trials, the Nuremberg trials were being guarded by SS officers at the actual trials itself, and And then what's that individual's name? And I do deliberately purge these people from my memory. His name, I know his first name is Mark. He does all these
Feldman, Mark Feldman, yeah.
Feldman, F. That's, I knew it was Mark F. Mark, yeah, Feldman. That's the one. He done because whenever we've ever gone into, Douglas has ever referred to historical perspective or historical aspects of World War II, this individual comes out and does a response video to it without directly mentioning anyone's names. But you know it's a direct response to Douglas or anyone that comes on this show. And what this individual elaborated in one of his videos going about the Nuremberg investigations, the trials, is the location of where the bodies, where they buried them. They said there is no disclosure of where they buried them. They gave them unmarked graves, and they didn't give specifics on the actual location, but they certainly what they required was 12 figures. They needed 12 individual sacrifices, and Michael Aquino was obviously number 13, and they actually replaced the two that were missing, and one of those men was Martin Bormann, and the other individual was Reichsmarshal
who suicided. Yes. By the way,
suicide on October 15th. Yes.
Yeah. Just so people understand what our man, Mr. George Knight, is talking about is the fact that they held a ritual. This is what the Nuremberg hangings really were, and this ritual of sacrifice of these individuals was meant through the sacrifice of 12 great men of power. It was meant to usher in a 13th individual, so to speak, an entity. And it succeeded in a degree, but an imperfect degree, because it was an imperfect ritual, because two of the men went missing. They actually were not able to replace them. They were unable to replace Hermann Goering and Martin Bormann. So they hung 10 men instead of 12. And as a result, the being who was born that night was not the Antichrist per se, but rather the herald of the Antichrist. This was Michael Aquino, who entered into the body of a dead baby. This is how he truly expressed it, what he truly believed. Because a dead baby was born that night to his father, Michael Angelo Aquino, and his mother, named Betty Ford. And so together, the twain of them, when the child was born, it was dead, a blue baby, and yet hours later, reanimated. And or quote unquote resuscitated. They may have made some efforts at resuscitating, but eventually the child reanimated, and this is why Michael Aquino insisted that he was not a human being, but an entity who had come in to occupy that dead child's body. And I certainly find no reason to argue with that. And so he was kind of the 11th person. He's kind of like the 11th a person to come in because of the hanging of those 10 men. So what I'm going to do now is take a short break to refresh myself. Do me a favor, take over, continue speaking. Do you need to prepare something first before I leave to break myself for a few minutes?
I've actually got I've actually got an entire transcript to read from Frank Ficino. So I will go into it. It's the response by the Lockheed F-4 Starfire, the response to the UFO flap at 952.
Excellent.
So I'll allude to that whilst you're gone, Douglas, because it's great reading material, and it'll definitely buy you some time.
Okay, great. Yeah, well, I won't be gone that long. I should be gone only about 7 minutes at the longest or so. Maybe a little longer, but shouldn't be longer than 10 minutes. I'm certain I'll be back before 10 minutes. Okay, so I'm going to go mute. Thank God George Knight is here with us. Thank God he arrived, and I deeply appreciate you, George, as does everyone else. Our numbers are holding, so yes, talk a bit about that. I'll be back. We've got good numbers, so it's yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Douglas. So what I'm alluding to now is the from the book "Shoot Them Down" by Frank Ficino. It's the American response to the 1,000-year Reich in exiles, scouting runs, offensive, counter-offensive to the Atlantic battles preceding the cessation of prosecution of hostilities. This is the Lockheed F-94 Starfires and Sabre jets, alluding to Project Blue Book. The year of 1952 received 326 reports for the month of August. They only evaluated 27 cases as unknown for that month. 5 of those unexplained cases directly involved UFOs and Air Force base sightings. The full list of those cases: case 1784, August 2nd, 1952, Lake Charles Air Force Base, Lake Charles, LA. Case 1827, August 5th, 1952, Haneda Air Force Base, Japan, Control Tower. Case number 3, 1870, August 9th, 1952, Lake Charles Air Force Base, Lake Charles, Los Angeles. 4th case, 1979, August 25th, 1952, Holloman Air Force Base, Alamogordo, Nebraska. Case 2006, August 28th, 1952, Berkeley Air Force Base, Mobile and Chickasaw, Los Angeles. Also searched for August unknown cases that reported incidences between UFOs and United States Air Force fighter jets. Project Blue Book reported 3 cases that involved a direct interaction between either a fighter and UFO or a fighter pilot being in the area of a UFO who reported a sighting. They are as follows. Case number 1, 1827, August 5th, 1952, Haneda Air Force Base, Japan. Second case, 1889, August 13th, 1952, Tokyo, Japan. And case number 3, 1961, August 24th, 1952, Hermanus. In 1952, the primary fighter jets used by the United States Air Force to protect the US and its borders were the Lockheed 94 Starfire and the North American F-86 Sabre jet. The Unicorn Book of 1952 Outstanding Events of the Year stated, "So fast and so intricate did the new aircraft become that human pilots were obsolete. The Air Force unveiled semi-automatic interceptors such as the Lockheed 94C Starfire and the D model of the North American F-86 Sabre. Each fired 2.75-inch rockets rather than conventional but less lethal guns, and was laden with 1,000 odd pounds of electronic gear. This electronic brain, faster and surer than the human brain, picked up the enemy bomber, charted its course, guided to interceptor toward the target, and selected the instant to fire the rocket's electronic gear on the plane, picks the moment to fire rockets, each one which could bring down the biggest bomber ever built. The North American F-86 Sabre jet was the first swept-wing aircraft in United States inventory of fighter jets. The F-86 version was all-weather interceptor that had a top speed of 650 miles per hour. This jet was armed with 24 Mighty Mouse rockets that were carried in a retractable carriage in the fuselage. This carriage would lower on an elevator to fire the rockets and then retract back up into the body of the jet. The D model featured a 35-degree swept back wing and tail and was designed with an underslung engine air intake channel at the front of the fuselage for airflow. This jet was equipped with aerodynamically actuated wing leading edge slats that were used to high lift and hydraulic power operated irreversible control system. These controls gave the jet an artificial feel for an all movable tail, ailerons, and its rudder. It had a service ceiling of more than 45,000 feet and had a range of about 1,000 statute miles. That F-86 Sabre jet and the F-94 Starfire were the United States Air Force's top all-weather interceptor jets in their inventory during that time. Both were true examples of modern jet fighters. On August 1st, 1952, the Air Force was back in the skies in hot pursuit of the saucers once again. The following incident involved an F-86 Sabre jet on the interception mission. And on August 2nd, 1952, the New York Times headline read, "Make positive statement, Dayton, Ohio, August 1st, AP. It was stated reports by interceptor pilots today marked the first time pilots checking on flying saucer reports here made such a positive statement. This article referenced 2 interceptors that were scrambled after they had received 5 or 6 reports of flying saucers. It was said the pilots attached to the 97 Fighter Wing were Major James Smith and the First Lieutenant Donald Hermer. The ATIC officials at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base immediately banned the 2 pilots from commenting further on their experiences and ordered a ban on pictures of the 2. In the 50 book Flying Saucers from Outer Space, Kehoe had the intelligence report for this incident cleared to him, which also included the ATIC analysis report. This was only one of the several intelligence cases reports he was allowed to read. Kehoe met with public liaison Albert Chop at the Pentagon on August 21st. He was given all the reports to review, including this case. Kehoe called it the Bellefontaine sighting. The incident unfolded at 10:51 a.m. in Ohio. Kehoe stated the strange machine was seen from the ground by several civilians near Bellefontaine. It appeared to be round with a shiny metallic gleam. At 10:51 a.m., radar men at the 64th AC and W radar site near Bellefontaine had spotted blips that came on the scope. Shortly after, 2 F-86 Sabre jets were sent after the target in question. Upon reaching an altitude of 30,000 feet, the 2 pilots saw a UFO maneuvering above them. It was described as a bright, round, glowing object by pilots Smith and Hermer. The 2 Sabre jets soared high to an altitude of 40,000 feet in pursuit of the object. Major Smith was able to get gun camera film footage of the UFO. Kehoe stated, as he began the camera run, Smith's radar gun sight had caught the saucer for a moment. He went on to say, from the range of his radar set, Major Smith, the unknown device was between 12,000 and 20,000 above him to cause such a weak blip. The UFO then accelerated and vanished. Major Kehoe stated for the first time a saucer had been photographed during the simultaneous radar visual sightings with the camera also locked on by radar. It was absolute proof that this saucer was a solid object, a control dish-shaped machine. He also stated that the intelligence report on this case, which had been cleared for me, also included the ATIC analysis. The following information was from that intelligence report in reference to the incident. The Ground Radar Squadron established 2 facts. Reaffirmation that the UFO moved at 480 land miles per hour, and indications that the F-86s and the UFO appeared simultaneously on the GCI ground control intercept scope. It is obvious that all eyes and antennas put a fix on the same object. And B, the object was obviously not a balloon, since the speed was too fast. A radio Sndy balloon, which was released at 1500 Zebra, 10 a.m. Central Time, and moved off to the east. The object was also sighted northwest of the base. The object moved against the wind. Its blip size that of a normal craft. The object was not known by any aircraft because the altitude was too high. It was not astronomical, as the dual radar returns eliminate this. And C, the electronic or visual image of meteorological phenomena is out of the question, as the radar set was high on the beam and both would not occur simultaneously. In the same place, the sighting occurred above the weather. Conclusion unknown. Kehoe stated, I put down the report and looked at Chop. You know of this course, which does not a press conference story. When Kehoe wrote about this incident, and it appeared in his book, the 1953 book Flying Saucers from Outer Space, the report stated that this case was evaluated as an unknown. Before the release of this 1953 book, Kehoe mentioned this incident in the December 1952 issue of True magazine in an article, What Radar Tells About Flying Saucers. Kehoe had been working in collaborations with the Air Force and gathering information for this particular article. In this article, he states the following information about the case. No final conclusion has been made by the ATIC in this case. That this might have been a balloon, as suggested, does not stand up for two reasons. First and most importantly, no balloon can hover and suddenly race off, outdistancing the jets. Second, ordinary weather balloons will not show on radar scopes. All weather balloons records are available to the ATIC, and no radar target was available.
Okay, I'm back.
Sorry, Douglas.
Yeah, yes. You seem to be doing great. Go on with, you're doing well. Continue. Yes.
Oh, yes, no. Yes, yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. I'm just, transcribing the from the book about these incidences that were occurring and just the American response to the flying saucer phenomena, which is what has been obfuscated to the general public. So it's just it's amazing. Even Frank Fuscino in the book, he's heavily handled by obviously it's also co-authored by Stanton Friedman.
Oh,
and obviously, this is the thing with the book is it's great with substantiated information, but the handler is obviously Frank Fuscino was hot on the case about all these incidences, but of course Stanton Friedman, who is a co-religionist and occultist of Michael Aquino, is not going to tell him anything that he needs to know. He's going to tell him everything that only what he should be knowing, and that he's always referring to these objects as UFOs, and the thesis, the premise is that these are extraterrestrial. And of course, that's the only thing that when I tell people, when I advise them to read the book, is I have to explain to them that you're not going to be told from the book itself they were dealing with Reichscraft or they're dealing with a breakaway civilization. They're only referred to in the book as UFOs or flying saucers. So they're not going to get the entire narrative. Yes.
Yeah, what this is called is you need to qualify the book with a disclaimer. So the book needs to be, what needs to happen is that book needs to be republished with a disclaimer, with a qualified disclaimer, qualifying its content. In other words, the content is all factual, but the context is critically omitted. This is the critical omission. It's the context. So what our man George Knight is doing is writing his own book that provides the context, and will take many of these facts and place them in that context, that the true narrative of our history. So continue, George.
Yes, no, absolutely, Doug, and you've hit the nail on the head with that one. That's exactly what it is, and that is where I have always referenced the book to certain individuals, not many, but when I advise them, obviously, yes, you're right. It comes with a disclaimer, just bearing in mind that the person, the author that wrote the book, has got this handler watching over everything that he is doing, and so therefore you're not going to get the actual the historical narrative,
actually the term you can use is just basically censor. He basically has a official censor assigned to him. A minder or a censor is better. Either way, a minder or a censor. Handler is fine, but it's kind of like a vocabulary word that many people might not be familiar with. So you might just say censor. He's got an official censor. The man is a minder. You would use the term minder because when you say he has an official censor, a lot of people think of censor as a verb as opposed to a person, even though it can be. So continue. By all means.
No, thank you. No, thank you, Douglas. And then the other. It was really funny actually because there was this. I remember talking about this with Peter Moon, going back several months ago about Vladimir Tuzisky. I think his name is Vladimir Tuzisky. He's an individual that was around. I think in certainly he was more prominent in the 80s, but then he went off radar. He went missing. There's been there's no report on what happened to Tuzisky, but he was also another individual similar to you're not going to get the true historical narrative. You're not going to get the true story. He was always alluding to that obviously the Third Reich were able to create these craft, but then it was somehow through, and I hate using the term, Douglas, Operation Paperclip. They were somehow
yes, go on.
As you know, we know full too well why. We hate using that. It's obviously for the people listening. Douglas was the one that exposed all that information about it. Back in the 80s. What Taszewski was, what he alludes to is it was an American secret space program. He was alluding to that the Nazi scientists and physicists that came over during this completely what do you want to call the Operation Paperclip? It's just a completely people really do run with it sometimes, but it's basically what there essentially was. There was no secret space program. The scientists that came over didn't give the Americans anything that they actually wanted them to have. There was nothing that they could actually ascertain from them to do with these advanced craft themselves. They never were able to produce them. Instead, what they were contending with was this breakaway civilization, which all they can do was intercept them, which is what I've been alluding to with the book, and to shoot them down. And that was the American response, was to retrieve these craft through a program and then to back engineer them. But what Taszewski was always alluding to was Douglas.
So could you give us more, like you say, this individual has essentially kind of disappeared or gone off the radar. Is there anything personal you know about this individual at all?
But he was actually if people look at his interviews, they are available on the internet on YouTube. He was showing actual photographs of Reichscraft, but he always spoke of they were producing them in Germany in the 1930s and the 1940s. He was referring to the actual names of the craft, like the RFC-2 models, and going from those primitive prototypes to the conventional Fluggerad, and then mentioning about the Vril, or he did allude to the Tool Society, which is something that I try to stay away from ever referring to. But essentially, what they call the reactors, or what Bob Lazar referred to as the condensers, these were essentially tool tachyonator drives.
Okay,
whereas
so
reactor,
just to hold back on the technology for a little bit, because nothing against that. By the way, George and I can go to town on the technology far better than I can. I just want to hold off on that for a second, because I'm curious. Not at all contentious with, but I'm just trying to feel this out. So why are you reluctant to go into the Tool Society? What is it that you feel is like? What is it that is kind of So why do you prefer to avoid that? Is it because it just drags people into other tangents, or?
I think so. Yes, and because I can't explain it in a way that even I understand it. I think it's beyond my own comprehension. It's something that even myself.
Okay, so let's put it this way. The best way to explain it is that the Tool Society was essentially a secret society of people that felt that they were harnessing the Vril force, which was to them very similar to, just think of the Force in Star Wars, or just think of the concept of Chi, like Peter Moon's always talking about Tai Chi, or the Japanese word for Ki, as is used in Aikido, or it's essentially the Ka, or various, what Wilhelm Reich would later on quantify as Orgone. These are just forces that are harnessed through the human being that is able to concentrate, focus, and then ultimately generate these powers. These are what the Tool Society and the Vril Society were both concentrating on, harnessing. They also had some channelers who felt that they were helping to bring technology into fruition, or a kind of understanding of a certain metaphysics. So that would be the best way to explain them. You don't need to, go much deeper than that. That would be like a cursory explanation of them as a source of some ideas, creative spark, inspiration, if you will. In terms of what you want to say about the other things I was going to bring up about when you're talking about the technology, when it comes to the best way to explain Operation Paperclip, so to speak, when people bring that up, just so everybody understands, obviously, as our man George Knight has stated, when I was hemorrhaging a lot of information about history to the public without taking credit for it, when I was doing this covertly, one of the elements of information that I unleashed upon the world was about Project Paperclip. Now, unfortunately, people took that and they ran with it, and they turned it into something that it was not. People think of this as like this enormous, basically what some people have turned it into is basically like a government exchange where somehow the Nazis took over America, and basically their government basically became our government. This is just fucking crazy. It has nothing to do with reality. This is the other people will think it's like how Americans got Reich's technology, that the Americans acquired Nazi technology, and then they went so far as to conflate all kinds of things with it, like psychiatric mind control programs that, like MK Ultra, where they're basically saying Nazi psychiatrists came over. Now, the element, the way to put this into perspective is this. Basically, Project Paperclip is mistaken. It is mistaken for a technology exchange program, or some kind of technological acquisition or appropriation program. Instead, you've got to think of it as a technological monitoring program. In other words, like the United Nations sends inspectors into a nation under sanctions to investigate whether or not they're following the rules of international law as imposed upon them. Like, say, for instance, when Iraq was under sanctions and United Nations inspectors were entering Iraq, attempting to ascertain whether or not Saddam Hussein was obeying international law demands that he not produce weapons of mass destruction. So when you have a situation like that, that is the way to understand Project Paperclip, is that the Third Reich's representatives of the Thousand-Year Reich in Exile, the Third Reich's representatives of the breakaway civilization of the inner Aryan culture in Unterland, they're representatives of the Drittmacht, the third power, in terms of technological monitoring, were dispatched to both the United States and the Greater Soviet Union to monitor whether or not they were maintaining their technological development under sanctions. In other words, the Third Reich in Exile, the breakaway civilization of the inner Aryans, had put a technological straitjacket, a limit to what the Americans and Greater Soviets could develop. So these men who Americans think of as some kind of booty, some kind of war haul, where they hauled in a bunch of scientists and eggheads from the Third Reich to develop America's space program, is not the way to see it at all. Rather, you see these as monitors from a higher civilization, making certain that the Americans and Soviets never developed beyond a certain point. They so stultified, so suffocated Soviet development that the Soviet Union died So you can't think of scientists of Germany somehow developing American or Soviet technology, and your space program, the American space program, went effectively fucking nowhere. It's dead. Yeah. It's so dead that you've got crazy multi-billionaires like Bezos and Elon Musk just shooting bottle rockets into space, and people are thinking that that's some kind of hope for America's future. You're mad. As I've explained before, just so people get it, anybody who rides one of those rockets is riding upon a controlled or only semi-controlled series of internal explosions so volatile that it is statistically safer to base jump, which is, in case you didn't know it, where the people wear those squirrel wings, those flying squirrel wings, and they jump off a cliff or a bridge and shit, spread their arms and legs, and they use those flying squirrel wings to just try to glide, down to earth eventually, and they suffer like 1 out of 4 attempts, you're gonna die.
25%.
Yeah, it's just like a Russian roulette, and to go up in one of those rockets is orders of magnitude more dangerous than that. There's no way you're going to transfer a civilization onto Mars with that shit. I mean, that's laughable. So you couldn't count on resupply or anything. It's a joke. So all space programs that are serious about colonization have to be state sponsored. It's not going to work otherwise. But the point is, when it comes to Paperclip, understand this as a monitoring program by a higher power to make certain the Americans and Soviets never develop their program basically beyond the most primitive level of just entertaining the public with fireworks. And that's all that ever happened. The space shuttle was as advanced as it got, and that was just a trucking service to the floating International Space Station, and it's, which in its of itself was a joke. You're talking about spending billions of dollars to get a bathtub into space in a space station that doesn't even generate its own gravity. You're talking about these things where they haven't even put up a wheel for the rotation that you would see in the year 2001, A Space Odyssey, the movie, where they show the spaceship has its own artificial wheel to generate artificial gravity. You don't even have that with the space station. There's not even enough material on it to do that. So you're talking about just a nowhere program that has been followed by people in America and Russia for years. And everybody else conventionally has been riding on their program, and and basically space has been left to the Nazis. So understand that these Nazis were not in some subservient position where they're giving anything to the Americans. So this is the point George Knight is making. The only way the Americans got any of this technology was by reverse engineering what they shot down. However, the one thing that I will correct or qualify is that there was, of course, a very overt program on the part of the Soviets concerning space. They had the Mir space station that at the time the Americans thought was going to become the center of what would become a space city, Mirograd. That was the idea. It was supposed to be the core of what would be additionally added parts until it became a city. That never happened. But the Soviets had multiple military Mirs, the Soyuz, armed and armored, that, the public never heard of. And so the Soviets had a secret space program. The Americans had a secret space program. The space shuttle was simply the civilian version of the Dyna-Soar, DYNA-SOAR, the dynamic soar. And that was based on Nazi technology that the Americans did, in a sense, loot. That was more of an exchange program. That's where the Third Reich allowed them that. That was basically based on Walter Dornberger's design. I mean, without the Germans, the Americans, there would be no space program for the Germans for the Americans or the Soviets at all. So certainly the Germans were participating to a degree, but this is why many people in Project Paperclip were there to monitor that it didn't go farther beyond what they allowed. In other words, the reason German scientists were cooperating at all and allowing Americans and Russians to build what they did was so that they could personally oversee that it didn't go beyond a certain level of development. You will notice that the Americans never talk about Germans participating in the reverse engineering of shot down UFOs. You notice they'll say Germans participated in this space program like, everything that was our man von Braun was participating in. The Disney fireworks stuff. But you never hear about them saying, then we turned over the UFOs we shot down to our German scientists. Why not? Why don't you ever hear of this? Because the Germans were not going to participate in reverse engineering craft that was shot down in hostile action when it was their allegiance was to that hostile power that the Americans had shot down an asset from. So the Americans were left on their own reverse engineering these, and they never got far with it. So the point to be made is the Americans, however, did have a covert space program, a military space program, and some of it had to deal with trying to counter the Third Reich in space, trying to help coordinate with the units in the atmosphere that were shooting down the discs during the disc war. Obviously all of that ultimately faded, crashed, and burned, never went anywhere. Whatever secret space program the Americans and Soviets had, and there's still an ongoing element, it's purely defensive, it's purely reactionary, it has nothing to do with expansion. And so to give you an example of what we're dealing with at this point in history, I brought up earlier in the transmission that the Houthis in Yemen fired a missile headed towards a destination in Israel, basically a port city, and the Israelis shot it down with an Arrow missile system in space, and the Israelis are claiming this is the first space combat that has ever taken place because they shot it down above Earth's atmosphere. It's such bullshit. I mean, obviously it matters because it shows that this war is expanding into space, but it is not historically the first space combat. So hopefully that puts that all into perspective. What I'm going to do now is go mute for just a few minutes. I'll be right back, but I'm going to leave George to continue, and I'll let you know as soon as I'm back. I'll be back in just a few minutes, but you've got this, and you're doing great. So thank you, George. Yes, continue.
No, you're very welcome, Douglas. Yeah, no, thank you very much. Take your time. And I'll go back into, from the book, I'll start to, read and transcribe these, the context from the book itself, The Aerospace Wars of 1952, shooting down by Frank Ficino. The Westover, trying to see if I go over the response over August 5th, 1952, Westover and Washington. Probably go into that, actually. So on August 5th, 1952 was the halfway point of the summer of 1952, and UFO sites continued to be reported throughout the United States. Author Max Miller, who was the president of the Flying Saucers International Organization, said the following in the August 1952 August issue of Mystic magazine titled, "What are the Flying Saucers?" ? He stated, Elliot Rockmore, president of the Flying Saucer Researchers of Brooklyn, estimates that he received from 400 to 600 flying saucer sightings from newspaper sources in midsummer 1952 during the UFO 1952 flap, rivaling the Air Force's own files. August 5th was truly a banner day for the UFO sightings across the United States. That involved a series of events that actually culminated into another flap that occurred over Washington, D.C. This flap, not as well known as the twin July sightings, should actually be considered the third major UFO visitation to the capital during the summer of 1952. The UFO sightings of August 5th actually began early that morning, just after midnight, and continued into the early afternoon hours of the day. By mid-afternoon, a Westover Air Force Base F-86 Saberjet from Massachusetts lay crashed and burning in the small town of South Glastonbury, Connecticut, near Hartford. By evening, the UFOs were back over Washington, D.C. and being chased by fighter jets. The first early morning UFO sighting that occurred that day took place over Westover Air Force Base, located in the Chicopee Falls, Massachusetts. This base is located about 12 miles north of the Connecticut state border, 29 miles northeast of Hartford, and only about 42 miles north of the South Glastonbury border. Westover Air Force Base was a major command of the Air Force Defense Command and a sub-command of the Eastern Air Defense Force, and played a key role in the Korean War between 1950 and 1954. This base took part in major operations and transported fright Air Force personnel and troops to the Far East during this time. Troop casualties were also brought back to the Westover Hospital, making this base one of the heaviest traveled Air Force bases over that 4-year period. In the early morning, UFO sightings at Westover Air Force Base on August 5th were described in an Air Intelligence Information Report. It was dated the 11th of August 1952 and written by Lieutenant Colonel Robert Jones, and gave the details of the UFO incident that unfolded on 5th of August 1952. At 11:25 a.m., it was reported that 3 UFOs flew in a triangle formation over Westover Air Force Base at an estimated altitude of 5,000 feet. Ground personnel who saw the group of UFOs described them as brilliant white dots, and the lead object was said to have looked like an automobile headlight. The witnesses stated that the UFOs were flying faster than the jets. As they passed over the area during the sighting, there was no jet activity recorded by Westover Air Force Base officials. Later that morning, another unusual sighting occurred over Augusta, Georgia at 7:30 a.m. that gained some attention. The New York Times reported the incident on August 6, 1952 in the following article: "Shapeless light sighted at hydrogen bomb plant by the Associated Press." August 5th, 1952, a shapeless incandescent flash of light was reported over the Atomic Energy Commission billion-dollar hydrogen bomb project early today. Officials said that appropriate authorities had been notified. The brilliant flash was reported by an official of the E.I. DuPont de Nemours company, which is building the plant. They told the Augusta Chronicle the flash had been observed at 7:30 a.m. and looked to me like a huge bulb in a flash camera. He added that many persons said they observed the unusual sight at the same time. Later in the day, an official of the AEC, who, like the DuPont, asked to remain anonymous, said they had no logical explanation. The next sighting that day occurred in the early afternoon. It was reported by Baltimore, Maryland, according to the NICAP publication UFO Investigator. This publication, dated 1958, Volume 1, Number 5, gave details of this daytime sighting. Donald Kehoe also reported on this sighting in his 1960 book, Flying Saucers, Top Secret. The witness, Dr. James C. Bartlett, was a well-known Baltimore MD astronomer and had written several scientific articles in various astronomy journals. Dr. Bartlett UFO sighting occurred as he was making a daylight observation on Venus from his Baltimore location. His sightings lasted over an 8-minute time span between 12:12 p.m. and 12:20 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 1:20 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. His first sighting involved 2 objects that he described as copper in color. Donald Kehoe reported that 2 dish-shaped objects passed to the south of Baltimore there, then turned east. Shortly after, while watching the sky, Kehoe reported that Bartlett said he saw 2 more discs overhead. The report stated that Dr. Bartlett said the middle portion of objects were 30 degrees of arc in the appearance. He described this feature as a bump, like Kehoe stated, like the dome UFOs frequently described. These fire saucer types were seen quite often during 1952 and throughout the 1950s. In the Northeast at 2:25 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 3:25 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, an F-86 Sabre jet from Westover Air Force Base in Chicopee Falls, Massachusetts, had crashed and burned into a wooden area on the outskirts of South Glastonbury. This incident interested me when I first read about it.
Ooh, we got a little glitching.
Article the New York Times.
Okay,
so pilot trapped in falling Saturday.
I got back, and there's a little glitching here.
Pilot trapped in powerless, in his way out to safety seconds before the plane crashed here today. Establish.
Can you hear me?
Hope it laughs. Yes, I can hear you loud and clear, Douglas. Your audio is perfect.
It is?
Crystal
Jesus
clear.
Christ, I wish yours was. Yours is a little glitchy there. So just continue. Let me take a look at if anybody's got anything to say about it. I presume since the numbers are holding pretty steady, we're holding steady with the numbers, which are good. The numbers are good. Yeah, continue. We got some faces being sent up by some of the people in the chat room, some of the wow faces, so they're impressed by what you have to say. So by all means, continue. Yes, thank you. Just kind of clarify, repeat what you said the last few sentences, just to make certain people understand it.
Yes, of course, Douglas. No, thank you. So I'm talking. So I'm referring to the pilot trapped in the fallen jet. So it's just an incident that occurred on August 5th. I don't know. Is my audio
seems okay now?
Clear?
Seems okay now.
Not staggering. Yeah, staggering. Yeah, thank you. So yeah, what I was referring to was the Royal Air Force exchange pilot trapped in a powerless F-86 Sabre jet hammered his way out of the parachute to safety seconds before the plane crashed here today. A companion jet managed to land at a nearby Rentschler Field. Both had been returned to Westover Field, Massachusetts. When their planes ran out of fuel, the first pilot said he was in a heavy overcast when the engine failed. He pulled the button to open the canopy over the cockpit and eject him from the plane, but the mechanism jammed and he found himself trapped in a fallen jet. He stood up and battered the canopy with his arms and helmet. He said until it was opened, he was at 4,000 feet when he finally freed himself and jumped. This article attracted many attention as Westover Air Force Base was certainly no stranger to the UFO on the morning of this jet crash. August 5th, 1952, 3 UFOs flew over Westover Air Force Base on July 23rd, 1952, only 13 days before officials documented 4 spot intelligence reports, cases involving UFO activity. Furthermore, on the July 23rd, Westover was also documented as being involved in a 2-jet scramble after UFOs over Jamestown, Rhode Island. UFO researcher Lorian Gross supplied the following valuable information contained in the following Blue Book intelligence reports. The following 4 UFO reports were received by Westover Air Force Base on July 23rd, 1952. And it goes on to state the reports. Spot intelligence report, Lieutenant Colonel Robert Jones, Do Number 1, Westover Air Force Base, Massachusetts, 29th of July 1952. It goes on and on, Douglas. So I don't know if you want me to carry on reading that. I don't know if it's something obviously that I will put into perspective in my book that I'm producing. So I could carry on reading the reports. It just goes into the facts, just the objective facts of it. But are you with us now, Douglas? Or do you want me to continue whilst you have a break?
No, I'm with you. Not quite sure. I'll just do my best to converse with you. We've got 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We've got 3 hours available. DJ says he was a bit glitchy. Okay, now. Thank you, DJ. Appreciate your input very much. And so let me give him the thank you, the thumbs up here, and there we go. Good man, DJ. Very much appreciated. With that, in terms of conversations, so where do you want to go? I mean, you're welcome to talk about anything you want. Anything you want to bring up, go ahead.
Yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, well, I was going to, just to comment on what we were saying earlier before you went on a short break. Was the basically they were considered or recognized as political observers of the direct Mac, the third power during the so-called Cold War era, and so these they were political observers that were these were essentially diplomatic interpreters as well, but they were relaying information back. Is that from the documents that you dealt with, Douglas? Was that the case that they must have had a communication between the breakaway civilization, these political observers that were, assigned to this, this program, but of course they weren't working with any of the downcraft that they were able to retrieve during the aerospace wars, the undeclared aerospace wars of the 1950s and preceding the 50s into the 60s and 70s. But certainly it just when I think it was mentioned maybe last transmission about obviously with the encounter of the 1969 space mission, the Apollo 11 mission, that when you were, if anyone ever cites the statements from the astronauts of certainly the late Neil Armstrong, he referred to transmission back as the ground base back in command, the command center. He relayed live broadcast into a separate burst transmission relayed back that they are on the crater of the moon and they are warning us off. And obviously, they knew that they were up there. They knew obviously what the Americans were trying to do with their propaganda. Their whole, it was that whole, it's a public stunt. The whole when they went to the moon, it was all obviously a public display of just telling the world, we've gone to the moon. They would always claim that they were the first, and these certainly the Apollo missions were always considered to be just a massive farce, so to speak. But the Third Reich knew that they were going up there. They knew everything. So I wonder if they had intelligences. They knew exactly through the communications, through these programs, that they knew that what they were attempting to do. But of course, obviously, we talked about the footages, and I know in the past transmissions we've talked about the actual live Apollo mission footage itself, and the reasons behind why they had to fabricate some of the footage. It's because these were live broadcasted. They couldn't have anything happen live on air, so they had to obviously, and in the fulfillment of not being able to produce anything, they had to shoot some of these live in a ground studio on Earth. And so, but the Third Reich certainly prevented them from ever establishing any form of colonization on the moon, and which is why the Apollo space missions were only occurred for only a short period of time. They stopped ever going back to the moon after a short period, and this from the late 60s into the early 70s. Then the Apollo mission broke up, and then they stopped funding or conducting any missions back to the lunar surface. And so when people, obviously, if they ever look up some of the statements, the testimonies of the late astronauts, and Buzz Aldrin is still alive, but Neil Armstrong certainly, before his passing, he certainly stated to his family, and they've come out and publicly spoken about, that they encountered craft on the moon, and this was the Third Reich in exile, just warning them off, showing them their display of dominance over. Of course, they established a colony. They colonized it long before they even arrived. And even the guy at work that I work with, he mentions this. There's this public interview statement of you have a former Soviets, either a scientist, cosmonaut, or I'm not sure who he's referring to, because I'm not sure the title or what interview he's relaying to, but he refers to there's an American scientist, a German scientist, and a Soviet scientist. I don't know what he is referencing, but he told me that what the German scientist stated is that, you think that you were there first? We were there long before the Americans ever got there. So it'll be interesting to know what he's actually referring to. And so, yeah, we can either go on about any of that, Douglas, but I know also, I think it was to Nemo. I think it was the last transmission. After I left, I did come on to listen to further conversations, and it was to do with the Japanese. I think it was a Japanese, a man of Japanese heritage, who landed on the moon. There's a book called The Garden of the Moon.
Yes, Dr. Kaneshima. In French, it's titled The Garden of Dr. Kaneshima. So Kaneshima landed first to basically. So this is what you were not here for. So I don't know if I was able to send you this image. So I'll send it to you now. Let me know if you want me to send it to you in email, or if it's, because I'll put it to you in your private text on Skype. So let me, here's on Skype. Let me upload the image. Give me a second here. This will take an image, and this was something I found, offensive to my sensibilities.
Yes.
This is something like, along the lines of whenever I'm on the air and I'll speak of something that is like new about World War II. Then that idiot Mark Feldman will come on and produce some stupid video where he'll just jack what I say, but he'll add pictures. He'll add a bunch of pictures that he'll dig up off the web or something. Now, so let's let me go down here. There we are. The call reappeared. Excellent. Let me find this from my files. So I believe it's in my latest files, and I have to find them because I get so distracted. Okay, because in the running joke that I tell everyone, because it's no joke, is that basically did we get this? Did we wind up with that going anywhere? Did that go into your private? Let me check your private George Knight thing. It didn't go anywhere. God damn. Fuck this shit. Okay, this is irritating. Okay, this is irritating. All right. So let's try and get this done. This offends my sensibilities, so that's probably why it's just not working out. Okay, here we are. So now I'm gonna press the enter button. Okay, so there we are. So if you take a look at that image, what had happened was that the communist Chinese claim that they've planted seeds on the moon. Yeah. So you heard me speak about this.
Yes, cotton. Yes, I knew. Yeah, you were saying about cotton was probably the only thing that did survive, but they planted. I think it was some form of few vegetables, potatoes.
Yes.
But certainly cotton would have been the one that would have survived compared to the other. Was it 5 or 6 different types of even plants they tried to plant, or was it just vegetables, vegetation? I'm sure that was. I did catch that bit.
Yeah. So just so everybody understands, the Communist Chinese Empire claims, and I don't disbelieve this, but they claim that they grew a plant on the moon, that it sprouted 2 leaves. And they're claiming, this is like the Israelis claiming that they've engaged in the first combat in space. They're claiming that this is the first time a plant has been grown on the moon. Okay, that is not the case. And just to clarify it, basically in January, China, quote unquote, became the first nation to land a spacecraft on the far side of the moon. Of course, this is not a spacecraft. It's a goddamn drone if they landed anything at all. The Chang'e 4 and the lunar rover carried among its payload this small biosphere housing 6 life forms, including cotton seeds. So the data from that biosphere experiment, via that data, the researchers constructed a digital image of the cotton plant that reveals it grew 2 leaves before dying from the cold. So in January, they made history only in the sense that the Chang'e 4 spacecraft landed on the far side of the moon, if indeed it did. We have no way of knowing these things because they make these claims, but there's no footage. There's no footage. You can say, well, who's going to take the film? There's no self footage. There's no if you're able to launch a drone vehicle,
yes,
which means like, you know, the little rover goes out on its treads or its wheels, that can take the goddamn film, okay? You can film the craft it came from. It can film its environment. We never see any of this. No. At any rate, this mission was supposedly the first to experiment with growing plants on the moon, which is total bullshit. It's the Japanese grew them first, an entire garden. Indeed, Dr. Kaneshima knew he was going to die on the moon, so he made certain his body would fertilize the garden he planted. So, at any rate, this was supposedly an LME, a lunar microecosystem, and the conditions within this small cylindrical biosphere were similar to those on Earth, besides the microgravity and cosmic radiation. And this, had, and I'm astonished, George Knight, you have an almost photographic memory. I don't know how you remembered this. Yes, 6 items. You remembered them all. Potato seeds, cotton seeds, rape seeds, yeast.
Rape seeds,
some fruit fly eggs, and a common weed known as Arabidopsis thaliana. All of these died immediately, or at least pretty quickly, except the cotton. So the cotton plant grew 2 leaves, not 1, but 2, before dying of the cold temperatures after about 2 weeks. Now, this is extraordinary. It's extraordinary because there wasn't a man to tend to it. You see, the Japanese scientist was there to tend to it. His own urine was part of the hydration, but also water is on the moon. So he was able to extract enough water to survive for a while until his oxygen ran out. He didn't die of thirst. And you will die of thirst long before you die of hunger. But he didn't die of thirst. He died of lack of oxygen ultimately. And at any rate, the people need to read the book The Garden on the Moon. And as I said, it was reconstructed, the narrative, just like Kurt Vonnegut Jr. reconstructed his narrative about the Dresden firebombing, because he couldn't get it published by talking about the Dresden firebombing straight all by itself at that time. So he had to disguise it by making it a time travel story, of all things. But the Dresden firebombing is included in a time travel fiction. This is how Pierre Boulle encapsulated within a kind of fictionalized narrative the reality of the Japanese landing on the moon to pave the way for the rest of the Reich that followed. So just so people understand, if the Chinese did this, it's not that it doesn't offend my sensibilities that they did this. I don't disbelieve it because I refuse to believe they could do it. The problem that I have with it is that, as always, they try to claim it's the first, and the Allies will go along with it just because, they're trying to push their own grand narrative of a bullshit. So just remember that the Japanese landed first on the moon. The 1,000-year Reich established their solar, their South Pole base. And then you have these Asian Indians claiming that they've landed, which, I've already deconstructed that. I mean, you guys got to be able to show us something. And all we saw was the cheapest CGI. The so-called photograph that we saw was like somebody taking a photograph of the rear view mirror in their car. It's like bullshit. It's like not even compelling in the slightest. Like all the skeptics said, they just don't have a Stanley Kubrick to help to help them with their shit. So it's like it's literally unbelievable. But all such being said, talk for a bit about the Thule legend, or shall we say the history of Thule, as opposed to the Thule Gesellschaft, or the organization. Thule began as a concept understood by the West with the Greek explorer Pytheas. That was in the time of Plato. His name was spelled Pytheas. And at the mouth of the Rhine River, he had heard about an island to the north beyond which travel was impossible. So other Greek scholars describe Thule as a warm Greenland, surrounded by high mountains, ruled by Apollo, and they might well have been speaking of Iceland. Now, the handsome people were blonde with blue eyes. Thule's fate has never been recorded. Presumably, advancing ice destroyed it in a climate change, or at least engulfed it for a period of time. It could be referencing Greenland, which is still under the ice today. But the stories of Thule, they intermingled with those of Hyperborea. Literally, that means the land above the north wind, Hyperborea. That's a lost continent spanning Greenland, Iceland, Europe's northern extremities, all a product of the Ice Age, actually, which produced much more land. We had far more land during the Ice Age. And when it got warmer and the ice melted, then, of course, waters rose to submerge the land. So the Theosophists, in particular, write extensively about Hyperborea, which predated Lemuria and Atlantis by their reckoning. Now, Hermann Wirth, surname spelled W-I-R-T-H, he was one of the founders of the Ahnenerbe, the occult intelligence bureau of the Third Reich. So he said that the Thule was a civilization roughly concurrent with Cro-Magnon man, and that the Tuatha, as he called them, they had a high non-metallic civilization, and that after its fall, the people spread across the globe, splitting into various ethnicities. Now, of course, much was traced back to Thule, the Atlantis of the North, the Arctic islands such as Greenland, Iceland, Spitsbergen. They simply were part of the otherwise submerged landmass. Spitsbergen, that's an island group some 400 miles north of Norway. The British evacuated the population ahead of the German advance in 1941. You had the Norwegians and the Germans fighting over it. Basically, you've got a 4-year running battle over the Tuatha bloodline, and all of those evacuated settlers, the access to the inner earth through all of these mines that were opened on the island long ago, then closed during the time of war, reopened again, and of course the Vril, which are also not just the name of a force, but also the name of an actual race of a species in Unterland. Essentially Mothmen, bearing a civilization of their own, sphinxes, if you will, what the ancient Egyptians would have called sphinxes. So, I mean, this is the much of what I remember from my time with Aquino and the research that he was demanding myself to do on his behalf. In terms of where that brings us now. We'll go back to George for a moment. I mean, I'll sit here and talk with you. You know, whatever that brings to mind. I mean, go ahead and follow up.
Thank you so much. I've actually got some context on the Thule and Vril society. I have got some context of it right here in front of me.
By the way, by the way, are you Facebook friends with Marina Sarin?
Yes, I am. Yes, I do. I'm following her, so she's not my friend per se, but I'm following her.
Send her a message that I've been banned off Facebook, of course, please.
Oh, of course, she probably is not even aware of it.
I understand that. Yeah, believe me, I take no offense. But send her a message that I've been banned off Facebook and she needs to contact me on the Skype.
Yes.
On the Skype. Yeah.
Yes. No. Absolutely. Oh my God. Yes. No. Absolutely, Douglas. I have just received an incoming message, just asking, could you please either elaborate or speak about why myself and yourself, Douglas, why we resent Elon Musk so much. And so maybe, I don't know if we can go into the aspects of the reasons why we it's one of these things, how to address it. It's like the closest thing is like was it 3 weeks ago, over a fortnight ago, I had I was during a training, an online, it's basically through the Teams connection, so it was a virtual training class. And we were all presented with a question and asked if we can install a fiber line into anyone's property, who'd we most wish to install a fiber, if we could choose anyone in the world, who we want to do it to. 2 people in that, a female and my colleague who I presented everything about World War II to and the Third Reich in exile, they both mentioned Elon Musk. They would talk to Elon Musk. And the reasons behind that is because then they can ask him, how have you become so successful? And to give them advice on cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, and all this. All this. And I was just like, thank God my mic was on mute. I was just, yes, it baffled me. And the person I mentioned it's actually an actual case. The person, me and my previous colleague, he's left the company now. We actually installed fiber line to Brenda Longman. She is a British actress who portrayed the voice of the famous, it's a British, it's part of the British culture. It's embedded of the Sooty Sweep and Sue show. It's the Sooty show. It's a puppet show based for kids, and the actress Brenda Longman is still helping produce for the show. And there's been 3 individuals. I think that it was the father and then passed on to the son. I can't even remember the names. It's irrelevant, but if people look up the history on the Sooty show, they will get the context that I'm referring to. But she's still producing, helping the BBC produce these, and it was just nostalgia for me. It was just bringing back childhood memories, even though I won't watch it as a kid now. But I wouldn't watch it now in adulthood as I would as a child. But anyway, I mentioned her, and everyone was like, "Oh, that's brilliant! That's amazing!" But then 2 of the individuals mentioned Elon Musk, and they're like, "Yes," they're running off the Elon Musk trip. And it's just, again, like you mentioned earlier, Douglas, with people look at the prospects and they think that with Elon Musk's SpaceX, they think he is doing something good for you, good for humanity. And of course, these space rockets don't do anything that's good for you. They don't do anything that benefits you. Yeah. And if people can just understand, what I referenced last time, I published a post, resubmitted a post to do with Elon Musk, and Elon Musk thwarting. He was sabotaging the internet communications in Ukraine, which benefited the Russian Federation. Yes.
And so what I'll do is I'll respond to that at length. I mean, this person has forced me to go on the offensive, and not offensive against them, but on the offensive in explaining why we hate Elon Musk. So the Israel-Hamas war is, among other things, so many other things, also a test for X, Twitter, and it's already failed. Elon Musk has crossed a line. Elon Musk has been endorsing neo-Nazis. We're not talking about historical Nazis. Even the neo-Nazis in Germany really have no concept of their history. And Jews are still excusing him while Elon Musk has been shitposting his way through the Israel-Hamas war. If the 5th horseman is fear, Elon Musk has saddled himself, avowedly fearing that the West is, his words, foolishly sleepwalking our way into World War III, whilst calling for an immediate ceasefire in the Ukraine. So, from white nationalists to Judeo-phobic conspiracy theorists, Elon Musk is eagerly engaging with the far right in the United Kingdom and United Germany, and flaunting well, his flaunting of support by Jews, including Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and the hard-right demagogue Ben Shapiro, they provide the cover he seeks. It's pure hypocrisy. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu met the billionaire businessman Elon Musk during a trip to the United States in the closing weeks of the month before last, amid all these accusations of Judeophobia on X. Now, Netanyahu's own office confirmed that their meeting, which was scheduled for American Constitution Day, Monday, as dated the 18th day in September, included discussions about artificial intelligence. And it came at a time when Musk was facing accusations of tolerating Judeophobic messages on his social media platform X, formerly known as Twitter. Now X's trust and safety team says it's working to remove false information related to the Israel-Hamas war. Meanwhile, Elon Musk is sharing conspiracies and chatting with QAnon promoters. Now, understand that that Netanyahu went to see Elon Musk here in my own Golden Gate at San Francisco before he went to see the fucking president in Washington, D.C. He considered Elon Musk the more important man. This was before he launched the attack against Israel via the Hamas, which I insist is orchestrated by Netanyahu. Now, since launching that massive cross-border attack into Israel over the weekend, that weekend of Sukkot, the holiday that I explained earlier in the opening hours, the militant group Hamas was seeding violent videos, graphic images of the group's attacks on Israelis on social media, particularly on Telegram and X, the platform formerly known as Twitter. And in response to the spread of this content, X-owner Elon Musk had already received a warning letter from the European Union Commissioner regarding disinformation being spread on his platform in violation of the EU's Digital Services Act, while the United Kingdom's Technology Secretary summoned the social media executives to demand the removal of violent content from their platforms. Now, here's my take on this. As with all conflicts, the battles between Israel and Hamas on the ground are now being followed by battles over the information landscape. Hamas's seeding of violent content on social media is in many ways a military tactic designed to attack Israeli morale and increase the deterrent leverage of the Israeli hostages the group is holding. They have taken advantage of the lack of content moderation on X and Telegram, specifically in order to weaponize social media. Now, Israel's security forces as well, of course, have long abused social media to shape global misperceptions about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict in order to demoralize their adversaries and maintain support from their allies. Continues, to do so regarding airstrikes and operations in Gaza. Now, the broader battle over information relates to the narrative surrounding the war. Almost immediately after Hamas's attack, observers and proxy supporters began debating how the war should be framed and why the fighting is happening, who is to blame, what tactics are justified. Many of those debates, of course, ignore the laws of war that apply to the conflict. Now, because this current conflict takes place against the backdrop of recent maneuvers in Europe to regulate social media, the information war surrounding it has also highlighted the diverging norms of individual free speech rights that are now being applied to these global platforms across different jurisdictions, whether over disinformation in the case of the EU or online harms in the case of Great Britain. That could very well have a significant impact on the real-world conflict taking place in Gaza, while also shaping future debates about, over social media regulation. Now, it was just a few weeks ago what was left of the trust and safety team at X, formerly Twitter. I have to keep reminding myself that. They announced the measures they were taking to try and curb the virulent spread of disinformation around the Israel-Hamas war on their platform. And their statement, issued 3 days after the conflict began, it read, "As the events continue to unfold rapidly, a cross-company leadership group has assessed this moment as a crisis requiring the highest level of response." Now, one person who did not appear to be part of this crisis team was the ex-owner Elon Musk. Instead of tackling the dangerous disinformation problem on his own platform, Musk instead spent that night into the morning continuing to spread disinformation about the conflict, conversing with a known QAnon promoter, boosting Islamophobic, that means anti-Muslim, conspiracy theories, and laughing at a video detailing how transphobic content on X can get you new followers. Bear in mind, today is Transphobic Parents' Day, or yesterday was at this point. Now, Musk also promoted a new feature that allows X Premium subscribers to see only replies from other people willing to pay $8 a month, which Musk himself said would help a lot with spam bots on the platform, an issue Musk previously claimed he had already all but eradicated. And in reply to a follower who said he was doing a great job running the company, probably the same person who wrote George Knight that email, Musk posted, "If successful, X will evolve to be the collective consciousness of humanity, or more accurately, the human machine collective." I mean, this guy wants to be the Borg Queen. God forbid his vision is ever realized that our collective consciousness is X. We'd really be fucked. Meanwhile, disinformation about the conflict in the Middle East continues to rage on his platform, driven primarily by verified accounts. And basically, X's trust and safety team, which is currently leaderless after Ella Irwin resigned in June, wrote on X that it had removed newly created Hamas-affiliated accounts, that it was working with the GIFCT, the Global Internet Forum to Counter Terrorism. That's an industry body that helps coordinate content moderation across social media platforms. In their words, to try and prevent terrorist content from being distributed online. Now, the safety team's statement also lauded the user-generated community notes system, saying new accounts were being enrolled to address the flood of disinformation on the platform. The safety team also revealing that it had removed several hundreds accounts for attempting to manipulate trending topics. Now, since Musk took control of that platform just under a year ago, he restructured it to encourage engagement over everything else. And as a result, accounts that subscribe to X Premium now have a monetary incentive to post content that is engaging regardless of how truthful it is. This was highlighted clearly when, at the same time as the safety team posted its update, a new viral piece of disinformation was spreading unchecked on X. There's a Suleiman Ahmed. And Suleiman Ahmed is a self-described investigative journalist. He posted the false claim, or what was then claimed to be false, that the Church of St. Porphyrius in Gaza City, one of the oldest churches in the world, was destroyed by an Israeli bomb. This is what our man, Brendan Zoget, was referencing. And that post received over 1 million views in the span of 3 hours. Now, he's a subscriber to X Premium, which means his posts are given priority in search results and news feeds over other users. And he also allows followers to subscribe to his content directly through X, allowing him to profit from increased engagement with his content. So when the church itself posted an update on Facebook dismissing the claim, adding that it was taking in refugees left homeless following Israel's bombing campaign in retaliation to the Hamas attack that began that Saturday morning last month. Basically, despite the church's rebuttal, and Ahmed himself subsequently admitting that the church was quote-unquote untouched. Now, it may have been bombed after that. The disinformation spread far and wide on X. Now, the Blood Boys at the estate conducted a search for the St. Porphyrius Orthodox Church. By the way, it's from where the disease porphyria is named after, where you've got urine that glows in the fucking dark. How about that? St. Porphyrius. And that morning, they found that Ahmed's original false post was their third result. Multiple other posts from verified users, all repeating the same claim, were also promoted at the top of the results, none of which had community notes attached to them at all. So Elliot Higgins, the founder of the investigative journalist outlet Bellingcat, he pointed out that the false information was being shared by a wide variety of accounts, all of which had one thing in common: a subscription to X Premium. So on X itself, Higgins wrote, if Musk hadn't made it so hard to research disinformation on his website, this case would be a good way to show the growing overlap of the pro-Assad, pro-Putin, and American alt-right griftospheres. Musk hasn't given the voiceless a voice. He's just dragged us all down into the swamp. His words, Higgins' words, not mine. And the only people who truly benefit are shameless grifters. Well, mobilizing throughout the Ukrainian war for just this point in time, the Anti-Defamation League, a prominent Jewish civil rights organization, has accused Musk of allowing Judeophobia and hate speech to spread on X. And its director, Jonathan Greenblatt, said Musk had amplified the messages of neo-Nazis and white supremacists who want to ban the league, the Anti-Defamation League, by engaging with them recently on X. Now, Elon Musk, one of the world's richest men, who is now most famous for running the website X, formerly known as Twitter, has a new excuse for the company's shaky performance since he purchased it last year. The problem, according to Mr. Musk himself, is the Jews. Now, in a September 11th outburst on his platform, Mr. Musk claimed, without presenting any evidence, that the league, the ADL, Anti-Defamation League, was responsible for a 60% drop in revenue at X. According to him, primarily due to pressure on advertisers by @ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, which he said has been trying to kill this platform by falsely accusing it and me of being anti-Semitic. Now, he concluded his company would have no choice but to file a defamation lawsuit against the group. Now, while the website has long had a reputation as a cesspool for lies, hate speech, and a significant neo-Nazi user base, under a former chief executive officer, Jack Dorsey, Twitter had begun to take steps to ban the most provocative and openly racist and Judeophobic users. A 2018 report by the ADL noted that 4.2 million anti-Semitic quote-unquote tweets had been shared or reshared on the platform in the previous year, before Twitter's ban on extremist accounts took effect. Mr. Musk completely reversed those policies under the aegis of free speech. And thanks to the reinstatement of extremist accounts and a new algorithm which prioritizes posts from verified users who have forked over $8 a month to the company, X/Twitter now functions as a bullhorn for the most toxic elements of the white nationalist right. Yet Mr. Musk blames the collapse, a collapse in the company's value, estimates place for the company's current worth at roughly 1/3 of the 44 billion United States dollars Musk paid for it on the ADL, saying that he was considering legal action against the ADL, signaling that he supported banning the organization from X. So Mr. Musk insists that his claims are not Judeophobic, that he harbors no animus towards the Jews. Still, over that week, he repeatedly launched personal attacks against the ADL head, Jonathan Greenblatt, accusing him of lying about the ADL's political influence. Now, there's a long history of far-right groups attacking the ADL for its alleged smears. In the late 1950s, Russell McGuire, the owner of the right-wing American Mercury magazine, claimed Jewish groups were falsely smearing him and his publication as Judeophobic, anti-Semitic is their term, and, like Mr. Musk, suggested they were organizing a boycott against him. A few years later, in the mid-1960s, Robert Welch, the leader of the far-right John Birch Society, similarly claimed that the ADL was unfairly smearing his organization's reputation by alleging it was harboring Judeophobes, they use the term anti-Semites, in its ranks. Now, the ADL was certainly critical of both men, for good reasons. Mr. McGuire was, in fact, a committed Judeophobe. He endorsed the authenticity of the infamous Judeophobic, they would say anti-Semitic tract, The Protocols of the Elders of Zion, in his magazine. And Mr. Welch, in large part due to pressure from the ADL, he was forced to purge the John Birch Society of its most outspoken Judeophobes in the year that I was born, 1966. Now, considering that Mr. Musk has reinstated and retweeted a number of openly Judeophobic and white nationalist accounts since acquiring the website, his attacks on the ADL are very much in keeping with this tradition. Now, the Anti-Defamation League is not the only organization that monitors far-right speech, of course, nor has it been alone in drawing Mr. Musk's ire and that of the online far-right on Twitter. The Southern Poverty Law Center, founded by civil rights activists in the 1970s, employs a bevy of researchers to monitor and catalog right-wing extremism, has long been a target of attacks by neo-Nazis and white supremacists, and yet the SPLC, a non-sectarian organization, has not been singled out by Mr. Musk. And part of the reason is that the ADL, until relatively recently, was ambivalent, even supportive of Elon Musk because of Netanyahu. In 2022, Mr. Greenblatt himself, running the ADL, he praised the billionaire entrepreneur. In comments on CNBC, Greenblatt called Mr. Musk an amazing entrepreneur, an extraordinary innovator. He's the Henry Ford of our time. Now, isn't that an ironic appellation? Henry Ford being, of course, a man who received the highest civilian honor of the Third Reich and was no friend of the Jews. So there might have been a backhanded comment there, a compliment. Henry Ford, of course, became famous as the creative genius behind the Ford Motor Company, and like Mr. Musk, Mr. Ford was a veritable celebrity in the same way that Mr. Musk's fanboys on Twitter gush about how his company SpaceX will lead humanity into a cosmic future. Mr. Ford was seen as the apostle of industrial modernity. Joseph Stalin sought out experts from the Ford Motor Company to help industrialize the Greater Soviet Union in the late 1920s. The decade in which my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother was born. Aldous Huxley dated the calendar in his 1932 dystopian novel Brave New World, AF, as after Ford. And Mr. Ford was also, next to Charles Augustus Lindbergh, one of America's most infamous Judeophobes of the 20th century. And Mr. Greenblatt was pilloried by liberal and left-wing critics for failing to note this. Now, despite Mr. Greenblatt's tone-deaf lauding Mr. Musk as the second coming of Henry Ford, the ADL has been justifiably concerned with monitoring Twitter as one of the major global forums for Judeophobia since Mr. Musk's takeover. Now, Twitter's historical free-for-all approach to speech, while it has allowed for previously marginalized voices to be major players in media narratives, has also allowed for new platforming opportunities for open Judeophobes and racists, hitherto confined to websites for true believers. Twitter was not the only social media platform to flirt with extremism, of course. Facebook infamously became a vector for disinformation during the 2016 election, but it was unique in its power to shape media narratives. So what explains Mr. Musk's questionable decision-making? It doesn't take much of a leap to imagine that an immensely wealthy businessman, one who strongly believes in his own messianic mission to uplift humanity, and who is now facing intense and sustained public criticism over his politics and business acumen for the first time in decades, might conclude that nefarious forces are at work to undermine himself. What separates this simple scapegoating from full-blown conspiracism is the sense one gets from Musk and his acolytes that criticism of him imperils the utopian future of all mankind. That, combined with the fact that Mr. Musk has been consistently boosting far-right, white nationalist, and Judeophobic accounts on Twitter since the beginning of his tenure, effectively melds his sense of victimhood with the conspiratorial Judeophobia of the most toxic elements of the right. X, nay Twitter, despite losing significant value due to Musk's own incompetence and having to contend with rivals like Meta's Threads, is still the most influential media platform in shaping the national news narrative. As Kanye West, himself no stranger to making unhinged Judeophobic statements, has said, "No man should have all that power." Now, the Republican Party already has a serious problem with some campaign staffers openly trafficking in Judeophobic and white nationalist speech. Mr. Musk scapegoating the Jews for his own catastrophic business decisions regarding his mismanagement of one of the most influential social media platforms in the world will only add fuel to the fire. Thus, Musk wrote, "Oh, the irony," as X had already filed a lawsuit against another group that has studied the proliferation of hate speech on his platform. In August, they sued the nonprofit Center for Countering Digital Hate, accusing it of violating X's terms of service by improperly collecting a vast amount of data for its analysis. The lawsuit claims the group's research, highlighting an increase in hate speech on the former Twitter since Musk took over the cost, well, it all cost the company millions of dollars of advertising revenue. But analysts who track Twitter have proven that Musk's chaotic changes to the platform, including jettisoning its well-known brand name, have led to a decline in interest from advertisers. Greenblatt says his group is willing to work with X and met with the company's chief executive, Linda Yaccarino, the month before last. Both Musk and Yaccarino have recently posted messages saying they oppose anti-Semitism. Netanyahu's office, of course, confirmed thereafter his first American stop, in San Francisco, of course, included meetings with other tech leaders to discuss artificial intelligence. He refused to identify the executives at that point. And from there, he headed to New York, where he was scheduled to address the United Nations General Assembly, and then met with the President Joe Biden and other world leaders, including the United German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, the Turkish dictator Recep Tayyip Erdogan, and the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, as well as the South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol and the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. And yes, the South Korean president, most unfortunately, is indeed named Suk-yeol. Now, we need to get to the heart of it. what disturbs George Knight and myself the most. And that's what Russia got by scaring Elon Musk. You see, the billionaire is not the only one who's been frightened into holding back help for Ukraine. Basically, what happened was one evening in September of 2022, a group of Ukrainian sea drones sped out into the Black Sea, heading for Russian-occupied Crimea. Their designers, engineers who had been doing other things until the current war began, had carefully targeted the fast, remote-controlled, explosive-packed vessels to hit ships anchored in Sevastopol, the home of Russia's Black Sea Fleet. But the drones ran into a problem. Starlink, the satellite communication system that Ukraine had been using since Russia invaded early the year before last by now, or last year, it feels like 2 years by now, unexpectedly, it unexpectedly ceased working. Now, this was a surprise attack to the engineers. Several people in Ukraine and elsewhere, they frantically called and texted Elon Musk, the owner of Starlink, to persuade him to re-enable the system. And Musk, in turn, called Walter Isaacson, his biographer, and told him there was non-trivial possibility that the sea drone attack could lead to nuclear war. According to Isaacson, Musk had recently spoken with Russia's ambassador in Washington, who had warned him explicitly that any attack on Crimea, the Crimean Peninsula, would lead to nuclear conflict. Now, Musk implied to several other people that he had been speaking with the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin himself around that time as well. Now, these are all details you might have already heard. Many of them were first reported in May by Oliver Carroll at The Economist. Since then, The New Yorker had also described how Ukrainian soldiers abruptly lost their access to Starlink on the battlefield during a different set of land operations. Isaacson's version of the maritime story implies that all of the drones in the operation washed ashore that evening like duds, but comparatively recently, I telecommunicatively met some of the Ukrainian engineers through my son's husband's behest, who helped design the unmanned sea vehicles, including an engineer who was involved in the first attempt to hit Russian ships in Sevastopol. And they informed me that not all of the drones involved were lost. Some returned back to base undamaged. And here's the part you might not have heard or not registered. The same team launched a similar attack again a few weeks later. And on October 29th of yesteryear, a fleet of guided sea drones packed with explosives did reach Sevastopol harbor using a different communication system. And they did hit their targets. And they put one Russian frigate, the Admiral Makarov, out of commission. The team knows that they damaged at least one submarine, the first Russian submarine lost in combat since World War II, and at least 2 other boats as well. And then, well, guess fucking what? We're all still here. Nuclear war did not follow. Despite Musk's fears. In other words, fears put into his head by Putin himself, World War III did not erupt as a result of this successful attack on a Crimean port. Instead, the Russian naval commanders were so spooked by the attack, so much so that they stuck close to Sevastopol harbor over the following weeks. Now, for their own security, I'm choosing not to call out the names of these engineers. I was introduced to them by a Ukrainian tech executive amid business involving my son's husband, the more general aspects thereof being deemed immediately relevant to my own educational itinerary, informing the Blood Boys about drone operations more broadly, in terms of my educating them about current events in context of history. Now, this team has shown off its unmanned boats before, so I'm not revealing secrets when I tell you they're small, black, hard to see on the water, and they have a very long range. Now more than 650 miles, as the engineers themselves have told me. The drones are constantly reinvented and redesigned. Some of those I saw were described as 5th generation, When a virtual remote control of one was demonstrated on a distant body of water, the video record of directing it felt remarkably like playing a video game. Now, like the more famous aerodrones, sea drones are a central, important part of Ukraine's idiosyncratic way of waging war. Unable to compete plane for plane or ship for ship against the much larger Russian military, Ukraine is using tiny, high-tech, custom-designed, and relatively cheap devices that can take large, expensive artillery, tanks, and ships out of the game. Many of these devices are built by groups that are not even quite part of the military, but not exactly private either. This networked, grassroots, asymmetric response is part of how the Ukrainians will ultimately win this war. As one of the engineers told me, this is Ukraine, we are hybrid. And he also told me that although his drones didn't destroy the entire Black Sea fleet, they already have had an impact on the war itself. Russian military ships became more cautious. Instead of physically blocking Ukrainian grain transports, as some observers expected them to do, they simply stayed in port. To quote his T, we made them scared. They were happy to confirm that if a Russian warship does try to block a cargo ship carrying Ukrainian grain, they're gonna hit it. In other words, Musk was fucking wrong. Contrary to instigating World War III, the sea drone attack helped reduce violence, protected commerce, boosted Ukrainian farmers, and even ensured that many people outside the Ukraine itself did not go hungry. If not for Elon Musk's hubristic treason, those effects would have been felt much earlier. The very first attack would have eliminated more of those ships whose missiles have been killing civilians in Ukrainian cities. Fewer people would have died as a result. Thousands! Ultimately, the war itself, which will be over when Ukraine takes back its own territory and ends the torment of its own citizens on that territory, would have already fucking ended. This is a cautionary tale about the arrogance of a treasonous billionaire who has come to play a mercurial role in American foreign policy. But it's also a story about fear, seeded and promoted by the Russians, deliberately designed to shape broader Western perceptions of this war. Musk is not alone, of course. Many people in Washington and in Berlin, Brussels, the erstwhile capital of European Union, which I'm beginning more and more to appreciate the British severing from, and other European capitals, including people who support Ukrainian sovereignty and who want Ukraine to win this war, have also been cowed by conversations with Russian ambassadors, by threats issued by Russian leaders, and by the cheap and cheesy computer-generated imagery and photoshopped pictures of nuclear explosions ceaselessly repeated on Russian state television. Long before he ever spoke with any real Russians, Musk openly encountered that same propaganda in the Russian-influenced far-right echo chambers that he habitually frequents, wherein conspiracy theorists and the Kremlin echo each other's disinformation because in Western conspiracy circles, especially QAnon, Vladimir Putin is seen as a war hero, as a hero at war with the deep state. So, since the beginning of this war in the Ukraine, how do I phrase this? Western conspiracy theorists and the Kremlin have reinforced each other, spreading similar disinformation online. All Western social media accounts relay the Kremlin's propaganda. During COVID-19, the RT, the Russian television network, published anti-mask videos aimed exclusively at Western audiences. Exemplary thereof is Captured d'écran, a conspiratorial text praising Putin circulating on social media. The leader of Holy Russia is associated here with reactionary, Christian, conspiracy, and anti-Masonic stereotypes. It reads in full, Putin's announcement. It's over! And the Mavericks have failed. The New World Order has failed. Russian President Vladimir Putin announced on Russian television that the New World Order has collapsed, saying the world is now experiencing the last contraction of the death of the elite regime. Putin told Russian TV channel NTV that the New World Order has failed because of the awakening of people around the world who have finally established the insidious truth about the elite's plans. The best is yet to come. Now, on February 21st, in his address to the nation, Vladimir Putin accused the West of having made pedophilia the norm. To quote his tweet, "Look at what they're doing with their own people." A wild attack, typical of the Kremlin tyrant, but one which resonated with the most far-out conspiracy circles, such as the QAnon community, which spreads disinformation about pedophile elites in the White House. It was just one of many such claims, along with the denunciation of the alleged Ukro-Nazis, rumors of American biological weapons hidden in Ukraine, and accusations of staging every massacre of civilians by the Russian army. For the past year and beyond, since the beginning of the war in the Ukraine, there are only a few delirious notions that have not been taken up by either the Kremlin's influencers or Western conspiracy theorists. The convergence has reached the point where the trois circles now feed each other in an incessant back and forth. It's all dredged up by the Kremlin. Putin's Russia has long been attracting communities of protesters convinced of a conspiracy, particularly through its state media, RT and Sputnik, since the annexation of South Ossetia in 2008. Since then, true to their motto, dare to question, Russian state media have cozied up to France's Yellow Vest protesters and then to COVID skeptics during the pandemic. A report by the Russian investigative website In Exile, Meduza, showed that in 2021, RT adapted its message to each specific country, even if that meant expressing opposing views. Its editor-in-chief, Margarita Simonian, called Russian vaccine skeptics anti-vax morons and murderous fools, while promoting anti-vaccine activists and conspiracy theorists in its foreign editions. The conspiracy influencers returned the favor, largely defending Russia since the beginning of its invasion of Ukraine. This is all good news for Moscow, which knows the value of amplifying local dissident voices. In March of 2022, a memo to the Russian media was published by the online news magazine Mother Jones, and went on to note that Tucker Carlson, sharply criticizes the actions of the United States and NATO along the defiantly provocative behavior from the leadership of Western countries and NATO towards the Russian Federation and towards President Putin personally, thus recommending that, and here I basically will translate for you, my listeners, from the Russian, it is essential to use as much as possible fragments of segments by the popular Fox News host Tucker Carlson. Now, a statement in line with the Kremlin's narrative, but it is better served when it is a French or American voice like Elon Musk that expresses it. So this is the strategy of neo-Soviet sharp power. Although it's not the only one to do so, Russian diplomacy has a long tradition of stirring up foreign public opinion. As early as the end of the 19th century, the Tsarist government had an office for publishing false articles in the Parisian press, as the historian Andrei Kozovoy wrote in Les Services Secrets Russes, des Tsars et Poutine. The Russian Secret Service, From Tsars to Putin, published in 2020. During the Greater Soviets era, the USSR financed the publication of several books attributing the assassination of John Fitzgerald Kennedy to an American conspiracy, and then in the 1980s spread the rumor that HIV was an artificial virus created by the United States. And behind all this subversive approach is a strategy that international relations researchers now call sharp power, a venomous counterpoint to the more benevolent and sunny soft power. And when it comes to all of these, here we are. I'm getting messages from dear Victoria. Thank you, honey. Oh God, is she online with us? Is she on call with us?
No, Douglas. I've just said to her, "Come on."
Oh, okay, good man. Thank you. She's more than welcome on. But at any rate, basically, per Rudy Reichstadt, that's a good name for you, Realm City, the founder and director of the Conspiracy Watch website, RT was already distributing Russian disinformation and networking the conspiracy scene, even though it was less structured than today. When you can't subjugate people using the appeal of your own model, you have to undermine the allegiance of the citizens of foreign countries to their own system. And the conspiracy scene, this machine for hating existing elites and democratic institutions, is the perfect channel. Seen in this way, the novelty lies less in the originality of the process than in the scale and systematization of the phenomenon, facilitated by the polarization of political life, the acceleration of transmission of information through social media, the possibility of easily flooding these sites. In 2018, Twitter identified 9 million tweets linked to Russian disinformation, while in the fall of 2022, Facebook announced the dismantling of 2 Russian and Chinese disinformation networks. Now, let me just check. I've heard some incoming noise there. I thought it was Victoria joining us. I guess it's not. So the thing to point out is that this is a shared Weltanschauung, as my father Adolf Hitler would say. This is a shared worldview. To reduce the Kremlin to a simple manipulative agent would be to miss the fact that, like conspiracy theorists themselves, the highest Russian authorities maintain an ambivalent relationship with the paranoid theories they disseminate. Dmitry Minich, who was a specialist in Russian military thought and researcher at the French IFRI, the Institute of International Relations in the French language, confirmed that, in his own words, "You have to understand that before using a theory for strategic purposes, the Russian political military elites are often convinced of its veracity. For example, it has happened that the KGB itself fabricated evidence of conspiracies while not doubting for a moment their existence, although they were still too well hidden as they thought." That's a twisted line of thinking that only a Russian could convey because he knows how other Russians think. Conspiracy theories and fake documents are common in Russian political and military literature. Like with one of the most influential Russian ideologists today, the ultranationalist Alexander Dugin. Pierre-André Taguieff, political scientist and author of several books on conspiracy. He's emphatically observed that In his own words about Dugin, he is both a conspiracy theorist and a conspiracy theoretician. He believes in a number of conspiracy narratives. What is difficult is to distinguish between propaganda manufactured by Kremlin strategists and the multitude of Russian and French conspiracy circles that gravitate to them and can be manipulated. The idea that the Western world is plotting against Russia is a constant theme of Russian propaganda. Now, even at the highest levels of the Russian government, the synergy with conspiracy communities is deeper than it seems. Like them, Putin shows disgust for sexual minorities, often presented as perversion or pedophilia. He expresses the same rejection of the Atlantic policy, perceived as threatening and warlike. Finally, he relies on the same mystical reading of the way the world works, which is threatened by Satanism. The term didn't originate from a QAnon fan or Kremlin troll, but from Putin himself. In 2016, Donald Trump patently got the idea to accuse Hillary Rodham Clinton of wanting to start World War III in that same social media milieu. The Russians do this for a reason. Irrational fear of impossible escalation is designed to create self-deterrence. And it works. In 2014, Western leaders, fearing escalation, advised the Ukraine not to fight back when Russia invaded Crimea. This advice led to misery for the people arrested, imprisoned, and ethnically cleansed away from the peninsula. It also persuaded the Russians to continue their invasion of eastern Ukraine. They stopped only when the Ukrainians fought back. From 2014 to 2022, the United States and European nations, fearing they might provoke a Russian attack, limited or banned weapons outright, banned weapon sales completely to the Ukraine. This too proved to be a terrible, consequential mistake. Had the Russians actually been afraid of the Ukrainian army, they would never have launched the full-scale invasion at all. Even when the full-scale invasion began last year, amorphous fear of Russian reaction again persuaded Americans and Europeans to hold back on long-range weapons to Ukraine, partly because we feared what would happen if they were used to hit Russian targets. But then the Ukrainians used their own weapons to hit Russian targets. First in the border region, then in Moscow, Pskov, and other cities. Nuclear war did not break out then either. So, understand this much. Whatever sinks through to you. I could repeat the same story for every single significant class of weapons. Fear of escalation meant that some nations, notably Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, and these United States, did not give Ukraine the tanks that it needed to go on the offensive and take back its own territory. Fear of escalation also meant that Ukrainians did not receive F-16s in time to help with this summer's counteroffensive. Fear of escalation meant that we have refused to give Ukrainians a long-range ballistic missile system known as ATACMS, Army Tactical Missile Systems, until too late. Now the tanks are on the ground. The F-16 pilot training has begun, and the Biden administration finally gave Ukraine some ATACMS. Each of these delays wasted time, and that time cost lives. Ultimately, tens of thousands of lives. I predicted such regarding Ukraine nigh exactly a year ago on the weekend that Ukrainian troops took back the northern cities of Izium and Kupiansk. A few weeks later, the Ukrainians took back the city of Kherson. At the same time, they had momentum. A year later, the euphoria is gone, and no wonder that momentum was lost. After taking Kherson, Ukrainian forces did not have our weaponry to move farther forward. They did not try to advance again until June of this year. By that time, Russians had created hundreds of kilometers of minefields, some of the most extensive minefields any army has ever tried to cross, as well as a system of tank traps and trenches that has slowed Ukraine's counteroffensive and, again, led to the deaths of Ukrainian soldiers and civilians. Think about what our world would look like if Putin's nuclear threats had not influenced our imaginations so profoundly. If Musk himself had not been spooked by Russian propaganda, then Russia's entire fleet would have been disabled a month earlier. If Washington, London, Paris, and Berlin had not been spooked by Russian propaganda, then the Ukrainians would have expelled the Russians earlier, and the war would be over. Death, horror, and terror have been the result every time outsiders hesitated to aid the Ukraine. There is always a non-trivial possibility, to borrow Musk's own canard, that the Russians will use nuclear weapons. It was also a calculated probability that Robert Oppenheimer's nuclear bomb test would blow up our entire fucking planet. But if we want to deter the Russians from using their nuclear weapons, we have other ways to do it. Our own nuclear weapons and our own superior, vastly superior conventional forces are powerful deterrents. Most analysts conclude that they explain why the Russian Empire has not deliberately hit any targets on NATO territory. Heavy hints from the communist Chinese and India that nuclear escalation would be a terrible mistake, as well as statements about the unacceptability of nuclear war from the G20, the United Nations, and others help as well. Ukrainian attacks, especially unexpected, asymmetric attacks, like those from sea drones, are also a form of deterrence. So is our continued commitment to the Ukraine. Every time we announce another weapon shipment, or the European Union makes another financial pledge, or President Joe Biden makes another statement of support, then the Russians know that the price of occupation and of any escalation is growing higher. Resistance does not provoke Vladimir Putin. Weakness does. Now, according to Elon Musk, the West is driving Russian dictator Vladimir Putin into the willing arms of the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping. And, I need to go into that. I can't let that slide by. Arguing that the West is sending Ukrainian boys into a meat grinder to die fighting their Russian cousins. Elon Musk is serving his Russian puppet masters by calling for an immediate ceasefire in the Ukraine and the normalization of relations with Moscow in the interest of preventing a third world war. In a Spaces discussion hosted by Elon Musk associate David Sachs, and including the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy, the Yellow House nigger from hell, both vocal critics of American aid to Kiev, the capital of the Ukraine, talk soon pivoted away from the titular subject of Israel and Hamas to a broader debate over geopolitics. Here, the trio of wealthy tech entrepreneurs agreed Western sanctions were at fault for driving Russia into the arms of the Communist Chinese Empire. Citing both his experience dealing with the defense and intelligence communities as SpaceX CEO, as well as his frequent meetings with world leaders, Musk said he feared the current breakdown in communication channels between the great powers. This fostered an environment of suspicion, that's what he added, in which each believes the other may be gearing up for an attack. Imagine that. Basically what Musk said was, well, I'll just fucking quote him directly. Russia and China have started doing joint military exercises. I don't know how many people are aware of this. Well, it's only been going on for 20 fucking years, asshole. We are sleepwalking our way into World War III, with one foolish decision after another. You would know about foolish decisions, motherfucker. The West's decision to launch an avalanche of punitive sanctions against Vladimir Putin may have proved a fatal mistake after Moscow sought the support of Beijing. After all, Musk criticized, before spelling out what this could mean in practical terms, a Western alliance unable to maintain arms production with a militaristic East. He said, "What choice have we given them? Russia has the raw materials, and China has the industrial capacity. It's frankly a perfect match from a war standpoint." This is what brings us back to the concept of a rules-based order, mind you. As Sachs asked whether détente is still possible with Russia, and Ramaswamy questioned whether Putin could be convinced to trust the West, Musk took the opportunity to retable his controversial peace proposal from last October. This would include an internationally supervised referendum held in the territory seized by Putin's army. Ukrainian refugees would be offered the opportunity to return to the former homes they fled in the face of Putin's advancing soldiers. According to Musk, that way they can cast their vote alongside their fellow Russian brethren, since the two Slavic peoples are not natural adversaries. That's what Putin told Musk, and so he believes it. With either side unable to achieve total victory over the other, the entrepreneur believes the best solution for civilization as a whole is for Ukraine to trade land for peace. Their concession would spare the lives of Ukrainians, cut down in the flower of their youth, while helping to prevent a broader conflagration or conflict. Musk said, "We should seek peace. I think immediately. We should seek to restore normal relations as soon as possible. This is not some kind of reward for Russia, even though it fucking is. This is simply recognizing the realities." Should Musk's proposal come to fruition, it would mark the third time that Putin's appetite for territorial expansion through military conquest would be sated after sending his army first into ethnic Russian enclaves in Georgia in 2008 and later Crimea in 2014. In Musk's view, the end of any pretense of a rules-based international order is a necessary evil if the alternative is a third world war. That would be infinitely worse than a return to last century's Age of Empires. He said, if civilization goes away, it's all over for everyone. But Moskva itself has proven it will not cross its own red lines in war. Half a year into Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the world was caught off guard by President Vladimir Putin's vow to use all means necessary to protect the territorial integrity of Russia, including the 4 newly illegally annexed Ukrainian regions and the Crimea. These were, after all, the first explicit threats to use nuclear weapons from a major power since the end of the Cold War, the Third World War in effect, which America won and defeated the Soviet Union, which collapsed. Moscow's intention was clear: draw a red line and scare NATO out of supplying Kiev with any weapons that could threaten Russia's occupation and continued assault on the Ukraine. Yet the West doubled down and provided unprecedented amounts of heavy weaponry, ammunition, aero defense systems, and training to Ukrainian troops. The Kremlin's bluff was called, but Putin did not push the big red nuclear button. Moscow's threats have been all bark and no bite. Their ability to escalate is limited, to say the least, and as a result, they have forced themselves to rely on bellicose rhetoric. The West should recognize Russia's threats as hollow and stand firm by continuing to deliver weapons and aid and moving toward security guarantees for Ukraine. Firstly, military concerns and the internal threat of societal backlash like that seen after Russia's 2022 partial mobilization are preventing the Kremlin from seriously retaliating against Ukraine or the West. Although Russia is not facing imminent defeat, it is occupied with Ukraine's counteroffensive, with the majority of its military bogged down in defensive positions in eastern Ukraine after nearly 20 months of fucking war. Any consideration of opening an additional front in Ukraine, much less against another country or NATO member, is an absurd prospect. While the front lines remain relatively stable, Moscow will likely continue its war of attrition and make sporadic threats to project strength internally and externally, all while ignoring most of its mounting problems. Nuclear war is unlikely to be a serious consideration unless there be an existential threat to the Russian state, significant Russian territory that they claim is Russian at least, or the regime's survival. It's hard to see how Western arms supplies would meet that threshold. Even assuming that Moscow does not opt for a nuclear response, Russia still lacks the capacity for any real military escalation. Where it's more, unless faced with wholesale defeat at the front rather than incremental setbacks, it's hard to see how it would be in Moscow's interests. It could lead to an uncontrollable escalation, a full-scale defeat, or the end of Putin's authoritarian system. A war with NATO, let alone a nuclear war, would be far too risky. By the way, I just got a incoming notice. Vladimir Putin's running for president again to remain in power until at least 2030. Oh, thank you. It's just so heartening. It's like, what would you expect him to do? Why does he even bother? I mean, he just needs to declare himself leader for life. We live in a
exactly.
Thank you. We live in it's a Fellini film. We live in a Fellini film. Now, for Moscow to defend its red lines effectively in any conventional military sense, it would need to mobilize hundreds of thousands of additional men, which it is ill-prepared to do. They're executing the men who retreat now. With limited options to stimulate its highly sanctioned economy and growing discontent over the government's handling of the war, a new wave of mobilization would lead to an even greater backlash than the one last year. Putin would certainly lose his election. To preserve the fragile harmony within Russian society and maintain public support for the regime, the Kremlin must make every effort to avoid further mobilization and continue with its narrative that everything is going according to plan. That implies it will not follow through on any of its outlandish threats. Furthermore, nuclear saber-rattling from Russia's political elite such as former president and currently deputy chairman of the Security Council, Dmitry Medvedev, are so frequent that Western policymakers should take their significance with a grain of salt. Similar threats have emerged from nearly every corner of their elite, including Russia's propaganda machinery ad nauseum. Margarita Simonyan, the head of state-controlled broadcaster RT, has repeatedly exclaimed that a red line has been crossed and called for hellfire to rain down on Ukraine and the West. But to no avail. The number of threats with no clear pattern is reminiscent of the Russian disinformation strategy of maskirovka, the use of deception, intimidation, and disinformation to bewilder the enemy. In recent years, political observers have recognized these tactics in Russia's foreign policy being used for electoral interference, hybrid warfare, and pro-Kremlin foreign language propaganda. Regardless of the level of design around Russia's chaotic information space, maskirovkas have been a key strategy directed by the Kremlin at Kiev and the West since the full-scale invasion of yesteryear. Narratives in the Russian state-controlled information space are multi-layered, inconsistent, and often directed at producing and propagating so much disinformation that few know what to believe. If everything, including nuclear warfare, seems to be on the table, the situation becomes all the more terrifying and opaque. Watching Russia shell Ukrainian cities on a near daily basis, it is understandable that the Western public could take Moscow's threats seriously. The consistency and quantity of Russia's threats are intended to scare Western decision-makers and populations into making concessions. Threats directed at NATO countries have sparked small-scale pacifist demonstrations from Praha or Prague to London and New York to protest the alliance's existence and call for an end to the fighting. In some cases, the Kremlin itself may have been behind those protests. In France, Russian intelligence agencies were proven to have organized protests demanding an end to Western support for Ukraine. More famously, Russia has made serious efforts to co-opt United Germany's radical right and radical left parties, both of which oppose NATO, as well as weapons deliveries to Ukraine. While this strategy has had some limited success in uniting Germany's political fringes, for the most part, Ukrainian and Western politicians have held firm. Finally, the sheer quantity of threats Russia has issued has led to a paradox in which the Kremlin is no longer able to succinctly define what its red lines even are and how it would respond. Kiev has been emboldened, pushing the boundaries further than previously conceivable. Since launching its invasion, Russia has threatened that it would not tolerate any incursions into its territory or attacks upon its cities. After its illegal annexation of 4 Ukrainian regions in September of 2022, Moscow made it clear that any attempts to retake them would be considered a red line. At various points, attacks on the Crimean Bridge or weapons depots in Crimea have been red lines. By the time Ukrainian drones attacked the Kremlin itself in May of 2023, Russia's pro-war blogger community was complaining about the lack of real retaliation. They have been so frequent, there is now an entire Wikipedia page dedicated to Russia's red lines and the lack of consequences whenever they've been crossed. And if Wikipedia can publish that, the war's over. The Kremlin's habit of declaring practically everything a red line, but never actually acting on violations of these boundaries, has created ambiguity about what is acceptable and what is not. Indeed, its lack of response, in most situations, radically widens the scope for our action. As Ukraine's actions, their attacks, grow bolder, The lack of a serious response only signals Moscow's unwillingness or inability to counter them. Putin's aloofness has exacerbated this situation, giving the impression that everything that happens is within the realm of what is acceptable. The Kremlin's responses are a far cry from its rhetoric of nuclear escalation. Without defined red lines delineating how far it will allow the West and Ukraine to go, and not acting when they have gone too far, the Kremlin has demonstrated weaknesses in its own approach to deterrence. The West and NATO have no reason to slow down our arms deliveries. Against this backdrop, Moscow's threats to sink any vessel entering Ukraine's territorial waters for the purpose of exporting its grain seem particularly empty. The Black Sea shipping route is a lifeline, not just for Ukraine, which relies on its grain exports as a consequential source of revenue, but also for the rest of the world, as choking off Ukraine risks exacerbating global food scarcity and price hikes. Here, Russia's threats have been effective enough so far. It has put a stop to most of Ukraine's Black Sea grain shipments with little response from the West. The world must understand that Russia is unlikely to escalate the war if transport vessels under NATO or even EU protection cross the Black Sea. With all of Russia's threats, however, the proportionality is out of sync. Moscow is not going to risk global annihilation to prevent NATO from providing Kiev with military aid, especially now that its defenses are mostly holding. It would not serve any strategic goal. Beyond the potential for catastrophic escalation, the abuse of nuclear weapons would also carry another risk to Putin himself. Not only would this be seen highly unfavorably in Russia, but actors within the military or the Kremlin may challenge the president's authority if ordered to carry out an escalation of that magnitude. Even in the Kremlin, Putin's power has its limitations. Russia's red lines have repeatedly been proven to be hollow. While it is still faintly conceivable they might follow through, the Kremlin is unlikely to seriously do so if the West continues to deliver weapons to Ukraine. These red lines are purely a method of deterrence, and to believe them would be a mistake. Ergo, Elon Musk has become a national security threat that the present system of American government cannot solve. Maybe private industry can. Right now, the answer to Starlink is more Starlinks. The U.S. government faces a dilemma. Starlink, a private satellite venture devised and controlled by Elon Musk, offers capabilities that no government or other company can match. Its innovations are the fruit of Musk's drive and ambitions, not his intelligence, or creativity, or inventiveness at all. But they have become enmeshed with American foreign and national security policy, and Musk is widely seen as an erratic leader who cannot be trusted with our country's security needs. In other words, the United States has urgent uses for Starlink's technology, but not for the freewheeling foreign policy impulses of its creator. The conundrum is substantially new for Washington. During World War I, wealthy industrialists, such as Henry Ford and J.P. Morgan, poured considerable resources into the American war effort. Ford's factories produced boats, trucks, and artillery for military use. Morgan lent money. After the war, John D. Rockefeller Jr. funded the League of Nations. But Musk is doing something different. He supplies his product directly to foreign countries, and he retains personal control over which countries can obtain his equipment and how they can use it. That discretion has military and political implications. As one American defense official admitted to the Fourth Estate, living in the world we live in which Elon runs this company, and it is a private business under his control, we are living off his good graces alone. That dilemma is currently clearest in the Ukraine. Starlink satellites, which Musk generously supplied at the start of the conflict so that Ukrainians would not lose internet access, have allowed for satellite-guided drones to help the Ukrainian military observe battlefield movements and target precision missiles. Experts describe Starlink's military advantage as akin to providing an Uber for howitzers. But its disadvantage is Musk's own outsized role in determining the conduct of this war. That influence has come under scrutiny in recent days with the release of excerpts from a forthcoming biography that highlight Musk's treasonous decision-making in Ukraine. Musk's assent is now required to maintain satellite internet connectivity in that country, and for reasons of his own, he has refused it near Crimea and imposed other restrictions that limit where Starlink services are available to Ukrainian forces. He told his biographer, Walter Isaacson, that he felt responsible for the offensive operations Starlink might enable, and that he had spoken with the Russian dictator himself about how Moscow might react to them. At significant junctures during Ukrainian offensive operations, Starlink communication devices have experienced mysterious outages. The outages became enough of a problem that in June, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin specially negotiated the purchase of 400 to half a thousand new Starlink terminals that the Defense Department would directly control for use by Ukrainian forces. This is to guarantee them for use by American forces when we go to war, because Lloyd Austin believes that Elon Musk would cut the service for American operations. The concerns about relying on Musk don't end with Ukraine, or even with questions of his temperament. Musk's commercial holdings could expose Washington to unwanted entanglements. Take, for example, his ownership of Tesla, which has a large factory and market presence in communist China on mainland Asia. In the event of an invasion of my Taiwan, would Musk willingly provide Starlink terminals to Taiwanese forces at the behest of the United States and take huge financial losses as communist China retaliated by nationalizing his assets? In consequence? Last October, Musk told the Financial Times that Red China had already pressured him about Starlink, seeking guarantees that he will never give satellite internet to Chinese communist citizens, where they would find out about subversive ideas like freedom or independence or even individuality. He never made clear in the interview how he responded, but Starlink was then, and remains, completely unavailable in communist China. So what is the United States government to do about its own entanglement with Elon Musk? One idea that I posit is to invoke the Defense Production Act, the DPA, which authorizes our president to direct private companies to prioritize fulfilling orders from our federal government. The Pentagon estimates that it already uses DPA authority to place roughly 300,000 orders a year for various equipment items. Using it to regularize deliveries from Starlink would be relatively straightforward and could ensure a continuous flow of devices and connectivity for Ukraine's forces for now. The U.S. government could even add language to the contract mandating that decisions to turn connectivity on or off would reside with public officials and not Elon Musk. But what if Musk decided to contest the terms of that contract? What if his factories suddenly faced mysterious supply shortages, affecting delivery rates of critical devices? The DPA could serve as a hedge against Musk's own impulses, but it would not be a full guarantee against disruptions. In other words, his treasonous sabotage. If the government wanted to get really aggressive, it could nationalize Starlink, which I ultimately recommend, taking effective control over that company's operations and removing Elon Musk as its head. Cut the head off the snake, boys. As extreme as this scenario sounds, the United States government has actually nationalized corporations many times in our history. During World Wars I and II, our government nationalized railways, coal mines, trucking operators, telegraph lines, even the gun manufacturer, Smith & Wesson. Following the September 11th terrorist attacks, the United States nationalized the entire fucking airport security industry. But past government takeovers nearly all took place under conditions of war or financial crisis. Today, the claim is that no national crisis equivalent to the 9/11 attacks can provide political cover for such a maneuver. And Musk would be sure to fight back. He built Starlink from scratch, and the company is deeply personal to the son of a bitch. A government takeover would be acrimonious, politically messy, and not necessarily successful. More likely, it might even prove counterproductive. As a private company, Starlink can provide products that assist Ukrainian forces even while claiming that it's simply offering a service and not taking sides. That posture hasn't prevented Moscow from testing weapons to sabotage Starlink, nor has it stopped Beijing from developing an alternate satellite network. But the company's independence has likely deterred American rivals from targeting its infrastructure for destruction. Nationalization would change this equation and send the message that Starlink is a direct instrument of American power and should be treated as such. So if Starlink has to remain independent, but needs to be less of a wild card for national security, the government's best bet might be to negotiate one or several agreements with Starlink to ensure its compliance with American interests. Starlink could then act as something more like a traditional military contracting company. The contracts could build in provisions stipulating that in the event of a crisis, Starlink's regular operations would be suspended, and all manufacturing and distribution decisions would run through American regulators. Musk might find such a deal attractive. His company would get long-term government funding and a reputational boost. But government contracts also come with restrictions that would likely irk him over time. Limitations on which other clients Starlink could sell to, for example. He might also balk at the implications of his other businesses, such as Tesla, in foreign markets. If he soured on the arrangement, he could terminate the contract or undermine the effectiveness of his product, for example, by slow-walking software updates or declining to invest in upgrades at all. The only sustainable solution to the problem of Elon Musk is for the American market to produce alternatives to Starlink. But even here, the obstacles are legion. Musk was able to turbocharge Starlink in part because he used rockets from his adjoining company, SpaceX, to deliver thousands of satellites into space. A competitor would have to not only match Starlink's technical innovation, but also secure enough rockets to get masses of satellites into orbit. And because satellite-based networks work better the more devices come online, a rival company's service would lag behind Starlink's for a long period of time. So far, the efforts of would-be competitors have been underwhelming, to say the least. Amazon.bomb was reportedly preparing to launch its very first satellites in May, but had to put the effort on hold because of rocket testing problems. A viable Starlink competitor may be a long way off, but American national security requires the pursuit of one. The government should encourage competition in the satellite market by offering subsidies and commercial tax breaks, among other incentives, because in the long run, only diversification will alleviate pressure on the American empire and our allies to conform to Musk's maniacal, Moscow-manipulated whims. With a choice of providers, the United States, or Ukraine for that matter, could choose which company it wished to contract with, and redundancies could fill the gap in the case of an unexpected supply shortage or a snag in one company's production line. Elon Musk's monopoly on satellite internet technology is the product of an original idea, launching a great many low-orbiting satellites in place of a distant, high-orbiting few, and a big gamble he made with his own capital. The venture has brought him undue influence over national security affairs that the United States government cannot possibly tolerate. The surest way to curtail it is to make certain he isn't the only one innovating or launching satellites into space. Now, think about everything I've just said, the gravity of what I've articulated, and understand that if worse comes to worse, we go into war. Elon Musk needs to fucking die. You take him out, you fucking shoot the son of a bitch, and you nationalize his assets. Because he's a fucking traitor. And you could do that legally, because he's a fucking traitor. This is what we're left with. So if you ask me and George Knight why we hate Elon Musk, how could you possibly support him? It all falls back on you. Any one of you out there, if any one of you out there supports this son of a bitch in any way, you're as much of a traitorous piece of shit as he is. And you deserve to fucking die. Because we're at fucking war. And these people would drive you into the fucking ground. Do you want to live in the world of Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping? If you like Elon Musk, you need to move with him to motherfucking Russia or communist China. Because that's where you fucking belong. What if the United States didn't help Israel in the Yom Kippur War? As it is now, everything in the Middle East, everything Israel does, is underwritten by unconditional American aid and protection. 50 years ago, before the week of the Hamas attack, Egypt attacked Israeli forces in the Israeli-occupied Sinai, with a simultaneous Syrian attack in the occupied Golan Heights, to begin what became known as the Yom Kippur War. That war and its diplomatic aftermath both exhibited and cemented some ways of viewing the American role in the Middle East that are reflected in policy issues today. All of that goes back to Nixon and Henry Kissinger. I need to save that for our next episode. That goes so fucking deep. But no American, especially an evangelical, or at least no brainwashed American evangelical who worships the Jew would have tolerated our not helping Israel. How can you tolerate not helping Ukraine or my Taiwan? By the way, the lovely Victoria says, got to shower and get ready for work. Blessings and love all. Okay, we love you in return, honey. George, take the stage. I'm going to let you take over. I'll just listen and talk to you.
Yes, no, thank you, Douglas. And yeah, very well. I just want to give you a round of applause.
Oh, bless you. Thank you.
What a stand that was. That was just amazing. And yeah, so I couldn't have articulated that any better than what you have just had done. So yeah, credence to you, Douglas. And yeah, the other thing, another colleague of mine presented, because we're installing fiber optics throughout the United Kingdom for our company, and it's to connect people to the fiber networks, so they have a broadband connection, a World Wide Web connection to the world internet. The other thing that he presented was, well, why would people connect themselves through fiber? Why not use Starlink? And that's what he said.
Oh God! You answer that. You take that.
Yeah. And like just what you articulated with what Elon Musk can do and why it needs to be nationalized, I couldn't agree with you anymore. It has to be, because this man is fully capable of sabotaging that connection. So why would people want to rely on that connection if he can do that to you? He will do that to his own. This is why it's treason. This is why he is a traitor to your nation, a traitor to all Western nations, traitor to Britain, traitor to all of us.
Thank you.
And so, yeah, so no, when what you presented, it just couldn't be articulated any more presented any more you can't ask for any more clarification than that.
Bless you.
So yeah, when he presented that, like, that's an alternative solution for people from avoid fiber. Our jobs are at stake. Like no, the reason why our government is relying on full fiber it's for national security reasons. That's the reason. People have asked me, why don't we go wireless? And I said it does. They present it like why the technology doesn't exist. I said it does exist. It's called the fifth generation network. It's 3G, 4G, 5G. It started with the first generation in Japan. And the technology does exist, but they're like, oh, I didn't realize it does exist. Yes, it's always been there. But why are we getting a hard connection? It's due to national security. That's the reason why it cannot be intercepted by foreign assailants, or any form of foreign adversary. That's the reason for that. But why would
jamming would be harder as well. Technically the jamming would be more difficult. Go on. Yeah.
Exactly, Douglas. And it's asinine, that comment, that statement that well, why don't we use Starlink? I mean, it's like a mini solar panel. It's like a remote mobile solar panel device. It costs £250, I believe. That's what he said. I did look it up very quickly, and it's going for just couple hundred bucks. You can get this, and then it connects to that Starlink, SpaceX's Starlink satellite connection. And, it's just no.
Imagine your entire life or death situations dependent on a maniac who listens to Moscow. It's insane.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. And just the egotistical nature of this human being. I mean, he's so impotent. He's so naive and very gullible that he can even succumb to these, false statements from the Kremlin themselves, including Vladimir Putin directly himself, that he is under threat, that he is so frightened of nuclear or a thermonuclear war. It's just so outlandish, preposterous, even to this guy is just. I was looking whilst you were speaking earlier, Douglas. I was just surfing the web myself and just looking at some of the statements and some of the articles written about it, that how threatened he was, how scared he was, which is why he thwarted the whole Ukrainian connection to the Starlink, and it was to prevent a nuclear exchange. It's just oh my God, it's just preposterous. This guy is truly diabolical, truly malevolent. I'm sorry, but it's so disheartening. And then if you go on Google and you type in why do people hate Elon Musk, they'll just always present it like, oh, people are envious or jealous of his wealth, of his
oh my God! You tell those people, whenever somebody says something like that, tell them you're talking about Elon Musk is so impotent. He has a wife who, if you look at her, this woman, Zila, she's half Canadian, half Asian Indian. She's half white. She looks good. She looks fuckable. And yet he hasn't had any sex with her. They're producing 2 children in vitro. Your average guy would want to prove his masculinity by fathering children directly. Your average man would consider it a blow to his masculinity to do in vitro. Oh, what's that shit? I mean, the fact is, this guy cannot have sex. This guy...
No, he's impotent.
Thank you. Thank you. He can't even get it up. So these people are you telling me I'm jealous of that? I mean, give me a break. Give me some credit.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Just to, hit him with that. This is and to say that, oh, you're jealous of his wealth. He lost half his wealth in a single day. This is one of the biggest losers.
Oh, it's the greatest loss in history.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, George Knight and I could spend years trying to spend that money. We couldn't spend that amount of money in years.
In multiple lifetimes,
yes. And this idiot loses that much in a single day? This is the biggest loser in the world. There's nothing to be jealous of. Take it from there, George. Oh my God.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no, absolutely. And you ask yourself, why is he asking for premiums on his X platform? Why is that? Yeah, you have to subscribe, to the premiums by paying £8.
Calls it free speech. Free speech, and you're paying.
Yeah, free speech.
Victoria has joined us.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, lovely, Victoria. How are you, honey?
Victoria's.
Oh, good morning. I'm sure that henna looks lovely in your hair.
I'm just trying to cover up some grays. I'm thoroughly enjoying hearing you guys talk about Elon. I knew he's controlled up. I know he's gonna be having a big hand in probably the Mark of the Beast thing, if that's a thing.
Thank you.
But I find it really interesting that he has been outspoken about challenging Greenblatt and the ADL on his platform.
But you heard what I said about ADL praising him, right?
I'm sure once he came against them, that he had to bow, and now they're on to praising him for whatever he did.
And that Netanyahu went to meet him personally before he met the president.
Oh yeah, exactly. And then but also it's funny because he's trying to allow people to say stuff on his platform, but at the same time he's wearing, like Brendan put in this chat, the demon red leather demonic outfit that he wore on the red carpet, and then also he did a full white tux that had Novus
Ordo Seclorum, a new order for the ages.
Yes.
By the way, just to clarify, dear Victoria, it was Aristides who put that up, and I like the way that our lady Jennifer Hawkins pronounces Aristides like STDs. She's at any rate, so go on, Victoria.
Better than Brooks, yeah.
Yes. So Victoria.
Oh, yeah, I was.
Yeah. Oh, go on, George. George.
Well, also, I think it's fun. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you go, Victoria. Ladies first.
Well, just about Elon. He was saying, I'm not sure what the point of it all was, but he definitely was saying a lot of stuff that conservative people could agree with. Like, hey, maybe we shouldn't chop dicks off children at 12 years old. And so he kind of was gaining favor by saying stuff that was pretty based like that. But obviously, he's got a bunch of other issues. I know people would be like, oh, that's so hateful, but to a lot of us, protecting children from getting their body parts lopped off or their voices permanently changed is protecting them.
Yeah, so, the new castrata. The new castrata. Go on. Yes.
Yeah, and then also, I think I have an article somewhere where, I don't know if they ever did it or they were just talking about it, creating a village for Christian Americans or Christian Europeans that wanted to come over and get away from all the degeneracy of the West, of our West.
He said that?
Yeah, I'll have to pull up an article.
Where did he propose? Where did he propose that this be set up? That this be established?
I don't know. Somewhere in Russia, I'd have to find the article.
Okay.
But
thank you.
Quite interesting.
So what was the first entry? The first entry that you posted in the text about nuclear disarmament and the DoD. What exactly is this talking about, Victoria? This B61.
So that's probably like the most important thing that I put in there. That's what I put it first. So apparently, the more important part is in the latter. It says, if approved, the Department of Energy National Nuclear Security Administration would take the lead on production of the B61-13. But that blast yields ranging from 0.3 kilotons to 400 kilotons, when Hiroshima and Nagasaki were only between 15 and 20 kilotons. Mm-hmm. So the fact that they're considering using this again is just, considering I also believe in a firmament, and every time we spray chemtrails or blast off something, it's contained, I don't think that's very smart.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. I mean, it's always good to take these things into consideration. Now, I presume, as far as I understand it, are you looking at this, George? Do you see this?
I've seen it, yes, Douglas. I did review that.
What I'd like to find out, and I'd like your help in this, I'd like to find out if this was ever tested. I'm presuming this has never been tested.
I would assume it's never been tested.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, except by computer modeling. The only way they could test this is by computer modeling. It's there. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. What were you going to say, George?
I was just going to say, I was going to draw parallels to when you speak of Benjamin Milikowiecki, Benjamin Netanyahu, when he met with Elon Musk. It reminds me of.
By the way, explain to Victoria and all our listeners his real name. What his real name is.
His real family name is Milikowiecki.
Yes.
He was born in Poland, so his father, Benzion Milikowiecki, was the personal secretary of Vladimir Jabotinsky. And the reason why they chose the name Netanyahu is to try to proclaim that they have a justification or legalization to the land of Israel itself. And because they're
really just a bunch of fucking Central Europeans, but go on.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. Yes, because of this ring that was presented on the side of the ring. The name presented was Netanyahu. That's where the name comes from. It's to try to proclaim the justification or the heritage is linked to
quote unquote. In other words, they're trying to complain. They're trying to fabricate a historical claim when they're just a bunch of white settlers.
I mean, isn't that what they all do? I mean, like they all have like Jewish. Half of them have Jewish mothers, so yeah.
Thank you, honey.
They're ethnically Ashkenazi. He's ethnically Ashkenazi as well. Yes. That is publicly on record, as you know, probably, Victoria.
Yeah.
So when you hear of him meeting with Elon Musk before he even meets with the President of the United States, that was just as Christopher Columbus's own expeditions to the New World to discover a new Zion, to discover the new world across the Atlantic, the new world of Atlantis. He would always consult, or he would always get finances, his funding, through these Jewish prominent merchants, such as Don Isaac Abravanel and Gabriel Sanchez, before he even consulted the King or Queen of Spain, King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella. So you can look at it and draw parallels to that.
Excellent.
Individuals are, what they do is they would consult or converse with these very prominent figures that have considered wealthy, considered great financial supporters. And so when you hear of that, you think, come on, the person who's the head of state, you do not consult with them first. You consult people who are these truly malevolent individuals,
these back alley power brokers that tend to be Jewish. So let's put this into perspective for our listeners. What George Knight is referring to, and Victoria, I presume you are familiar with the fact that Christopher Columbus was Jewish. You do know that.
Absolutely. Okay. And if they're not, they're Shabbos Goy, and they do their bidding.
Yes.
And it's crypto Jewishness here, so he was a crypto Jew as well.
Yes, as Biden says, anyone can be a Zionist.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, and Biden himself is a self-dedicated fanatical Zionist by his own definition. So for our listeners, Christopher Corlambuenos, or Christopher Valbo Corlambuenos, was really a false name. We really don't know his Jewish name per se. We have a name that doesn't sound particularly Jewish before he took on the moniker that he did. But what George Knight is pointing out is that he would report directly to his Jewish funding sponsors before he ever reported to the King and Queen of Spain. In fact, he reported to them constantly and almost never reported to the King and Queen of Spain. So he basically maintained contact only with the Jewish community specifically. And he wasn't, of course, as George Knight, he uses the term conveniently so that people can understand what he's saying. But we all know Christopher Columbus discovered nothing. He knew, of course, the New World was there. And of course, basically rode on the accomplishments of others to basically exploit the New World. And his intent from the beginning was to annihilate all of the native population and replace them with Jews to create a new Zion in the New Atlantis. This is the horror of this individual, probably the most evil individual in human history. And the damage that he did is incalculable, literally changing the climate of the world in ways that I've explained before by the annihilation of the native population and the importation of millions of black slaves to the New World, which, of course, emptied Africa of many of its farmers in land. They had a reforestation occur in both the New World and the Old in Africa, and this resulted in a miniature ice age to the point where people were ice skating on the River Thames in London. This is how much this... Yes, so go on. Yes.
No, you continue, Douglas.
Oh, no, that's fine. So I mean, Victoria, you must know about some of this. So, does any of this bring anything with you that you'd like to bring to our attention in the time that you have?
I did not know about this mini ice age that you're speaking at the moment. What is this?
Okay, so what happened
was... It's the mini ice age.
Yes, the depopulation of North America was so extreme. So many millions of people died. It was the largest Holocaust in human history. 127 million people from the North Pole to the South Pole, from the Canadian Arctic to Cape Horn. All of these Native Americans died, and to bring labor in for the Europeans, they imported millions of black slaves. This is one of the largest genocides in human history as well, in which 20 million black African Americans died, most of them en route, many of them months after they arrived. Only the hardiest among them survived to reproduce. That was almost the Darwinian agenda of the Europeans who mastered them, and altogether this resulted in massive reforestation. So what happened was, because all of the people had died in the America hemisphere, both Americas, North and South, and in Africa, there was massive reforestation. And this massive reforestation resulted in an enormous carbon sink. And this carbon sink lowered the temperature of planet Earth, and it created a miniature ice age. This was the beginning of the Anthropocene. This truly was man impacting his environment, and this resulted in, as we described, people able to ice skate across the River Thames in London. This was something that impacted the world, and so it was called necromantic winter. It's like nuclear winter, except it's real. And it happened, and it's historical, and all of it tracing down to one Jewish maniac named Christopher Columbus on behalf of Zionism, in which he was annihilating over 100 million people so that the Jews could conquer a new world and make it Jewish. And they did. They created an empire of their own here in which we all serve their whims. They've traced his descendants, or the Morano, these hidden Jews, the crypto Jews. They traced their descendants by genetics, and they found out Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez was one of them.
Yes. Thank you, Douglas. Exactly.
Yes. So, so does that ring any memory bells with yourself? And George Knight, bring up whatever comes to your mind as well with that.
Yeah, the Great Frost of 1608. You can reference that, Victoria. The Great Frost, and it occurred throughout the 17th century. So throughout that, it was called the Little Ice Age phenomena. Caused many consequences, but affected everyday life for Londoners in the worst freezes. Like in 1683 to 1684, lake, rivers, and part of the sea around the southern coast of England all froze. The fact was exceptional that it was reported in London Gazette newspaper dated on the 31st of January 1684, in particular because it brought to a halt to the commerce of the water, especially on the River Thames. This was London's main form of travel and transportation, with the Thames at the standstill. Hundreds of bargmen men and sailors were frozen out of work. Frostfest. Yes, God, this is this was the consequence of that of Christophilus. So this was an end result, and it was a what's the term, Douglas?
Necromantic winter.
Necromantic winter. It's
and you're saying mantic or matic?
Mantic, like romantic. Okay, think necromancy. Think of necromancy, the art of the dead. Yes.
Having sex with her. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It is. Yeah. Truly profound. Yeah. It is. It's this.
And another thing that happened with this, Victoria, was the fact that because of the fact that the Chinese used as the basis for their currency silver. And with the discovery of the New World and the passage to the Orient, the Portuguese and the Spanish in particular began to traffic with China. They were bringing with them these ingots of silver and for trade that in other areas would have to be bartered, kind of established as something of value. But in China, it was as if these ships were arriving loaded with pure cash, pure money. Wow. And as a result, the Chinese also received New World agriculture items they never had before, like corn. And because of that, they were finally able to grow crops in areas that were normally uncultivatable, just unarable for cultivation. And this corn became a staple in China, and that's what doubled, tripled, quadrupled their population. Their population was actually commensurate with other nations before the Columbian Exchange. But once the New World corn arrived in China and they could grow corn in areas where they couldn't grow rice, the Chinese population exploded. That's how it became the largest in the world for a long period of time. So the Chinese threat we face today from communist China is directly a result of the Columbian Exchange. Yes, and George, go on.
Yeah, 1 in 4 people during World War II were Chinese, ethnically Chinese. In World War II.
By the time of World War II, and then the Cold War thereafter, for a good century, 1 out of every 4 people on Earth was Chinese. They were a quarter of the world's population. All of that, of course, was destroyed by the one-child policy and their own insanity.
Yes.
The communism has been so destructive. It's indescribable. But so Victoria, definitely, you've recognized a lot of this already. What do you think is the most important thing for our public listeners to focus on or to know about when it comes to these subjects?
Oh gosh, I don't know if I've listened to enough of tonight's to be able to speak on it, but I actually had a question, but it's kind of a different subject. Maybe you can go over it on another stream. But since you seem to know everything about things that no one else knows about, what's up with the World's Fair stuff that they seemingly tear down for no reason? And I was homeschooled, right? So I don't know what the quote history books taught about all that stuff.
It is so sad.
Why do they say
Yeah.
Why do they say that they, basically built it like a Burning Man and built it up just to tear it down?
It's so sad. Those things should never have been torn down. That should have been an integral part of the San Francisco cityscape, the World's Fair that was held here, as well as what was in New York. So many of these other places. New York. Yep. And it's what gave rise to the whole Tartaria myth. I mean, that's what added to the whole conspiracy theory about that. I will go more deeply into that in another episode, but perhaps our next stream, our next live stream, as you say. But George, what does it bring to your mind? What? Yeah.
Oh no! Do you know what? I can't allude to anything, Douglas. I'm afraid I can't.
No worries. No worries
on that subject. Yeah, no, but it's something. Yeah, I'll be intrigued to know more, Douglas. Thank you.
Yeah, it's definitely something that is a cultural tragedy and travesty, and of course, the architecture is haunting. The one thing that Tartaria...
Yes, and the free energy that was available that they just decided to ignore.
Yeah, well, we all know the conspiracy behind that. That's profits, right? I mean, Jesus, you can't make profits off free energy. Now, as I've said before, Victoria, and you probably haven't heard this, or maybe you have, I've explained before that the greatest problem with Nikola Tesla was that he had the secret to free energy, wireless transmission of energy, and he was, of course, so egotistical. There were several mistakes he made. Also, the problem was his phobia.
Like falling in love with the bird.
Yes.
Wait, what happened?
Thank you.
What did he do?
He had a real phobia about sex, and he was really gynophobic to a degree. He apparently had some real romantic love with one woman. I forget who she was, but he just didn't know a good thing when he had it. And basically, J.P. Morgan's daughter was going to marry him.
Yes.
And he was just so like, oh, I don't know, I have to think about it. I'm seeking true love, and she really cared about him. What he really needed was a chick takeover, because he was just not a competent adult in so many ways. And her father was planning to exploit him, but it would have benefited us all in the end. Sometimes wealthy, conniving, profit-seeking people can do good for humanity. And what J.P. Morgan had planned was to get Tesla's wireless transmission under his copyright, and he was going to basically bankrupt the world and sell short, but then rebuild it afterwards. But had he done that, as awful as that was by, moral standards, it still would have been better than the world we have today. We would have had wireless energy, even though he would have had enormous stakes where he was making money off of several other different types of infrastructure, such as cars that would have just tuned into the energy. You would just have dialed into the wavelength, and just your car would go along the road while dialing into the various transmission centers, like a cell phone. This is something he would have invested in. That's how he would have made his money. He would have been making his money in a different sense, but still, that world would have been cleaner ecologically, environmentally, and so much better in so many ways. World War II never would have happened. There's so many things that we could bring up with the advantages of if Tesla had just married his daughter and allowed himself to be exploited. So, I mean, when he went on his own, trying to make his fate, decide his own destiny, he obviously failed, because his brilliance did not include a sense of management, or a sense of an ability to profit from his creative genius where it lay, which was technology. So I
find that's common, though, with like geniuses. Sometimes they aren't the best at functioning in normal society, obviously.
Yeah. I mean, I consider myself one of those. I'm looking for a chick takeover all the time. But at any rate, hopefully that'll succeed at some point in finding somebody who, is willing to take on that burden. I don't envy somebody who takes on that responsibility, but we'll see if it happens. So I'll work until it does. In the interim, so how much time are we graced with your presence before you have to go to work, honey?
Maybe 15 or 20 minutes.
Oh, beautiful. So during that time, Victoria asked a very haunting, pertinent, valid question about Tartaria. Essentially, it merges, it bleeds into the Tartarian subject. But what about yourself when it comes to some other things you want to bring to our attention while you're here? I don't know if you are aware of this, Victoria, but George's specialty is really the technology of the Third Reich breakaway civilization, and its flying craft in particular, or rather its anti-gravitic or what would you call them exactly? Spacecraft, essentially, George, or other terms that are used?
Oh no, absolutely. I'll attribute that to that. I'll definitely attribute that to them to describe them. Certainly, some governmental programs call them transmedium, so they can certainly maneuver or operate in different environments, multiple different types of environments, such as water, air, and space. And they certainly they certainly accomplished that. And based upon this electromagnetic field that these craft generate, based upon similar emulation of the natural resonance of Earth, known as the Schumann resonance. Otto Schumann, the physicist, the German physicist of the Reich, he produced these levitational devices. These are not anti-gravitational or anti-gravitic, but they emulate their own anti-gravitational field. And it's based upon photons and electrons around particles, the cell of particles. So what was referred to earlier, what people call the reactor, is actually known as the Schumann device, the Schumann Gerät, the Schumann device or machine that generates this form of energy field around the craft. And it's these tool tachyonator warp drives. There's 3 of them in composition to the craft. They are what drives the force of the craft through any form of space, through the actual atmosphere or space around us, actual physical space.
So is that Schumann resonance? Is that the same thing that, is it Rothschild, whoever changed our speakers to only be able to play certain resonances that aren't healing or something?
Interesting. That's the first term that came to my mind. The first thing I thought was Schumann resonance. That's what I kept thinking. Schumann resonance. But what Victoria is referring to is that so our speakers can only operate within a certain envelope of resonance. Is what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know too much about that, but I'll look into it. I'm certain there's people out there. Brendan Zogit might know more about that because he secretly is a big sound fan, a fan of sound produced using vacuum tube technology because it's organic and so much higher quality than the flat mathematically aggregated or analog digital shit that we use on CDs.
Well, I was appreciating that he kept bringing up the we've already started all this Starlink stuff with the 5th generation, because truly that was their whole goal and why they've been thinning out trees all over the country and putting up these towers, because the small cells do not reach quite as far. But it's so funny that they got to pretend like, oh, now we need Starlink, when most of our communication is done through the underwater cables. So I'm not sure why we would need Starlink if we have supposedly as many satellites as we do up there. And also, if gravity is a theory, what would you call anti-gravity tech if gravity is just a theory? What else could it be?
Gravity, I would put it this way. It's like I've said before, when it comes to, say for instance, science fiction starships, the thing you'll notice about science fiction starships is they are aesthetically built to look pleasing, or they look like what would be logical based on human experience. And because human experience is based on surface ships, and they never really, you might notice, ever that I've seen, generally make spaceships look like submarines. Instead, they make them.
Funny you said that, because the last UFO I heard about literally yesterday was a cylindrical tube type of thing, like 3x8. Maybe.
Tell her, George, about these rods.
Yeah, the rods are like rods.
George, is he there? Did he disappear on us? He's mute. George, you're mute. Somebody might have entered his room or something.
Anyway, so also I sent you. I figured Brendan had seen it before, but the Heart of Krishna was what I was speaking of last time that I could not think of. But they have to rebuild a wooden temple around this device that they describe. It's like a mechanical device, but they claim it's the Heart of Krishna, and it's so powerful that it rots the wood around it to where they have to change out the wood every few years.
And
pretty crazy.
Where is this?
I'm assuming in India. That's the video I sent you in Brahma Padartha, Krishna's heart in Puri Temple, wherever that is.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. By the way, I got a bulletin that the death toll in Gaza has now surpassed 10,000. And of course, this is overwhelmingly children that the Israelis have bombarded. Disgusting. I mean, this is just unspeakable. Aside from that, George, I think somebody walked into his room or something, and he has to engage them in conversation, so he had to go on mute. But such being said, I believe that what you're referring to, George would reference immediately. He would recognize it immediately. I think he would say that's an Andromeda Gerat. That's the term he uses for these rod-shaped vehicles, part of the breakaway civilization of the Third Reich. And so, have you heard what I've said about Unterland, or my discussions about Unterland?
I have. I don't know very much about it, but I also just sent another screenshot of an article that came out the 31st, which means you probably already went over it. But it says Japan gives scientists an access to create a human-animal hybrid.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you for that. By the way, what is George saying? 2 minutes. My wife has called me. Okay.
Wifey called.
yes. That's right. Don't get me started. It's just. Japan gives scientists an access to create human-animal hybrid. Okay, so when you see this, what's your thought on this? What's your thought on this?
Well, I think it's kind of funny, because I think it's something they've been doing for decades, but also something that has been done in centuries past. And that's, from my understanding, why God wiped out all the dirty bloodlines mixed with the Nephilim for the Great Deluge, the Great Flood.
Yes.
So I think it's funny that they're pretending like it's a new thing, I suppose.
Right. No, I appreciate what you're saying. So what you're referencing, aside from the Nephilim, what you're referencing is the fact that there were crossbred humanoid animals before the flood wiped out those hybridizations. Right?
Definitely.
Thank you. So George and I's back. So Victoria, please describe to George that rod-shaped vehicle. Tell him exactly what you had told myself, please.
Oh, right, yes.
Yeah, someone was saying it was probably about 3 feet wide and 8 feet tall, but surprisingly enough, it wasn't horizontal. It was going in a vertical direction. So it kind of reminded me of those.
You saw this? Yes, You saw this?
Oh, no, I heard about it on one of the many YouTube channels that follow this kind of stuff.
Okay, so please, George, take it from there and tell her what this vehicle is, this vessel that's...
Yeah. I'll get a photograph for you, Victoria. It's referred to as the Andromeda Gerat, the name given to it by the SS named it the Andromeda. It's basically a well-traveled machine. It's a carrier, a vessel carrier.
For an entity, because it seemed like it was the perfect size for an entity to travel in.
It's humongous. The schematics would from this is in the 1940s, but you can imagine now the size of them can be greatly increased. Yes. But according to the schematics of the 1940s, this is 1946. the Andromeda Gerat was 139 meters long in length, and
Wow.
so it comprised of 2 Vril craft and 1 Haunebu craft, and these were easily deployed, and they could be retracted by this trapdoor that would literally open up, and it will deploy these the craft itself. And this is why I've looked at many cases throughout the last 70 years of people citing the Andromeda Gerat, what they call cigar-shaped UFO or mothership. That's how they reference it. And you will see that they have a swarm of vehicles or craft maneuvering around them, and then all of a sudden it will be seclumed into the craft, and that is these very advanced vehicles, very advanced craft, the Vril and the Haunebu, being retracted by the so-called, what they call mothership, the Andromeda Gerat. And so that's most likely if you ever hear anyone refer to the cigar-shaped craft, which has been seen all over the world by thousands and thousands of eyewitnesses, that's most likely what they are essentially describing, and that is the end result. That is what that's the answer to that. That's to disclose to you. I'm actually trying to find it right now. I'm trying to show you some photographs of the Andromeda Gerat.
Would I think that this witness that is being sourced by or referenced by Victoria, he may have, because of the distance, it looked much smaller to him. It must have been the distance. Or
Probably.
Or is this man claiming that it was like in front of him and was literally like a few feet long or something like that?
Oh, I think he was seeing it from the ground. It was probably way up high.
Okay. So that's probably a distortion of distance then. But definitely I appreciate your sharing that. I'm trying to look for a good painting that would give an impression of it as well. But George Knight, I think, is interested. Yeah, go on.
So I wasn't watching the video. I was doing housework when I was listening to this, but whoever, they had like a video or picture of it, so I'm sure I could go back and find it.
Well, here's some photographs George
sounds like
just
there's
entered.
a lot of
a
lot of stuff on it. So
by the way, Peter Moon has joined us. Peter, do say hello to Victoria and George as well as Aristides, and good morning.
Yes, hello. I've been listening. I listened to your rant on Elon Musk, and
thank you.
Yeah, not a very nice picture.
Thank you.
Exactly. Yep.
And Victoria, Peter, you might see the new photograph entered by George of one of these craft. There we are, a much better one. There we are, a giant carrier ship seen hovering about 30 miles away. So there you go. And
now this craft.
Mm-hmm.
Wait. Israeli police beat up ultra-Orthodox Jews. That sounds interesting.
Aristides entered that earlier, just as verifying, reinforcing some of what Brendan and I were discussing at the time.
Giant carrier ship seen hovering about 30 miles away. This is like one of the reported cigar ships they used to talk about.
Yes.
That's right, Pete.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And Victoria, have you ever read any of Peter's books? He's written so many of them. You may have seen them in some stores, or does his name ring a bell with you on works that you've investigated?
So I have actually purchased the Montauk Project, but I have not started it yet.
Okay, great. There you see, Peter. There you go. And
it's okay.
Yeah. And so we're blessed with her presence for a few more minutes, and then she's going to work. And and there, she's entered something else for us. She's good at entering things too. Let's see what this.
Obadiah. It's from the Bible. It's Obadiah 1:18.
Yes.
Chapter 1, verse 18. It says, "Then the house of Jacob will be a fire, and the house of Joseph a flame. but the house of Esau will be as stubble, and they will set them on fire and consume them, so that there will be no survivor of the house of Esau, for the Lord has spoken. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy.
How do you interpret that?
I think that, I don't know how to interpret it. I just think that there's a lot of confusion about the bloodlines, and we, like you like to bring up, there's a lot of Christians and churchgoers kind of worshiping a false bloodline right now. So I think it's pertinent for that reason.
Thank you. And by the way, George just entered the best of the photographs as far as I'm concerned, or certainly has the best heading. Cigar-shaped image taken by Neil Armstrong. There we are.
Neil A. Alien.
Yeah.
Neil took this win. Where did he take it?
Yeah, presumably on the moon. If we are to believe it, this was taken on the moon, and that it was something that intimidated the Americans from really pursuing a space program, among multiple other factors. But the Americans, of course, have a covert space program, but not particularly aggressive. Very, very near space oriented. And here's some more schematics. These are schematics provided by George. So, Victoria, feel free to download these. You might regret it later if you don't. Because you might. But of course, you always have George to reference. The two of you should exchange, as well as Peter should exchange, Skype contacts, in case there's a need for contact. But aside from that, Victoria was bringing up the Japanese scientists being given access to create human-animal hybrids by the government. That's further up on the text there, Peter, and that's fascinating. Of course,
I gotta say something about that.
Yeah, please.
When I was talking to my neighbor, as I say, he was telling me, he works security in public schools, and he was saying that there are kids that just bark, like they think they're animals. Like, I'm thinking of, like, are they joking? He says no. They like identify with being animal. It's hard to fathom, but in other words, you could bark as just kind of a teenage fooling around, but
what he's telling you about is that this is kind of similar to, or plays off, the phenomenon of transgender identity, in that these kids are saying that they're trans species. Yeah, they're saying that they're trans species, that they're identifying as animals. They feel that they are actually animals in a human body. You're familiar with this then, Victoria?
Yeah, I'm actually very familiar with this. I brought it up. I have a trans lady who comes to see me quite often at my little CBD shop. And I finally had to say a little bit more the other time I saw her. I asked her, I was like, so what if I demanded you pretend I was, like, if I was like, look, I identify as black. You have to say I'm black. Like, you have to pretend I'm black. Is that fair, And then I said, there's now kids who are saying they're demanding they are identifying as cats, and they need a litter box in their classroom to go poop in the corner. And this is where I'm like, we have to set some sort of boundary here, because it's going to get to a point where kids are just going to mess with their teachers and identify as something new every other week.
Well, the key issue you hit there is boundaries.
Yeah.
And the planet in astrology that rules boundaries is Saturn. And Saturn is starting to go forward now. So I think you will see boundaries issued, although it's in Pisces, which makes it very malleable and kind of weird. But it's boundaries. In other words, what is the game you're playing? And what this speaks of is anything goes, which is where pandemonium, where anything and everything can happen. There are no rules. So this is and that's what Saturn is, structure. You have to have some rules. And like right now, if you started shooting things up, you're going to be apprehended. That something's going to come into play. You're not just going to be able to shoot limitlessly.
No, in all fairness, the guy who shot up what he did in Maine was alive for 2 fucking days, and the police never found him, and he finally killed himself. He got so bored waiting for the police to catch him, and they never did.
He did stop shooting.
Yeah, true.
It just doesn't go on forever. I mean, you get tired pretty soon. There's, it becomes, you lose the juice for doing it.
I love it. Yeah.
Whatever it is,
Yes. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, true.
What did you talk about last? I mean, I heard you talking about Musk and stuff when I woke up. I was delighted to hear you doing a monologue.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I did it after I had a long conversation with Brendan Zoget first, and he was articulating a lot about the Israelite God of the original Jewish people in the area being very Edomic, actually, as opposed to the Christian God. We made certain to disambiguate that. But after we went into the archaeology of that, then when he retreated for the night, I did a little bit of course, about Armenia and some of the stuff going on in the Caucasus Mountains, because there was a recent takeover of the airport where people were hunting for Jews. There was supposedly a plane coming in from Israel into Dagestan, primarily Muslim nation that is subsumed in the Russian Empire, and the people swarmed the airport, and the security was completely unable to respond. The Russian authorities just seemed impotent. So I was, then stretching that into the Caucasus, and then I said, God, I'm so exhausted. I said, George never showed up. I'm going to end the transmission early. Then George showed up. So he covered a lot of the space history for a while, and then somebody asked him about why you guys hate Musk so much. And that's when I said, fuck it, and I dove back in. That's when the energy came back on, and the button was pressed, and I got the adrenaline, and I started shitting and pissing all over Musk, and then you heard the rest of it. Yeah.
I don't, I'm not able to connect all of the dots with Musk, but certainly I would never ask a question like that, like, what's wrong with Musk? I mean, maybe they like his Republican values or seemingly Republican values. I don't know.
I like to give one of my friends crap because he got Grimes' number. One of Elon's partners. He got Grimes' number at a party before she met Elon. Then she ended up having a baby with Elon, and I'm like, why didn't you snag her? They're probably birthing the Antichrist right now. Oh man.
Who was it that brought up the? It was Brendan. Brendan brought up the fact that, as I said, Elon Musk gave his. By the way, I guess I didn't tell you this shit, Peter. I mean, just before we, we're heading towards that time when we're, in about 10 minutes. In about 10 minutes, I'll shut down transmission. So in the 10 minutes remaining, that World War II museum opening up in New Orleans, true voodoo, just like Peter said, they are actually using this life-sized bunk room from a death camp or a Nazi concentration camp. They created this simile of it, and they're using holographic projection to populate it with emaciated Jews, life-size emaciated Jews that are like walking skeletons that go, back and forth to, make everybody feel guilty for being alive and shit. And like Pete said, Jews are just going to go there to reinforce their victimization. And, like he said, he can't imagine any kid saying, hey, Dad, take me to that great new World War II museum with, the dead Jews walking around like ghosts and shit. If any kid wants...
I feel bad for them. Honestly, here's the thing is because I grew up with this very like Calvinism and all this very whack theology in Christendom. I had a very, Dante's Inferno idea of hell, and because I believed that, I lived in that in my mind for decades. And so honestly, it's helped me have a lot more empathy for these people who really, they might as well have lived through it because they are living through it in their minds.
They're stuck there. They're stuck there. Yes, for eternally in hell. This victimization. Yes. And by the way, the other thing, Pete, while you're here, was that Elon Musk. So this is what I found out, is that, so basically Elon Musk is married to this half.
I heard that.
Oh, you heard me say that to George Knight then about their kids. And so what George Knight also brought up was there's this occult angle to their names too. It's something like X Dark, something. What is it, George? X Dark. What did he name his son?
It's
X Dark.
Oh God, you know what? I'll have to look up very quickly. Douglas.
It's AEX, like with some numbers in it. I don't even know. I think they pronounce it Z or something.
Yeah, he named his son after a spell. It's like something.
He named his company X.
Yeah. Yes. But
XYZ. I mean, what is it? Yeah, it's weird.
But the kid is actually named with an occult term. I forget what it was, but it's like dark. Something like but it's got the word dark in it as well as.
Well, I don't know all the ins and outs of this, but if what you're saying is true, it sounds to me like he is more than likely a Satanist.
Yeah, an Edomite, definitely he is.
Edomite, but a Satanist as well.
Yes, yeah, definitely, definitely. So so you heard what I said then, and hopefully, let me see, name of Elon Musk boy. Maybe I'll find it.
Techno.
What?
Yeah, Techno.
But it was something else. It was
the new bio.
He should follow. He should. Excuse me. He should call his followers or his employees musketeers.
Yeah, there we go. He has 11 children. He has 11 children. Damien, one of them is named Damien. Oh, of course. Yeah. How could he avoid that? I mean, that's inevitable.
Oh, there you go. Exadark Sidereal Musk.
Yeah, Sidereal. Exadark. EXA Dark Sidereal. Exadark Sidereal Musk. I mean, how's that for
Musk. That's the one.
Yeah.
It kind of puts a stigma on the kid.
No shit. Yeah, he has no care for their psychological well-being. It'd be like me naming my son Diddly Squat Dietrich or something.
or Moon Unit Zappa.
Yeah.
But there might be a well-intended purpose behind it.
Whatever could
might not just be his fancy.
Yeah, I can't imagine what a well-intended purpose for that might be.
Definitely not well-intended, but any purpose.
And one of his children are called X. Xia 12 or X was born in 2020.
Yeah. There you go. So he's just like his dad, who, Victoria, I'm sure you're familiar with the fact that his dad had a daughter, gave birth to a child that was delivered by the daughter of his wife. He fucked his wife's daughter. That's Elon Musk's dad did this.
Wow.
Yes, and they're open about it. That's these people just believe that they're not subject to normative behavior. So that being said, it's we're heading a few minutes. Let's everybody start saying their good mornings. So Aristides, just to make sure you're alive, say good morning to all our listeners.
Good morning. Yes, I'm definitely alive. I've been listening to all this for a while.
Oh, excellent. Thank you so much. Yes, appreciate your participation. And so, dear Victoria, say good morning to all our listeners.
I hope you all have a beautiful morning and rest of your day or night, wherever you are in the world.
Thank you. Bless you. And George Knight, thank you so much for showing up, and thank you for relaying that incredibly stupid question. I never would have had the adrenaline rush otherwise to make it through the show. Say good morning to all of our listeners.
Yeah, good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us. And any questions, please drop us a message. I'll be glad to reach out to you and to answer any questions that you have on any of the related topics we've been discussing. And continue to support Douglas. Thank you.
Thank you. And dear
Please
Peter.
donate.
Yes, thank you, Victoria. Bless you, honey. So, dear Peter, round it all up. Say good morning to everyone.
Okay, well, I'll be back with Douglas on Wednesday night. And remember to go to douglasdietrich.com if you can donate to him. Upper right-hand corner, yellow button. And we'll be back on Wednesday.
Yes, it'll be here before any of us know it. And beautiful day to everyone.